So, have we turned a corner on the virus? I bloody well hope so. Hope so. We're all getting fed up with it now, aren't we? But we were fed up with it 9 weeks ago. But, you know, we're sort of getting there. We think we've turned the corner, but I don't want to be complacent about it and say, yes, we have, because it then lulls us into a false sense of security, especially as the restaurant chains Bella Italia and Café Rouge are on the brink of collapse. Café Rouge, I mean, who'd have thought? Thousands of people out of work. Thousands of people could be out of work. This is running through the country. So when they say we're in a recession, boy, are we in a recession. When you get big places like Bella Italia, Café Rouge, it's clinging on, isn't it? It's clinging on. I've got this dread feeling. I've had these sort of nightmares about the fact that certain restaurants that I frequent might go under, but I'm hoping that they won't. I think they've been sensible and they're sort of doing what it is that they have to do to try and keep going. The other industry which is collapsing, cheese. Jamie Oliver's doing cheese boxes, and they're sort of getting... Well, at the moment, Stilton is in crisis. Sales of Stilton has fallen by 30%, which is... Now, I don't like Stilton, so it doesn't really help. I can encourage you to eat Stilton, but I wouldn't eat it myself. I don't know why. I'm sort of more Edam, because that was my parents' influence on Edam. And then somebody said, no, it's really fattening, Edam. I go, I don't care, I like it. I like it on crumpets or a piece of toast. That's very nice indeed. Or I like Cornish cheddar or red Leicester. But I could not go for camembert, or any of these, any of these wet cheeses, as I call them, deep-fried camembert. No, thank you. No, it's horrid. You're not meant to have it deep-fried. That's awful. You're supposed to have it as a piece of cheese on a cracker or something, but not for me. Not for me at all. I don't even... what was the other one called? Stinking Bishop. No, it's not normal. Just have cheddar. I could eat red Leicester at a push. I quite like red Leicester, but I'm not really that bothered. And do I buy slices or do I buy a packet of grated? Mind your own business. What's it got to do with you? I'm not telling you intimate things like that. That's between me and my cheese. Not telling anybody else about it. Also, who was king of the flat packs? Come on. King of the flat packs was, wait for this one, Henry VIII. All his, he used to travel with flat pack rooms, so they could put up a room that looked like the king's room because it was flat pack. This was pre-IKEA, hello? Wake up and smell the cocoa. Pre-IKEA. The king did not push his trolley round IKEA. They'd already built flat packs. They unfolded, and there was a room that was fit for a king. So they could put it in a room that wasn't fit for a king, and all of a sudden it became fit for a king, which is great. Plus, still to come, Sluggate. Oh, yes. And we got some birthdays, and for fans of George Formby, of which I know there are a number of you, there's a great sale coming up, and if you've got money, you're going to want to go to this one. They've got some fantastic stuff. Also, aliens are dumber than Uranus. Intelligent life is only found on Earth. And believe it or not, Scarlett Thicko Moffat believes the pyramids were built by time travellers. Now, the reason she's saying this is because she's got a podcast out. Because she's bland, nobody would be remotely interested. I mean, she could sit there and whistle Dixie, and nobody would be interested. But if she comes up with something really stupid, people would go, oh, you must listen to Scarlett Moffat, she's really thick. The pyramids were not built by time travellers. They were built by gangs of slaves. And we know this because it's been well documented. Either she is pathetically, individualistically stupid beyond belief, or failing that, she's just dim and thick and stupid. Of course, they weren't built by time travellers. They were built by gangs of men. The moment the pharaoh came onto the throne, he could look out of his window. He could, open the sash things and go, oh, look, that's my grave. They're building my pyramid. They didn't open it as some time travellers. We build pyramid. It wasn't like that. They didn't do things like that. But, of course, Scarlett Moffat, who's a bit dim, let's face it, she ripped you off over the Losing Weight DVD, if you remember, and then came up with some cock and bull story about, oh, she felt so guilty about it, she started putting on weight again. Yeah, right. We believe you, dear. We believe you. Is your airline ready for takeoff? Some of them are. Don't get too excited. And the other one was apparently another symptom of coronavirus is loss of taste or smell. Well, we told you this weeks ago. Why they've just come up with this now? This is weeks ago. It was taste or smell, because we were all going, yeah, I can still taste things. That means you've not got coronavirus. It was like people would say, oh, do you have a temperature? Is your tummy hot? Is your back hot? Well, who knows if your back's hot? What you can do is stretch your hand around there and go, oh, it feels quite warm to me. You're not going to do things like that, are you? Also, the lockdown threatens to blow a hole in the Queen's finances. She could be down 18 million. Not that they worry. I mean, presumably either her or Charles are coughing up for Harry's little house, which is just borderline mansion. They call it Frogmore Cottage. Bit of a joke in royal circles, as you can well imagine. Harry, who's not got threepence to rub together, lies. He's got millions sitting in the bank, but of course they don't like to spend it, so he'll get it from his father, and it'll come from the Duchy of Cornwall, I should imagine. Also, I've got some DIY ices for you. The kids will love these. Make your own ice lollies. Everything from rhubarb and custard to orange and lemon. Or blackcurrant. Some really, really nice things. There's even yoghurt. I love a yoghurt lolly, but sometimes it falls off the stick. And the Vigilante Village, who keep tourists out by using homemade roadblocks and signs. Village closed, all the rest of it. No, just move them to one side, drive through. Much, much easier. Elaine Page says she's too old for musicals. She's 72. She could still sing. But she thinks she's too old. Well, she doesn't look it. She does not look it. I think she could carry on doing those things. And just when you thought Matt Goss couldn't get any more mad, he's outdone himself this time. Yes, but will you wait till you hear the story a little bit later on? They've just offered him to me as a guest. Surely some mistake, I assumed. They keep it every so often. Matt Goss, who the last time they put him on Celebrity Juice took all his clothes off. I sent a sympathy card immediately. Plus, the Chinese vase, which is sold for £45,000 in a lockdown auction. And they didn't think it was going to fetch anything like that. Imagine you go to, like, a car boot sale. You find a lovely piece of Ming, and you go, oh, how much is this? And they go, oh, £6. You go, I'll take it. What if it's worth money? Do you remember that woman? She thought it was a lovely glass ring. Turned out to be a diamond. She took it to the Antiques Roadshow, and it's huge. I mean, really enormous. And they said, do you know what this is? And she went, it's glass, isn't it? Because you get a lot of glass paste and stuff like that. And they went, no, it's diamond. And she went, what? She went, no, it's a diamond. She said, I've just been wearing it, out. In fact, I can't remember exactly what it fetched. Could you put it in on Google? It's, glass ring found at car boot turns out to be genuine. I suppose. I don't know. But I'm sure it was only down the road from me. There you go. Here it is. She paid £10 for it. She took it into the roadshow, and it went... what do you say? The tenor ring dates from the 19th century, so that's the 1800s, and the owner who bought it in the 1980s was unaware of the true value. I mean, you look at it and you just go, it's a piece of glass, because it's so big. £657,000. £657,000. She's decided to remain anonymous. It was 26 carats. 26 carats. I mean, it was recently confirmed as a genuine diamond by the Gemological Institute of America. I mean, she just assumed it was decorative costume jewellery. Bloody hell. £670,000. You'd all want to be keeping it quiet, wouldn't you? But she paid a tenner for it. Because obviously the owner of the stall didn't know what it was worth either. Yeah, tenner. You imagine the owner of the stall going, I'm gutted. That's my £675,000 ring, or £657,000. I've never been that lucky, actually. Never tried it. Steve, I've got a George Formby grilling machine. When your meat's ready, it chimes out, turned out nice again. Yes, good. We're getting all of the old things, aren't we, today, actually? All of the old things. But I don't mind George Formby, actually. When I'm cleaning windows, I like that. Edam is made backwards, and it's made backwards, which is lovely. Also, Steve, have you tried Comté? It's like Edam, but stronger flavour. No. I've not tried Gruyere, either. Gruyere. And, Steve, you've kept me sane for 40 years, says Matt in Manchester. He said, keep me going. Hope you keep up the good work for another 40 years. Are you mad or something? Another 40 years? I'm going to be in excess of 100. Of course I'm not going to be broadcasting in 40 years' time. We'll be lucky to get through about another 20, but we'll try and cling on. Yogesh says we make such an effort for our physical health, but not for our mental health, which is probably more important. Why? Is it because it's not visible to others? No, it's not. Not in a lot of cases. They went to do one of those, can't pay, we're going to take you away. And it was a man who had mental health issues. They had to phone up the hospital to say, we don't really know. You have to check. You can't just throw somebody out on the streets if they've got mental health issues. And so they then sorted it. He seemed quite happy. He wandered off with his dogs. He wandered off, and I think he was then looked after, which was good. There was one the other day. It was a kebab shop. And again, people telling lies. No, it's not my dad. I just have the shop side of it. No, it turned out it was you, mate. Turned out it was you. Would you like to go home and get all the paperwork? Yeah, he came back, can't find it. Of course you can't. Seriously. Oh, dear. I remember my dad, Steve, putting up a flat-pack wardrobe in my bedroom when I was about 10. Bought it from the pre-IKEA shop, MFI. Yes, we always used to go to MFI. They used to sell stuff sale time, and they said, used to be 24 quid, today 1.99. And you'd find out that they had to have sold it at that price in one of their stores. Turned out in the Isle of Sheppey and places, and way up the top of the country, in the middle of nowhere, middle of the Atlantic Ocean, they were selling it at the inflated price. I remember MFI, there was a lot of... there was a lot of... I had some stuff from there from years and years ago. IKEA I never liked. I'm sure the Swedes think it's absolutely wonderful, but it was not for me. I don't want to traipse around. It became the place to go to, didn't it? IKEA on a Sunday. Let's go to IKEA. The kids go, great. Are we going to sort of play in the children's play area? Yeah. Will we have meatballs? Probably. Everybody else does. And you go there, and then you try and find all your glass shelving and the chrome bits, and it was good fun. It was sort of the forerunner to the proper flat pack furniture. It came from. I had wardrobes. I've still got 2 pine wardrobes, solid pine. And I put them together. The first one was a bit of a struggle, but then the second one, easy peasy. So much so, I started offering my services to people. I'll come round and assemble it for you. And so that's what I used to do. Thank you very much indeed. Steve. I heard you occasionally mention the name Peter Andre. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. We never talk about the not working people. He says... the interweb says he's a singer-songwriter. Oh, they don't, do they? No. He's sort of a fairly ancient little boy who used to be famous years ago, My dude go. And then he went on because his career took a nosedive, basically where it is now, and all he can get is voiceovers on Loose Women. It's not exactly the pinnacle of success, is it? I mean, to be honest with you, I think he actually should have quit. The wife's a doctor, they can live on her money quite easily, and then Pete can sit there and Google stuff about himself. And so he was working in his brother's gym in Larnaca, as you all know, because it was well documented, and that's all he had. And then along comes the Jungle programme, and so he books himself into there. And people, they would go, and he took his guitar, very unwise, middle of the jungle. Who the hell wants to hear somebody playing a guitar? Please don't play it, We'd rather you had a mouth organ, but, we weren't that lucky. And then who does he meet on there? Jordan. Well, she was on the rebound from, I don't know, boyfriend number 1500 or something, whatever it was. She was looking for somebody. And there he was, Pizzikins Andre. Woo, Pizzikins. And they sort of, they fell in love. And he was obviously very insecure about his own anatomy, because he kept asking her on the programme, is it big? I mean, seriously, I know. We were horrified watching the programme at home going, do you not know? Seriously, if you can... His nose, yeah, obviously his nose, yes. It was an appendage. And I remember thinking, you really are insecure. And then, of course, when he made his... when he made the calendar, his agent said to him... And he was standing in the swimming pool in a pair of Speedos. She said, do you want the sock now? They had a sock that they rolled up and put down his swimming trunks. I mean, it was seriously that embarrassing. It was then he was known as Teeny Tiny Andre, except for the sock. And so he then he went out with a few people. But the trouble is, unfortunately, Peter Andre is a bit one-trick pony. He can only talk about Peter Andre. I think at one point he thought he was Michael Jackson. A slightly bizarre coloured version of Michael Jackson, admittedly, but a version nevertheless. And he would go out and do his little shows, and he had all these children that popped up all over the place. One called Princess TME. I know, and then there's the boy as well, and they got used to having the cameras around, and then she stopped them being filmed by the cameras, and then he would put them in pictures, and it just went from bad to worse. I don't know why we mentioned him, actually. Why did we mention him? Because he's not doing anything at the moment, apart from voiceovers for little competitions that they have on Loose Women or This Morning or something like that. Sorry? Oh, that's right. It's all Mike. Yeah, he said, I've never heard anything he sang or wrote. No, you won't have done. You won't have done. And if you remember, he did book himself in some years ago to Australia, which is where he comes from, to do a tour of Australia. Like, he's not been there for years. Anyway, all of a sudden, the tour got put on hold. Why? Because Pete had a TV series to do in this country. So, and then it turned out he hadn't sold any tickets. It was like Bros. Yeah, Bros coming at you, yeah? And they book all these big venues in for Bros to come back, and eventually, you know, they all got cancelled one by one because there weren't enough people to go round. There was a limit. There are there's a little pocket of fans for Bros, but there's not enough to fill stadiums up all the time. And so then they came back, because one of the boys has got an active film career, which is good, and Matt sort of sings, "She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. Down to the Harlem." And so it went on, "Fly me to the moon." And then he sings, "When will I be famous?" And for years he had a gig at Caesar's Palace in the Gossy Room, which was Cleopatra's Barge. Only held 150 people. It was hardly the stadium he wanted to play. And he stayed there for ages, and people quite liked him. And they went there, but it was basically a booze thing. You know, you went there, you got sort of hammered, and along comes the cabaret, which was him. And he sort of dressed up a bit like Frank Sinatra. Years ago, he was just jeans and a t-shirt. Now, all of a sudden, he's gone sort of into the I'm wearing really expensive clothes things, but it just looks a bit poncy. It just doesn't quite work as well. I don't know. Well, I've got a story for you, which, you know, you're just going to blow your mind, because it's another. I mean, if you saw Bros after the screaming stopped, hilarious. The language is just terrible. I mean, absolutely terrible. And Matt is forever having hissy fits. I don't really understand why, because he must be 50 now, I would have thought. So he's no spring chicken. No spring chicken at all. I don't know if he's got a girlfriend. He hasn't got a girlfriend. I don't know if he's gay. I don't know if he's straight. I don't know if he's bisexual. I don't know what he is. He's kind of sort of nothing. But he's a bit spiritual. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Well, I'll tell you what is bad, the time. Well, it's not bad. I mean, it's quite good for me because, you know, company. Hope you were well this morning. It's going to be another nice day. So I did get back yesterday. I had a little lie down, and then I thought, right, come on, empty some of the pots. I've got 2 more pots to empty, which have got old earth in from last year. So I filled up a couple of black bin liners, and I bought these. I went up to the garden centre. I went to Squires. I was first in the queue. Hello, that was me. I was the first in the queue. And I stood there. I thought, I can stand for half an hour. I'm just about able to do things like that. And so I stood there, and then gradually there was another couple that came and joined me, and then another person. Nobody speaks. And which is quite, I mean, who wants to talk to people in a queue? And then, you know, and then gradually the queue built up. By the time I'd gone in and came out again, there must have been about 60 people there queuing, if not a few more. And they say to you, listen, no cash. Only cards, which actually suits me fine. They've got screens up like we have, screens up everywhere, which is it's a bit like working in a language centre, isn't it, really? La plume de ma tante est dans la table de mon oncle. Repeat. La plume de ma tante est dans la table de mon oncle. Very good. Sur le pont d'Avignon, l'on est danser, l'on est danser. Sur le pont d'Avignon, l'on est dans. That's what it looks like in it. I look like I'm in a language laboratory. I quite like that, though. So anyway, and she comes out and she says, you know, and also we'd like to limit people to being 30 minutes inside. Well, that suited me because I knew what I was buying. I was buying these basket liners. They're made out of like a coconut fibre or something. I'd seen them on Amazon. There we go. I saw them on Amazon, $10.99 each. Squires Garden Centre, $5.49 each. So I bought 3. I don't need 3, but I bought 3. And I was literally in and out really fast. And then I get back home and I start emptying stuff out. And I was doing really well. So today, I'm driving to my brother's actually today to go and drop him off a couple of things. Mainly toilet rolls. He doesn't know this yet. He's getting toilet rolls. And so I did all of that. And I was quite pleased with myself, actually. I've suddenly said, once I've got myself into the work mode, I'm good at doing it. I'm very good at doing it. You know, I'm sort of always trying to keep ahead of my... Once I'm up and running... I'm running, so I've got 7 bags of earth now. So I'm really pleased with myself. Really pleased with myself, and I shall be doing those either today or tomorrow. And so by the time we actually get to the weekend, I should have actually, got there, and hopefully my plants would have arrived. I'm getting quite panicky over these plants. But anyway, it was nice being first in the queue. I'm never first in anything, but I was the first one in the queue. But there must have been a good 60 people when I actually came out. And then went back home and then filled up. And then today when I went down with the rubbish, I took one of the sacks down there, and then I shall take the other one back a little bit later on. It's very good. I'm very, very good, actually. John says, being self-employed myself, I've sorted out my pension. Have you? I do worry. What do you mean you've sorted out? You pay money into a pension? Listen, I've had pensions so long, 2 of them have matured. So it's not a case of sorting the pension out. That 2 of them matured. They came out the other year. But I'm a very good boy. I didn't take the money. I've left the money in there. Because unless you need the money, there's no point in taking it out. And I get a government pension as well. Have you sorted it out, honestly? What do you think I am? You're not listening to some idiot on the radio. You're talking to somebody who's very financially savvy. I save every month, regularly. Have done for years. I move stuff about. I'm not really bothered about the interest rates, surprisingly. I opened up an account in Scotland. I've got money up there. And the reason being that at one point, Royal Bank of Scotland was going to be taken over by a Spanish building society, Santander. Well, I'm telling you, going from one of the original old banking families in the country, in fact, if not the oldest banking family in the country, I had no intention of moving to a Spanish building society. And so the bank wrote to all of its valued customers. And they said, listen, if you want to move your account, we can move it up to Scotland for you. So I said, yeah. And then, of course, the Santander thing fell through, which I was very pleased about. And I thought, no, I'm part of the oldest banking dynasty in the land, bar none. And so you went, somebody will write in and go, no, you're not. I love the snowflakes, especially on a Tuesday. And so I opened up an account in Scotland. I save up there. But not only, John, am I so good with my pensions, 2 of which have matured, my mortgage is just about to finish. And that's the kind of thing. It used to be years ago something really good. People would go, oh, we don't have a mortgage anymore. I mean, a friend of mine hasn't had a mortgage for Lynn for a few years now. I carried on paying the same amount of money, so I was always overpaying. And it paid off dividends. So then they wrote to me going, your mortgage finishes next birthday. You think, really? That's good. That means you're sitting on all that money, but it's only of value if you then want to sell the property and go to... What do you want to start all over again for? You don't. I'm quite happy living in somewhere I don't have to pay for, which is very nice. So when you say you're being self-employed, you've sorted out your pension, etc. What's the etc.? Have you sorted out an old people's home that you can afford? Because frankly, you won't be able to afford anything like that at all. So I'm very good, actually. Very good. Phil says, my wife worked in a bookshop many years ago. Peter Andre was there to promote and sign his new CD. They sold so few, he was giving away signed copies by the end of the day. As Brucey would say, shame. Good game. Well, do you remember there was the year that they had the Peter Andre CD on sale in Iceland? And some of my listeners clubbed together and bought it for me, which is very nice, didn't you? Julie and everybody else. Yes, I remember very well indeed. Steve, has this virus inadvertently accelerated the end of us using cash? Well, I haven't used cash for a little while. They do take it in Iceland. They do say it's so-and-so. And I always say to them, do you take cash? Because yesterday they said specifically at Squires, no cash. I don't pay cash in Waitrose or in Marks and Spencer's. So you're right, it could see the end of using cash as we know it. Also, I need to go and sort this money out. I've got a huge jar full of all this bits of money I need to empty. But I might have to wait until we've sort of gone beyond lockdown. But I think actually, you're doing very well. You're doing very, very well at the moment. Steve, my boy, he's talking about cheese. He says, I think you'll love one called Old Amsterdam. It's gorgeous. It's a bit like Nutty. Oh, no. See, I'm not, actually cheese is very bad for diabetics because it's so fattening. So I don't eat cheese very often. Occasionally I go, a friend of mine, she used to finish every meal and then she'd have cheese and biscuits, and she ballooned because she loved cheese and biscuits. I like cheese and biscuits and Branston pickle. That kind of, especially the sandwich pickle that goes on, that was just delicious. So, but not anymore. And I've now missed the news again. I'm getting worse. Company, it's Tuesday. Do you know we are racing through this month? Are we not? Can you believe that it only seemed like, a few weeks ago we were doing Hark the Herald Angels Sing, Glory to the Newborn King. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, fantastic, April showers, and then where are we now? We're heading towards Christmas again. It's going fast. Somebody says, oh no, not Branston. I love Branston pickle. I think it's fantastic. A long-forgotten delicacy. I always get stuff like that in Iceland because they seem about the cheapest place to get things like that. It's always great fun. I'll tell you what I've started eating as well because it's very good and very nutritious and not very expensive. Corn on the cob. You can get like 4 in a pack for $1.99 or something, and you just pop them in hot water for about 10 minutes with a knob of butter, and then the butter infuses into the corn on the cob. Oh, there's loads of ways of doing it. Loads of ways of sort of eating cheaply. In fact, you've only got to look at Jamie Oliver, and people like that, and they'll end up making food cheaply, and you think, why don't people do that? Oh, no, we want to go and eat pizza. The children will only eat pizza. Well, you should have weaned them off those years and years ago. And another one here says, you're saving all that money for what? Go spend and enjoy your life. Oh, no, believe you me, I'm enjoying my life. Absolutely. But I save and spend. Anybody will tell you that. Blimey, if you listen to this programme for anything more than sort of 2 days, you will know that I'm addicted to Amazon. I'm addicted to... I have something arriving every day from Amazon. Just had the Family at War box set arrive the other day. And then I've ordered some stuff from JML. So, I don't... Oh, no, I'm not one of those sort of, Scrooges where I don't spend anything at all. No, I save. I'm very good. John in Ipswich says, when do you think you'll retire, or will you work until you drop? Oh, I'm dying here. Absolutely, no shadow of a doubt. We've already sorted this out with the producer. He's had to make sort of contingency plans for if all of a sudden I just collapse, and then they'll have to find a sheet or something just throw over me, and then we'll sort of just arrange to have me removed. Oh no, I'm definitely retire. What would you do when you retire? Who wants to retire unless you hate your job? There's a plaque ready for this. It's the Steve Allen Memorial Plaque. It'll be going on the wall in the studio. It'll be found in years to come when there's all cobwebs in here and somebody will come through with a torch and go, was this where he broadcast from? And they'll open the door. And then they'll shine the torch. And it'll be like that girl from Blue Peter finding ghosts who go, the plaque, we found the plaque, it does exist. The plaque is here, look. Steve Allen, presenter and raconteur, broadcast from this studio, born in 1954. And they go, wait a minute, he's still in it. He's under the sheet in the corner. And then they then take the sheet off and I go, hello, morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And it'll be an automata repeating all of my sayings and phrases. Fantastic, I love it. Couldn't be happier. Oh, no, you don't retire in this business. I've never heard of people retiring. Why would you want to retire from something you love doing? That's like driving buses. Although Dan did stop driving buses, it has to be said. But, no, you don't retire in this business. Where else can you get up every morning and come in and have a couple of laughs, sometimes before the programme, admittedly, and you have a couple of laughs, and then you go home, and you can have some toast or something like that. You can potter about with your plants, and then you go, because I go to bed early, because I have to, because that's what I do. I'm employed to entertain people, and that's what we do, and that's why I can't believe the figure's going up all the time. He's very surprised. He sort of writes me things like, can't believe it. I sit there watching this programme. How on earth can you have increased the audience? Bar humbug you. And that's from both of them. Seriously, all the time. They go, you're not at all funny. We sat here this morning, didn't even crack a smile. Yeah, looked as miserable as heck. So, no, and when you say you can't take it with you, you're joking, of course. Of course I'm taking it with me. I've done a will. I did a will about 10 years ago. My will is sort of split up. Everybody gets a percentage of what I leave. So, but I never thought about the fact that the mortgage might have finished. So that's very good. But I've had it for God knows how many years. And I started saving when I was 16. I took my first pension out when I was 16. I started it when I was 16. And it was nothing, tiny amount of money. But as I say, being with one of the oldest banking families, I was hoping they were going to go back to William and Glyn's. That's what I liked. I liked William and Glyn's. And somebody says, if you like Branston pickle, you need to try Opie's pickled walnuts. Oh, no. No, absolutely not. I don't like walnuts, actually, at all. I really don't. And Matt says, what do you attribute to being a secret of your success? What are you asking me for? I don't know. Good producer, says the producer. Good producer. And I don't know, actually. What makes a successful radio presenter? The answer is, I've got no idea. If there was a formula, everybody would be doing it. Everybody would be bottling it. But, of course, the whole idea is, in this business, to be individual. No point in copying somebody else. There's no point in doing what somebody else does on their programme, because that's not original. You've got to be yourself. If you're yourself, you will always win. You will always win. And for me, it's worked for 40 years, so I'm kind of living proof. Somebody said, is there anybody as old as you? Sorry, anybody who's been on the radio as long as you have? There's probably quite a number of people, actually. Quite a number of people. And that's what you attribute it down to. But, of course, if the audience weren't there listening, like all the people who write in going, oh, what's so special about your programme? And it's you writing in. All this goes in my favour. But they don't realise that. And which I quite like, actually. So I'm definitely not trying pickled walnuts. I can't think of anything worse. There's two things I'm not eating: roll mop, pickled eggs, and pickled walnuts. No, thank you very much indeed. Prince Charles has urged a new land army to bring in the harvest, because otherwise it's all this fruit and stuff is going to go to waste. So we need to sort that one out as well. And bald blokes will no longer have to look like Dr. Evil, thanks to a miracle potion, which is coming out. And that'll be the thing, which is going to change everything. So you don't need to be like old Baldy Beckham. Or who else? Tony Beak, he's another baldy. Brucey was a baldy, but wore a toupee. And Paul Daniels was famous wearing the toupee. I just don't understand why people are obsessed with it. Loads of them have had, these sort of makeovers with this sort of hair. Joe Swash. I tell you who was on the television the other day. It might have been in a Celebrity Dine with me. Abs. Do you remember Abs? Kind of talk like that, but, he's wicked boy and he can barely string two words together. It was hilarious to watch him on the television, because I thought he'd let himself down quite badly. He was a bit peculiar. He went to Dale's wedding. He was luckily it wasn't on our table, and he would talk like this. I thought he comes from, where does he come from? Can't remember where Abs Bream comes from. He certainly didn't come from the Bronx or anything like that. It was quite funny. Where does he come from? He comes from somewhere. I'm sure I had a bank account in this place. Wait a minute. Born London. Rapper, singer, songwriter, producer, TV personality. Well, personality he ain't got. That's the fact there. He's 40 now. His real name's Richard. Richard Breen. Calls himself Abs because it's like wicked, innit? But he hadn't done anything for donkey's years. He now turns up on a reality show. It was pitiful to watch. Pitiful. Steve, I love hearing you sing Christmas hymns. Brings a smile to my face, says Belle in Manchester. I, like you, cannot wait for Christmas. Me neither. Hopefully, might have all changed by Christmas. We might be on the up. Which is good. That's what we want, isn't it? We don't want to go on the downside. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody says, do you think many of your listeners are furloughed? I've got no idea. It doesn't tell us that in the research. What do you reckon? You're obviously the expert on this, so perhaps you know. Do you know these people personally? So probably yes, I would think. Also, the reason for your success, brutal honesty. Yeah. Ron says a slip of the tongue there. Never say 1954. Tell everybody it's 1974. No questions will be asked. I know. I used to say that years ago. Only as some gag throughout the programme. It worked very well for me, actually. And then people would go, "What? How long are you 40 for?" And I went, well, in my case, forever. First time I've ordered off Amazon, I got That's My Boy Steve with Molly Sugden. Dead Calm, A Christmas Horror Story, and I've got Only When I Laugh. IMHAPPY. Yes, that had all sorts of people in it, didn't it? David in Sunderland. I used to have a friend of mine. Well, I've still got a friend, actually, who lived in Sunderland, which is good. And Steve, and another one here, loyal listener, very bad state due to the awful impact of corona on my life. So depressed and anxious, I feel lost and broken, but your voice is reassuring, which is good. Thank you. Well, that's what we like to do. That's what radio's about. It's not like television where you have to look at somebody and you can tell if they're being genuine. Radio, you can hear it in somebody's voice. Matt says, do you consider yourself the most successful current-day broadcaster? Absolutely not. Of course not. Why would you? Why would you? Listen, I'm just very grateful that every year they offer me a contract. Every year they go, listen, another contract. And I go, yeah. So we're now into year 41. 41. You ask a lot of people in this business whether you can survive 41 years, and the answer is no. And I've been through, hellfire and damnation, but emerged the other end of it. And why? Because I'm positive about it. Because I'm very positive. I believe totally in the power of radio. We know that because every time we do a show, every time we put something up on sale to help out our charity, we sweep the board. Very loyal audience, very, very loyal audience. And I looked the other day, in fact this morning actually, the artwork for the new Make Some Noise. It's a different picture of me, and it's got different wording on it. And we've just got to decide now what we're going to put it on. We had yesterday hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of requests of what we can. The producer at the end of it, he said, "Don't you ever do that again." Seriously, it came to blows. Came to blows. Steve says, Alan, the secret of your success is you've got the gift of the gab. Well, I mean, you are supposed to talk. You are supposed to talk. I mean, unlike any other radio station that plays music, they can actually break off to have a piece of toast. I don't have an opportunity of breaking off for a piece of toast because there is no break. You just keep going. The only break. Wednesday morning, Ellie and Smokey. Love it when I sing. I know. Don't think everybody's so keen about it, so you could be a lone voice in the wilderness. Whoever said, says Phil in Melbourne, money can't buy happiness, has never heard of retail therapy because it can, through momentary distractions, what it can't buy is contentment. Wealth isn't about having lots of possessions, but having few wants. That's it. I derive great pleasure of seeing things and buying. If I want them, I buy them, because years ago, I would sort of go out and I'd see something. My mother was the same, window shopping. Oh, that looks quite nice. And then we wander away and you think, listen, if you want it, go back and buy it. Because sometimes when you go back to try and buy it, it's already gone. So I then worked on this something. Of course, as you know me, I buy things in twos. Except cars, fridges and televisions. And then somebody said to me the other day, you've obviously got an addiction because you buy vacuum cleaners. I go, no, I'm just particularly house proud. I just like vacuum cleaners. I love vacuum cleaners. We're running at about 9 or 10 at the moment, including one that's still in the box. Steve says, this is Yvonne in Luton, who says, I've been mortgage-free since 2013. I'm 66 this month and now getting my state pension as well as my NHS pension. It's the best feeling not having to worry about a mortgage. You have that pleasure to come. I'm not in the best of health, but no financial worries. I am truly blessed. I think that's what it comes down to, isn't it? If you're very good at managing your finances, it always amazes me when people sort of write in and go, oh, it's all right for you, because you've got a job, we don't have a job. And you think, but that's up to people. There are jobs out there. Take my word for it. It's just that certain people, you see some of these people they make programmes about them on the television now. And they sort of, it's sort of people, so do you not want to work? No. So where are you going now? I'm taking the car, I'm going to go and get some KFC. And you think, that's why you've got nothing. That's why you've got nothing. You have to actually apply yourself. Nobody's going to ever give you anything. Nobody's ever going to give you anything. You have to actually work for it and earn it. Nobody comes into this business and goes, well, that's what I'm doing, and behaves like a complete idiot and doesn't have any loyalty to either the company or to the audience. You owe the audience everything. Without the audience, where would you be? Nowhere. Nowhere. I've had the same people listening for 40 years. Admittedly, some of them are a little bit older than I am now, but that's what I quite like. I like the idea. And I did get a letter the other day because I was talking on the programme about when I used to live at the Gunnersbury Tavern, Gunnersbury Fair in Ealing in Pope's Lane. And we had an armed robbery. I was reminding the producer about it this morning. Actually, he couldn't actually remember it at all. Anyway, even though it was a fairly lengthy story the other day. And I was saying that I used to live there. Shouldn't have been living there. It was a little bit illegal because I wasn't covered on the insurance. And we had an armed robbery. And the manager was a guy called Dave Maskell. And I was talking about this the other day because all of a sudden everything is, from years and years ago, for me, falling into place. Dave Maskell I worked with in a department store in Newbury years and years ago. We used to put on discos on a few. We were very successful. And then he came up to London to work for Good Hughes. And then I came up and auditioned and got a job. Funnily enough, another guy who was doing the circuit in Berkshire at the time was a guy called Rick James. And Rick James was very, very successful. Unfortunately, he wasn't successful in getting a job with Good Hughes. I got a job. Now, whether or not it's because I was young, good looking, and but I didn't have the records, really. You had to find the right records to play, and I was never into my music as much as anybody else. And so I got a job, and then I worked with Dave. And then I can't remember when it was that I sort of moved away from doing clubs. It was after I probably met Dale. But anyway, Dave then went on to do various businesses, and then somebody had said to me, I think it was Dick Carrier, who was another one from those days, and Gary, and he'd said that he said, I think that Dave is over in Mallorca. I think he used to have a bar over there. And I remember thinking, good grief. Anyway, blow me down yesterday, I get an email from Dave Maskell. And he says, you were talking about the Gunnersbury. It's opened up a whole can of worms. Sunday morning, I was sat in my local bar on Love Island talking to an English chap about the robbery and said they never found the culprits. He said, I know who they are. He then told me the whole story. He'd lived on the big council estate off Pope's Lane in the 70s and knew two brothers who had committed the crime. So there you go. He says, I listen most mornings, and so, it seems, does half the world. I moved to Mallorca 7 years ago, but I still nip back to Newbury to see my mum, who is 96 now, and family. Keep up the good work, he said. Maybe one day we should have a Good Hughes reunion. And he sent me in a couple of pictures. There's me and Dave standing there, pointing down the alley where he was taken. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I get people who are listening, from my past for a long time. So we're very, very grateful. But I think Dave Maskell should send me a picture of himself. I need to see what he looks like now, because, he must be probably a little bit older than I am. Probably only a couple of years, actually. Probably about Steve West's age, I would think. Something like 68. But the trouble is, in our days, we all looked the same. Everybody looked the same. I look at me, I was slim. Couldn't believe how slim I was. Unfortunately, we ballooned a little bit. Not a fantastic amount. Not a fantastic amount. But, it was all good. 84850, Steve at LBC. Francesca said, do you remember the first thing you got from Amazon? You are joking, aren't you? The first thing I ever got from Amazon? Good God, no, I've been shopping with Amazon for donkey's years. That's like saying, do you remember the first thing you bought in Costco? I've been a member for 12 years. Can't remember anything. I can't remember last Thursday. The producer can't remember yesterday. At all. You tell him a story and it goes in one ear and goes out the other again. The peculiar thing, Steve, about Opie's pickled walnuts is that they taste just like Branston pickle. I love pickle and chestnuts roasted on open fire from James and Roger the Cat in Sevenoaks. And somebody says, the secret of your success, says Chelmsford Viv, simply the best. Listen, all we're doing is we're just doing what we think is going to get an audience. And strangely enough, it works a treat. Even, as I say, people who don't like Steve Allen, absolutely are addicted to it. And they'll then write, oh, he's saying the same thing every day. And you think, you're still listening every day. We think that's hilarious. That's a sign of some sort of illness. But there we go. Colin says the two legends of broadcasting are still going strong. Steve Allen and Tony Blackburn. Yes. I think he's a little bit older than I am, actually. Not too much, but he is a little bit older. Steve, why is it going to take 11 years for Harry to pay back the money for the cottage? He's not short of money, or is he hoping that we will forget and he won't have to pay it all off? Hope he's being charged interest like the rest who have a loan, says Jax. Well, I don't know why it's taking him 11 years, because he has the money in the bank. He had the money from Diana and from the Queen Mother. But, if he can get his father to cough up for it, that's what he'll be doing. They just don't take responsibility for anything. For that, look no further than good old Prince Andrew. which we love. 84850. I think Rich and Judy look such an odd couple. Judy looks so much older. Well, she is a bit older than him, I think. He's 60-something and Judy is a little bit older. I can't remember how old she is, but she's definitely... The trouble is that she'll tell you, and everybody else will tell you, the pressure on women on the television to look young is phenomenal. There isn't so much pressure on men to actually look good on the television, although they do actually sort of worry about it. But in women's case, I remember when Judy was pictured on holiday wearing a bikini, and the papers went mad with it. Look, here she is. Look, she's ballooned and this. And you think, well, of course she has. But, I mean, she's on holiday. You know, it's paparazzi taking pictures of somebody. I mean, probably she didn't go through a great time, because you don't want to be reminded that you're putting on a bit of weight, do you? Who is it? Oh, Lee Ryan's done that, actually. Lee Ryan has done that. He was complaining about some trolls that had to go at him for putting on weight. You'd like to think he had a job, actually, but I don't think he does have a job. How will you celebrate your 50-year anniversary in radio? Blimey, I've got no idea. I've got no idea, actually. I don't know. I remember listening to you in the 80s. I was in my teens. And these days, I'm in my 50s, says John. I've got no idea. Do people celebrate? I mean, I did 40 years and I've got a couple of awards. But to be honest with you, I mean, it's very nice to get an award for basically doing something that you get paid for. It's as simple as that, you know. I mean, obviously the producer takes credit for doing everything on the programme, including the poem this morning, which we will come round to just after the news at 5 o'clock. I didn't know that this particular person wrote poetry. And by the time you've heard it, you might not be there to remember these sort of things. But anyway, and somebody says, you're surely in the top 5 radio presenters in the UK. I shouldn't think so. I'm probably way down the list. There are loads of other people, along with Nick Ferrari and Steve Wright. Good Lord. Well, how many? No, there must be loads of people before me. But I promise you don't think about things like that. Patrick says, did you ever see George Michael sing live? Nope. No, nothing at all. And somebody says, why look forward to Christmas when every day is Christmas? To sit in the park eating chips is heaven, says Marilyn. Well, I don't want to go and sit in the park. I'm not remotely interested in sitting in a park. I know people go, oh, I think we'll go and sit in a park. But not for me. I started shopping with Amazon about 20 years ago when I bought my first Dell computer. 8 gigabytes of memory, and I upgraded to 10. Woo! It's quite cool, isn't it? Quite cool to actually do things. I remember getting my first computer. I've got 3. I've had 3 now. 3. And it's an Apple, as you can well imagine, because I remember telling people about it. I had an Apple. And I still don't know how to operate the thing. I can sign on, but I've got friends who do remote accessing, which means that they can, if anything goes wrong with the computer, that I just phone them up and say, can you sort it? And they sort it out. That's what people do. People are very nice to me, because they know damn well I'm totally useless. The other day, the sound went on it. All of a sudden, I've got no sound. My friend Rich came up with a very rude suggestion, which I can't mention, and which was totally true. And then I remember thinking, where does that... And then this morning, blow me down, it came back on again. Like, you know, I must have inadvertently touched a key or something like that. Do you know Lee Ryan now lives in Twickenham, says Bex? He doesn't. He doesn't live in Twickenham, but he does shop in Twickenham, because I've seen him. Only the once. Richard Madeley is 64, Judy Finnegan's 72, says Antonio. But she does enjoy a glass of wine. Oh, we knew that when they used to do the wine club on Richard and Judy. That was my favourite part of the week. You know, they'd have the bottles of wine spread out, and there would be Judy ploughing into it. It was the best thing of May. It's Tuesday, and gradually things are opening up, and gradually we're kind of getting there, but it's a slow haul. Don't imagine that there's any ray of sunshine on the horizon just yet. There might be, but I think you're going to need to wait till next year. But you're doing well. You're doing well so far, but unfortunately with the nice weather that we're getting, and the fact that the papers are saying, has Britain turned a corner on the virus, people are going, oh, right, doesn't affect us anymore, so let's all go out. So people are going out. They're going out on bicycles. They're going out walking. They're going out running. Runners everywhere. I've never seen so many people doing jogging. It's almost like there's an epidemic of joggers. I was waiting the other morning for the car, and blow me down, there was somebody jogging at 2 in the morning? Who goes jogging at... I've seen people walking dogs at 2 in the morning, which is amazing. The restaurant chains Bella Italia and Café Rouge are on the brink of collapse, which is not good. We've seen quite a few companies go under. And you think that basically, if you get a big company like Café Rouge, I don't know Bella Italia, but Café Rouge is sort of big. I mean, that could be thousands of people out of work. Thousands of people out of work. British Airways are still deciding what they're going to be doing about the 12,000 redundancies they're looking for. These are not people being furloughed. These are people going to be, going. And to where? Where do they go to? If you've worked for British Airways and you've worked for them for the best part of your life, where are you going now? If you've been sort of, trained for sort of flying the airlines, where do you go after that? I've got no idea. I mean, I've really got no idea. I sort of worry for this, but they are talking about bringing sort of holidays forward, so people might be able to do holidays. My friend Michael says, I've only stayed in touch, so I keep in the will. He said, and I can tour your flat and see how much stuff you've got in there that you've kept because it's collectible. He says, I can be like that old bag with the diamond ring at the Antiques Roadshow. Do you remember? I still think that was amazing. £10 for a ring, and it turns out to be worth just under 650,000 quid. I'd love to be able to look at things, the antiques, and then go, oh, I recognise this. This is Ming Qiuzhang dynasty, and this one is... But this was used by the emperor, because anything Chinese has got a value on it now. Because you know why? The Chinese are buying back all their antiques, because so many of them got taken out of the country. They want to buy them back again, and some of the prices are phenomenal. But I don't have very much Chinese stuff. I've got a Chinese ginger jar, which we had back from the 1950s. So, I don't know, it'll be turned out to something, I don't know. The old ancients were sort of buried in them or something like that. And I've got a little Buddha. I've got a Buddha made out, I don't know what he's made out of. Might be jade or something like that. And a beautiful plate, which my parents had in Hong Kong. So that's going back into the 60s. And it's beautifully painted. It's all gold and flowers and chrysanthemums and everything. I mean, Lord knows it probably graced some nobleman's table somewhere. And I had that because when my mother died, we sort of decided to split up the furniture. He got the table, I got the sideboard and things like, we sort of made sure that we sort of, because I'd never get rid of things. That's why, as Michael will tell you, I'm the world's worst hoarder. I keep things. In fact, if I had, a 50-room mansion, I would fill 50 rooms. I always look at it as sort of a bonus to actually find somewhere else. I'm brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Steve, little Nigel from Slough, delightful Deptford now. He said, I rediscovered you because of the lockdown. It's playing merry hell with my sleep patterns. You were on in the afternoon last time I listened to you. Been fun hearing your stories of Goss Square. Anyway, good to know you're still going strong and seem the same as ever. Yes, I think so. That's what somebody said to me the other day. I mean, to be honest with you, I think if I'd still been smoking, I'd have sounded completely different. I would have really sort of, because if you don't smoke, it does take years off you, so they tell me. I'm still waiting. I've got a story about, Jim, you know who Michael Jordan is? I think he's a basketball player. He's very famous in America. They've just sold a pair of trainers that he wore. And such is his collectible value that they've just sold for just under £500,000. I mean, seriously, unbelievable. Nobody'd be buying my trainers anytime soon. But we have a poem for you, because everybody's favourite crime writer is, of course, Agatha Christie. In her long career, she penned 76 detective novels and became the best-selling novelist of all time, outsold only by the Bible and William Shakespeare. But she also wrote poetry, like William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare wrote poetry, had the other day. So here is one from Agatha Christie. You won't have heard it before, because I've never heard of it either. And the poem is called What is Love? Love is a white flame and a smouldering, smoky fire. It's a green tree and a grey cathedral spire. Love is an ecstasy, pure. It stirs in mud and slime. It is a youth and delight. It is cold and sublime. There is none shall say what love is or is not, and which of us shall say dwell or depart. Love will not stay and will not leave the heart. at our desire or plea, but oh, for me, this I would pray, that love might be a tree, rooted in time, for all eternity. She's dead. Thank the Lord for that, eh? Can you imagine coming... Oh, Agatha's written another poem. Oh, she's not. She has. She's written another poem for us all. The cat sat on the mat, and somebody took it. Now we unravel the mystery of the missing cat. I quite like Agatha Christie's stuff, though. Every time I look at a picture of her, I used to think... in fact, just up here in Covent Garden, have you seen it? As you go into Covent Garden, you go to Seven Dials, there's Agatha Christie's face is in I don't know why, can't remember why. I suppose because some of the theatres around there showed Agatha Christie things. And she's there, you'll like that. Keep him busy and quiet. Yeah, it's lovely, it's very good. Agatha Christie, it's not a statue, it's a tribute to her, I think. Would it be in Long Acre or something like that? I can't remember. I can never remember the name of roads around London. So there's definitely an Agatha Christie thing. There'll be a photo of it as well, you can see it. You found it? There you go, that's it. There you go. And where is it? It's Covent Garden, Agatha Christie Memorial Statue. Well, just her head. Which is nice, isn't it, really? Good, good. So there you go, literally just up the road from here. That'll be somewhere for the producer to go wandering around later. He'll be taking a picture of it. He likes stuff like that. He's almost like a tourist. Almost like a tourist. So we sorted out Dave Maskell. And then... I've got a birthday to do, but it's not till this Friday. So I'm going to have to wait to do on Friday. I can never wait for these things. I thought I'd thrown something away the other day, actually. And an old friend of mine from early days, Suresh Joshi. Suresh used to do Geetmala. And it was in the days when we used to have Sid Burke with Rice and Peas. We had Lawrence Spicer. And Lawrence Spicer had Sight Unseen and various other programmes. I can remember all these people quite vividly. You know when you talk to elderly people and their eyes light up when they talk about things that they remember from their past, and you can see these people quite clearly. It's not that you have to struggle around them because you've worked with them for such a long time. So, I knew what everybody looked like. I knew what, everybody used to be at LBC looked like. And it was very interesting, actually. Very, very interesting. So, when sort of Dave was sort of... I can see Dave's face, but from that era. That's why I don't know what he looks like now. But if his mum's 96, he obviously is planning on going for quite a long while. I wonder why I went to Mallorca. I know he had a bar, but, would you go out to Mallorca and then find a bar? Or open up a bar? Interesting. Photo of Dave Maskell, Steve, with my partner who's kissing the bottle last... Oh, is that Dave on the left? Oh, my goodness. Do you know, actually, he looks the same. Actually, he looks good. Except he hasn't got much hair, so we're in keeping on that one. That is amazing. Kissing the bottle last year, October mainland in Spain. Honestly, there's no unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That is absolutely... It's almost like... It's so funny, isn't it? You mentioned somebody who was in my life 50 years ago, practically. And here he is. Actually, he's not that fat. He's actually held on quite well. Very good. Very good skin. Yeah, he looks good. Yeah, he looks very good. You watch, he'll drop dead next week. It's always the way, isn't it? Somebody said he seemed so good. But no, we oh, blimey, if you wrote a book about the stuff that we got up to, you'd never believe it. Never believe it, would they, Dave? So thank you very much indeed for that. Steve, seeing as you're a horticulturalist, has anybody offered you to create a plant and name it after you? For example, the Steve Allen geranium? No. No, they haven't. I know that celebrities have had roses named after them. Imagine if we had a rose named after Steve... Oh, wonder what it would be. Very exotic. And it also would have to be a scented. I don't like roses that aren't scented. Let's see, it's got to smell like Creed Aventus. Not everybody can buy it. Tara says, I adore that poem. The bloke gave it to me on a plaque for our 30th month anniversary. You read it beautifully. Merci bien. Thank you. Actually, the funny thing is I'm a good reader, but I'm not necessarily good at reading poetry. I bluff my way through it, but you're very kind. Mind you, somebody else wrote in and said, I absolutely hate that poem. What a load of old rubbish. Well, it was Agatha Christie, and you could hardly call Agatha Christie a load of old rubbish. Also, Steve, if we've got to wait till next year now, do you think there will be a recognisable UK if it carries on till next year? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It will, yes. We're going to be different. We're going to be different, but there again, we could have been different if we'd lost the war. But we won the war, and we'll win this battle as well. We'll win this one. We have to. We have to, because otherwise you've got nothing to leave for your children. You've got nothing to leave for them. You know, nothing that they can look forward to. We've got to cling on to as many lives as we possibly can. And admittedly, the nice thing is that the actual death rate from coronavirus has dropped substantially. We just got to make sure it stays like that. That's what we've got to do. You know, we've got screens up in here, and of course I've got nothing. But then there's nobody ever else in my studio at all. It's only me. I sit in here, you know, wandering lonely as a cloud, looking for that host of golden daffodils again. Let's have a check, shall we, on the road and the rails situation. 5:15 at the LBC. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Shane says, I missed the poem because I listen on my mobile phone. And the phone rang. So you didn't get to... You'll have to play catch-up a little bit later on. Steve, just coming round to when Molly Sugden's name was mentioned, the picture that came to mind was the lift at Grace Brothers opening, and young Mr. Grace, who must have been 100, staggering out with his carer and gasping, "You've all done very well." Molly Sugden was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mind you, that was, again, one of those programmes where they put a gay character in, John Inman, and the BBC went, "No, we don't want that. Don't want that." And the writers told them, they said, "Listen, if you don't have the boy, you don't get the show. It's as simple as that." And they said, "Anyway, he's not a gay character, he's a mummy's boy." They were very keen to play that down, to say he's not a gay character, he's a mummy's boy. And that's what, if you listen to what John Inman was saying, the actual character sort of came about as being a combination of lots and lots of different people who worked in department stores. There was always somebody who worked in retail who would be the camp one. There'd be somebody very glamorous. You know, everybody in retail was playing a part. I loved being in retail. I thought it was great. Dave will tell you, we had some fun there. He was sort of like the Jack the Lad. You know, everybody knew Dave was. I knew his sister and his mum. His sister had a hairdressing salon with her husband. I can't remember now. But it was I think the first place that we got professional haircuts for men. As opposed to before, it was the barber. You sat there and you got the standard, you know, pudding basin thing, and then you got proper hairstyling. And what it cost, I've got no idea. I should have kept all these things. Mind you, if I kept all the clothes, they'd be worth a small fortune nowadays. But yes, we love Molly Sugden. In fact, everything she did was quite brilliant. So separate from her. So separate. Steve, did you say you have a Bentley? Yes. I passed a dark blue one on the M25 at Richmond on Sunday morning. I think it might be you returning to Twickenham. Not me. Not me. I wouldn't buy blue. I don't like blue. I wouldn't buy blue or red. But, no, definitely not at all. Chris says, when do you think we'll be able to go and see a dentist? I think that might be September. You know, you can sort of just about get by, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let's have a quick look at some of the papers. The Mirror this morning. Preparations for the children's return, but the worries of many parents and teachers remain. Even though 95% of Europe, the kids are back. The kids are back at school, and they've had no outbreaks at all. Here, the parents want to go back, but it's the unions who are making life very difficult. I don't know why. Also, Alan Titchymarsh, bless him. He's shedding pounds, he says, by doing all the graft in my garden. He's 71. All these people getting to these good ages. At a glance, looking at the worries for primaries, they've got tests available to everyone aged 5 and over displaying symptoms. 21,000 contact tracers recruited, but the NHS app is delayed. UK death toll up 160 in a day, but the lowest increase since the lockdown began. Scotland to ease its lockdown from May the 28th. So we're heading in the right direction. In Germany, drinkers are out there. In Spain, 87 coronavirus deaths on Sunday marked the first time the daily toll has dropped below 100. People living outside Madrid and Barcelona can now meet in groups of up to 10, a new right which many enjoyed at the beach. People like sitting down. Outdoor bars and restaurants, museums and cinemas also reopened. Because you're never going to go into a cinema, are you, where it's going to be absolutely chock-a-block with people. In Greece, they've entered the third phase of their reopening plan. Ferries and internal travel restarting. Shopping malls and most schools have also opened their doors alongside the Acropolis. Italy, streets of Venice, busier yesterday as many businesses opened doors for the first time in 2 months. Bars, shops, cafes and hairdressers have been allowed to welcome customers, as 145 deaths were reported on Sunday, the lowest since March the 9th. Pope Francis has held a private mass at St. Peter's Basilica, which has had a deep cleaning ahead of the planned reopening. In Holland, bikers were among those enjoying access to public spaces. Hairdressers, nail bars and beauticians were all allowed back to work last week. Because the people in nail bars have been wearing masks for ages. But I think that's probably the chemicals that they're using. Comedian and broadcaster Matt Ford says it's almost 10 weeks since I set foot outside. I found out I had to shield on the same day that I found out I had severe asthma. Dear, it's not so good, is it, really? Plus a right-wing student caught with explosive-making instructions after saying he wanted to bomb Camp America was spared jail and told change your ways. George Fowle was arrested at Heathrow Airport in June last year. He's a 20-year-old, obviously limited intelligence. He admitted having 2 sets of terrorist bomb-making instructions. And as opposed to sending him to prison, we go, now, will you be mending your ways? I mean, it's like going back to the Dark Ages. The prosecutor said other materials seized shows an extreme right-wing and racist mindset. He says he wanted to petrol bomb Camp America, and then the judge gave him 20 months in a young offenders institute, suspended for 2 years. So, no problem at all, love. You just go on doing what you're doing. He says you're being given a chance. It's not mend your ways, it's change your ways. Yeah, well, obviously, listen, if somebody's thinking about bombing somewhere, they're really going to take note of you, aren't they, Judge? Probably not. 28 degrees tomorrow. It'll be hotter than the Costa del Sol. 28 degrees. Not sure I can cope with 28 degrees. I can't. It got a bit too hot for me yesterday, but just so the moment it gets too hot, I'm back inside again. I'm hibernating. Got the fan on, which is lovely. I like a nice fan, which is good. Steve, any updates on what you're going to present us, your family and friends, for the global charity? We don't know yet. I've looked at the artwork for it, but how it's going to pan out. But I promise you will be the first ones to hear. Obviously, you will be the first people to hear. And then it's a case of how much money can we raise for charity? Because you've never let us down year after year after year after year. You've been absolutely fantastic. You know, even people who are struggling have said, listen, I'm struggling a bit, but it's for charity, and so we have to help out. I mean, you don't have to help out, but it's nice when you do. It's nice to do something for somebody else. Just when you think everything is absolutely dreadful in your own life, people can think about somebody else's. Steve, I've been furloughed with the extension. Does that mean I can't go back to work till October? I don't think so. That's when it finishes. Depends on your employer, actually. Mark says, I remember Rice and Peas, also listening to Tommy Boyd's Nightline and Robbie Vincent. Great shows. Ooh, the names have passed through, have they not? The names have passed through. I liked Irene Handel when she played tough, dotty old women. I remember her crying on television. Irene Handel was a bit like that. And she was great. I loved her. Never talked to her, never met her, but was a big fan. And they put her on something like Good Morning Britain or whatever it was called in the early days. I think it was with Anne Diamond and somebody else. Anyway, and it was Christmas time. And so they said, what will you be doing for Christmas? And she started crying. She started crying in front of them on live television. And I was thinking, oh dear, this is a bit uncomfortable. And through the tears, she said, all my friends are dead. She says, I haven't got any friends now. And so she had nowhere to go for Christmas. Well, they said, listen, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment. And they sort of cut to the break with her sort of sobbing her heart out about the fact that because she was that age, as you get to be older, obviously you don't have as many friends as you thought you had. Anyway, when they came back, they said, well, you'll be absolutely delighted to know that loads of people have said, come and spend Christmas with them. It's never the same, though, is it? It's always a nice offer. But you just can't sort of pop into somebody else's house and start thinking you're a member of the family. But she had loads of offers from people because people liked her. But I remember there was a very famous celebrity some years ago, and she didn't have anywhere to live. She'd run out of money, and times were really bad. And so one of her fans put her up, and then eventually had to go and complain and say, she's got to go. She's driving me absolutely mad. And this was a fan. You imagine? It was, I can't tell. I know who it was, actually, but I can't remember. Steve, Miss Humphrey's mother was elusive in the show, as was her indoors in Minder, and Sheldon in Keeping Up Appearances. Oh, and in the first bits of... what was the other one? It was the Richard Bryars thing, where they were self-sufficient. Margot wasn't visible for the first number of episodes. She just heard her voice. Jerry? That's what you used to hear years ago. But you're right, Sheldon in Keeping Up Appearances, because nothing would ever live up to what we thought Sheldon looked like. She was quite rude, Hyacinth Bucket. Very rude. The Good Life, that's right, The Good Life, where Margot didn't feature for ages. Then eventually people demanding, what does she look like? And of course it was her. And then I loved her into The Manor Born. I thought that was tailor-made for her. Tailor-made. And for all these other programmes. Steve, did you get to watch the YouTube of Bar and Sid behind the scenes of Carry On Henry? I didn't. It's on my list of things to do. On my list of things. I shall get round to it at some point. I'm a bit slow, actually. Ask Zora Suleiman. She'll tell you that there's a DVD that I bought on her recommendation, and she keeps saying to me, have you watched it yet, Steve? And I haven't watched it yet. She thinks I'm mad, actually, but I don't mind that. I think that's okay. Isabel says, I enjoy listening to you when I wake up in the middle of the night. Thank you for being very good at your work. Thank you for being very good at your work. That's good. Yes, I'm a potter. She says, listening to you, I brush up my English. I brush up on my English. Okay, brush up on my English. I'm from a small village in the north of Spain. I come from a place nobody's ever heard of. Okay, there you go. Let's solve that problem. Listen, if we can push your English up the scale, I'm all in favour of it. All in favour of it. There's an England star. I told you the story of a model yesterday who'd been phoned up to go and visit a footballer, and he said, "Could you turn up in your underwear?" It was slightly peculiar. Anyway, and this particular person has been arrested after rape claims. So that's in all the papers for today. Do you know what reduces depression and people with mental health issues? Yoga. Yoga's very... I can imagine the producer doing yoga. I don't know why. Try and take that image out of my mind. It's driving me mad. You do it, Corey doing yoga. I can see you sitting on a mat for some reason. What are you doing? Do not stand on your head on this programme. That's not yoga. That's not yoga. You're hopeless, aren't you? Hopeless. You don't do yoga. Standing on your head is not yoga. Dear me, honestly. You see what I have to work with, ladies? And it's only Tuesday. I've got to go the rest of the week. I go home so stressed some mornings. Let's have a check on 27 minutes to 6. I hope you are well this morning. Thank you for tuning to LBC. Julian says, I can't believe it. I've just hung out the washing and it's just started raining. Is it? Is it? Not here, I don't think. I think we're in for another sunny day. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't mind if it rains because the car looks clean for about 10 minutes. It's the only time it looks clean. At the moment, it's terrible. Steve, it was Sheridan in Keeping Up Appearances. Sheridan, yes. And, of course, he was always after money. He was with his friend, wasn't he? He had various friends. I mean, quite clearly Sheridan was gay. And she didn't want to accept that. Because even the father, Richard, kept saying, why is he not married? Why did he change one of his things to embroidery when he was in college? It was all the stereotypical things. Steve, if it's not been suggested already, what about a Steve Allen Pacamac? A Steve Allen Pacamac. It's a nice Pacamac. Who has Pacamacs? And Steve, for making some noise, I like the idea of a Christmas song compilation where you introduce the songs you like, says Rebecca. Oh. You know me and Christmas. I only get to try. There's always one person who writes in. I don't know why you keep mentioning Christmas. Nobody's interested anymore. I think, well, I am. I'm interested, and this is my programme. I think I'll do what I want to do. I'm not going to be dictated to by some misery over Christmas. Honestly, nothing worse than a modern-day Scrooge. Ooh, nobody likes Christmas. I hate all those Christmas carols and songs and, carols at midnight from Kings and all that. I love it. Can't get enough of it. Seriously, I can't wait for Christmas. It's very good. 20 years ago, Steve, when I was a taxi driver, I was sent up to the Key Theatre in Peterborough to pick somebody up to take them to the train station. And a figure came out of the Key Theatre with a long trench coat and a big black hat and walked towards me. I didn't realise that, until he got in the car, that it was John Inman. There you go. They have to. I remember seeing years ago Eartha Kitt getting into a taxi and all sorts of people. Because I used to spend so much time in the theatre. I walked Eartha Kitt through Covent Garden once. Through Covent Garden. She was supposed to be doing an interview with me, but she used to say, the vibes are not right. She said, I'm just an old-fashioned girl with an old-fashioned mind, not sophisticated. I loved her. And we walked through Covent Garden. She came out of Follies, and she said, walk with me. And so we walked through Covent Garden, and I was aware that everybody was looking at us. It was Eartha Kitt. And I'm thinking, it's Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt. Mind you, I've done that in this building before when I've had to borrow some of our other radio station studios to record interviews. I've generally pointed at the famous person standing next to me and said, it's only blooming John Cleese, or it's to get so excited about all the people. I still do that now. Suba says, Steve, how are you coping with your diabetes during the lockdown? Fine. Provided I remember to take the insulin every night, I'm fine. Because otherwise I wake up. And I don't like the waking up. Steve, have you watched Penelope Keith doing a programme on villages? Yes, I bought the sets. I have. Steve, Mrs. Humphrey's mum did appear in Are You Being Served twice. John Inman played her, and they used camera trickery, the person we never saw in Are You Being Served. Yes, he did play his mother. The other one was Mrs. Slocum's oft-mentioned pal, Mrs. Axelby. They would prowl pubs and roller discos together, says Alan. I remember, she says, me and Mrs. Axel, somebody must have sort of spiked our drinks because, you know, I felt quite woozy and all this kind of stuff. But you're right. I think you'll find that it was John Inman playing the mother because he was very good at drag in pantomime, made all his own costumes, worked a wonder on the Singer sewing machine. And he played his mother. And then at one time, he was any excuse to put him in the more outrageous costumes, which the audience seemed to absolutely loved. Absolutely loved. In fact, the more outrageous it was, the better that they loved it. Alan says, my car is glistening. My local hand car wash is open, which surprised me. Yes, I'm going to check on R1 today. I'm going to see whether it's open. If it is, I'm nipping in there to have about 8 weeks' worth of dirt taken off the blooming thing, because you would think that when it rains it's clean, but it's not. The water is very dirty. And another one here. Oh, it's amazing how many people remember Rice and Peas. Thank you very much indeed. Sid, who passed away some years ago, would be absolutely delighted. But I did get a letter from Suresh Joshi from Geet Marla, because they would do their programme, and I followed them much later, though. And with Suresh Joshi and Bindi and all the other people, it was quite something. It got a huge audience, like Michael Van Straten doing his Body Talk programme. Huge audiences. It's at the moment LBC is riding on what they call the crest of a wave. I mean, you can do no wrong on this station at all. The presenters who work their little socks off. And way cleverer than me. And then people say, why do you not do phone-ins? I go, listen, I couldn't possibly compete with half of this stuff. I'd be sitting there, twiddling my thumbs, not doing very well at all. The Queen's hit by £18 million losses. Not that that's going to make any difference, I don't think. Davina's got some nice recipes for you. And the Love Island beauty, debatable, Molly May, has finally admitted to romping in the villa with Tommy Boyd. Because some social media influence, Molly May, that's I perform on the internet for you for money, okay, had claimed she wanted to wait until they left the villa before having sex. Tacky or what? Really not good, is it? Not good at all. Shelby Tribble, she's an ex-Towie person. I tell you, you'd have no idea who she was. Seriously, I've got no idea. I've heard the name. In fact, she only in a short while. So I remember being called Shelby. And so they're having baby. It's nice, isn't it? She's pregnant with her boyfriend, so they're not married. Best to do it the other way round in Essex. Might as well keep up appearances, I suppose. How much is the Queen losing? Loads. £18 million loss to the finances is cataclysmic. Tickets and souvenir sales have collapsed. What about the normal people out there? There's people who've lost their jobs and they're worrying about. She's gone down 18 million. Do you know Windsor Castle is 25 million a year? And Buckingham Palace, 12 million a year. That's what they've lost. Here's a lot of people on a beach, Alimos Beach, and in Venice, the gondoliers, very expensive, very average 40 to 50 quid. Seriously, it's like ripper. They're only pushing a blooming boat It's not complicated, is it? They must be living in mansions, these people. They're on the canals wearing face masks, even though the tourists are sparse. I mean, it's a rowboat, all right? It's a rowboat with a bloke standing at the end of it. For this, they charge you an absolute fortune. Mind you, it's like the fiacres in Vienna, the horse-drawn carriages. They're an arm and a leg as well. Terrible, really. I like this vigilante village keeping the tourists out. They say, please stay away. Residents and deliveries only. They've made up their own rules here. They basically said, shove off. We don't want you in here. And it's very interesting, actually. The sign says no entry due to coronavirus. So they put their own things up, blocking the road into Seathwaite in Borrowdale Valley. And people are taking their own action. They're not allowed to do it. They don't own the roads. Really terrible. And somebody says lifting the lockdown doesn't respect those of us living in a small place under such pressure. They've got a right of way to walk through our yard, but we're going to do our utmost to stop them. Oh dear. Little bit. It's like an old Hollywood film, isn't it? Or an Ealing comedy. You know, the day we took over the village. Went the day well. Absolutely. Do you know giant hills are on Mars? Oh, I know what I've got to do. I'll do you your lollies in a moment. Giant hills on Mars was sculpted by water and could reveal evidence of life. Because when they say life, they mean, you know, microbes in water. They don't mean people walking around. Definitely not. I did promise you that I would tell you about these things that you can do with the kids. And this is Nadia and Caesar Roden are the experts behind gourmet lolly firm Ice Kitchen. And here they've got some of the things that you can try out at home. For example, banana choco dip. This sounds quite nice. Okay, and what you need, bananas, obviously, some freshly squeezed lemon juice, some double cream, some whole milk, vanilla extract, maple syrup or honey, milk or dark chocolate, and a tablespoon of vegetable oil. And what you do is you shove it all in a liquidizer. So you put in the bananas, the lemon juice, the cream, the milk, the vanilla, and the maple syrup or the honey in a food processor and blend it until it's smooth. Pour mixture into moulds, insert sticks and wait until lollies are frozen hard. Put chocolate and vegetable oil in a heat-proof bowl set over a saucepan of simmering water. Stir the chocolate until melted and smooth. The oil, by the way, prevents the chocolate from cracking when frozen. Cool the chocolate to room temperatures, then dip in the lollies to coat. Refreeze on wax paper until firm or eat straight away. Sounds delicious. They've got other recipes in the sun today. Rhubarb and custard. Yum, yum, yum. Mojito. But they say if you put too much rum in this, it'll turn mushy. If you want more booze, dip the frozen lolly in rum as you eat it. I'm not sure I could do that. The moulds are widely available. Lakeland is the most popular place. If you've never been to Lakeland, best customer service on the internet. Best customer service. Wooden sticks. You get 50 for £1 from Wilko. 50 for £1 for a lolly stick. I mean, come on. Orange and lemon. That sounds nice. The taste is much better if you use fresh oranges and squeeze them yourself, or blackberry, or blueberry and yoghurt. They're all in there. I mean, the kids would love making these things, wouldn't they? Because at the moment they must be crawling up walls. It must be driving them mad as broomsticks. Unexpected morons in the bagging area. Hardball with Oraduba. An Irish stew is traditionally made using which meat, Leith? Potato? I mean, seriously, that's how stupid some of these people are. Tipping point, Ben Shepherd. Which famous British vet wrote, "If only they could talk, and it shouldn't happen to a vet"? Amos. Dr. Dolittle. I mean, really. Also, what else have we got here? The Chase with Bradley Walsh. The young of what flying mammals are called pups? Seals? I mean, did you see that bloke the other day in Japan? He found a puppy by the side of the road. And he went, "Oh, puppy." So he took it home, and then he thought, I better take it to the vet to make sure it's okay. He takes it to the vet, and the vet goes, "It's not a dog." He goes, "What is it?" They go, "It's a fox cub." He'd picked up a fox from the side of the road and taken it in there. Could have taken his hand off when it grows. Seriously. You'd think they'd know. And I looked at a picture of it. It looks like a fox cub. Have you found the picture of it? Yeah. I mean, it's cute. It's very cute. But, you know, when sort of fox cubs are little... Look at this one here, look. Oh, there we are. Rescued after falling into a concrete shank. They don't look like dogs at all. They look like fox cubs. One rescued by the RS. Why would you think that would be a dog? Bit frightening, isn't it, really? It's like a friend of mine, she walked up a hill in Brighton, and it's in sort of a foresty kind of bit, and she said she saw a little snake on the path. She said it's now frightened the life out of her. She doesn't want to go back up there again because there's probably loads of them. I said, well, the only poisonous snake that we've got in this country is the adder. And so that's, that's okay. Slugs. Yes, we'll tell you about the slugs I'll tell you about the slugs in a minute, actually. And your car wash has been open, Steve, for a couple of weeks now. They only do the wash, though, no valeting. I never have it valeted. I just have it washed and dried on the outside. That's quite enough for me, thank you. Why would you want to go into somebody's car? My car is perfect inside. It's so clean, it's embarrassing. I've just got to take out the over rugs, shake them out and put it all back in again. 14, especially on a Tuesday. It's always nice to have anybody's company on a Tuesday, but you're especially welcome. Steve, I spent an hour washing my car, but the sap from the tree I parked under outside my house ruined it. I used to have a tree when I used to live in Isleworth, down the road from where I am, well, quite a long way down the road, and it was one of those trees with lots of berries on, purple berries, and pigeons used to eat the berries, and then pigeons who spend an extraordinary amount of time going to the toilet over your car, it would be covered. And of course, once it hardens, you try getting it off. It ruins the paintwork. It's absolute nightmare. So I always keep a bottle of water in the car and cloths, just in case. Steve, like the rickshaws in London, some of which will charge tourists 40 quid to go half a mile. I've heard of Ruthie Henschel, that was it. Sorry, we were thinking about the young girl in Billy Elliot, Ruthie Henschel. Yes, love Ruthie Henschel. She was so good in it, because he said to me, is she Brummy? And no, but it's a very good show, very, very good show. Did you cry, or did you not find it remotely bother? No. You were sad, but you didn't cry. Okay, well, that's good enough, actually. That's good. So that's what you have to do. You have to get that muck off your car. And the rickshaws in London, I heard of a couple who went from Piccadilly Circus to Hamleys. They got charged 160 quid. These people rip off people. I'm glad, actually, they're not around at the moment. I'm so delighted. They've all buggered off somewhere else. Steve, other characters never seen. Elizabeth, Captain Mannering's wife in Dad's Army, and her indoors, Arthur Daly's wife in Minder, says Mark. You are quite right. You haven't seen those. Isn't it funny? It was it was all the characters you couldn't see. There's also another one in The Big Bang Theory. There's one of the characters' mothers who shouts from behind the door, but we've never seen her, which is quite good, actually. I quite like that. Irene Handel appeared in a great old early 60s British film called Two-Way Stretch with Peter Sellers. Yes, I have it. I have it on DVD, and it's very nice, very nice. I love all those old British movies. I'm afraid I'm a bit of a, I'm good, actually. Your car wash has been open for a couple of weeks now. They only do the wash, though, no valeting. You sit in the car and the credit debit card machine is presented to you through the passenger window, says Angela. Oh, I've always paid cash in there. Always paid cash. So the other day, I always buy strawberries because the producer likes to make jam and stuff like that. Well, he doesn't, but he takes them home and sort of pretends to the girlfriend that he's bought them, so he spent a fortune. If she gives him half the money, everything will be all right. So anyway, the other day, I gave him 2 punnets of strawberries. Sometimes they come with cream. I think they came with cream as well, actually. And he's got cream that goes with today's. And I bought them in Waitrose. And they always have lots of English strawberries, and they're, I think, £2.50 a punnet, or 2 for 4 quid, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. So he said to me this morning, because I always give him the punnets and he sort of toddles off down, back to his car, very soon to pay the congestion charge. Well, in fact, almost immediately paying the congestion charge. So life is a bit difficult for him at the moment, but nevertheless. And he says, oh, I found a slug in the strawberries. I thought, what? I thought he was joking. So I did, ha, 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 thinking all these things will have passed through some sort of quality control. And he said, no, I did find a slug in the strawberries. Now, bearing in mind they're plastic sealed, it's not that you can lift up the plastic, drop something in and then sort of take it out again. And so he saved the slug. It's alive. He's obviously got it as a pet now. It's about 2 inches long. And he said, do you think I should eat the strawberries? Well, not really, no. I don't think you should. But I thought that was a bit, bad. I mean, surely but how do you check? Does it, somebody at Waitrose is going to pick up every single box of strawberries. Now, what do? Do I then take the slug from him, go back to Waitrose and go, you won't believe this, but we found this in the strawberries yesterday. Unfortunately, we don't have the strawberries anymore, but we've saved the slug. Because if I was standing behind the counter, I'd be thinking, oh, somebody's pulling a fast one. But I swear to God, you know, he found a slug in his strawberries. He wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise. He'd have said, I found a hippopotamus in there, or a diplodocus, or something like that. But no, he found a slug, and he saved it. I mean, did it look as though it had gorged itself on strawberries? It looked pretty happy. Because I don't know how slugs get into strawberries, because they're grown in these giant greenhouses, and they're supposed to be, you know, it's a very smug slug. Thought that was hilarious. One of his favourite jokes. It's a smug slug. Because I now don't know. Do I go back to Waitrose and complain bitterly? Or is somebody listening working for Waitrose going, don't worry, Steve, we'll send you a voucher? Because I don't expect to give strawberries, which I paid good money for, to my producer, to have him go, and they came with an extra addition, which was the slug. So I'm going to wait and find out. I mean, I don't know how long we can keep the slug alive to go and get. I don't know. I don't like. I kill slugs. That's why they do slug pellets. They eat your plants. Richard Spur, who's now started waking up at the ridiculous time, has said, have you seen the new crimson asparagus that they have in Waitrose? It says on the pack you can eat them raw in salads, but they need steaming for at least 3 minutes. I love asparagus. You know, it's asparagus season at the moment, which is very good, actually. Which is very good. But I've never heard of different coloured. I might have to investigate that one a bit later on. I might take some down to my brother. I'm going to take him some strawberries down, but I'm going to have to check the box very carefully. So anybody from Waitrose listening, what do I do? You have to take my word for it, because we don't tell lies. We're not in the business of telling lies. But, you know, if you find a slug in a box of strawberries, what do I do? I mean, would you like the slug back as evidence? They have taken a photo. Did you take a photo of it in the box? They took a photo of it in the box. So, you know, where do we go from here, Waitrose? Come on, part of the John Lewis partnership. You know, supposed to be at the top of your scale. Let's see what you're going to do about this one. Look at the size of Karen Malone's kitchen. Good Lord above. She must be making more money than I thought. Steve. Mrs. Mannering's large posterior was seen hanging down from the top bunk bed in an air raid shelter that they used in Dad's Army, but that actually is the closest we've got. Didn't Mannering's wife show up at the pub scene? I think they went off to the cinema, says Ian. We never saw Columbo's wife. Ah, we did, because they made a film. Mrs. Columbo. So I've got the film. Oh, dear. 84850. And another one here. I witnessed John Inman's will shortly before he died, says Nicole. Oh, right. Wow. And another one here, which it's amazing how many characters do not feature in the actual series, which I quite like, actually. I do quite like. Did you just delete that one? Oh, right. He's so fast, the producer, honestly. Mr. Papadopoulos in EastEnders is another character never seen, says Dell. I don't remember. Was he the one who owned the laundrette? That's that Mr. Papadopoulos. That kind of, because was there not somebody in Birds of a Feather called Mr. Papadopoulos, or was that one of the characters, Sharon Papadopoulos, I think? And Steve, another one here. My card was washed to a high standard for £6, not a card machine in sight. No, I mean, to be honest with you, having your car washed nowadays is about a tenner, I think, about £10. And so I would always pay cash, because you give them a little tip as well. But they'll be delighted to see me, definitely, because I've not been there for about 9 weeks. They'll probably think I've passed on or something like that. So I should definitely be going back again. And another one here. So you were wrong on Columbo's wife. You did see her, and I think it was called Mrs. Columbo. You might have to check that there was a Mrs. Columbo. She was quite young, I seem to remember her being a very young person. And they did it because she was always talked about but never seen. And I think there you go, Mrs. Columbo. Later known as Kate Columbo, followed by Kate the Detective, and ultimately Kate Loves a Mystery. And so that came out in 1979, Mrs. Columbo. They only did 2 seasons. So she did exist, and I've seen it, actually. So it was another one of those. It was initially based on the wife of Lieutenant Columbo. And there she was. You know, he filmed in this country. He filmed here. He did one show over here, and it was another mystery featuring Shakespearean actors. And we would have had him in on the programme, but he was very ill by that time, and he didn't make it, which is a bit of a shame. So anyway, the story about Matt Goss, hilarious. This is what he's pushing around at the moment. Just when you thought Matt Goss couldn't get any more to top the Bros documentary, he's gone and knocked it out of the park. The singer claims he was good pals with the late gangster Reggie Cray, saying he used to call me from prison, or as he would say, calling from Her Majesty's. He was one of my old mates. He used to read poetry, and we used to chat. I know it's marvellous for murderers, isn't it? I mean, they're so concerned about reading poetry. It was an incredible friendship. Recalling their first chat, he told one place, I was at a sushi restaurant and it was a phone call, and he was like, hello, Matt. Where'd you get your phone call from? Are you written on motorway bridges or something? He's like, it's Reggie Cray. I'm like, hello, how you doing, Reggie? It was just one of those moments. He's living in some cloud cuckoo land, isn't he, poor old Matt Goss? Bless his heart. How old would he have been then? When did Reggie Cray die? He died years ago. Years and years ago. And he was Matt was in a sushi restaurant, and Reggie Cray just happens to dial his number. Well, looky here. As I say, I'm never sure what you can believe with poor old Matt Goss. He must be wondering when his career's going to take off again. But at the moment, it ain't going to be happening. Happy birthday to Pete Townsend today, Nancy Astor and Victoria Wood, neither of whom are with us anymore. And I've got details of a George Formby sale, which, if you're a fan of George Formby and you've got a bit of cash tucked away, this is going to be the one for you. This is, this stuff has never come up at auction before, as far as I know. So we'll tell you about that. Plus the teenager who pretended to be a copper to pull over motorists and then steal their cars. Unfortunately, thick as a brick. They've just nicked London's early breakfast. Do you know, we have a fountain at home on our patio. It's only a small fountain. It's got a ball that turns at the top, which is actually, it's actually really, really sweet, actually. And it takes pellets. You have to put pellets in there to keep the water clean. And I was sitting there the other day, imbibing a small glass of the old Jolly Prosecco, and a little tiny bird comes down, looks around, and then starts having a shower in the water feature. It's seriously not a very big water feature. It probably stands no more than about 4 or 5 feet tall. And it was having a little shower. And then I was talking about it to a friend of mine, and I said, then blow me down, it comes back for another shower. It's obviously, difficult. We've got a river down the road. We have something called the Thames, but it obviously prefers the fountain. And at night time, of course, you don't get the birds who do things like that. Somebody says, don't use slug pellets, they kill birds and hedgehogs. No, not these ones. Not these ones. No, you can get, it's a myth. You know, you can get slug pellets now that are brilliant. It's like sort of putting things in the water. They don't kill fish, but they kill loads of other stuff. And also, we don't get hedgehogs. If we do get hedgehogs, they've learned how to operate a lift, which I think is really not very possible. Steve Doc Cotton worked in the laundrette. The boss called Mr. Papadopoulos. Thank you. I thought it was that, actually. I think so. And how much should a regular person tip at the car wash? Sometimes I think I paid too much, and other times too little. I don't know. This is the big thing nowadays. I always give £2. I think £2 on top of the price of washing the car is fine. It's all split between them. So that's what I think. Sometimes it might be £3, but mainly it's £2. It's like, how much do you give to kids for Christmas? You know, because, things are so expensive nowadays. I don't know how you're supposed to work these things out. And I've tried asking you before, and nobody seems to have the answer. Thank you for reminding me about asparagus. No, Richard Spurs reminding everybody about asparagus. And he said it's delicious. So crimson asparagus in Waitrose. I wonder if that comes with a slug as well. Somebody's saying, don't take it back. They'll be charging you for the extra meat. But luckily we have a photo. I did ask you if we have a photograph, but we definitely have a photograph of the slug in the box. So what do we do, Waitrose? Come on. steve@lbc.co.uk. Drop us a line. We'll be more than happy to enter into dialogue. And Steve, in Little Britain, Matt Lucas plays the shopkeeper. David Williams comes in, and Matt's character shouts up the stairs, Margaret. We never see her. Yes, Margaret seems to be a good name, doesn't it? And Steve, I woke up, says Ollie, to hear you discussing the car wash. The one you use in Hampton Wick is open. Thank you. I can't wait to get the car washed. But if it rains today, and I'm not sure if the forecast is actually rain, Marks and Spencer's are charging £11.50 for a sanitizer. You can get it nearly half that price on Amazon. So they've come up with some contrite argument as to why they're charging so much. Plus, I'll do the George Formby sale for you as well. Scarlett Moffat, bewildered one, believes the pyramids were built by time travellers. No, they were built by Egyptian slaves, dear. It's well documented. Have you seen the hieroglyphics, or down there the lower glyphics? And they will tell you that the slaves built the pyramids. That's how it works. Unfortunately, there was no time travellers. I mean, if you're trying to drum up some interest in your feeble podcast, I'd give up now, because rank stupidity we can get on any programme on the television now. It's not too difficult. Shane says, I'm enjoying my first beer this afternoon. The Columbo episode filmed in London was Dagger of the Mind, made in 1972. Yes, it was Honor Blackman in it, because he arrives at the airport, which I assumed was the set, but then they used London. He took pictures outside Buckingham Palace. Still kept that raincoat at the end. Season 2, episode 4. Lovely. Also, somebody says, so a lot of people asking about tipping, actually, which is very, because I'm tipping. I'm good at tipping. Don't ever get me wrong. I'm very good at tipping. But it's just that you don't know how much to tip. So if I'm eating, in sort of restaurants that I like, then I will tip. If there's a maitre d', I'll tip the maitre d', because they don't sometimes get into what the serving staff get. And I always tip the serving staff, because I think, that's what you do nowadays. The Americans have been into it for years. We're still a little bit slow, so I always tip the maitre d', always give them some money, just to say thank you. Then they look after you. That's how it is. I don't think I've ever not been looked after in a restaurant. If I've never been looked after, I don't go there again. Little Italy, we get very good looking afters. Very good looking afters. Somebody else saying, I'm definitely going to be trying the asparagus. I love asparagus. You can put it with so many things. I had it the other day in a spaghetti dish. It was spaghetti with bacon and chicken and in sort of like a creamy type sauce. And I just cut up some asparagus. Didn't use the whole, just sort of cut up a little bit. And that worked perfectly. Only takes a few seconds. Also, a lot of American shows. Steve, I went to a well-known pub chain in Northamptonshire for a well-deserved dinner. When I got down to the bottom of the prawn cocktail, I found a caterpillar that had been living in the lettuce. I got a full refund and some free drinks. Oh, blimey, Rich. I'm not sure. See, that would actually put me off. What was that other thing? Somebody saying, oh, I've just found this in there. They said, well, it's eaten some of the food. Yeah, I said, well, it hasn't eaten that much. It's like when things fall in your drink and you look at it and you think, I think we'll throw that away and start again. I always do that. I do like a prawn cocktail. Steve, just driving to my job at Waitrose. You need to take the box back, ideally, with the strawberries, and then we can trace where it may have come from. But we don't use many pesticides, says Penny. So that's what you get for better quality, healthier strawberries. Yeah, but I don't expect a slug in there. Not just a little slug, a 2-inch slug. 2-inch slug. I mean, I think the photograph will have to suffice. I think it will have to suffice, and we'll wait and see. I'm waiting for some more reaction. I'm looking for basically managers. Steve, when I get the car washed, I take cake or biscuits, as I fear cash tips are not fairly distributed. Biscuits seem to be appreciated, says Eddie. Really? Oh, no, I think they'd rather have the cash. You never see Niles' wife in Frasier, says Kev. Do you not? I don't know. Who's Niles? Who's the English? Because they've finished doing Frasier, haven't they? I think so. I don't know who that is. I was watching old repeats of Cheers, Steve, and I'm pretty sure Norm's wife never made an appearance, despite him talking to her regularly on the phone. I think she was called Vera. So that's Niles Crane. Oh. But I thought wasn't he going out with the English girl? Were they not married or something? He's gay, isn't he? He's gay. I'm pretty certain. So he just matriculation. Love that word, matriculation. It's good, actually. So, yes, he's sort of the younger brother of Frasier Crane, played by Kelsey Grammer. And he was hired because they think he looked like a young Grammer. Okay, go down a little bit more, wait a minute, down. So Niles, like Frasier, is haughty, snobby and fussy. I like the flat, though, don't you? The flat is cool. Okay, down again, romantic. There you go, played by Miss Fortune. His first wife is Maris Crane, the anorexia a daughter of a wealthy Seattle family who's never seen on the show, despite being referred to. But his most significant relationship is Daphne Moon. I like Daphne. She was very good. She was offered to me as a guest ages and ages ago. For some reason, it never happened. And, OK, go down. So he proposes a 9th season. And the series ends 2 years into their marriage with the birth of their son, David, who's born at a veterinary clinic. I quite like it because it's always on at the time of the morning when I'm sort of getting back, which is good. Thank you. Steve, you never see The Bucket Son? Yeah, we know about Sheldon. And so I'm not sure about taking cake and biscuits. Steve, you never saw Charlie and Charlie's Angels? No, you didn't. He was always on the end of the telephone. Good luck, Angels. That was a good series, wasn't it? And 6 weeks ago, Piers Morgan was saying he's a personal friend of Donald Trump, and then he's unfriended him. Now he said, of course. Listen, Piers Morgan's always known Donald Trump. Piers Morgan worked in America for ages and ages. And then if you do something, you have to sort of change your thoughts. Everybody changes their mind. Good God, don't tell me you're one of these people who's never ever changed their mind. That would be too much. I wonder why we never saw Arthur Daly's wife. I wonder why. What would she have looked like? They have to look as if they really were. Steve, I wish these people out jogging would wear a face mask whilst jogging. Oh, I saw somebody this morning spitting on the pavement. Really disgusting. And you never see Paddy the Greek in Only Fools and Horses. I didn't know there was somebody called Paddy the Greek. Was that? Well, I've never even heard of that character. I thought I knew most of them in Only Fools and Horses. Steve, slugs are homeless snails. Strawberry Picker was a charity worker. Well, you don't know. Try Aldi next time, says Lorraine. Anyway, they're like Whisker's biscuits if you're planning on keeping him. Well, I think he's going to be cooked in something. I don't know. Probably a little bit of garlic butter. Get my drift? I can't believe he's actually saved him. He saved him. That's it. Of course, if Baldrick was here, he'd be using him as a moustache. Gary, the chef, says asparagus and orange powder with asparagus shoot salad. Oh, that sounds nice. Germany has white asparagus, good with new potatoes, boiled ham and butter sauce, which is delicious. I got it once from Morrison, Steve. They're thick, fleshy stems, so different from our green ones. Well, now you've got the purple stuff. Purple stuff sounds brilliant, doesn't it? Somebody says, I can't believe you wussy Londoners moaning about a slug in your strawberries. Oh, God, honestly. Nothing worse than one of those northerners. Oh, we eat everything we do. You'll be the first one down there. Steve, I found a toad that had basically gone into hibernation in a box of Scottish strawberries. Oh, I've heard of spiders and things like that found in salad bags and everything. You do get that occasionally, but I've never heard of a slug in strawberries because they've grown under such sterile conditions. Reggie Perrin's mother says Ollie's only seen as a hippopotamus. Navid, the shopkeeper in the Scottish comedy Still Game, talks with his wife, but she's never seen, says Ashley. And Seth Armstrong's wife in Everdale never appeared. Her name was Meg. Didn't even know he had a wife in it. Yes, it was Sheridan, not Sheldon. He never existed, Martin, okay? It was just pretend. I know you like to think it was probably real, but I promise you, it really was pretend. She was just acting. 6:15. Let's have a check on what Matt Goss would have talked about with Reggie Cray, a convicted murderer. How's your day going, dear? You know, how is everything? You know, brought out any new singles that have sold? You know, I don't know what they would do. I mean, perhaps Reggie Cray fancied Matt Goss. That could have been one of those things, wasn't it? Because I gather he was a bit swings and roundabouts. Well, his brother Ronnie was gay. We know that, and I think Reggie used to dabble. I think. But interesting, isn't it? Other stories in the papers. Here it comes for the George Formby fans. And once the UK's most popular entertainer, turned out nice again, is making another appearance. A life-size model of the star of the 30s and 40s, famous for his cheeky songs and even cheekier grin, is up for sale. But the most valuable lots will be 2 of the banjo ukuleles that he used to perform classics such as I'm leaning on the lamppost at the corner of the street in case a certain little lady goes by. And then the other was When I'm cleaning windows to earn an honest bob. For a nosy Parker, it's an interesting job. The memorabilia also includes his personal scrapbook and family photos. The auction is the biggest since he died back in 1961 at the age of 56 of a heart attack. They think It's a hugely important private collection. It could sell for an excess of £30,000. I mean, you know, when he died, incidentally, and he was one of those, I think he lived in Lytham St Anne's, people queued up to go round the house to buy the stuff that came up for auction. They were buying his pants. They bought, somebody somewhere has got a pair of George Formby's pants. But to have one of his ukes would be something. And his wife used to go over, his wife was very Wagnerian, as anybody will tell you. That she used to go onto all the film sets. She used to watch very carefully. Didn't want any of the girls getting too close to him. But he was great. All the films are out. You can buy them all. You find them on Amazon. And he entertained the troops. And he wrote, actually, to one of his co-writers, a short, obviously years and years ago. He said the song was too rude. It couldn't be too rude. You weren't allowed to have too rude songs, because that was never good. Steve, talking of characters not seen in programmes, what about the Archers? I've never seen any of them. I know. Dawn French's character in The Vicar of Dibley often spoken to God, but he's never been seen on screen. Yeah. I just bought all the Vicar of Dibley stuff, so I can sort of watch them back again. Mike says, many years ago I was lucky to be able to go to Spain with all the LBC crew. Good Lord above. But most of them are still living over there, actually. I've never seen one here play. I found a priest at the bottom of my salad. There's a joke that goes with it, which you can well imagine. And Reggie Cray was known for liking young boys. Well, they both did, actually. I think they were both sort of very similar. Very similar. So perhaps that's why I like Matt Goss, but of course you don't expect Matt Goss to realise that. Perhaps he saw a picture and thought, I'll phone him up. I'll phone him up. And so phoning him up, he did. And my brother's now telling me which junction I'm supposed to get off at. I remembered it from last time. It was just on the way back I missed it. I had to go round a roundabout twice, but that's okay, I can do that. I feel like I'm in a Carry-On film, which is good. Also, never seen Margaret in Little Britain. Yes, we discovered that one. Which was quite good. Another one here. Kerry's mum, Sue Mucklow, is never seen in this country, but is certainly heard, says Jamie. You never saw Redina's son, Serge, in Absolutely Fabulous. You're right, actually. Have you been watching the repeats of The Golden Girls on Channel 5? No. And I'll tell you for why. Because I've got all the box sets. I've got all of the Golden Girls. Very good scripts. I mean, very, very good scripts. Front page of the Daily Mail this morning. When will they learn? Yesterday, they say, 22 EU countries said opening their schools has not been harmful, so every parent's question for Britain's militant teaching unions, when will they learn? So reopening schools has not caused a spike in coronavirus cases. Evidence from 22 EU states that they have restored classes, suggesting little or no risk to pupils, teachers or families. So now you know. Depends whether you choose to believe it. Some parents, just obviously would not want to believe it because they're obviously a little bit frightened by it. And also, a super tot, little Lulu, was on her way to standing up at 8 weeks old. I didn't think they did stand at 8 weeks old. I mean, generally it's a bit later, isn't it? 6 to 9 months. But after 15 weeks, she can stand unassisted. Unbelievable, isn't it? I can't remember what I was like as a baby. I was there at the time, but I can't remember, as you can well imagine. The burning question for millions, are we all going on a summer holiday? Is it cruising, sink or swim? And also, what should happen now? It is bizarre that right now anybody can come into the country without any checks, and yet the government is about to introduce a 2-week quarantine policy. The words too little, too late come to mind. Heathrow handling about 6,000 passengers a day. A day. Can you believe that? Compared with 250,000 who normally come in. Yeah, we've already done the Niles, his wife. I think my brother's only just woken up. You can tell he's late on these things. Yes, we never saw Maris, but we saw the second wife because she was the psychiatrist for Frasier, wasn't she, I think? A lot of people talking about... there's one question here which is very applicable to a lot of you. If I'm renting a villa in Spain or Turkey, does staying there count as quarantine? The answer is yes. It counts as quarantine. Also, are villa companies still offering summer holidays? Yes, but with caution. Vintage Travel, for example, is not asking for the final balance until 2 weeks before departure, at which point it should be clear whether the holiday can go ahead. If not, they will offer a later booking or a full refund, including the 20% deposit which you placed initially. And the scramble is your airline ready for takeoff? BA have said they will resume flying holidaymakers in early July if the government lifts the quarantine rules, but there are no guarantees it will reopen the Gatwick operation, which it suspended at the end of March. You remember when they said they weren't going to be flying from there, and they've announced 12,000 redundancies. EasyJet, all flights are grounded until further notice. As yet, no update as to when they might be flying again, but flights are coming up on price comparison site Skyscanner from June the 1st. Ryanair, the carrier, is flying to Spain and Italy from July the 1st, although Spain's new 2-week quarantine rules came into effect on Friday. Virgin, Richard Branson wants the government to bail the company out, but it's not happening. Meanwhile, Virgin is pulling out of Gatwick and could make 3,000 job cuts. It's still flying, but a crash landing can't be ruled out. So people pulling out of Gatwick, that must be looking pretty quiet at the moment. KLM returned on May the 4th with just one daily flight, 7 days a week, to Barcelona, Madrid, Rome, Milan, Budapest, Prague, Warsaw and Helsinki. Wizz Air currently flying 10% of the timetable as part of the phased return to the skies, but they are planning on starting 4 new routes from Luton to Greece in July. Jet2, all flights grounded until June the 17th, although there's been no update since April the 24th. So it's possible the date will be pushed back. So that's what it is, because for some reason, although every day must be a holiday at the moment for most people, mustn't it, really? I think so. Columbo's wife was often referred but never seen, says Helen. No, she did appear. She appeared in Mrs. Columbo. It was only one off, but they went on to a few series. So she definitely existed. You never saw her in the series Columbo, but she was a standalone figure in her own right as Mrs. Columbo. Steve C. We never saw Elsie in Fawlty Towers. Polly replaced her, but she's mentioned twice. Don't remember Elsie at all. Miss Cathcart in Heidi High. That was what Sue Pollard used to talk about. Miss Cathcart. We never knew what she looked like. You could only hazard a guess, actually. And, Steve, what about Hyacinth Bucket's sister, the one with the pool? Oh, we saw her. She popped up. I was watching one the other day, and there she was. You know, room for a pool. I think it's a pool and room for a pony or something like that, which was quite nice. She was such a snob, wasn't she? And yet, really, she had one of the naffest houses I've ever seen in my entire life. Steve, we never see Banksy, and he spends hours in front of a wall. Yes, that is true. We were talking about Banksy earlier this morning, actually, which is very interesting. You're right. Nobody's ever seen him. It's Howard's mother you don't see in The Big Bang Theory. Thank you very much indeed. I can never remember actually which character it was, because I can't remember any of those sort of people. So car washes would appear to be okay, because to be honest with you don't need to get out the car, do you? And if they're sort of happily cleaning cars, I'm more than happy to go in there. Steve, thank you for reminding me about asparagus, says this one here. And how much do you think? Oh, there we are. A lot of people asking about tipping again. I don't know. I'm terrible on I do tip, but I've got no idea. Richard Basehart, Honor Blackman and Wilfred Hyde-White, who had to film all his scenes in LA due to being a UK tax exile at the time. Yes, you never saw him in this country, did you? Very clever. Nobody didn't know. But didn't Paul McCartney record a hit single? Was it with Stevie Wonder? And they never met. It was one of those sort of things. Dallas says, I can't believe you wussy Londoners. Remove the slug, rinse under the tap and carry on as normal. Unfortunately not. We're a little bit more worried about things like that, seeing as they carry all sorts of viruses, which can be quite harmful to us. You never saw Robin Masters in Magnum, says Liz. Oh, I love a Magnum. Could eat a Magnum now, actually, but I'm more inclined to the slug side of the thing. You know, a little bit of protein first thing in the morning could be quite good. And also, why did The Guardian censor our great artists? This is a piece written by David Hockney, was discussed at the highest level before being refused by the paper. Good Lord, how snobby are The Guardian becoming? It's not right, is it? Not right. But coronavirus tests will be offered to nearly all Brits with symptoms following a major expansion of capacity. But only if you show the symptoms. 6th this Tuesday morning. Tony says M&S overcharge for everything. No, they don't. Sweeping generalisation. And although a lot of people are telling me how much they charge for all sorts of different things. It's like people used to say, oh, shopping in Harrods, so expensive in the food hall. No, for many things it was fine. Another one here, which says, this is Anne in Richmond. My corner shop is selling hand sanitizer for £2.50, I think, which is very, Very inexpensive, very inexpensive. Also, you never see, everybody's come up with the Mrs. Slocum joke, thank you. The Mr.ons in Captain Scarlet, you never saw them. Oh, Tudor, you so did. You so did. I don't know how you could have missed them. Unless, of course, you don't have the ability to see things. Did we ever see Charlie and Charlie's Angels? No, we didn't. We didn't. Will in Sheffield says, the last comment about chefs is disappointingly ignorant. Many, if not most chefs, are on the same minimum wage as service. Don't be so stupid. Never heard so much rubbish in my entire life, honestly. You need to grow up. Dear God in heaven. Oh, so that's it. So they're going to go in for the same price, are they? And they're blimey, honestly. I don't know what you're working in, mate. Must be something dreadful. Dreadful. I like the story, actually. I like the story of Anneka Rice, who allegedly has discovered that the rose once named after her has been discontinued. She says, what next? You're going to tell me I'm no longer Rear of the Year? Ungallant observers note that as Anneka won the award 34 years ago, the citation was probably in Latin. They still do that, don't they? They still do Rear of the Year. I never understood why anybody would be proud of it. It's only because she was filmed from the rear for most of the time, actually. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Also, there's a very interesting story about the Ritz owner's room could have been bugged by a nephew, rumpus at the Ritz. And whether or not it's a true story, I've got no idea, but it makes interesting reading. Plus, is Kate's favourite jigsaw falling to pieces? This is the store middle-class women love, including the Duchess of Cambridge, who used to work there. Now 7 directors have quit, leaving its colourful backer asking why it's coming apart at the seams. I've never even heard of Jigsaw. I've heard of a few places, but I haven't heard of that. And full-fat dairy twice a day may reduce the risk of heart disease. Because they used to tell us, didn't they? Don't have full fat. Don't have full fat. It's not, but now it turns out this food is not only delicious, but very good for you. Research shows 2 helpings of full-fat dairy products a day may lower the risk of metabolic syndrome, which is the medical term for diabetes, high blood pressure and obesity. Well, there you go. They looked at 140,000 people from 21 countries, conducted over 9 years and used questionnaires to assess their diet over a year. A serving of milk or cup of yoghurt was 244 grams, a slice of cheese 15 grams and butter 5. In the BMJ Journal, the researchers wrote higher intake of whole fat, but not low-fat dairy, was associated with a lower prevalence of MET-S. This adds to the growing evidence in favour of unaltered full-fat foods. So there you go, all that cream you've been having with your strawberries, it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Happy birthday to Pete Townsend. He is 75 today, and he used to drive a hearse. He once said he wrote My Generation after the car was impounded, apparently upon the request of the Queen Mother, as she had to pass it every day. Townsend said, I saw her as a boring old lady who had nothing better to do than go around taking away teenagers' cars. I got a decent song out of it. Used to see Pete Townsend on a regular basis. Very near me is where they keep all the equipment. They've got sort of like a lock-up. It's a bit more than a lock-up. But and it was only because I saw him coming out of it, I suddenly thought, that's where they keep all the equipment. You could see through into it, and when the door was sort of slightly open, if you sort of peered in, and it had The Who written on all the speakers and stuff like that, which I thought was very interesting. Also born in 1953 on this day, Victoria Wood. Sadly, we lost her 3 years ago. She said she was the creator of Dinner Ladies. She married Geoffrey Durham, a magician, also known as the Great Suprendo. But she said, being a wife never appealed to me, and I was so embarrassed when I got married, I didn't tell anybody for 2 years. That is so Victoria Wood. She spent 4 years on the dole after she appeared on New Faces, living on tinned mints. I interviewed her once for In Conversation. It's probably still on the file, actually. She was charming. She was lovely. Nancy Astor, also celebrated today. She was born in 1879. She died in 64. She was the first woman MP to take her seat in the Commons in 1919 after winning Plymouth Sutton, her husband's constituency, when he inherited a peerage. It was Astor's private member's bill, the first presented by a woman, to become an act of parliament that raised the age of drinking alcohol in a pub from 14 to 18. Can you believe that at one point at 14 years old you could go and drink alcohol? We think the problems for today are terrible. 1940, on this day, Winston Churchill made his first radio broadcast as a Prime Minister. Interesting, isn't it? And you know that, when somebody goes, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more? People use that quite a lot, actually. It refers to a catchphrase steeped in sexual innuendo from the 1970s and created by, believe it or not, Eric Idle in Monty Python's Flying Circus. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more, Squire. Remember him doing that? I've never used it myself, but I'm sure it is. Steve, could I nominate Donald Trump as Rear of the Year? Yes, definitely. And, Steve, in the mid-1950s or thereabouts, the Prime Minister Harold Macmillan solar car was a Bentley, says Dev. Well, there you go. Fine taste, I should imagine. Fine taste. Another one here. Saying about how they always tip. I think you have to tip. That's how it goes. Although there was a guy in America who never did. He never did tip. He used to give them a card. And on the card, it used to say, I think your service has been exemplary, but I refuse to top up your wages. Your boss should be paying you more money. Which, of course, that's what it is. But in America, they thrive on tips. Go to Vegas, everything is tipped. Go to nightclubs here. If you have anybody bringing drinks to your table, you tip. Stringfellows used to do it all the time. Probably still do. They would literally, somebody would sort of bring the drinks to you, and they'd put the money on a little silver tray and put it in front of you, hoping that you take a bit off and leave a bit for them. It was always a great look of disappointment when they used to see it disappearing, actually. Disappearing. So, the front page of the Daily Star, aliens are dumber than Uranus. But a leading British astronomer says they do exist, but they're likely to be dumb. Well, obviously that dumb that they're coming to a place like here. Why would they want to come here with coronavirus? I mean, honestly, let's face it. Queen hit by £18 million losses. She is the Queen. I don't think 18 million is going to make any sort of dent in her finances. Eat to beat diabetes for the Daily Mirror today. And the England Star rested on rape claim. The Eye, the first report into the response, criticising the government for allowing COVID-19 to spread rampantly through care home. The Guardian, first human trial results raise hope for the vaccine. Positive results. This is in an American firm study in a group of 8 volunteers. So, 8 today, 8,000 tomorrow, 8 million. Italy, the first European nation, pictured on the front of a lot of the papers today, to shut down amid the pandemic. Yesterday, after 2 months of heartbreak, people returned to simple pleasures like coffee and pastries and having a haircut. That's what I'm longing for, the haircut. Haircut and car wash. I don't ask for a lot. And then the Times has the headline, admit it, you're washing less. I don't know why people are washing less. And Air Bridges plan reviews, hope of summer flights. Well, I gave you the list of all the airlines, some of which, there's 2 of the major ones, British Airways and Virgin Atlantic, have pulled out of Gatwick. So, and at the moment, 6,000 people a day, 6,000 a day, are flying from Heathrow. Now, of course, that might seem an awful lot, but when you consider that normally 250,000 people a day would be flying out of Heathrow, the numbers are significantly lower. Front page of the Express is the story that hopes were raised that Britain's winning the war against COVID-19 after the daily death toll fell to a new low. And the Queen of Green, the blooms that lift the royal spirits. Which members of the royal family like which particular flowers? I would think if you've got that much money, any flower. They grow them themselves. They don't need to phone up anywhere. Is it Interflora? Any chance of sort of getting some flowers? Gotta go. It's Tuesday. It's going to be so bad, they say, the like of which you won't know. And that depresses me, especially as we've heard about all these other companies who appear to be going under, food places. They can't survive. TfL, Transport for London, they're in dire financial straits. That's why they're going to have to get you charging on the... I never understood why they stopped charging us on the buses anyway. I know it was to do with the driver. So now, what are they doing? Are they going to put those things in the middle of the bus again so that they can... they're going to have to recall the entire fleet so that you can swipe in the middle of a bus. Well, so many people didn't last time, that's why they did away with it. There's enough crooks travelling on TfL now to shake a stick at. They have got no intention of paying. Why would they? And nobody's going to go near the driver. And how many drivers died? Quite a number have died of coronavirus already. So, it all seems to me that they jumped before they were walking on this particular one. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They will sort it out and we will start paying on the buses again, which I always thought we should have done. Why should we get it for free? I know we're isolating the driver, but they're surely not going to open up the front of buses again. If I was a driver, I wouldn't want to be driving. Would you? No, definitely. Definitely not. Definitely not. It's like, are you making that decision about whether to send the kids to school? One half of you wants to get rid of the little blighters. You know, because they're driving up the wall. Even they must be bored out of their mind. Must be like an extended holiday. Well, after day 3, they've kind of run out of things. They've had 9 weeks, heading to 10 weeks now. And they still haven't got anything going on. So we'll wait and see what happens with that one. Julie Andrews says she has a liking for PG Tips. They'll be sending her volumes of the stuff. They'll be sending crates, absolute crates of it. Best thing she could ever have had. And 400 people have been furloughed by the royal family. Because they were going to be working in the royal palaces. Hello, this is a chair. This is where Her Majesty comes in. This is where she sits. This will be the royal toilet and all the rest. Blah blah. But they're not doing that now because they're not opening the palaces. Not opening the palaces. So 400, even before they've started work, are actually not going to be working, which is a shame because you probably geared yourself up for it. You probably got really quite excited, as in, you know, people who learn about places that they're showing people around. Are basically people who are enthusiasts. They want to tell you, so whenever you go into a room in a country house or something like that, and there's somebody sitting on a chair, they want you to ask questions. They don't like to approach you because they're generally quite shy, but they've learnt everything about the room that they're in. They can tell you everything about it. So when they're not being used, they go all sort of like that. So if ever you go to one of these big country houses and there's somebody sitting in a chair, ask them. You know, how old is this? Who did the ceilings? Who did the plaster work? Where does the furniture come from? All those sort of things. What sort of activities would they have done in these rooms? Because some of the houses are beautiful. But the Queen's just welcoming an army of tradesmen in, isn't she? £392. How marvellous if it could have been. £392 million they're going to spend on redoing Buckingham Palace because it's falling apart. It really is falling apart. But when you actually take all these places apart, it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle. I saw them doing something at Blenheim a short while ago, and they had all the original bills for Blenheim, and you got things really cheap. I mean, in the time, remember, they would have been very expensive. So I think for Grinling Gibbons to have done a lot of the carving and stuff like that, the bill was something like £5,000. The equivalent today of about 15 million. That's, you know, that's what people are spending. If you wanted to rebuild Blenheim Palace in modern day terms, it was about 7 billion. So you can imagine if Buckingham Palace got blown up, you'd have to rebuild the place. How much that would cost? That would run into billions and billions of pounds. Biggest private garden in London. There's another place in Chelsea, just up at World's End, where it's very hidden, and they've got a huge garden at the back. But the house looks as though it's not lived in, but that's the disguise of it. It's a very famous house for those people who live down there. Also, stick your Kit Kats in the freezer for half an hour and they'll go hard again. Do you know, I might have to do that. I might have to rush out and pop them in the freezer. But you know what's going to happen? The melted chocolate will now harden, and so you'll never get the wrappers off. But you're right. I might have to do that. Very, very, very technical term there. Freezing it. Somebody says, big fans of yours here. You'll be getting us through the lockdown. That's Rose and Mike, which is always good, isn't it? Always good. But I didn't do anything yesterday. Oh, yes, I went to my brother's. I knew there was something I'd done. We had a little chat. He was standing inside the house in the front door, and I was standing on the path. He could just about see me. And had a little chat. Then I pootled back down. And luckily, I didn't get lost this time round. So this is the first time I've been down without the sat-nav and back without the sat-nav. So I'm feeling quite pleased with myself. And he's waiting to start a new job. But then just as he was about to start the new job, along comes coronavirus, like in a lot of people's cases. And so he's having to wait now for all the people who would normally go back to this particular place. And then they will be using him. They've already said, listen, we've already advertised the job and you've got it. It's just when. I mean, it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks' time, or it could be 3 months' time. So we don't know at the moment. But luckily they've got one person in the house who's got an income. So we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed. I like the idea of Chris Packham saying, now this is not the first time he's said this. He wants them to cancel I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Why? He says, so they'll stop abusing animals. I mean, quite rightly, he doesn't think that people should be eating these things at all. And they do eat. I mean, if somebody lifted the plate off and there's live witchetty grubs or giant beetles or anything like that, there's no chance I'm giving it. You'd have to be the most desperate person in the world. I wouldn't be eating anything like that. Absolutely nothing at all. You know, it's a case of, but people could starve in the camp. Well, they'll have to starve then. And I'm not eating it. It's as simple as that. And of course, we did it before. There was somebody on the programme, I can't remember who it was, but everybody hated her in the country. So it could have been any one of a number of people. who went out there. And because they then went, like that, and they had a complete meltdown, they got voted for all the Bush Tucker trials. In fact, the more Bush Tucker trials and the more sickly they were, the more they got voted for. And they go, oh, terribly sorry, whoever you are. But you've been voted again for the Bush Tucker trial. They'll go, I loved it. Mind you, this morning I spent a very happy 10 minutes, but that's another story. I actually had to put myself down for the congestion charge. Oh, God, does it take forever? Does it take forever? Passwords, I can't remember half of them. I should have written everything down, but I didn't, so I might have to go back onto it later. It took a good 10 minutes to just register my card, and then you have to... they then contact your bank. Your bank then phones you and says, we're going to give you a code, and with that code you've got to put it in on this machine, and then you've got to put... Oh, my goodness me. Oh, it took for ages, and the producers kept coming round being a bit nosy, you know, what's going on there, kind of thing. You didn't help me do it at all, no. I managed it all by myself, thank you very much. I love the way you just lay claim to everything. Everything I do, all of a sudden, it's now your responsibility. Well, it ain't. I did it by myself. There was one thing he said, oh, put on that thing, you know, look for that thing. Went, yeah, all right, whatever. I was going to do that anyway. Oh, dear, honestly. So that was this morning. But yesterday was fine. I had a very, very nice day yesterday. Went into lockdown later on, which I call putting your feet up on the settee and sort of watching television again. And then I'd ordered something from a shop, which I've got to drive to today. And because I said to him, I said, listen, I'll give you the credit card details because I can't remember my password. So many passwords doing the rounds. And I can't remember which account I've used for it. So normally I would do that and then PayPal. But he said, well, pop in and collect. So I said, oh, I can do that, can I? I said, yes. So there's lots of places because we will be distancing. It's not difficult. There's only going to be 2 people in this particular shop. And I shall just go in there, pick it up, give them the credit card details, and then tootle off home. You won't believe what I've ordered, so I'm not going to tell you because you'll think I'm mad. But it's essential. You watch some poor old tea leaf. Sorry, snowflake. Nosy Parker. Sorry, I can't remember what they call them now. Curtain twitchers. Sad, lonely people. Oh, how dare you? You should be self-isolating. They've actually said recently that you can now go out. You can go and see people that you never wanted to see before. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I just want the car wash. I didn't do the car wash yesterday. We might have, so I've got to go to... Where am I going to today? Oh, I've got to take some empty boxes back to the chemist so they can fill them up again. So I've got about 4 empty boxes at home, so I shall take those in for Mr. Shah and the team. And then I'm going to go to this shop. I might do that first, actually. And go and collect this thing. And then I've got another parcel arriving from JML at 11. So it's all got to time in nicely. And then I've got to make sure if I buy anything that's going to go chocolatey, don't leave it in the car. Leave it in the fridge or something like that. But I'm definitely going to put these in the fridge. That'd be nice, actually. Ice cold chocolate, just a bit misshapen. Do you remember when you went to the market years ago, and they used to do broken biscuits? There'd be a load of you remember broken biscuits because I remember broken biscuits. You could go to Woolworths and get them, or the markets, and it was just biscuits that had been broken. Hence broken biscuits, I suppose. And they also used to do misshapen chocolate. Misshapen chocolates. There were things that had sort of come out of the machine. They became seconds. And so we used to buy misshapen chocolates. Didn't bother me. And then along came Revels. Remember Revels? I loved Revels. Each one had a different flavour. They were mainly, in my ones, either toffee or Maltesers. And I was fond of neither, I'm afraid. But I've got a thing for Werther's Originals. The producers as well. You know what he does? Puts it in his mouth. 3 seconds later, he crunches it. Seriously, it's annoying. Seriously, I mean, the other week, I said, you're crunching again. What's the matter with you? He goes, I can't help it. I thought, that's your excuse, isn't it, for everything? I can't help it. You know, I'm boiling hot in my car. Why? Because he's wearing a jumper. He's wearing a jumper. We're in the middle of a summer heat wave. They're expecting in India the biggest cyclone they've had, and he's a jumper on. And they go, I'm quite hot, Steve. You go, of course you are. You're wearing a jumper. Open all the windows of your car. Let all the bugs and the flies in. Because yesterday he was being attacked by a gang of spiders. They'd obviously decided that they were going to go for him. So what they do is they hang around somewhere in the car hidden. And then all of a sudden, at that precise moment, they drop in front of you. He then screams, drives the car up onto the pavement and all the rest of it. And he said, it was awful. Happened to me once, because it was an old car. And it seemed to have a nest of spiders in there. I thought they were tarantulas. And I've had a wasp in the car before now, and immediately, because I can control all my windows from one central position, and so I opened all the windows of the car. Then, of course, it blew my hair to pieces, so I was not having a very good day, but at least we got rid of the wasp. Because wasps are very aggressive at the best of times. We don't like bees. I'm fine with. I can talk to bees all day. Joanna Lumley has got another man in her life during this lockdown. She's been married for 35 years, but they don't talk about her husband very often. 35 years they've been together. She says during lockdown she's got another man. Who do you think it is? It's Elvis Presley. It's Elvis Presley. She talks to Elvis Presley. In the ghetto. Yeah. I could have done an impression of Elvis Presley. A big fan of Elvis. I was watching him the other day. They were doing this, I think he must have been at Caesar's Palace or wherever. He played the Hilton, didn't he, in Vegas? That's right. And it was him walking through the backstage area, you know, in his white jumpsuits. And then they used to go into, I think the music was called Also Das Sprach Zarathustra, something like that. Dun, dun, da, da. Boom, 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 boom. And he would then come and go, oh, see, she rider. He was actually a little bit better than that. And it showed him walking backstage, because I quite like those bits of the walking backstage. It's because they're obviously with people they like, and then, you know, he had part of his Memphis Mafia with him, and they were looking after it. If you watch the Dolly Parton one, she has some big bloke who helps her off the bus because she's a bit frail, and she holds his hand, just on top, really, so she doesn't fall off the heels, I should imagine. And she literally gets off the bus, it goes into the back of the O2, she gets off the bus, there's no hanging around, have a cup of tea, quick fag, you know, before we go, or sign some autographs. No, she walks up to the back of the stage, there's a big curtain there, like a see-through curtain, and she stands there, and then they go, what do they go? Oh, it just go, hello, Dolly. And then the light comes on, and she goes, well, hello, London. And the audience go crackers. Barbara Streisand, when she came back after all those years, and she came back, I think, to Caesar's Palace, they paid her $1 million for one performance. It was full of celebrities. Everybody in town wanted to be there for Barbara Streisand's comeback. And so she had a set built. Marvin Hamlish conducted the orchestra, and she literally walks up a little staircase, and again, then the curtain rises, and there's Barbara Streisand. Fantastic, I love it. I do the same at all of my shows. I sort of stand backstage, you know, do a little bit of limbering up, things like that. Corey goes, you're right. And I go, yeah, I'm fine. I've done it a few times before, so that's okay. The Range sell broken biscuits. Really cheap for a huge box, says Lisa in Surrey. How fantastic. Steve, hasn't the Bentley got a cooled glove compartment? No, the boot is. I've got a plug in the boot for a fridge. I mean, to be honest with you, who can be bothered? I mean, sometimes they've got the armrest in the middle at the back seat is a cool box in some cars, and you can keep your champagne in there. But, I mean, you can't drink when you're driving along, can you? You just spill it. Steve, do you remember the sweet gobstoppers? Oh, Shane says you should see the spiders out here. Oh, no, don't. Well, I'll send the producer out. He can have a field day. Elaine says, Steve, is your hair long enough for an Elvis quiff? No, I did manage, thank you for asking, to cut a little bit of my hair yesterday. I'm really suffering with the hair cutting malarkey. I can't wait for them to open. I really can't. I mean, it's not that I'm going to be standing outside in a queue. I will, but I just want it cut now. When you're so used to having it, you know, kept neat and tidy, I feel like I look like the producer. You know, slightly better looking version, obviously. Steve, I used to love getting DVDs when I used to work in Asda, but then grew out of it. It's all online free. I know people keep telling me that, Waj. They keep saying, don't worry, you can get this stuff. And I don't want it online. I want to physically handle the DVD. I feel I'm part of it. I don't know why. Also, I used to love... Oh, sorry, we've just done that one, haven't we? Steve, it's not just putting your feet up watching TV, it's research for today's show, says Ron. Do you know, I wish I could tell you that. But my research starts when I get into here. Actually, I mean, to be honest with you, no, you're right, actually. Because the things that I do for the day before turn into, not research for the programme, but things that I can talk about. Because I do keep myself fairly active, albeit at my own pace. I try not to sort of rush my way through it, because I'm at that age now where you don't really want to rush through things as quick as possible. So I like taking my time. But I've got to do it before the heat gets up, because I ain't very good in the heat. I'm really bad. But I've got to start filling the pots up now. I've got 2 pots to empty, three pots to empty, and then we can start filling up with earth, and then hopefully... I'm still waiting for these blooming plants. How much longer have we got to wait for? If only I'd printed off the blooming thing when I ordered. I should then have had a number ago. When are they being delivered? Oh, they're being delivered this week. Because I've got this thing that's coming from JML, and they do timed deliveries. And do you remember I had it last time? It came through Parcel Force, and it tells you the name of the driver, and it tells you what time they'll be there. So they said it'll be between 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning. And blow me down, it was 8:30. He turned up. Listener, of course. And so he said, I've got a parcel for you, Steve. I said, I know, that's why I'm sitting here waiting. I love getting parcels. I can't tell you what is in this parcel because you'll think I'm silly. Well, you probably think I'm silly anyway, but to be honest with you, I'm quite happy. Somebody said, oh, all this saving money, Steve, you should go out and spend it. Oh, believe you me, I'm spending it. Believe you me, I am spending it. I'm not going mad, because I like save for a rainy day. But they've said we're going into a recession, the like of which you ain't never seen before. Now, if you've never been through the recession, and I've been through a recession before now, it's not fun. It's not fun. If you think things are tough at the moment, they're going to get a whole lot tougher. A whole lot tougher. There's going to be people... Oh, my phone's come to life. It's the other end of the studio. I forgot to charge it overnight, my phone. So now I've plugged it in over the other end of the studio, and it's just come to life with a message, and I can't get to it. I'll have to wait till I go to a break. Steve, love your banter with the producer. You and Corey seem like great mates. No, we're not. Okay, no, we're not. It's a working relationship. Okay, he sits there and does what I tell him, and he does it. It's as simple as that. And if he doesn't, we change him. There's like going into a sweet shop, and on the top shelf it's got producers, and then it comes down to, other producers, and then producers who, if you're really desperate, and then it comes down to APs. And then, yes, it's the Tesco value range. And he is in the Tesco value range. They all have value range. I don't go anywhere near them. I seriously can't. I always think they're going to look at me and go, oh, poor soul, he's on the Tesco value stuff. Why can't they put luxury on it or something like... Why do they have to put Tesco value? Waitrose have got their own Waitrose Essentials, I think. And it's the same thing. It's for poor people. And I don't want to go in there and be poor people. I mean, why can't they call it something else? Because you're stigmatised. I mean, I dread picking it up because I'm going to hear people walking past going, poor, he's on the radio knowing everything. He can't afford to buy proper beans. He's got to buy the imitation beans. It's awful, isn't it, really? But that's what it's like when you're looking for sort of producers for the programme. I don't know what the criteria is for a producer. I suppose they just have to be a yes person. I quite like that idea. We're doing this, are we? Yes. And resilient. You're not resilient at all. You're totally useless. Totally useless. But no, we have what's called a working... listen, but between you, me and the gatepost, you don't want to get too friendly with them, just in case one day you have to lose them. So they always go, yeah, we'll really keep in touch. No, we won't. And yeah, perhaps we'll go out for a drink one time. No, we won't. Perhaps we can do lunch. We'll never do lunch. The idea of being stuck in a restaurant with them for an hour and a half could be just too much for me. I could be pushed over the edge. So I keep it on a fairly sort of jovial level. But there's none of this sort of touchy, feely kind of thing. Like, you're my best mate. No, I'm not. And I really want to be your friend. No, you don't. And perhaps, would you like to come on holiday with us? We're doing nudists this year. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want anything like that at all. But we always give the impression that we're sort of, a little bit sort of buddy-buddy. The truth of the matter is, he's got 2 friends and he wants to increase it to 3. Never. We pretend to like each other. That's the way it works. We pretend to like each other, and we keep it like that. Because he's got his ambitions. I've also got ambitions for him as well at the same time, and they're not the same. Let me tell you. Steve, you sound nervous. Well, after 41 years, yeah, really nervous. Honestly, what are you on, drugs or something? You're one of these people on serious medication. There's a lot of people on medication, actually. And, Steve, I listened to your podcast. I was just wondering, have you received the flowers? No. They've not arrived, little Julie, yet. I think they're going to arrive at the end of this month because it was too early to put... We only just had a couple of hot days. And so now we can go in. Once they're in there, they'll then race away by the time I've given them the Tomerite. Do you think the roads in London are a lot busier? Yes. Without a shadow of a doubt. Yes, absolutely. Really a lot. I mean, seriously a lot busier. When we go out of town in the morning, me and the driver, and it was Wayne yesterday, and the day before it was Wayne, actually. Like it was Jason this morning, it was Jason yesterday. I seem to get a lot of sort of people in twos and threes. And Wayne and I we were looking at the roads, and it was getting busy. The M4 coming into town, Hammersmith flyover, busy. Seriously, noticeably busy. And I'm thinking, well, they've been told by the government, don't take public transport, bring your car into town. Where you're supposed to park them, we do not know. And Steve, Alan, balloons. Yes, we were looking at things which we can sell for Make Some Noise. And we've got something in mind. We're just waiting to see whether or not it's a goer, as they say. Steve, you're competing with the Dawn Chorus this morning. I don't have a problem with the Dawn Chorus. I like the Dawn Chorus as well. And I could never understand, Steve, why they did away with bus inspectors. When I was younger, I never dared go on without paying my fare, says Angela, that the inspectors would be feared. Have you seen the thugs now that get on the bus and they try and detain these? They ask perfectly politely, can I see your ticket, please? And you know damn well they haven't got a ticket. And they sit there and they try and brace it. And then they start looking around for where it is. You think, well, you don't know where your Oyster card is, you crook. Terrible people. And another one. So we're still waiting on that, little Julie, as well, for the flowers. I definitely want them soon. Definitely. But I'm sure they will. If they don't arrive by the end of the month, I'll just put something else in, which is good. From what you were saying last night's long listeners, I used to be Kurt from Bank between 81 and 2. I was a regular on Nightline with Tommy Boyd and the late Adrian Love. God, the Adrian Love was late years ago. Years and years ago. Also, somebody says, I always ask people, whenever I go round stately homes, what did we do before the spike? The answer is, I don't know. Somebody was telling me about the spike yesterday. They were saying, I remember the spike, Steve. And will you go to the cinema, Steve, the day it reopens? No. I never went to the cinema before. The only time I ever went to the cinema is when I had a guest coming in and I went to see a screening. And so I was in the big Odeon cinema here. They had a screening there. 10 of us in the whole cinema. 10 of us. I fell asleep. I'm fatal. You listen, you put me in a nice comfy seat. It was after the programme. I think it was about 10 o'clock or something. And I sat down and the lights dimmed down. I was gone. I was gone, seriously. I mean, I knew that I'd gone because I woke up and I dribbled. And there's nothing worse, is there? There's nothing worse. You know, and I was watching a Quentin Tarantino film. Well, that ain't no romp in the park. That's like Bloodfest. It's seriously... Oh, and here comes another cowboy. And you think, oh, my God, Father. Anyway, I still managed to sleep through that. I was very happy. They make it too comfy. And the seats that we went downstairs, I got stuck with Corey. And we went to... what was it actually? That's right, it was the company meeting, but I got called out on it. And they did a tribute, and also it was really nice actually. And my boss James at the time was really lovely, and Ashley Tabor was lovely, and everybody hugged me, and it was really nice. But I got stuck with Corey sitting next to me. Well, you know what he's like. You know, he hadn't met anybody. He didn't know anybody. And I felt sorry for him because I think somebody's going to think that he's here to clean up. And so I thought, well, you can come and sit here. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And it was a little bit apologetic, but the seats were so comfy. I mean, it was really, really, really comfy. And so, but some of the little screening rooms that they send you to seat about 20 or 25 people. And, well, I can be asleep in those in 5 minutes. And I, at times, have been the only person in there. Well, me and a security guard. You know why? They think you might photograph the film and put it up on the internet or make copies of it. So they put a security guard in with you to make sure you're not... As if I would ever... I'm a responsible person. I would never do that. Absolutely ridiculous. Just gone 4:30. Let's have a check at the... Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 5. You're doing well. I hear people talking to loads of people on LBC over all the different programmes, talking about how they're finding it very difficult for self-isolating, especially if you're elderly and you're used to having people around you. That's why this programme is an absolute godsend. Somebody said you should go on Naked Attraction. You must be joking. I can't think of anything worse. Why earth you want to stand up? They had a bloke the other day, he worked in a bank. I thought, all the people in the bank are going to be going, I know him, and now here he is standing naked on a television programme. It's really tragic. Very tragic. Steve says, Shane, do you have trouble with the passwords on your phone? I'm trying to get into an app. It keeps saying wrong password, but it's the right one. Can you not have them to email you something, and then you can change it from that? Because I've written down so many just doing the congestion charge thing. I've written down so many different passwords. I've got no idea. I mean, luckily, they won't have to contact me, or I won't need to put anything in there because I don't need to check anything. It's as simple as that, actually. You'll have to take Corey to Joe Allen's when the nightmare is over. I think not. I think you're getting the wrong end of the stick here. Seriously. I have no interest whatsoever. Imagine being stuck with somebody at the table for an hour and a half. Any more than 5 minutes, I'd be crawling up walls. You know, and then Corey go, oh, I don't know what to have to eat. Well, whatever it is, make it bloody quick. You know, we don't want to sit here all day. Oh, should I have a pudding? Yeah, have a pudding, whatever. You know, should we get another bottle of Prosecco? No, you've had 2 already. Oh, no, dreadful. Steve, how long will single people have to wait to get jiggy with someone new, says Jackie? Well, for an eternity, I should imagine. For an absolute eternity. I mean, you can't go out to... I mean, if you're Lauren Goodyear, she sort of just entertains people all the time, doesn't she? So I feel a bit worried about her. She's sort of not really improving. As she gets older, she gets worse. Steve, did you buy more strawberries, says Keith? Bug-free this time. No. Well, I did buy strawberries, actually, yesterday, but I got them from M&S. They don't have slugs in them. Is it still alive? Still going? What are you feeding it? Strawberries. It's eating strawberries. We found a bug in the strawberries. The whole thing was the other day, which we did on the programme, which was nice. Steve. So a lot of people are asking about how long... I think they're going to start unlocking things shortly. They're going to make it a bit easier for you, but... And I saw an old lady getting off a bus the other day, just with a shopping trolley, no mask on, no nothing. And I felt like saying to her, have you read the news? Have you listened to what they're saying? 40,000 people are dead in your age group. Mainly in your age group, some with underlying health problems. And let's face it, to be brutally honest, if you're an elderly person, then you're going to have underlying health issues automatically because of your age. I've got them. Dick Carrier, who we talked about the other day, who is a name from my past, together with Dave Maskell and Gary Bates and loads of people like this that we all used to work with years ago. Little realising, of course, we'd all still be alive nowadays. This was after Steve West, another person off the circuit, died the other day at the age of 68. And then we were hearing from Dave Maskell, and I said, you must send in a picture. And actually, do you know, he don't look too bad, considering he's 70. He's 70. And he took a picture last year. He did a pilgrim's walk, 200 kilometres on the Camino de Santiago, staying in hostels, 20 plus to a room was an experience. Great way to lose a few kilos, says Dave. I think he's 70. But we go back to working in a department store together, in the same department. So that's a long time. And I was doing that when I was 15. So it gives you an idea of how long ago that was. Dick Carrier, Richard Carrier, is still going. But and after we talked about Steve West's passing, because he was, in fact, even my friend Ian over in America said, if I'd known that you knew Steve West, I'd have contacted you to see if I could get some work. But Dick says, I bet Steve West's passing would make some of the original Good Hughes jocks become reminiscent. I have a feeling it's going to run and run. I'm now 71 and retired, living in my 110-year-old ex-miner's cottage in Derbyshire, and he had a picture taken on Dave Maskell's terrace of his first-floor apartment. He said, during the year, I try to visit Dave as much as I can, probably not this year, though, and he visits me when in the UK. You can see I've got a full head of hair. I am the silver fox. Apart from being type 1 diabetic and poor eyesight, my health isn't too bad. So there you go. You sort of catch up with all these different people, because I'm also diabetic, but only type 2, but insulin dependent. And my eyesight's good because I've had the cataracts done. Best thing I ever had done, actually, cataracts. Seriously, I mean, absolutely the best thing I've had done. So I think I might go and get some proper glasses. I'm using reading glasses, but I might go and get some proper ones. Is Thomas friends with Corey, says Jane? Absolutely not. No, Corey's like that. Can I describe him? He's like, you're out walking down the street and you hear a sort of behind you, and you turn, and there he is. There he is. Got a packet of popcorn. Hello, Steve. Oh, God. Hi, Corey. Where are you going? I don't know. Where are you going? I'm not going where you're going. Where are you going? And it goes on. You know, an hour later, you're just about to go shop window, and you look in the window, look at your own reflection, and there he is, right behind you again. It's like that proverbial bad penny. Thomas gets the same with him. We don't know what we can do about it. It's obviously, I think what he's done is he's tagged me and I don't know. And so wherever I turn up, he's there because he's following it on the sat nav for the car. You know, he's basically, I know where Steve is. I'll go round and talk to him. Perhaps he can be my friend. Perhaps we can go to the pub and have a pint. As if that's ever going to happen. No chance. You don't want to do things like that. I mean, I'm not friends with Thomas either. You know, they're just people I happen to work with. I'm more friends with my boss, who phones me on a regular basis. You know, we just have a little chat, catch up and things like that. He tells me what's going on in his life and I tell him nothing. It's a work in progress, as they say. And somebody says, talking to people passing, don't go anywhere. Stay healthy. I've no idea what we would do if we lost you. Well, you'd have another presenter. Although, as my boss keeps telling me, we've got so many Steve Allen programmes, you could run them for about the next 10 years and nobody would know. Apart from the fact, you know, the news might be a bit dated. The Titanic has sunk. I'm sure that was years ago. And Colin says, I used to like listening to Michael Van Straten. He always told you what to eat for different illnesses, like fruit. Yes. And Anastasia says, I also fell asleep in the cinema, woke up when I saw the credits rolling, very embarrassed. It's not cheap. I think the seats that we had here, we didn't obviously pay for them because we'd rented the whole building. And there was something like 30 to 60 quid, I think. But they're very comfortable and the seat goes backwards. I mean, really, really nice. Really nice. Steve, the 9:30 trolley dashers will be back when the lockdown is off. Do you think? I don't think so, actually. Somebody else asking about the strawberries. That was one of our bad days, actually. One of our bad. It doesn't matter. Listen, you know, it's all working. It's all good, actually. Another one here. I don't know. What are the trolley dashers? Because we go into my supermarket at 7:30. So I can do the 7:30 run, but I don't know what to have for lunch today. It might be fish fingers again. Fish fingers and mashed potato. I don't know what sort of sauce you put over fish fingers and mashed potato. Do you put any sauce over them, or do you not bother with stuff like that? Every day, I mean, that's the only thing I have a problem with. I never used to worry about this before, because I would go out to eat a lot of the time, but there isn't anywhere to go out and eat at the moment. So I'm like the rest of you. I'm having to sort of make do, but because I don't cook, and because I can't cook, although there's some sandwiches in the papers today. Woo, woo, woo. Fantastic sandwiches. Because the driver this morning, Jason, he makes his own. He goes and buys... Have you heard of this Tiger bread? It's got stripes across it. Well, why would you have heard of it? It's posh bread. It's not for people like you. It's... honestly. So he has to argue the way, doesn't he? Honestly. It's sort of one of those things. Oh, I've had Tiger bread before, Steve. You're not posh. That was the whole idea. He said to me the other day, he said, I go there because it sort of moves me up the... No, it doesn't. You stay exactly where you are. He's from a coal mining family. His mother used to mine coal in the back garden. She used to go down pit, and she'd go down in cage. She had a little miner's lamp and a little canary in a cage. And that was his mother. The father was in the iron and steel business. Well, the mother did the ironing, he did the steeling. But apart from that, it was okay. You know, got a good gag, isn't it? No, it's very old. That's about as old as you are. Ron says, as long as you've got your marbles and the legs still work, you can tackle anything. Well, undoubtedly, I do have my marbles and the legs are still working. For how much longer, I don't know. Oh, dear. Best brekkie show for waking up to, Steve. Oh, it's me. So thank you. That's Isle of Wight. That's Steve on the Isle of Wight. Do you know, I'd love to go. I only went to the Isle of Wight years and years ago. It made a bit of a disaster. I went with a church youth group some years ago, and we all went over there and we camped. Well, some of the boys did, and but that was their business. We didn't have a problem with it as long as you sang the hymns properly. And we got taken over there, and we had youth leaders and everything else. And when you're young, it's all a bit exciting because you're in a tent, and then you try and pick the person you want to be in the tent with, because you don't want to be in the tent with the wrong person, do you? So we had these big tents which we put up. Well, that was the first disaster, trying to put tents up when you're younger, because the tent is like enormous. And they slept, I think you could probably get about 3 or 4 in each tent. So we go to the Isle of Wight, And we had a young lad with us because we were all ages. We went from, I think, probably about 12 up to about 14, 15, something like that. And it was lovely. I can't remember how we got there. That bit I do not remember, but I do remember one particular thing. One of the lads was very nervous about being away from home, and he got very, very homesick. I mean, everybody used to get homesick to a certain extent, but once you'd passed the first hour and you discovered your parents weren't around, you could go completely mad, then it was okay. But some people did get very homesick. I went to prep school, and when I went there, I was sort of not tragically homesick, but I was only a little boy. I think I was only 9. So you're away from home, you're with a load of other people, but that was okay. I was fairly self-sufficient at a very early age, but some boys didn't cope very well at all. And this particular boy on our trip didn't cope at all well. In fact, so much so he had a bit of a, let's call it an accident, shall we? An accident, and all I remember is they had to take him into a department store to try and wash his clothes. It was a complete disaster. It was so, and of course, from that moment on, we all walked behind him, going, "It's a really bad disaster." And we all felt so sorry for him because he was so sweet, but he really missed his mum. Like, he'd obviously never been away from home anymore, and because he wasn't one of those sort of boys who mixed very often, it was all a bit probably intimidating. Whereas we were just sort of out for playing ball and catch and hiding and messing about in the river, and it was like a little stream, really. But I always remember him. Out of all the things that we did on this Isle of Wight holiday, that was the only thing I remember, him. But they used to say at our church, because we used to have to go to the church to go to the youth club, it was a bit of a two-way thing. And so halfway through the service they'd go, and now the younger members of the congregation are going to leave us, and we'd all stand up and troop out to go for other, which was an opportunity to light up, anybody got any fags? 14-year-olds getting out of there. And the vicar thought we were such good people. They always do. Choristers, worst behaved people you'll ever meet. You see them at Christmas, hark the herald, outside beating the heck out of each other. Letting tyres down on cars. That's what we were. We were sort of choristers, but we loved doing it. Trolley dashers, Steve, are OAPs when they get on the bus free after 9:30. The purple rinse mob. Oh, right. Is it? You can get on the bus all the time, actually. You don't have to do 9:30. Trains, you do 9:30. The buses are all the time. I'm free on all the time. And I must be a trolley dasher, but I don't have the purple rinse. Well, not today, but tomorrow, who knows? Says, how about parsley sauce with fish fingers and mash and some garden peas? Yeah, that sounds quite a nice idea. I think I'm going for the other option, though, which is baked beans, mashed potato and fish fingers. And they're going to be haddock fish fingers, because they've got more taste than any of the other things. I also buy strawberries from Marks. Do you wash your strawberries, says Anastasia? Never. I don't think any of us have ever washed our strawberries, have we? No, they look fairly healthy. Where are these ones from? Kent. The grower's name is Sean Figgis. Bless his heart. Do you think he exists? I don't know. I always like to check these things. But no. Steve, Jay says, can you tell us your stories about Jasper and Judy, your pets? Well, neither of them lasted particularly long, it has to be said. Because Judy was the hamster, of course. Oh, look, we found Sean Figgis. There you go. He's a model. And, no farmers look like that. Oh, here I am, I'm wearing my pink shirt. Do me a favour. But that's how they grow them. So where do the slugs come from, then? Yeah, that's Sean Figgis, one of our hand-picked British strawberries. There's loads of people standing on a truck that's driving down the middle as they pick the strawberries. Fantastic, isn't it? Mind you, they always say, don't they, eat it, because it's a competition to get the best ones for Wimbledon. But the strawberries at the moment, the British strawberries, are very sweet. They're very, very nice. These ones are not too bad. We've had better. We have had better. So stories about the pets. Our first pet was Jasper. Jasper was we bought him as a little puppy from a place just down the road from my prep school. And I don't know whether or not it was in those sort of times where you went out there and you bought a pet because it kept the kids quiet. But Jasper was a spaniel, and it was lovely, golden spaniel. Unfortunately, they are prone, we didn't know, to going mad. They do go mad. Our one went completely round the bend. I mean, going from being a docile little dog to going out. I mean, admittedly, I don't think it helped when he stuck his head in a wasp's nest and thinking, oh, that looks interesting. And the wasps thought, what the hell's this? And so they stung him. So he came back home yelping and whelping and doing all sorts of things. And his nose swelled up to like twice the normal size. So we had to whiz him down the vet. But it was after that he started walking into furniture. He obviously lost it. You know, there was something the matter with him. It didn't quite go as well as we were hoping. And then I went to school one time, came back, you know, a few weeks later, and he'd gone. And they never did tell me where he'd gone. Even, you know, in my mother's last year of life, I should have actually said, what did you do with Jasper? Where did he go to? But we did have a pussycat called Candy, because they used to advertise carpets on the television, and they had a white cat, Cosset carpets, and we had a white cat called Candy, who used to have fur balls, as all white cats, long-haired do. And we went on holiday one year. Before we had the cat came along after the holiday, and we pulled into a filling station, and I could see it in my mind. And as usual, you know, when you're a kid, you're in the back of the car, and we had a caravan, and the car pulls into a filling station, and the kids just want to get out. You know, you love the smell of petrol, and you just want to, you know, it was like stretch your legs. And it was great. We had a Hillman Hunter at the time. And for some reason, I don't know why, but the man who owned the garage said, I don't suppose you'd like a hamster, would you? You know, like, could we have petrol? Is it possible to get petrol? We didn't know there was a pet shop here, you know. I'd have a giraffe or a lion or something like that. No, would you like a hamster? So he said, yeah, we could have a hamster. And so in those days, they had big walls, ice cream containers. They were big. It was metal. It was a metal case, which all the ice cream was stacked in, and then you put it into your freezer if you were a shop or something like that. And so he gave us this case with all this straw in the bottom, and we sort of looked in, and we couldn't see it. And I thought, is this something we're going to walk away? It's like the Emperor's New Clothes, you know, there is no hamster. And then, of course, later on, the hamster decided to come out for a walk. Now, the one thing I can tell you about hamsters is you have to pick them up fairly quickly. They have to be used to human company, because otherwise you'll pick them up and they'll take a chunk out your finger. They've got big teeth at the front. They eat sunflower seeds, for goodness sake. And it's fantastic. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. And so we got this hamster, and she came with us on every holiday. We then had to go to a pet shop. That's when the expense started. We had to buy this, like, cotton wool stuff that she would eat and sort of fill her mouth up with it and then spit it out and make a nest in the straw and the sawdust, and then she had to have a wheel. But unfortunately, our wheel had a squeak. And so all night, that's when hamsters come alive. During the daytime, you can't wake the thing up. It's like, it's had its cigarette and it's had a beer or something, and it just didn't want to wake up. And so at night time, you'd just be going off to sleep. And the cat would the cat would lie down in front of the cage. Thank God there were bars there. And the hamster would be going round on the wheel, you know, completely oblivious to everybody. You know, and the cat would be sitting there thinking, do you know, if they just removed these bars, what fun we could have. And so occasionally we did used to take Judy out of the cage when the cat was out of the room or in the garden or something. We didn't have a cat flap. And she would disappear behind cupboards and things like that, behind the cooker, behind the washing machine. We knew she disappeared behind the washing machine because my mother turned the thing on one day. There was a loud bang and the whole house was plunged into darkness because the hamster had eaten the wiring. You know, as indeed things like that happen. But they were the best of friends. Absolutely the best of friends, which was quite nice, because after Judy died, we brought her back from. She'd been on about 4 or 5 holidays with us. So she survived quite a long time. We would let her run about all over the place with us, and she was very used to being handled. And then she came back from holiday one time. On holiday, she'd been a bit shaky on her legs. You know, she literally was standing still, but she was moving, and I thought, that doesn't look too promising. And then blow me down, the poor little thing passed away. And so she was buried in the garden. My father sort of, you know, made a little box for her with some stuff in there, and we buried her in the garden. Unfortunately, next morning, the cat dug her up and brought her to the back door. It was very embarrassing. So in the end, we had to bury her with a brick over the top of the grave to stop the cat bringing her in again. You know, it's not the kind of thing you really want, is it? See, pensioners have to pay before 9:30. Not on the buses, they don't. No, they don't. It's so ridiculous. It's free. Free. It might be in your neck of the woods you have to pay, but not down here in London. I'm free. I'm free on the tubes all the time. I'm free on the buses all the time. And I get buses sometimes at 7:30 in the morning. Free. Free. And, I mean, you can't really... I mean, have you studied it, or are you just sort of making things up to make yourself out to be a bit dim? No, it's free. Free before... On the trains, you have to pay, but it's before 9:30. After 9:30, it's free. So I was fun. I used to wait till after 9:30 if I was having an interview for In Conversation, and then it was free on the train, which saves you a lot of money. In fact, we were about the last station, I think, at Twickenham. But beyond that, I think you have to pay. But very good indeed. Steve, our cat Barney bit the head off a bat the other night. Oh, not sure about that actually. I mean, normally bats you can't get; they're so fast. I know that snakes can get them. Snakes can get them because they had a cave in Peru or somewhere like that, and clinging to the cave roof were millions of bats. Millions, I swear to God, millions of bats. And they showed all this bat droppings on the floor, which were just writhing because of all the insects that live there. But climbing up the walls of this cave, how they clung on, I've got no idea, snakes. And the snake would anchor itself to a little rock protrusion and push itself out and would grab at a bat as it was flying past. And they were quite successful. Quite successful. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, I would never have thought that snakes could do things like that. I mean, I've seen them where they've got immense smell, haven't they? And they were showing a thing on the top. What was it? Oh, that's right. It was a rat that was walking. It did exactly... They're a bit like foxes. They do exactly the same route every night. They walk from, if this is plant A to plant B, the rat will walk along that line. And the snake knew this. And so it let it do it twice. And then when it came back, it just went... And this rat leapt about 8 feet in the air. And then, of course, because it had the poison in it, it was on a slow hiding to nothing. And so all the snake had to do was sort of, look at its watch, cling on for about a couple of minutes, and then just follow the track. And at the end was one dead rat. One dead rat. So Steve should have used WD-40 on the hamster wheel. I don't think we had WD-40. I don't think we ever had I don't remember it. You can buy it in Poundland now. I buy it, but I haven't ever used it, which is good. Steve, the most expensive strawberries grown in Japan. Find out for me whether the most expensive strawberries are grown in Japan. Never heard of them. I know they do all sorts of different bits and pieces. George has set his alarm clock for 4 a.m. and he's 11. Want to be 12? Go back to sleep. What's the most expensive fruit? There you go. They retail for... Oh, no, they're not as expensive as you said, actually. No, they're $9.88 each. They're called... Migaki, Ichigo Platinum. That's like Mr. Miyagi. Who was that bloke in the... Mr. Miyagi. He died. Oh, speak like this to me. He was brilliant. Mr. Miyagi was fantastic. He'd take on everybody. He had superhuman powers. We love Mr. Miyagi. I've got all the Karate Kid, and then there was a Karate Girl, wasn't there, as well? Mr. Miyagi helped her too. Why? Because he was a nice person. Nice person. Right, I hate to tell you this, but if you have a Freedom Pass, the rules surrounding these changed this week. No, they haven't. Go, blimey, honestly. The dim, and out they come. They're going to be changing it, but it's a lot later, okay? Okay, they haven't started it yet. The congestion charge came in this week. Go, blimey, honestly. On LBC. Apparently Paul Hollywood was on... TV the other day and ate the most expensive strawberry, half the size of a tangerine. And, we've just checked. They're about, why would you spend 350 quid? Big strawberry, Steve, comes in a box. They're only for posh guys like you, though, for that money. But, you can buy them, the posh strawberries, for $9 per strawberry. I mean, if you're buying a box, I should imagine you probably could buy a box for 350 quid. But that's like all sorts of things. The Japanese will pay through the nose for fruit. Literally. I mean, I think if you go to Tokyo, you will discover that the most expensive fruit is in Tokyo. It really is terribly expensive. Grace says, I have a couple of plants. I don't feed my plants. They're doing very well. They need a lot of water. Unfortunately, my strawberries are not sweet, so they're enjoyed with loads of sugar. Oh, my God, you don't need... you add sugar onto the strawberries. Blimey. Oh, I tell you what, did you hear the other day? Apparently, full-fat cream and milk is good for you. Full-fat cheese is good for you. And I thought, well, that sorted my life out. I was saying for ages that you could, I know it's got huge calories in it, but apparently it's supposed to be better for you. I wish they'd make up their mind. Can't make up their mind on anything. Helen, who lives the other side of Mallorca, says, Dave sent me the photo he sent you from 45 years ago. A couple of dudes. So say hi to Dave Maskell, and I'll see him soon, as I only live on the other side of Mallorca. How lovely. Well, now I've got pictures of Dave taken the other year, and I've got pictures of Dick Carrier as well. And I think they're holding up very well, actually, very well. Dave looks very good. Very good, considering he must be 70, because Dick Carrier's 71 and I'm 66. So we're all roughly the same. But, I mean, we worked together donkeys years ago. I mean, it really was donkeys years ago. Steve says, Dev, it'll be fun to watch Fair Dodgers, such leapfrogging on Channel 4 tomorrow evening. Yeah, they've got a new programme, haven't they, with Fair Dodgers. But they're all thugs, aren't they? I mean, to be honest with you, I think they should bring in tasers, which is a lot easier. You just sort of bring in a taser, then that stops them on their tracks and you have them arrested. We just have to build some more prisons. Now, poem of the day is always just after 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, we've heard from a range of literary greats, but you don't have to be a highfalutin to enjoy writing a good poem. Carl Pilkington, radio producer turned travel presenter, used to work in this very building with Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant on what was then called XFM. Now it's Radio X, of course. Now, Carl became known for his unique take on the world, and these poems from Carl Pilkington set out his hatred for a certain marine animal. Jellyfish. I don't like jellyfish. They're not a fish, they're just a blob. They don't have eyes, fins or scales like a cod. They float about blind, stinging people in the seas, and no one eats jellyfish with chips and mushy peas. Get rid of them. Jellyfish Part 2. It would be spiteful to put jellyfish in a trifle. That's the level we're aiming at this week, OK? We don't want to test you too much. And that was courtesy of Carl Pilkington. So we thank him very much indeed. Steve, the box has one in it for 350. Also, Carol says, thrilled to hear earlier that Captain Tom Moore receiving his knighthood. We predicted that months ago. I said he was going to get a knighthood. He's 100, for goodness sake. Of course you've got to give him a knighthood. Definitely got to do that. So now he's actually got it. I hope the shock hasn't killed him. Poor soul. Honestly, let's let him enjoy it. Well, what does it come with, though? What does it come with? I don't know what it comes with. Obviously he'll get to go to Buckingham Palace, and I'm assuming the Queen will give it to him, because we don't want anybody else to give it to him. It's got to be the Queen or nobody. Steve, you and Dale would be great as Morecambe and Wise. Yes. I don't think we ever. I cannot remember, actually. I can't remember whether or not we ever did anything. We did an advert together for bread. That's all I can tell you. And did we ever do a radio programme together? No, we didn't do anything. Anything like that at all. I don't know why, actually. It just didn't come into the equation. But whether it would have been any good, I couldn't tell you. The one thing about doing double-headed programmes is that it's a very difficult thing to do. People think it's very easy, but I promise you it's not. I have done a double-headed programme. It was a total disaster. And I did it with... I won't tell you who I did it with, but we did it on LBC years ago because the management... one of the management was going out with this particular person, and they'd had to find a job for her, but they didn't have a job, so they put her on with me. And in the end, it just didn't work, because you have to know how somebody works. So in other words, if you've got two people on a radio programme, one of them is going to lead the programme. Whether the other one likes it or not. It's like when you watch breakfast television, there'll be somebody on there. They used to say, the person sitting on the left as you're looking at your television straight on is the person leading the programme. And you just have to accept that somebody is going to lead it. So in other words, if it all falls apart, this person is going to rescue it and bring it back together again. So it's very, very difficult to do things like that. And lots of people fade out. You find you get presenters who are very good by themselves, and they'll have a little team with them. But the team have to remember, you don't step on the presenter's feet, because they're the ones who are carrying the programme. It's on their shoulders. So the only person who can make this programme work is me. I'm the only person. The buck stops with me. It's as simple as that. If I don't get the audience figures, my bosses are not going to be very happy. They're looking for somebody who can get the audience figures. So it stops with me. I can't then throw it back and go, oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. It wasn't my fault. It was the producer's fault. You can't blame it on the producer, because he can't change what comes out of my mouth, much as I'm sure he'd like to on many an occasion. But he can't. He can't. It's just the way it is, I'm afraid. It's just the way it is. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, says Ron, living on a Mediterranean isle, eating an olive oil diet in the sunshine, of course they'd look good. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, put it this way. I don't remember, actually, what Dave Maskell used to eat or Dick Carrier. But, if you get to 71 and you're still, tootling around, I think that's good. That's good. They've got a few years on me. But, I feel fine, especially after reading the piece. You always go through a little bit of a... There's a bit in the paper today saying, out of the people who've died of coronavirus, the majority are type 2 diabetic. What am I? Type 2. Thank you very much indeed. But I'm very good. I don't hang around in places where there's loads of people. I really don't. If I'm going into M&S, I'm in, scoot along the corridors, the aisles, pick up the stuff, out. It's as simple as that. I don't risk it at all. And one here. When my boys were young, Steve, we had a cat called Mooney and 2 terrapins called Kate and Sydney, who always came on holiday to Cornwall with us. The terrapins lived on sandhoppers and lived in a fish tank under the caravan, says Viv. Yeah, the amount of... Well, we took everything in our caravan. The main thing that we took was soup. Always remember, in caravanning, we didn't have a big caravan. It was big enough for us, because the table folded down, became a double bed, and one you pulled down from the wall. So that meant that 4 of you could sleep in this, what seemed like a, quite small, about as big as this studio I'm in, which, of course, doesn't help because you can't see it. You have to take my word for it. It's about the size of a small touring caravan, about as wide as well, actually. And it had a toilet, although, to be honest with you didn't want to use it, because everybody would hear you going to toilet, because it was a metal toilet. Yes, it's the same with the toilet in here. I mean, I have to go like that when I want to go to toilet, so that nobody notices. And Shane says, I've just had a senior moment. I heard your weather. I thought, that's good then, but I woke up and thought, oh dear, that's over in the UK. Yes, it's never the same, is it? There was a 3-part Gemma Collins show on the other day. Just caught up with you, Miss Watch. No, I can live without that, actually. I've seen talentless people before. Because what they've done is they've made a big mistake. They've overhyped her and she doesn't have the talent to do anything. That's why she's never going to be invited onto anything really of any consequence. And at the moment, the work's petering out. It was supposed to be a 4-parter, but it became a 3-parter because they suddenly realised they were going Gemma Collins diva. And you think, but she's not a diva, she's just a rude fat bird. There's nothing diva-ish about that. Anybody can be rude to somebody, but that doesn't make you a diva. We knew that she was heading on a path to nowhere when she asked her assistant, to sort of call Buckingham Palace and find out whether the Queen hadn't given her an award for making the nation laugh. Unfortunately, hardly any of the nation have seen her. You see her on television and you listen to the rubbish that emanates from what is laughingly called her mouth, and you think to yourself, but it's just bluff, isn't it? There's nothing of any consequence. But the good news is that just to really wind her up, they're showing all those old towies where little Arge, the other talentless one, is draping himself over Lydia Dim. And it's embarrassing to watch. Kissy, 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 kissy. Lydia Dim, of course, who is now with child. She has a baby to play with, but no boyfriend or husband as yet. Nor do we think there will be one for some time. But she went out with Arge for what seemed like ages, and then for some reason he ditched her and went out with Gemma Collins. Out of the frying pan, as they say. Out of the frying pan. So that was a 3-part Gemma. Tara says the double header just didn't work, but did the relationship? No. What we did on our one, on the double header, I said, look, I tell you what we'll do. You do the first hour, I'll do the second hour, you do the third hour. Next week, I'll do the first hour, you do the second hour, I'll do the last hour. So it worked out so much better. So much better. Because it would make it easier. It's a very difficult thing to do. All those people who sort of say, oh, it must be dead easy to do a double-headed programme. It is not. A, finding the right combination, and B, making sure that people know that's the line. It's a bit like, social distancing. That's the line. Don't cross the line. Don't butt in when the main presenter is talking, and everybody gets their fair. All together now. He was right again, because after the last lady phoned up and said that the charging for pensioners was in immediately, it's not. It's not in now, and they don't have a date for it. It will be brought in as soon as is practicable, which means not now. Okay. From Monday, the congestion charge reintroduced. The £11.50 congestion charge for people driving into the centre of the city will resume. At the moment, it's only charged on weekdays. But from the 22nd of June... What are we up to at the moment? What are we up to? May. So they must know. I thought they would bring it in this week. I thought it was coming in this week. But they've said from the 22nd of June, it will rise. So £11.50 at the moment, then it'll go to 15 quid. And it's from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. every day. That'll be in place for a year, but it could be made permanent. OK, for that read, it'll be permanent. You think they're going to reduce it? I remember years ago, all of a sudden we had a bit of a dearth in the potato market. So the price of a portion of chips went up quite substantially. They said, don't worry, it'll go down again. It never did. It never did. They never put it down again. So if you think they're going to be sort of bringing this down in your favour, think again. It'll be the miracle of all miracles. Noreen says, can you believe that Robin Gibb died 8 years ago? I talked to his wife, Dweena. And I was a big fan of Robin Gibb. We interviewed Robin Gibb as well. Yesterday, says Noreen, you were talking about the medical people saying losing of sense and smell are now symptoms of COVID-19. But I was asked that by 111 when I was diagnosed with it on March the 17th, someone's birthday. And yes, I lost them. And also, can you believe my appetite? Hardly ate anything for 2 weeks. She says, have a good day. We have a socially distanced coffee and hot chocolate afternoon with the neighbours. How lovely. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. My favourite. I haven't had a hot chocolate for 8 months, mainly because there's no coffee shops open. The best one I ever got was in a hospital where I went to get my eyes done. And I went in it because I was particularly early. And I thought, I'll have a hot chocolate. They filled it so full to the top. How I got it to the table, I'll never know. A miracle in itself. Steve, bit of excitement in Chingford yesterday since lockdown. Woohoo! A car chase past my house. And as it turned the corner, the suspect ploughed into the bollards and was tasered to the ground and guns were drawn. Fire engine turned up and at least 10 officers and a few unmarked cars. I was taking my daily walk and I had to detour around them. How fantastic. We had that in Twickenham the other day as well. We had police cars with the driver. He said, I don't know what's going on up the road, because I'd seen the blue flashing lights. And I thought, wonder what that is. And I looked at, and they stopped a car up the road. There were young people in it, presumably idiots, who decided to go out, and the police had decided you're not going out. Warren says, right, talking about gardening, let's get all the animals out of the heat. 29 degrees. 29 degrees today. Double it and add 30 approximately. We're not bothered about the extra 1 degree. So about 88 degrees. No thank you. And he says, when you were saying hello, Dolly, it reminded me of Danny LaRue. He did a fabulous hello, Dolly. He says, I remember being with Danny when Julian Clary was on the stage. And he talked about, yes, we remember the Norman Lamont thing. Can you remember that on the British Comedy Awards? I remember, absolutely. I remember it so well. I was watching it at the time. He made a comment about Norman Lamont, and the whole place just absolutely fell apart. Of course, it made all the newspapers and everything else. It was typical Julian Clary. Typical Julian Clary. But Danny LaRue I saw as Danny Levi. Sorry, as Dolly Levi. Danny Levi. Playing that. It didn't do him any favours, that show. He was getting on a little bit by that time, but I still think you won't find anybody as, somebody who did what he did. He was a big star in this country. Big star. If you've never seen the film Our Miss Fred, you should get it out. It's sort of Danny playing sort of Danny doing drag, and he made drag respectable. He really did. People, he appealed to families. Watcha, mate, he'd come on and say. And he said, I know what you're all thinking. Where does it go? He said, well, I've been doing this so long now. He said, I just whistle and it goes away by itself. That's what he was famous for. And then Barbara and I nearly went down to the auction at the Brick Lane Music Hall of all his costumes, and all the money went to Annie, who made them. Beautiful costumes. And if you put him in on YouTube, he does the good old days. Ain't nobody doing it like Danny LaRue. And then, of course, he made the big mistake. He told people that he had a girlfriend. And, of course, everybody knew that Danny was as gay as a goose. But the girlfriend thing, he kept going without realising that the papers were... And he said it was in Australia, because he played Australia quite a number of times. And so the papers sent people out there to try and find who this woman is. And of course they couldn't find her because I don't think she existed. Well, in fact, we know she never existed. But Danny sort of then turned it into a bit of a game with the press, you know, why anybody... But he was so successful. Ronnie Corbett used to work at his club in London. He would try and get back from wherever he was in the country to do the midnight show at Danny's club. That's what he would do. All the good and the great went there because you would marvel. I went to see him twice when I was a young lad. I saw him at the Prince of Wales Theatre. It was called Danny at the Palace, I think, something like that. Anyway, and the audience were very mixed. And he was a big star. He came down a huge staircase, and it was just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. But great loss. But he had his moments. As you know on YouTube, if you've ever heard the Danny La Rue and Sue Jameson piece, which was very famous, Danny could be a little bit arch. Let's just put it that way. Arch is sort of a little bit, you know, diva, don't question me. And they were doing a thing about Sunday openings at theatres. And our arts correspondent, Sue Jameson, went down there and encountered Danny La Rue, who had gone there, I think, to lend support or something like that. And Sue made the fatal mistake. I mean, actually, it was funny at the time, very funny. And she said, surely you're just muscling in on the publicity, Mr. La Rue. And it was then that Danny turned. And he went, I don't, quote, need the publicity, my dear. I'm a huge international star. And it went from bad to worse. It went from bad to worse. He then, you know, I'm used to talking to amateurs, and then Sue goes, well, you're not talking to one now. You'll find it on YouTube, Danny La Rue and Sue Jameson. You must listen to it because it's very funny, but it was very indicative of the time. And we played it on LBC probably about 20 times that day. Nobody could get enough of it. It was Danny La Rue, one of the biggest stars, literally having his sort of breakdown. And of course, he had his little coterie of fans, you know, were clapping him every time he said something. It just went from bad to worse, but it was hilarious. Steve, and see, for all those people misinformed about bus passes, I'm always amazed at the rank stupidity of people who don't know when you can check it out quite quickly. They haven't brought it in yet. They're going to be bringing it in, but they haven't brought it in yet. So, you know, when you get an idiot who goes, oh, it started now. It hasn't. Because what do you think? The drivers are going to just say, yes, 20 of us have died so far from coronavirus. Of course you can come and stand next to us and swipe your thing in. But they've taken all the card machines out of the middle of the buses. You know, that's what they need to do. They have to put them all back in again. If I was a driver, I'd be going, I'm not taking a bus out. What, and people are going to walk past me and no, thank you. No, thank you. Steve, we never had electric in our caravan at Skeggy. Dad had to light the gas mantles and bring water from the public tap. Or you and me together. We never had electric. We had gas mantles. They were very fragile. They came in a little box. We'd always keep a couple of spare. You'd put it in there and you'd connect up the gas cylinders at the front of the caravan. And then it would go poof, as it sort of ignited. In fact, down in the Strand, you'll still find gas lamps down there. At the Savoy Hotel, there are gas lamps. Powered by, what do you think? The sewers. The gas from the sewers powers those gas lamps. Yeah, absolutely. You can see them. Can see them. There's a few gas lamps. In fact, down here at the bottom, I'm pretty certain they're gas lamps as well. You know those big ones down at the bottom just by the... I think they're gas lamps. I'm pretty certain. There's quite a number of them. We used to have gas lighters in London. I mean, obviously not in my day. It was long before that. Long before that. But yeah, gas lamps were very, very popular. But I'm sure it was the sewer and the gases that came off there that powered the gas lamps. There's a different colour you get to gas lamps. There you go. This is one here. The Carting Lane sewer-powered gas lamp. A whiff of history. Fair blows the wind from below. They're all over the place. And you can see, because you can see when they're on, you can tell it's a gas mantle in there. And there used to be gas men. So we think this is the last of its kind in London. We think so. Unless they've actually changed the one. So when you can see... Let's see what I'm in our district. Yeah, I'm pretty certain, actually, outside the Savoy they are, and I'm pretty certain that these ones down the bottom here. But London sewers and the great stink. In fact, it was so bad, the smell, at one point, coming off the Thames in London, they had to put up lime-soaked curtains over the Houses of Parliament because it was so bad. It was so bad, and the stench, because people threw everything into the river. Dogs, bodies, cats, everything. Emptied sewage, open sewage in the River Thames. It was so bad. And they made a big thing about it years and years ago, going, the Thames is now so much cleaner, there's fish in the Thames. Fish in the Thames, we said? Good God, what have they been eating? Just about everything. Steve, one of the funniest double presenter programmes was Sam Fox and Mick Fleetwood, the MTV Awards. I can remember that very well indeed. He was absolutely enormous and she wasn't. And it was absolute carnage. It was absolute carnage. And sort of funny, but in a way of like, oh my goodness, this actually gets terrible. But somebody says as well, Steve, why don't people remember the James O'Brien? Don't argue with Steve Allen. He's always right. It's as simple as that. This is what he said.
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
See, there you go. Never wrong. Never wrong. It's lovely, actually. I mean, because I like pointing out people who are sort of mildly, sort of not in keeping with the real world. You never know when to bring it in. I know, and you always get it wrong. I always have to just kind of sort of pad out a little bit so you can sort of line it up. It's the way it works, but it's called spontaneity. It's just we don't have it on this programme. There is no spontaneity. Front page of the Daily Express, as indeed the front pages of all the papers, with the exception of a few. Arise, Sir Tom. He's knighted today and he's absolutely overwhelmed. So he should be. It's a nice thing to get. And Boris says you inspired the whole country, provided us all with a beacon of light. No, he provided you with 39 million quid. That's what he did. He provided 39 million quid. He says, we as a nation must always stand together, undivided by class, race or religion. He comes from another generation. You know, from captain to colonel, now Sir Tom. You know, which is amazing. The jury's out on the depth of the scarring to the economy. They say we're going into a bad period. And, we've just got to try and hold it together. But the good news is that Prince Charles is to present his own radio show here, in this building. He's going to the floor below me with Classic FM. Prince Charles is going to be appearing on 2 Classic FM radio programmes next week to pick his favourite pieces and talk about watching live performances. Fantastic. There you go. There's a first. I'm going to install a secret camera so I can get a picture. I can superimpose myself next to him. That'll work. I bet he knows all. I wonder if he knows where my plants have gone to. Everybody else has got their plants except Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC with you Monday through Friday. If you're getting to that stage, and I should imagine most of you almost gone past that stage of how much longer. Well, isn't that the first thing you say to people when you see them? You go, how much longer? People say, how are you coping? And I go, I'm fine. How much longer does it go on for? And the answer is we don't know. They think July for the pubs opening. That's what they think. I'm hoping hairdressers first, but I'm willing to concede defeat in some of them. Steve, listening about Danny LaRue, have you heard that, or seen Kerry Dupree, a worthy successor to Danny? He's got some of his gowns. He's brilliant and looking forward to seeing him in the autumn, hopefully, says Marilyn. Oh, yes, I know. Listen, I did programmes on drag. I was big drag fan. And Danny, as I say, he was the one who made drag respectable, but you'll see good drag. I mean, even somebody like John Inman was very good, but he was a pantomime dame. But he would dress up occasionally, as we discussed the other day in Are You Being Served? There were loads of people. If you looked at the 2 Ronnies, apparently never liked dressing up as women. And yet they were particularly good at dressing up as women. But the best dame of all time was a guy called Jack Tripp. And loads of people won't have heard of Jack Tripp. They would go, who is he? And they go, he was one of the best dames of all time. I mean, Danny did his pantomime every year with so many costume changes, and each costume became more beautiful than the one before. Now you get Julian Clary, who's almost wearing drag, but it's male drag, but it's full of glitter and it's just supposed to be, wow, just amazing. But the early drag was not as glamorous as Danny LaRue made it, with gowns that looked, as though they were straight out of a Merchant Ivory film. They were absolutely, and he made the most beautiful gowns, and they were sequined and everything. How he kept his figure, God alone knows. But even when he cropped up, he was with Michael Barrymore on a show, and even at advanced years, Danny could still put on a show. He was showbiz. You cut him, he leaked showbiz. Apparently, Steve, there are 1,500 gas lamps in central London, says Kevin the Milkman. He said, because I deliver to a couple of roads in Westminster that are gas lit, and there are 4 people employed to maintain them. I happened to look into it a few months ago out of curiosity. Isn't it funny when you see gas lamps? And also, London can be quite dark at night. Quite dark, but very interesting to see the gas lamps and 4 people. There you go. I knew Kevin would know. He spends all his time on these roads, and you see them, and then people come round and they have to change the fill. They've got long poles that they do. It's very similar to the thing we have at home because we have fire alarms. And so we have a man who comes round the other day and he puts a thing over it to test the fire alarm to make sure that in the event of a fire, we're going to hear the blooming things. So we've had all the bells changed. They're now, so of course, we were testing the fire alarms the other day and of course it confused people, even though Lynn had sent out things saying fire alarms going to be tested. So if you hear them going off, you know, be warned. Be warned. But thank you, Kev, very much indeed. I'm very, very grateful for that one. I like the idea. Tara says, for those people so misinformed about bus passes, don't you have the James O'Brien, don't argue with Steve Allen, he's always right button? It's on speed dial. It's on speed dial. I always love it when people sort of think that they're actually being very clever, as in fact they're just showing themselves up. Because I'd mentioned the other day about when it was coming in, and they're going to have to change it, but the bus drivers are having a bit of a Barney, and the union are making sure that it's safe for them, which is how it should be. Can't just change something. Can't just change it. But for the moment, you don't need to worry about it at the moment because you get on the buses for free. Don't have to pay a penny piece. If only the trains were the same way. Anne Widdicombe was talking, normally she's talking about Anton de Beek, Tony Beek, her only love. In fact, I think if she had the opportunity, she'd dance around the sitting room with him every day of the week. But she talks about only fools and racehorses. And you'll know these stories. Because hard on the heels of a tribunal throwing out a claim of sexism when a boss told an employee she had balls, and of ageism when a woman's colleague gave her a 50th birthday card, a black nurse, Vivian Okoh, complains of racism when her boss used the phrase cracking the whip, claiming it referred to slavery. The tribunal threw that out too, recognising the term originated from horse racing. But supposing, says Anne Widdicombe, the term had originated from slavery, so what? Anyone who's watched the Ten Commandments or Spartacus will recall Hebrew and Greek slaves being lashed with a whip. So where is the racism? Why does Miss Oka assume it's specific to black slavery? You'd think nurses had other things to worry about these days. Yes, they were all thrown out. You know, cracking the whip. You know, I crack the whip over them. The boys and girls backstage. You know why? I want to make sure it works. You know, it's a three-way thing. It has to work. See, back in the day, my granddad used to be a knocker-upper in Wigan because he had a long pole and used to knock on people's glass bedroom windows to wake them up for work in mills. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine, it's 4 a.m. Come on, down mill. Corey's mother was there. She was there. She put her dungarees on. She said, down it. Morning, lads. Morning. Morning, Mrs. Corey. How's everything going? Oh, it's great. Tonight we're having bread and cheese. Bit of a treat. Unfortunately, the canary died the other day in the cage, so they're having to give me something else. What they've given you? Cat. And, Whippet. We've got to whip it later, because we're doing whippet racing. Those northern towns, actually. There was something about... I've never been to them. I want to go to that museum in one of these towns, and it's like a museum of all old things, and all the people dress up as if they sort of belong in that era. And I like stuff like that. Ron says, did Benny Hill dress up in drag sometimes? I think everybody did. I mean, well-known Hollywood actors. It used to be a little bit of a downer on your career. Nobody wanted to either play a gay character or a character who dressed up in drag. They saw that as being slightly odd. But, Les Dawson, Gary the Trucker, played a brilliant part when he did the Woman at the Fence. You know why? Because he had one of those expressive faces. Sometimes it's not pretty people who make the best drag. It's the people who've got more expression. So Les Dawson could do drag, but it was comedy drag. You know, everybody was completely different. There was a whole list of drag. And then, of course, there was the other side of it, which was male drag. So Vesta Tilley used to dress up as Burlington Bertie. I rise at 10:30 and saunter along like a toff. You know, and dressed up as a man. And in fact, the film Victor Victoria with Julie Andrews, who was a woman playing a man playing a woman. All very confusing. And even in Coronation Street, they couldn't get it right. Roy Cropper ends up going out with a woman who's had a sex change, but played by a woman. Surely they must have been able to find somebody who'd actually undergone gender reassignment. It wouldn't have been too complicated. But they do all sorts of things now, don't they? Steve, you look like Joe 90. Well, he was very young, so I'm more than happy to be associated with Joe 90. He used to sit in a cage and then it would open up, wasn't it? I like Joe 90, but I don't remember all of the storylines, but I do have it on what is it? not DVD, video. I've got it on video as well. Also today, hoops of joy as Sir Rod and his boys celebrate Celtic's ninth title in a row, because he's a big fan. So posing alongside his sons, Alistair 14 and Aidan 9. His son, the 14-year-old, is nearly as tall as his dad. And he says, congratulations, the Celtic family, 9 in a row. I mean, to be honest with you, I think last week Rod auctioned off one of his treasured shirts, which he signed Celtic, the pride of Scotland, to help raise 600,000 for the NHS. He's currently in lockdown at his home with 4 of his children and Penny Lancaster. He has an Essex mansion. I looked at the one that he was in before, and I thought perhaps lost my phone. Perhaps I'll buy that. Unfortunately, I didn't win the lottery that week, so there was no point. Somebody must have won a lot of money last week on the lottery. You know why? It's down to 15 million for last night, and it was up to 57 million the day before. So I was very disappointed, as you could well imagine. More of your texts and emails. Dan will be up this morning, I know that for a fact. And Mr. Neil as well, who said yesterday, beautiful day for sitting in the shade with a chilled bottle of Prosecco. Leave the jobs till later. And I thought, brilliant idea. But if ever I can put things off, I'm very good at putting things off. I'll do it later. Also, this morning, exclusively on LBC, the Home Secretary Priti Patel speaks to Nick Ferrari from 9. And so that's what we're talking about at the moment. And podcasting. For all those people who have not discovered podcasting, please do discover it. Go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and you can learn all about podcasting. And it doesn't cost you a penny piece. You download the app, and then you can download all of your things. You can go back. You can end up with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of podcasts, celebrities, people's specialist podcast. Every presenter's got podcasts on there. Every presenter. So why not go for it, please? And I think you've forgotten Les Dawson's partner in crime, Roy Barraclough. Hilda and I can't remember what their names were, but I do remember Roy Barraclough, because of course he's still alive and still going. They used to do it. Stanley Baxter, the greatest dame ever to come out of the UK, says David of Beckenham. And also, have you ever seen... I don't think I can say that name. The producer will probably push a button on it. An eccentric drag queen. Can I do that word? You're not sure about it. He's not sure. All right. It's a drag queen called Titty LeCamp. Okay? Who used to do a renditioning of Feed the Birds, where the audience were encouraged to lob bread rolls at her mid-song. You should have gone to the Black Cap years ago. You know, you could have seen drag queens up there. You could have got yourself involved with it. I mean, some of them drunk as skunks. Some of them hugely famous, some who only ever appeared at the Black Cap. And it was a great... Dale and I used to spend a long time up there talking to people. It was great fun. It was watching people singing and dancing and getting the audience involved. It really was. It was very good fun. Sandwiches. We're not supposed to eat sandwiches, are we? But I've got one here. This is a lovely sandwich. You're going to like this one. It's fish and chips and peas in a sandwich. It's in like sort of a baguette. It's very nice, actually. It's very nice. It's a bit squishy, though, because it's, you know, you're going to put it in your mouth and it's all going to go all over the place. How about the Bhaji Smuggler? This one here, you'll like this one. This is Bombay mix in a sandwich. You see, I think you could do anything. It's like, I tell you what I use a lot, not all the time, but I've done it on quite a number of occasions. I'll get some pita bread, and I cut because I can't cut them when they've come out the toaster. They're way too hot. You take your fingers off. So cut the top off, slice it off, pop it in the toaster, and I've got a 4-gang toaster. It takes four pita breads. So, of course, I mean, you obviously have to fill them up, don't you? You can't just do 2 or something. That would be silly. So you have to have 4. And then what I do is I open them with a spoon, and I spoon in, you know, sort of chopped chicken or something like that, and then a bit of mayonnaise, and then some grated cheese over the top, and then of course I have to eat them, because you can't make these things and not eat them. And some of these ones look nice. Have you ever heard of, in a sandwich, spaghetti bolognese? See, now that is going to get really... you're going to really suffer with the mess on that one. But tuna mayonnaise roll, sort of. See, no, I don't like tuna. I've seen the size of them. They're enormous. Absolutely enormous. But I do like the fish and chips and peas special. I mean, because years ago, as people would tell you, when you went to the fish and chip shop, they didn't have plain paper. They wrapped it in newspaper. You used to eat your chips out of newspaper. So, you know, not only could you read some of the stories, but you could also eat your chips. I had chips the other week, I told you. It was lovely. Steve, Roy Barraclough died in 2017. Did he? Good Lord above. That only goes to prove you watch something on the television and he goes, well, I loved him. I thought he was great. Sissy and Ada were Les and Roy. Sissy and Ada. What great. Where'd you get these names from? How many people do you know nowadays called Sissy? It's Beamish Museum, Steve, in where they dress up. Also the Black Country Museum. They used it to film Peaky Blinders, which you can watch them filming at times. So County Durham, it's the Outdoor Museum, Beamish, or the Black Country Museum. I need to go to these places, don't I? I really need to go to these places. Mind you, you're working well this morning. You've got the most amazing memories for things which sometimes I miss out on and I forget about them. I don't forget about the travel, not that often. Otherwise, Julie Andrews imports PG tips to her American home as there's nothing quite like an English cuppa. So in other words, you cannot get PG tips in America. I should imagine, well, you must be able to get Twinings and stuff like that. Mind you, perhaps she likes the old builder's tea, because I only drink Earl Grey, or the tea that we have here is very good, you know. I don't know what make it is, because it's all put into big jars for us, but it's lovely. Daz says, what about the great Hinge and Bracket? Yes, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, I remember the first time that they were on The Good Old Days, and they come on, they if you've never seen Hinge and Bracket, one played the piano, the Doctor, and the other one sang very well. They both sang, but the good Doctor played the piano. They come on stage, like a little bit like old ladies, and the audience were totally taken in by them. Totally taken in. So much so that at the beginning of their career, they were singing at a recital, I think, of some. They used to do a lot of songs from Gilbert and Sullivan and stuff like that. And they were doing a thing, and somebody asked a famous opera singer, they said, oh, well, what do you think about the ladies? And he went, oh, it is so sad when ladies get to a certain age and the voices start going. And they went, they're men. Really? They are fantastic. And they had their own story, written by Giles Brandreth. Giles Brandreth wrote the scripts for Hinge and Bracket, the Dear Ladies. And there's a fan club as well of people. They bought a bench to go onto Dame Hilda's grave, and they put flowers down there every year on the anniversary of her death. I always say her death, because when they used to come in to see me, and they came in on about 3 or 4 occasions, they just made me laugh anyway, because they'd come in obviously dressed normally, but they would do the voices, dear, you know, and talk about how they met and all these kind of things. And they built up a whole persona, and it was, you know, it was just fantastic. They were very good. But in fact, the dear Doctor lives over in France with his partner, and they have a gîte. They have a gîte over there. And it's lovely. I thought they were great on the television. Every time they brought them on, you know, I went to see them at the Wimbledon Theatre. They recreated the last night of the Proms, and they had an orchestra and a choir, and it was absolutely brilliant. They really researched. They'd really done it well. So I was very happy to entertain them on my programme. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, your song Johnny Blue was Eurovision 1981. It was Lena Valatis for Germany, says Mick. Isn't it a great? Have you seen the bit where it goes into the disco version? Blue, 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 Johnny Blue. And she does it in English as well, which is lovely. Steve, Paul says, great show. My Porsche Cayman S is the same colour as your Bentley. Just right to say Roy Barraclough is actually dead. He died in 2017. Sorry about that. Sorry. Clare and Canvey Island. I don't know the answer to this. Producer will know the answer. Do I need a smartphone to get the podcast? No, you don't. You could download it to... Have you got a computer? If you've got a computer, you can download it onto there. Download it onto there. And then once you've got it, you just go on and you download all the programmes that you want. I mean, it can keep you busy for years. You know, if you're ever worried about what to do during lockdown, as they say, although we seem to be getting a little bit unlocked, don't we, in certain parts of the country. And because the temperature is going to be up in the 90s today, the 90s, you watch. I'll tell you what the next thing is. There's going to be a water shortage. Bet your bottom dollar. Bet your bottom dollar. And, Steve, a few years ago I started matching what I spent on lottery tickets and putting my stake in a big envelope. I counted out now. It's like winning. I've got £2,817. Well, that's brilliant. See, I say that you should... I mean, I, as you know, every day go home and empty the change out of my pockets, but I'm not using cash very often nowadays, and put it into a jug. And at the moment, the jug is very heavy. And I don't know how I'm going to go up to the supermarket, stand in a queue. I think I might have to bypass the queue and go, I'm just using this machine. Then I'll go and stand back in the queue again. Because otherwise, I don't know how I'm going to manage it. Unless my bank's got one of these things. I'm sure I saw something in my bank. It might have, actually. Steve, I'm just about to leave my flat for a 5-mile walk, says Hannah, with you in my ears. I must almost have a think about how I'm going to stop eating 200 grams, nearly half a pound of chocolate every day, as I'm pre-diabetic. Any suggestions? Well, have your jaws wired up, I think. The funny thing is, you see, I don't know about chocolate addiction. I know about chocolate addiction, but I don't have it. I'm not bothered about chocolate. Not bothered. So the answer is willpower. Remember Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club? The old fella turning the bell round. Colin Crompton, that was. Order, order. With Bernard Manning. He'd always sing a song at the beginning. It's always funny, actually. The song was always quite good and he had a good voice. It was just the fact that he was a bit... when he used to have a club, and let's say, most of the stuff was racist. There was a lot of racist stuff that went out in his clubs. But he's dead now as well. But the Wheel Tappers and Shunters are all on DVD. You can get them all. I've got so many of the series, and it's amazing to see how many people turned up to the studios up at Manchester, which they'd done out to look like a club. And so they'd all be sitting there drinking and smoking. Everybody, really sort of, with a song, you're my lady. And they would all sit there and sing along. Half the women in there, oh, nice. And then they bring on all these top comedians, bands. Bill Haley and the Comets were there. Lorna Dallas was a regular on the programme. Gene Pitney was a regular on the programme. Paul Daniels everybody was on there. It was a variety show of the best possible kind. What about Dame Edna, says Paul? Yes. I mean, I think he would call himself a male actor. A male actor. He's playing a part, because in all his shows, Dame Edna is just one of his characters. He has a sad actor who reminisces, and then Dame Edna. But it's another character that he does. And he's a very complex man, I think, because you'd have to be to do something like that. Because he had a programme on the television. Hello, darlings. And I think he said to Jeffrey Archer, didn't he? He said, do you know, Jeffrey, if you can't laugh at yourself, you're probably missing the joke of the century. He was very good, very, very good. Somebody else was talking about... I like the idea of finding all that money, actually, in an envelope. Steve. So Sissy and Ada we've established, haven't we? We're quite happy with that, actually. Also, a giant prehistoric armoured fish could throw light on the plight of our endangered big sharks. The 3-foot-long head of a 380 million-old Tishanichthys was found in the Anti-Atlas Mountains in Morocco, once ocean. Like the whale and basking sharks, the biggest fish, the 20-foot-long creature, fed on plankton. It was sort of akin to a basking shark. Wow. I'm frightened of sharks. I feel sorry for people swimming in Australia. They're on their surfboards, and of course the shark, coming from underneath, the great white, sees the shadow. And what it sees is what it thinks is the outline of a seal. It isn't until it takes a bite out of it that it realises it isn't a seal. But I couldn't go. I'm terrified of water. They seem to come into the shallows. You can see them now. They take pictures and they put them. Steve, as you know, in Vienna there are no turnstiles to the U-Bahn, but there is the chance one of the few ticket inspectors will board your carriage and fine you €60. So instead of always looking over your shoulder, people normally just buy the annual ticket for $1,600, which gives you 3 months free incentive. Very rarely do you see an inspector fine someone. Very few fare dodgers. Says Vienna Declan. Oh, I got caught on the U-Bahn not buying a ticket. I bought a book of Farshine tickets, and I cheated a bit, actually. I was a bit of a fibber. And the inspector came on, and you could see them getting on, and they would all stand on the platform chatting away. The train would come in, they'd all space themselves out, they'd go onto a carriage, one at one end, one at the other end, one in the middle, so there was no danger of getting off the train. And then the moment the doors shut, Farshine... and you'd have to produce your ticket. So, of course, I played dumb. I played English. Oh, sorry. And I tore a ticket off and gave it to him. Whereas, in fact, you're supposed to tear a ticket off, push it into the ticket machine, and then it's been stamped. But I didn't do that. And he said, no. I thought, wonder what we're going to do now. So he took me off the train at the next station. It's the cleanest underground system you've ever seen in your life. Not as flash as the one in Moscow, but it's certainly clean. And he took me all the way up the stairs to the ticket machine, put the ticket in the machine. It went click. And he went, so? And I went, oh, honestly, I thought, play dumb. So I did actually get away with it on that time. But no, I then bought a travel card. It was just as easy to buy a travel. I bought it weekly because I was there for 3 weeks. So I had a 3 weekly travel card, which was nice. But I love the U-Bahn. I'd go all the way out to all sorts of places, actually. Just sitting on there, I was quite fascinated by the whole thing. I do like it. Vera Duckworth played a barmaid in Wheel Tappers. Steve, I was watching a Wheel Tappers episode on YouTube and Stefan Grappelli was on. Incredible, did they? Oh, they got everybody. They were feeding them free booze. Seriously, there'd be all sorts of people sitting there. It shows you how the audiences have changed. Shane in Nottingham says, why don't you buy premium bonds instead of doing the lottery? It's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, but they don't go up. In other words, if you spend, 1,500 quid on a set of premium bonds now, in 10 years' time, they're still going to be worth 1,500 quid, but of course they'll have lost because of deflation and inflation. So that's why. We did have premium bonds years ago in our family, but I think my brother's got them all now. Talking about drag reminded me of a wonderful sketch with Paul O'Grady and Julian Clary at their panto last year, Steve. They passed an increasingly complicated message about the person who looked after pheasants to each other through Paul Zerdin's dummy. It was an amazingly difficult script, but they were all word perfect, and I was so impressed, says Jill. Love the show as always. You're amazing with words too. Thank you. Yes, well, as you know, I've known Paul Zerdin since he was 14. 14. And he's still going strong, and he's still as big as he ever was. But whether they get to do a pantomime this year, I've got no idea. Trevor says, did you ever meet, hello, my darlings, Charlie Drake? They didn't like him at all at Brinsworth. He was a bit of a pain for them, I think. So much so that his blue plaque, I think, is over the bath overflow. Do you remember Green Shield stamps? Yeah, you'd save 200, or a lot more than 200 to get a transistor radio. Blimey. And can't believe you haven't mentioned Kenny Everett, best ever man in a dress. Is that the one always done in the best possible taste? Probably right. I was at the Sydney Gay Mardi Gras. I slipped over. A young man helped me up. It was Courtney Act. Nice bloke. Yes, I mean, he was in the Big Brother house over here. And, of course, the only person who thought he was somewhat peculiar was Anne Widdecombe. She thought he was very odd. But when he was in drag, he just, I mean, you couldn't have seen anybody who looked more perfect. I mean, absolutely looked amazing. It was an art form. It's a skill. It's a skill. He was singing with Conchita Wurst. You can find that on YouTube. What do we have here? This is Liz Hurley foiling Father Time and stunning fans by posing in a dress she wore 21 years ago. She's 54, and she's in this dress now, and it doesn't seem to have aged at all. It's amazing. She said, just hanging at home watching TV in a dress, a Versace dress I wore 21 years ago to an awards ceremony. I mean, just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Also, a cyclist letting his dog cooling off during an outing. His dog sits on his shoulder while he's cycling on. Always looks highly dangerous to me, things like that. Plus, the wildlife spreading its wings in lockdown. And, if you're a bird just flying along and there's another big bird chasing you, there's a picture of a bird being chased here, and a buzzard. And then, of course, all these sheep taking over a golf course in Hampshire and deer getting fed in an Essex housing estate. I wouldn't feed anything that's got antlers, thank you very much indeed. Far too dangerous. Front page of the Daily Mirror, the holiday parks getting set for summer. A little bit previous, don't you think? But they have to be fairly optimistic about it. They're losing too much money. They can't afford to lose much more money. Abroad, waiter serving pizza to diners in Rome with a mask on. I think very shortly everybody's going to be wearing masks. I find it difficult to believe that people don't have masks now. July could be the pub opening. That could be the good news of the morning that I give you. And take a peek at this one, or a beak at this one. An art museum has opened its doors to some special guests during lockdown, a trio of penguins from a local zoo. This is in Kansas City. Humboldt penguins, Bubble, Maggie and Barkley were invited to wander the museum. The zoo said it aimed to enrich their lives. Yeah, unfortunately, penguins go to the toilet every 5 minutes. They literally, they can't hold it in at all. So how they lasted over there, I've got no idea. BA staff's mental health crisis, 12,000 people are facing the sack. Some 96% said BA's actions had hurt their mental health, with fewer than 5% feeling supported by the airline. I just don't know what people are going to do. British Airways have said every communication with colleagues has included guidance on options available to support to anyone who needs it. How about a job? Thank you very much indeed. How about a job? One of the funniest things on radio was Julian and Sandy, says Trevor from Round the Horn. Many listeners don't have a clue of what they were saying. Oh, we certainly did. Written by Barry Took. Was it Barry Took? Yes, Barry wrote a lot of the Round the Horn scripts for Julian and Sandy, as they were. Used to get it on the radio every Sunday afternoon. There'd be a different radio series, and Round the Horn was very popular. And we laughed. We didn't know why we laughed. We had no idea, I'm afraid. No idea at all. Hackers have stolen the personal details of 9 million EasyJet passengers, the airline has announced. They've only just decided. This was 3 months ago, I believe. The figures included 2,208 of you who had credit card details exposed, prompting fears that scammers will exploit refund claims for flights cancelled due to COVID-19. Wow. Jamie Oliver's applied to put up a greenhouse at his beautiful Tudor mansion. It really is quite something, actually. But he's also got a priest hole on the first floor. It's where they used to hide priests. They're quite rare to find in houses. Quite rare. It's lovely, isn't it? And you get all of this for only 6 million. I'm obviously in the wrong job. I need to start learning how to cook. It would make it a lot easier. And here's a fox. Terrified. It's being chased by hounds. In footage, campaigners are branded sickening. Now, you know that hunting foxes with hounds was banned under the Hunting Act 2004. So by 2005, we'd stopped it. You can do something called drag hunting, but this footage can be seen at mirror.co.uk, was shot in November near Oakford, Fitzpaine in Dorset. Somebody says it's sickening to watch this 15 years after hunting was banned. Dorset police confirmed a report in relation to an alleged illegal fox hunt. A spokesman said an officer carried out an investigation and 2 men attended for voluntary interviews. They said after consultation with the CPS, a decision was made not to bring any charges. But it's illegal. How can you not bring any charges if it's illegal? I don't quite understand that. The Portman Hunt said it carried out lawful trail hunting, says it has been proven on numerous occasions in court. Evidence provided by activists almost always fails to support claims of illegal hunting. Well, I'm looking at a load of dogs in a field and I'm looking at a fox. Don't know what else I could be looking at, really. You know, perhaps it's just a pretend fox. Perhaps it was dressed up or something. Perhaps it was a guinea pig or something like that. Here she is, the attention-seeking Kate Ferdinand. Yes, not content with just being in the background, no. So she's brought out her new fashion range. I love you. As if she could ever design anything in her entire life. But I don't know who it's aimed for. You know, because she doesn't have model looks. She doesn't... I mean, the outfits that they've got her displayed in are sort of really not the best, actually. Really not the best things that I've ever seen at all. She's been burnt out whilst homeschooling, but managed to find time to do the modelling, as they say, which is good. Steve, wear a crash helmet when you go to the garden centre. No, you can only spend 30 minutes in the garden centre. That's what they've said. Only 30 minutes. They don't want you to spend any longer. So I'll be glad when we can have a bit more. But mind you, if you probably time it out, probably 30 minutes is about all you're going to be spending in there, isn't it, really? How long does it take you to wander around? Steve. Boris has a new mantra, says Alan. Instead of get Brexit done, it's called get COVID gone. Oh, we all hope for that one. Nicholas says, do you remember cigarette coupons? I'm not quite old enough for cigarette coupons, but they are very, very famous, I believe, very famous. And somebody else talking about Kenny Everett. Creative genius on radio. Absolute creative genius. Quarantine won't... quash romance in dreary old Caprice's household. I can't believe she's still droning on. I mean, really. I mean, some of the rubbish she came up with on the television when she was on the Jeremy Vine show is hilarious. She says, my husband goes nuts if I don't keep my sex life up. And she's also looking forward to being reunited with Botox. Oof, dear, honestly. She was always a bit naff, I'm afraid, actually, and she hasn't changed at all. Plus, British berries are sweeter this year because of the warm spring. Crops have soared to 10 on the Brix scale, measuring sugar content, and they are particularly good. They are particularly good. Berry Gardens, the leading berry production group, say crops are up 10, which measures sugar. Board director, and that's Anthony's wife, Christine, who've grown soft fruit for 20 years near Ross-on-Wye. But they're good. They're still quite expensive, though, aren't they? I think you're paying for a sort of punnet of strawberries, probably about £2 to £3.50 or £4, something like that. But they are... Ooh, so sweet. Oh, they're nice, actually. These are a bit harder. The other ones, these are Sean Figgis's. So we have to pay for his pink shirts, I suppose. I'm doing my best. But so far, no creepy crawlies in here. Can you imagine just growing strawberries for a living? I could be happy doing that. I'd rather go sort of fish fingers for a living. That'd be quite nice if I had a fish finger factory. Or failing that, just a fish and chip shop. But these strawberries are quite nice. You like the live check? Well, you have to test things. Otherwise people say you could just be saying that. So, here we go. Choke yourself to death now for having a strawberry. That's penance from above, isn't it? Excuse me. This part of the programme, we're going to be talking to LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables. The bad news for type 2 diabetics, definitely. So we'll come round to that one a little bit later on. Little Julie says, it was quite amusing seeing your reaction when you were given the Peter Andre CD. Ha ha. She says, hopefully it won't be too long before we meet up for a catch-up and a drink. Oh, God. I live in hope for that day. I seriously do. I think for everybody's sanity. You know, I'm not sure if I want to go into a restaurant where they've got sort of bits of plastic between the tables. I'm just not sure that's going to be my sort of thing. You know, waiters coming over with masks on. I'm hoping it won't happen. I'm hoping, but then I don't know when it's all going to finish. We'll see. Also, somebody else says, if you ever get the chance, go to, is it Houghton Tower near Preston? It's where the King knighted the beef sirloin. They have actors in costume there. I quite like the actors in costume. They do it down the road from me at Hampton Court Palace. They have people dressed up and they wander about, which I quite like, actually. Somebody said, do you remember Woodbines and Park Drive? How old do you think I am? Of course I don't. I remember them. I never bought anything like that. Good grief. Definitely not. Plastic dumped in the ocean is trapped in the mussel beds. And Carol Kirkwood has revealed her 3-week absence was down to a car knocking her off a bike. She says she was treated at a hospital in Slough. I was out on the bike, got knocked off, pure accident. And she thanked the police. So she's got her... So BBC Breakfast host Dan says, she's okay, a little battered and bruised, but it's wonderful to have her back. I know. It's so wonderful, that team. Everybody's so wonderful, aren't they? Everybody's so gorgeous. What was it that... I have to do it because it's such a good one. I'll do it in a minute for you, actually. It's Jane Moore's comment on Harry and Meghan. It's quite sorry to bring you another bad story. I don't like to bring you bad stories, but I get angry about things like this. There was a model of a Lancaster bomber, and it was placed in a prominent position. Do you know some yobs have destroyed it? They've ripped the wings off and everything else. And you think, you know, when they find you, I wish we brought back the cat o' nine tails. We could deal out a little bit of a whipping on that sort of thing. What is the matter with these people? Are they just particularly stupid and ignorant and don't respect people's property? Answer, yes. You know, you feel like going around to where they live and destroying their property. It kind of makes you feel like that, doesn't it? It's like, you know, a lot of people are talking about... because a lot of people are in lockdown and they're love hungry. They've said they're more interested in personality than looks. Yeah, right. I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Also, because Joanna Lumley admits there's another man in her life, she's been talking to Elvis Presley. What you'd have a convo with Elvis about? Tom Jones used to jam with him after they finished their shows in Vegas. They would meet up and go jamming together. You know, which is nice. Chris Packham wants them to... cancel I'm a Celebrity. I think we all want that, don't we? I mean, how many more people you've never heard of can they put on the programme? They ran out of celebrities about 5 years ago. There's also a police constable. He was arresting a thief. And the thief pinched his wallet. He nicked the police constable's wallet. Not a wise decision, was it, really? Dynamo's back in hospital again. He's had a bit of a relapse. Also a drugs pram baby taken into care. This is a drug dealer. And he was hiding drugs in the baby's pram, so they decided, when they sent him to prison, to put the baby into care. It'll have a much better life without him. Cyclist Bradley Wiggins has split with his wife after about 16 years. And Robbie Williams wants to revive calls for a boxing match with Liam Gallagher. I bet Liam Gallagher, for all the swaggering and all this kind of business, I reckon he's a right pussycat. I reckon you could knock him out in one. You know, he'd go down like a sack of potatoes. Is he the one who had the clothing firm that failed? Definitely. He'll definitely go... I mean, between him and Robbie Williams, because Liam does the big swagger thing, you know, but he'd get him down straight away. Also, the kebab shop staff, they're all standing in there, having a bit of a time, you know, waiting for somebody to come in and buy a chicken kebab, and all of a sudden some gunmen burst in. They were fleeing from other people, and they fired a shot into the kebab shop. Luckily, it missed the people working there and landed in the chicken doner. They took the cartridge out. It was in the chicken. I mean, thank goodness the chicken doner was there. Could have bounced off. Who were these people with guns? Thought we're supposed to be having an amnesty getting that out. Waitrose have admitted to rosé wine sales are up 400%. Bit poncy, isn't it? Rosé wine. Does anybody drink rosé? Ooh, I have a rosé wine. No, I had to explain to my driver yesterday, Wayne, what Prosecco was. I said it's sort of like cheap man champagne. And then he admitted to me that his daughter quite liked Prosecco, so I thought we were on the same sort of route. Also, the benefit fraudster, he stole, there's no two ways about it, £35,000. So yes, he's been found guilty, he's going to pay it back. It's going to take 15 years to pay it back. He sounds a little bit like, what's Perry? Champagne Perry. Well, Baby Sham is a Champagne Perry. That's what a Perry is. Baby Sham. Put in the genuine Champagne Perry. Not remember that? Oh, obviously a bit before your time. And he remembers gas lamps. There you go. It's an alcoholic beverage made from fermented pears. You not know that? Yeah. It's cheap, isn't it? Yeah. Well, you only know the cheap end of the market. Can't see you spending any more than £6 on a bottle of wine. I mean, that would be something you'd have to take out an extra loan for that, wouldn't you? He thinks he's such an expert. The trouble is he thinks he's so middle class, and he so isn't. What's the poshest food you've ever had? What's the poshest food you've... Once had pheasant. Whew. Is that because your dad ran it over in the car? Oh, good, we got tea tonight. I sometimes see them by the side of the road and I think, should I stop and take it home? And I think, no, absolutely not. Because what they do is they fly low, pheasants. As they're going over the motorways, they get hit by the high-sided lorries. They're not the brightest. And so, but I could never pick up roadkill. Some people do, though, don't they? They eat roadkill. So you've had pheasant. Very, very posh. A Suprema pheasant. Is that pheasant with cream? I should imagine so, yeah. That's what it sounds like. What else have we got here? Oh, Brexit shopping. You're going to get a boost for dishwashers, Christmas trees and freezers. They're going to be cheaper. That'll be nice. Thinking about the price of your Christmas tree already. Happy birthday to Cher. She's 17 or something. And the inside of Harry's freebie mansion in America. Because so far he doesn't have a job. Looks like he's not going to be finding a job. But Jane Moore today says that forthcoming Meghan and Harry authorised biography in full, because even though they've had nothing to do with it, they've had to authorise it so they can rake in a bit of money off the top of it. Anyway, we're marvellous. This is what Meghan and Harry are saying. The British public hate us, even though they rejoiced at our wedding and we gave them $2.4 million to refurbish our house. We're marvellous. She says here, the UK media sometimes run stories we don't want them to. We're marvellous. And we've decamped to LA, where we have loads of friends who quite rightly think we're marvellous and would totally give us the time of day and lend us their mansion rent-free, even if we had no connection to the royal family. Oh, and have we mentioned that we're marvellous? Yeah, that's the trouble. Inflated egos, nothing going on at all. Nothing going on at all. You know, people give them free stuff because they were in the royal family. They'll learn. I'll tell you, this one's going to go pear-shaped. Steve says, Dan, me and James are sat enjoying a strawberry jam sandwich. Posh food. Do you know, I've never had a strawberry jam sandwich. I had a lemon curd sandwich once, but never had a strawberry... I don't really do strawberry jam. Cameron says, I fancy a nice kebab and a pint now. Do you feel like joining? Call the police. Absolutely not. See, do you remember the man that used to walk in front of cars with a flag to warn people they were coming? Yeah, run over, wasn't he? That's what people... They used to have to warn people. You know, car... like the Brighton to London car race. Steve, Embassy cigarettes contained blue coupons well into the 70s. They had a catalogue to redeem them. I know, the more you smoked, the more it's killing you, but you could go home with a toaster, which was lovely. Steve, having gone blind last year... I've lost it. Where's it? Come back. I decided to teach myself how to cook again, as well as making some videos about trying to cook and deal with being blind in general, says Jürgen. Started showing the results on Instagram at The Blind Foodie. Let me know what you think. So it's _blind_foodie. That's quite some achievement, isn't it? Quite some achievement. Well done, you. Steve, the man who sold £35,000 should be put in prison and told he can get out when he's paid it. Yeah, exactly. As far as I'm concerned, you know, they can never prove what people spent it on, but they know he's nicked the money. So I'd go there, go, right, your house is going, we're taking everything. Simple as that. You start again. You start getting off your fat bum and go out and then do a proper day's work like a lot of people in this country who are doing it, you know, thieving money. Dreadful. Steve, have you heard explorers are to cut into the Titanic and remove a piece? Well, they've already got a piece. And it's called the... What are they? It's in Vegas. Find Vegas Titanic exhibition. I think it's called The Big Piece. And it's a piece of the ship. They brought it up years ago, and unfortunately they got it to the surface. The cable broke, and it went all the way back down, 2 miles. So they went back down again, hooked it up, and brought it up. And it's in the Titanic Vegas exhibition. It's called I'm sure it's called The Big Piece. It's open today, by the way, in case you want to nip over there. Wait a minute. Vegas Titanic, the Artifact Exhibition, blah, 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 blah. Wait a minute. Oh, come on, find it, for goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, it's at the Luxor, the exhibition. Unfortunately, the producer's having a little bit of it. Wait, what's that? The big... There it is. There it is, the largest recovered artefact. Click on it. There you go. It's got the portholes and everything. You'd never believe that's from the Titanic, would you? That is from the Titanic. That is it is called The Big Piece. God, honestly. As James O'Brien says, you are always right. Don't ever argue with Steve Allen. I know it was right because I'd seen it. Look how many rivets there were on that thing. And it still went down. Still went down. It's called The Big Piece. It does look like a prop, but it's absolutely genuinely a piece of the Titanic. Listen, it's Vegas. They're not going to have a prop. The whole place is a prop. But this is genuine. They've got cutlery, bed linen. They've got everything. Chairs, beds, tables. I mean, literally everything. But what's unusual about this exhibition is they give you a card when you go in. You just pick a card. And when you get to the end, you look at your card and it tells you if that passenger lived or died. I died. As you can well imagine. You get all the way through the exhibition and it goes you down. But The Big Piece is the largest artefact to have been raised from the Titanic. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So here we go. Inside Meghan Mega Mansion. Here they go. You know, I mean, these pictures must have been taken ages ago. Because in one picture, they've got a Christmas tree in the corner of the room. And as far as I know, we're not celebrating Christmas at the moment. And there's a spacious kitchen with a marble island. I mean, if this bloke Tyler was thinking of flogging it, this is the best publicity that he can actually get, you know, because they're in it. So all he's had to do is give it to them for free. It's the best free advert you can ever get. Don't ever think these people do anything out of the goodness of their heart. Not at all. Ready-made nursery. Yeah, because there would be in a house this size. And you can sit outside and you can look over LA. But, of course, it's giving, unfortunately, Meghan and Harry false economy. They can't afford this house. It's way too expensive for them. They'll have to... Perhaps they've got a Premier Inn over there. Perhaps they can go and stay in that or something till they find themselves a job. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, to actually do a job? I don't think he's worked in ages. Well, apart from chuff, 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 said Thomas. Steve, a supreme of pheasant or chicken is the breast. I'm sure it's delightful. I'm sure it's absolutely delightful. But he thinks that's posh. You see, I thought he would have been posh if he'd said, I've had guinea fowl or something like that. But no, pheasant. I mean, you know, come on. Tanker driver Phil says, great to hear you mentioned Julian and Sandy. I was too young at the time to understand, but in later life became fascinated. Ken Williams and Hugh Paddock were superb. And yes, Barry Took and Marty Feldman were the writers. I ended up learning Polari just to get the most out of it. Polari was a language that was devised so that people of a certain persuasion could have a conversation without anybody else knowing what it was. So you'd say, Varda the dolly old eek and the nice raya, you know, on the person over there. And that was Varda. I mean, a lot of it was taken from the Latin. And Varda was to look at. And the eek was the face. Raya was hair. It was hair spelt backwards. And so you could have a conversation. You said Nanti Raya. And they would have this long conversation. But at the time, we didn't know. There was a book. It's called The Queen's Vernacular, Phil. You probably know. And it's got all the Polari in it. I mean, and certain people could actually have an entire conversation on Polari. He said, so as today's weather will be beautiful, I shall wear my tinted ogle fakes and short cafes, and you can all enjoy my boner lallies. We certainly will. Boner, of course, being Latin for good, and lallies, legs. Okay, it's fairly obvious when you do it, but it was so people could have a conversation in pubs without somebody going, oh, you know, people would just think, oh, that's slightly peculiar. Helinka says, I heard you mention gaslighting earlier. My house still has a few pipes that the Victorians used for gas lighting. I've also got a dumb waiter that runs to all 4 floors. Dumb waiters were the things that were built into the wall, so you could put something in at the ground floor, pull the ropes, and it would end up at the top floor. It was generally stuff coming from the kitchens. It was great, actually. I've never been in a house with a dumb waiter, but I've been in hotels, old hotels, where they've had things like that, which were absolutely lovely, absolutely lovely. So you're very lucky to have something like that. That's a really, really nice thing. Really nice thing to have. What we'll do, I want to run through the front pages, apart from, Array's Tom. I mean, bless his heart, honestly. Look, he's 100 years old, for God's sake. If anybody needed somebody that you could say, listen, he's a hero for this country, not because he's just alive at 100 years old, but because he got out there thinking, if I can make £1,000, I mean, to even think about that, to make £1,000, and he wasn't sure he was going to make it. And then it just grew. It just grew and grew and grew until it went to over £33 million. I tell you what, if they don't name a hospital after you or a ward or something like that, there ain't no justice. Seriously, he said it was a great... He's like that. He's an old soldier. There are lots of them in this country. We have lots of people like him who are proud of what they did, and sometimes they get treated like crap. They really don't get treated the way that they should be. He says, never could I have imagined such a great honour. I should imagine he's going to meet the Queen. He's going to meet the Queen. She knows who he is. That in itself is the achievement. So, he is the miracle. He is the miracle. I hope that you have continued health, because you've done something that nobody else has done, for a long, long time. And he did it all by his little lonesome. 100 years old and still going. So, well done. Also, I mean, somebody said here, this is quite an idea, why can't we get a statue commissioned of Tom and put him on the 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square? It's sitting empty at the moment. It's had various... Couldn't you have him on there? He's a hero to so many people, millions of people who donated. So why not, as Colin says, why not have a statue on the 4th plinth for Captain Sir Thomas More? Of course, there was a very famous Thomas More some years ago. I think he lost his head, actually, didn't he? I seem to remember. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Sarah wants to know why we've got a helicopter hovering over our heads in Marble Arch. Probably looking for somewhere to park, I should imagine. It's a nightmare out there. You can't park. Even with a helicopter. I brought a plane in the other day. Nowhere to park. Seriously. I wanted to land on Park Lane. No, you can't land on Park Lane. Why not? Daily Star. We book 5 times more Brit staycations. Millions of Brits are going to carry on with their holiday plans. I don't know where they're going to be going. So campsite bookings have rocketed by 500%. 500%. Kerry, here we go. Out of the frying pan into the fire again. The poor, sadly deluded Kerry Katona reckons that Paul McCartney could have died and been replaced by a clone. That's how stupid she really is. The former pop star, yeah. She puts herself down on this site where you can sort of pay to get pictures of her boobs. A sort of singer with Atomic Kitten. She was not with them when they were having hits. That was the trouble. We all know. But she backed Scarlett Moffat, and who mentioned the claims about Sir Paul on Loose Women. Another madism. What do these people entertain them for? Why didn't nobody pull her down in flames again? It was so stupid. Really, it's embarrassing. She said, I've heard that particular urban myth before. She wrote in New Magazine, you know me, I love anything to do with aliens. Of course you do, dear, because you are an alien. You're from another planet, and we wish you'd hurry up and go back there. Let's see, why do these people come up with this rubbish? Oh, look, there's a picture of Barbara Windsor's boobs. Just what I need on a Wednesday. And they've got lovely out. Barbara Windsor enjoying fresh air in Carry On Camping. That famous... Honestly, poor Bar, she'll never live that bit down, actually. Steve. I grew up in a tall Victorian house built on the hill in Wimbledon. The kitchen downstairs was linked to the dining room upstairs by the dumb waiter. My brother and I used to get in it and use the rope pulleys to go up and down. I know. When you were little, you could do that. In fact, they've used it in a number of films. They've used sort of the shoving a body into the dumb waiter and then moving it up to the next floor. Have you seen the Christmas film, Polar Express, says Jackie? I hated it. I thought the children looked evil. There's something about their eyes in it. They don't look like normal cartoon children. I like the train. I like the snow. It was a bit macabre, I thought, but the kids were really scary. Very, very scary. And, Steve, I've been in more than a couple of restaurants that had dumb waiters, but what do you expect when they pay minimum wages? Yeah, but you don't have to have it. You can go somewhere where they pay good wages. I mean, good waiters are hard to find. Let me tell you, I've been in more restaurants than people have had hot dinners. And somebody else says, I wonder what Tom would say to the vandals who smashed up the Lancaster. Yes, I know what I'd be saying. If I wasn't on this programme, the language would be a little bit ripe. Dynamo has revealed he's been hospitalised with Crohn's disease just 2 months after he tested positive for coronavirus. He suffers from the disease which causes the inflammation of the digestive system. He's had to have half his stomach removed, and that was at the age of 17. 17, bless his heart, honestly. And people who commit alcohol-fuelled crimes will now be forced to stay sober and wear a tag to prove it. What a brilliant idea. My God, you have to close down most of the programmes on the television about the police interceptors going out to deal with another bunch of sad, lonely drunks. Really. There's a woman called Summer Wallace. She's in loads of the papers today. She obviously went down to Brighton Beach with her photographer, and they photographed her either lying on the sand with a mask on, with not a mask on, standing up, and you think perhaps she's the only person on the beach because she features in most of the papers. So obviously somebody's managed to sell pictures of this person who nobody's ever heard of. Nobody's ever heard of, but she just went to Brighton Beach with her photographer. Here's an antelope. It's an impala, actually. It's another picture of an impala getting away from a cheetah. And what happened? Well, it's a leopard. The big cat stank its claws into its prey and wrestled it to the ground, but the animal fought back and kicked the leopard in the face with one of its hooves. Got away. Because they can only do short bursts of running. Then they have to catch their breath. Lions are like that. They can't run any faster, you know. So if they haven't caught you in the first 5 minutes, you should be okay. Just like I mention that now if you're wandering down Clapham High Street. Dreary old Paddy McGuinness and his hot model wife Christine. Since when was she a hot model? Really badly. Fake hair stapled onto her head. And she claims that they made a sex tape to break up the boredom of lockdown. Oh, Godfathers. We had that yesterday on the programme. I felt queasy then mentioning it to you. Front page of the Daily Mail. Oh, Emma Thompson. Where is she going now? Is she supporting climate change and yet getting on an aircraft? Who knows? No, she's backing the Mail, obviously trying to get some good publicity in, which is great. Actor Jude Law and his second wife, Philippa Cohen, are expecting a baby. This will be his 6th, I believe. He's very fertile, isn't he? Well, they're very fertile, or both of them are very fertile. Also, callous teacher unions plotting exposed. Slurs about mucky children. Front page of the Mail, this is, at secret meetings. Plans to threaten head teachers and cynical jockeying over a return date. 10 million customers had the details stolen. That's gone up a little bit from the 2 million we originally thought. EasyJet hid the data hack for 3 months. Erase Sir Tom, hero knighted. They say 39 million. Mind you, it could have gone up that much, couldn't it, really? Quite easily. And my wife knows nothing about football, Steve. I asked her if she rated George best, and she said she preferred Zippy and Bungle. We love the old jokes. Daily Mirror, heart swap Max. You did it for me, now do it for Ethan. Max Johnson has pleaded for more organ donors to help save the lives of tots. Listen, little Ethan Eves. This is a 12-year-old lad who had heart surgery. Again, you know, inspirations to everybody. Daily Express erased Sir Tom and knighted today, but when's he going to get to meet the Queen? I think she should drive down there and do it through the window of the car. Why not? There's enough room, isn't there? Can you imagine if she turned up? I mean, I know she wouldn't, but can you imagine if she did? I think that would be absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. That'd be sort of one of the loveliest things ever. Oh, there's a visitor for you, Tom. Who is it? Hello. It's the Queen. I bet he's never met her in his life. There is another story, and you'll find this in a number of the papers today. Help for a hero. Family pleaded for a veteran at the heart of a row over NHS fees. And I'll let you read the story because I haven't got enough time to do it for you now, but if it pops up again tomorrow, we'll do it tomorrow. He's been presented with a bill for his medical treatment. You know, like all these other people get away with it every single day of the week. But he didn't. And his family are pleading. He's a veteran. They've given him a thing. I think he's from Fiji or something like that. But they want his NHS fees money. Can we take it out of Tom's? I'm sure he wouldn't mind that going to a good cause like that. Suspicion turns to China after EasyJet suffers cyber attack. And the BMA drop opposition to schools reopening. The doctors' group says pupils should return if safe, as it rows back on support for the unions. So let's wait and see what happens there. Plus, blame game begins. The minister pointing the finger at the wrong science. This is on the front of the Eye today. And Prince Normal surprising new life. Yes, it's called Not Doing Anything. That'll be Harry again, actually, not a member of the royal family. The Times doubt cast over date for school reopening. Track and trace must come first, warn the scientists. And Captain Tom Moore, here he is, says he's been overwhelmed. As indeed he should be. Marvellous man. Absolutely marvellous. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Always very grateful. It's amazing how quickly the time whizzes away. It really does. And you've got another bank holiday coming up on Monday. So where are you going to go? You're going to be flocking to the blooming beach again. And nobody's social distancing. Just supposing you're sitting on the beach, all very pretty, isn't it? It's all very lovely, and we realise how bored you must be because we're all in exactly the same boat. But thousands of people went out yesterday and parked themselves next to somebody else who could be carrying the coronavirus. Fantastic. Do they have a sign on them, flashing neon, going, "I've got the virus, come and sit as close as you like"? Because that's what it's coming down to. I mean, a 2-hour queue for McDonald's, as Mike says, so fast food actually becomes dead slow food. I mean, who are these people? I mean, yeah, we understand that sort of people... I mean, admittedly, if the Prosecco harvest went down, I'd have something to say about it, but I wouldn't be queuing anywhere anytime soon. I'd just drink something else. And for McDonald's, and then you've got pictures of some of these fat people, and you look at them and you think, I don't think you're a great advert for McDonald's. I really don't. But they've opened loads more of them. They're also, I think, going to be opening up Harrods, I think, on different hours with less staff, and I think Selfridges are the same. We're gradually getting there, but still people are dying. Even as somebody else has just died of coronavirus. I just like to tell you this, because that's how dangerous it still is. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and the first thing people say to me is, "How are you?" And I go, "Fine." They go, "You feel all right?" I said, "Absolutely 150%. Very chipper. Why? Because I'm socially distancing myself. You know, when I go to the supermarkets, I'm not standing next to anybody. I know how to do the 6 feet away. And do you remember that article that I mentioned to you yesterday about this thing that you hang around your neck and it sends out radio waves? And if somebody's 2 metres too near to you, it goes bing, 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 bing. And it will tell people, you know, and they're selling those. The company can't make enough of the things. They used to make other things as well, but they've turned it all over to these little units, which I think is a brilliant idea. I can't remember what the name of the company was now. The Brigitte, no point answering Brigitte, he won't remember anything. He won't remember. What's it? Yeah, you don't know, do you? You can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it was, but they were very good. And I thought that was a brilliant idea. But let me just say to you that if you're thinking of going out, and I see people getting off buses now with no masks on, people getting onto buses. I went out of Waitrose the other day. The man who looks after the queue at Waitrose, I was about third, Pathfinder. That's it, Pathfinder. But it's not Pathfinder, it's just find with an R at the end of it. Yeah, the man who looks after the queue at Waitrose, he saw me in the queue and he went, and I came forward. I said, "What is the cut-off point for the age thing?" And he said, 70. He said, "But you're all right." And I felt a bit... There was only 2 other people in the queue, and they were a lot younger than I was. And I was literally in and out very... I said, you know, to be honest with you, I said, I'm beginning to sort of think I look quite good for my age. But not really, because now people pick me out of a queue as being old. So... And I like nipping into Waitrose first thing in the morning, and then I go back and nip into M&S, because they've got a new sausage roll I need to try. But I'm distancing from everything, and then generally by 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm back home. In fact, generally long before 11 o'clock. I'm way back home. I've got to do the plant pots today. I've got to do 3 more. What are you doing now? What are you doing? What are you doing? You and some of the engineers are chatting about... What do you know about engineering? You're not building another 4th bridge, are you, or something like that? Or the... Oh, right. So you're talking to the engineers... At this time, I'm sure they're thrilled with getting a phone call from you at 4:10 in the blooming morning. Mind you, I was just having a long discussion with my friend Rich about... he was telling me about a Nirvana track that had been done by Take That. And then I was saying, "Oh, it's good. We get paid on Monday." And he said, "Oh, it's bank holiday." Oh, I never thought about that. I know it's bank holiday. And he says, "The email does say Monday. That's twice you were right," he said, "and we only spoke for 2 minutes." We have these quick chats. He's in a little studio. I'm in a little studio. My studio is bigger than his, though. Much bigger. Happy birthday, Tom Daly, says Cindy. He's 26, I think, today. 26. Steve, have they kept open the bar in the House of Parliament, says Brenda? Well, I don't know, but they can go and sit outside. So in theory, they could probably get a drink or have it. I think they probably have waiter service and they will take it to the tables. But to see the Prime Minister coming out of 10 Downing Street with no mask on is almost unbelievable. I would have thought to anybody he would be setting the best example by wearing the mask. Matt says fresh air and UV sunlight, best thing to keep you healthy. I tend to find self-isolating is very good. So I've got my computer, I've got my telephone, and I went to do a little bit of shopping, picked up a few little bits of some parcels that had arrived for me, and I was quite happy. Quite happy. It doesn't bother me. Today, as I say, I've got to empty 2 more pots, fill them up with earth, and then they're all ready. And if my plants don't arrive from, where I thought, I've got to wait another 12 days for the hanging baskets. So that's only to the end of the month, which is when I think you normally get them. You get them 1st of June, so they go June, July, August, September. You end up with hanging baskets for about 4 months, which is about right. Amy says, was watching Dale's supermarket sweep yesterday morning. He was fab. Yes. He got very hot doing supermarket sweep, I have to tell you. That studio was as cold as ice. Steve, hundreds flocked to the beach, ignoring social distancing. It's madness. It's like everybody's forgotten about coronavirus, one man told LBC. Yeah. It is absolutely one man, saying, it's absolutely ridiculous. Why are people there? Why are people there? You want to lie next to, as I say, if they had a flashing sign on them saying, unclean, I've got the virus, if you come within a foot of me, you will pick it up as well. There's a very good chance you don't. Do you think people would still be lying there? Because that's what worries me. I'm looking at the pictures in the paper today, and here they are. This is on, I don't know which beach this is, Southend in Essex. And everybody's sitting next to each other. They're in the water. No, I can't see anybody here wearing a mask. Perhaps they think you're exempt if you're in Southend. I hate to tell you, you're not. Hate to tell you. I've got a great story about a copper. He's a greedy policeman. He's lost his job. Why? Why do you think he's lost his... I mean, you'd have to be something really bad in the police force. You'd have to be the real rotten apple in the barrel. This one, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, he's been banned from the police for life. His name's Jamie Larman. Jamie Larman, I think he's from Thames Valley Police. He'd been a police community support officer since May before starting his new role as a constable in January. OK. And he's only young. And what did he do? He stole 7 fry-ups from the canteen. 7 fry-ups he stole. He ate the breakfast at his training centre in the first week of the job, despite knowing he wasn't allowed them for free because he lived too close. Officers and staff at Thames Valley Police can stay on site and receive complimentary meals if they live more than 20 crow miles from the base in Reading. PC Larman was caught after another officer heard him say, "I'm not entitled to this, but I should be. I only live just inside the boundary." Those who live closer pay for their food, which PC Larman knew full well. It's been through a misconduct trial, so he quit after he was challenged about stealing the breakfast. He later claimed he'd nicked the meals to build rapport with colleagues, but the force's top brass dismissed that as nonsense. So ace fool Jamie Larman now doesn't have a job. He's now looking for something else. He's been banned for life from joining the police force because he nicked 7 breakfasts, which he was not entitled to. I mean, to be honest with you, I would have thought that would just be a slap on the wrist and pay the money back, but they obviously thought differently and classed that as the most heinous of crimes. I mean, I've had it 7 breakfasts, He was only just inside the thing and he wasn't entitled. He said, but he knew that he wasn't entitled. My God, there's coppers doing a lot worse. A lot worse. We saw 3 coppers this morning in the car coming in. 3 coppers in the same car. 1 in the back, 2 in the front. But no masks on. No nothing like that at all. I'm still getting over I'm hoping the papers will pick up, because generally speaking, a lot of the journos listen to this programme and go, all right, well, let's have a look at that one. Why is Boris not wearing a mask? Why is he not wearing a mask inside the House of Commons? All right, there might be socially distancing. You still wear a mask. They had the place sprayed and fumigated. Hope so. Hope so. Other stories in the papers. There's a dog which wolfed down a corn on the cob from a barbecue, needed surgery. It got blocked in its throat. Can I just warn anybody having a barbecue, don't allow your pets anywhere near it. They will eat food. They don't care. So you have lots of pets, says the PDSA, who have swallowed corn on the cob and other harmful barbecue foods such as bones and skewers. I've always said, let's get rid of barbecues. It's peasant time, isn't it? It really is. 84850, Steve at LBC, because... I'm not bothered about lockdown, Steve. In fact, it's great. I've saved loads of money because no shops are open, says Jim. What are you on about? Loads of shops are open. We've got Marks and Spencer's open. We've got Waitrose open. We've got a few coffee shops open for the things. We've got a butcher's shop, a greengrocer, a fish shop. What more do you need? What more do you need? I mean, most of the shops are open, and come this time next week, there's going to be a few more. And so that you can go in, it'll be distancing. But some people don't understand. I saw a woman getting off the bus the other day. She was an old woman, no mask on, no nothing. She got off the bus and looked around like it was just everyday shopping. And I felt like saying to her, listen, I'm high risk. You must be blooming high risk. You've got to be. Steve, so I share my birthday with Tom Daly today. Unfortunately, I'm nearly 30 years his senior, which sounds so old, but strangely, I don't feel old. Yeah, well, 55 is not really old, is it? I don't think 55 is old. 55 is quite young, unless, of course, you are 55, in which case you'll be feeling quite old. Steve, I believe the fines for mass gatherings should be increased to try and prevent people from gathering, says Paddy. It's not going to stop them, is it? We have cars stopped round our way. Groups, because we have students, well, not at the moment, but sort of local yobbos go out in their cars or on their bicycles. Not socially distancing at all. You know, you feel like saying to them when they turn up at the hospital because they've got symptoms, I'm sorry, were you hanging around with your friends? Yeah, we thought so. We're not going to treat you. I mean, it'll never happen. But it's a case of why should we waste our time and energy on somebody who's too stupid to realise about social and sort of separating yourself from here. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. Another one here. Oh, somebody thinks that if you've already had the virus, you don't need to wear a mask. That's rank stupidity. Rank stupidity. It's fantastic, isn't it? Oh, dear. Another one here, which says, love the show as always, just trucking on up to Scotland from Wigan with produce for the supermarkets, loving the weather and the 3 a.m. slow sunrise at Penrith. Shame people can't respect the 2-metre rule and flock to the beach. I absolutely agree, actually. Absolutely agree. Steve, in Southend alone last week, 10,000 people called the NHS 111 with COVID symptoms. Says it all. Yep, absolutely. I agree. Absolutely agree. Abby's in Ripon. Do you know, I've never been to Ripon, but I've heard about it. Is that Yorkshire? Ripon in Yorkshire. That's nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, I was having trouble with passwords, trying to get into the app on my phone. Went to a young bloke next door. It took him a couple of seconds to get in. I wish I had the brains for things like that. Shows how easy a password was to crack then, doesn't it? I've got loads of passwords. Loads of passwords. And I do actually keep them, you know, roughly. I just add numbers, which is easy because the producer has to have access to my emails and everything else. In fact, there's quite a few producers here who've got access, and they just sort of go into it. And then when you have to change the password, which is about every 3 months or something like that, I just tell them what it is. We just up the number by 1, and so he can get in. Then I get a number sent to my phone as well, and so he'll then say, "Oh, what's the number?" And I just tell him what it is. No secrets around here, you know. We're totally honest, very upfront. Very upfront. It's fantastic. And, we need to, Steve, great show as usual. Boris Johnson, no mask. Trump, no mask. Coincidence? Yeah, I agree, actually. I absolutely agree. I mean, to be honest with you, occasionally we've seen Trump in a mask, but, you know, for that stupid person to say that, you know, if you've already had the COVID virus. Everybody pointing out to me it's Dale's birthday tomorrow. I know, big decision. Shall I send a card? Shall I not send a card? Shall I wish him a happy birthday? Yes, he's 22nd of May. Died in April, 18th of April, which we talked about on the programme. And I love the way they actually say he's buried at Golders Green Crematorium. That always makes me smile, actually. You know, how can you bury cremation? All right, you can bury pots and things like that, but it's not the same as a true sort of burial, is it? Steve, I was wondering, actually, how come the police don't seem to be socially distancing? I don't know. I really don't know. I've said that a number of times. That you sort of, you see them sitting in the cars, two of them together, but nobody's wearing a mask. I mean, at the moment I can tell what old television programmes we're all watching, because they're all sitting next to each other. So, of course, Countdown, 8 out of 10 Cats, all of those sort of programmes. What you're watching is old material, because otherwise they wouldn't be allowed to do it. Nobody's filming for ages. Somebody says if you recover from coronavirus, studies show you're immune for 1 to 2 years. Don't be so stupid. We haven't had it around for 1 to 2 years yet. How do they know? What, they're just guessing, are they? Oh, it'll be around 1 to 2 years. Dick, I've never had such toffee in my entire life. Matt says, has the Nightingale been scaled down through lack of patients currently? Yes, I believe so. But people are still dying. There's still an average of 300 people a day dying. A day. Not sort of, every month or something like that. And after all these people going out and sitting on beaches next to each other, you're going to find we're going to have another resurgence of this, because there's going to be people who are going to be getting the virus. I'm very good. I'm socially distancing, because of the supermarkets that we go in. I don't know if anybody's ever been in a supermarket before, but they don't allow very many people in at a time. That's why there's queues outside them. Literally, it's a case of, gone are the days where you went into a supermarket and wandered aimlessly like a cloud. You go in there now, and our Marks and Spencer is quite small, but very good. Go in, I walk down one side if I need any. I'm going to get some sausage rolls today, and a couple of other bits and pieces, pick up a bottle of Prosecco and some fruit, and then out. It's self-service tills, so you don't have to queue behind anybody. They do the self-service tills at Waitrose. It's marvellous. Seriously, you could be in and out. I could probably, if I pushed it, probably three minutes in and out and paying. All this contactless stuff, I'm loving. I used to pay. Sometimes we have a couple of tills in Marks and Spencer that take cash as well as the card, but the majority that I use are for card payment. The difference is, if I buy Prosecco, the machine bings, bing, 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 and you have to get it authorised. Luckily, all the staff in there know me, so they just nobody's ever queried my age. Are you old enough to be buying this Prosecco? I should blooming well hope so. They've got these gold bottles and silver-coloured bottles as well, which look even flasher. So I've been buying the gold bottles yesterday. You get 1.5 litres of it, which is very nice. Very, very nice indeed. So, Steve, I would ideally like not to see Trump at all, but I'd much prefer him permanently masked, as in forever. I think we all hope that. Steve, the sea air and sunshine will kill any virus. Oh, we wish. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, is it? Don't be so stupid. Otherwise, hot countries would be going, oh, we don't have the virus. Honestly, why do people write stupid things? Is it because they're limited intelligence? Perhaps they didn't go to school. Perhaps they haven't read the news. Thank God for LBC. We can educate you. The sea, air and sunshine will kill any virus. Yeah, well, I'm telling you. So if you've got a cold, you go stand by the seaside. Good. I'd like to see you try that one. Why are people so thick? Oh, my God, it never... You must have been in the Leavers class at school. Dave, how come Tom is awarded a knighthood, but Dave Beckham still hasn't been awarded? You know why he's not been awarded a knighthood? Because he's been a naughty boy. That's why... You're never going to get anything for old Beckham. He's not going to have one. And he also wrote filthy language afterwards. Why didn't I effing get an effing knighthood and all that kind of... That's why he's not got it. It's only David Beckham. He used to kick a football around. Now he just advertises pants and whiskey and gets tattoos done. Can you imagine somebody covered in tattoos standing before the Queen? No, thank you. No, there's no chance. No chance he's ever going to get anything like that. It's just not going to be happening. Also, what for? For services to what? He's earned a small fortune out of football. He's earned a small fortune out of whiskey and advertising underpants. What does he need an award for? Because he sort of wants to elevate. What is he going to say? Thank you very much. It's just not going to happen, is it? Or old And then, of course, you have to work out the fact that she'll end up with a title as well. A failed businesswoman. You don't want that, do you? It'd be like giving Jordan some award. Or Gemma Collins. Or Kerry Katona. Or Daniela Westbrook. God, there's an army of them, isn't there, really? It's nearly enough for a football team. We're still waiting for Davy Boy Beckham to produce his football team. Also, the papers for today. A lawyer who was paddleboarding helped police retrieve suspected drugs from the sea. Rob Hailstone was asked to help out when 2 bags of suspected drugs were tossed over a seawall. They do that now, don't they? As opposed to getting caught, they throw them over a seawall, but they put a small marker buoy on the top. Oh, that looks nice. How do you fancy? This is a Curo chocolate orange. And what it is, it's got tequila, I'm not sure I should tell you this at this time of the morning. Freshly squeezed orange juice. Here we go. Double cream. Thank you very much indeed. Some red eye chili. Wedges of Terry's chocolate orange and a handful of ice or a large scoop of vanilla ice cream. Looks delicious. These are drinks that you make out of well-known things. How about Jaffa cake? You need some tequila, 5 Jaffa cakes, fresh orange juice. So already there's 2 things I can't have. Sugar, cream, handful of ice or ice cream. Just mix it all together and serve it in a wine glass. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? There's also one here with beetroot, which is very nice indeed. I'm not sure about, could you do Parmesan cheese on a cocktail? I don't know. It's got some other nice things in there. It's got apple puree, honey, tequila, very popular with tequila. And there's now an all-day breakfast in a glass. I couldn't actually drink anything alcoholic for breakfast. I know that some people do. I was watching a Louis Theroux programme the other day, which my friend Ray sent to me, and it was on Las Vegas, where he meets a woman. She must be dead now. It was filmed years ago. She reckoned she'd spent £4 million on the slots in about 7 years. And then he followed a high roller. And this high roller, I think, dropped about 250,000 quid. It just didn't work. And 2 other guys who were obviously doing it on the cheap because they were sharing a bedroom. And nobody wants to share a bedroom in Vegas. And they stayed up all night drinking and playing roulette, the slots, and none of it was working at all. Whereas Louis Theroux, I think, picked up about 600 quid. Invested 200, picked up 600. So that was good. He said, the moment you sort of gamble and you win, you should walk away. And these other gamblers, because they were addicts, were saying, no, that's called gambling. You then gamble all of that. He went, why? I would do that. When I went gambling with my friend, in fact, a crowd of us went to the Hippodrome. My friend Jordan was looking after my money. So we'd go onto the table and we didn't do anything special. We just doubled our money every time. We went on and we did either red or black or red, and we won 90% of the time. And he would then take half of it and give me the other bit back to play with. And in the end, I think we walked out, I can't remember what I walked out with. It was something like 600 quid. Because he was looking at, because if you're getting a bit tiddly while you're doing it, and you like watching, you get caught up in the moment. And we were just doing it straightforward. So we weren't winning huge amounts of money, but we were enough to go up on it. And then we went and changed it up, and she counted it all out to us. God, did I feel rich. But this bloke dropped 250,000. And his argument was, his wife hated the gambling. He liked the gambling, but he was not going to stop doing it because he derived pleasure. He said, and I've always said this, if you gamble, and anybody can gamble, you have to make sure you can afford to lose. If it's going to put anything at jeopardy, like your job, like your property, like your car, like your bank balance, don't do it. You know when they say gamble responsibly, it's that. I watch people playing 3 or 4 fruit machines at the same time, and you think, that is not gambling responsibly. But only gamble if you can afford to lose. Because that's what they want you to win, because that will keep you coming back. If you lose all the time in a certain casino, you'll go elsewhere. And they know that. So, that's the way it works. So only gamble if you can afford to lose, and gamble responsibly. Because I played a game on the National Lottery the other day, but I didn't complete it. So under their rules, they play it for me. Because the machine started going a bit funny. And I won. So I got 50 quid, which was quite nice. It was a game I was playing. It wasn't the lottery, it was one of their scratch card type things. And I couldn't get it to it, so I left it. But under their rules and terms and conditions, they then play the game for me. And they wrote to me saying, and by the way, you won. Because they might have said, you've lost, and I wouldn't have known. Didn't make any difference to me. It was only 3 quid, but I won 50. So I was very pleased. So as far as I was concerned, it's win-win. If ever I win a lot of money, I walk away. I'm not going to start putting it back in the fruit machine to start getting more money out of it again. Definitely not. I was watching earlier on Robbie Williams at Nebworth, and you suddenly realise the power of a huge... I don't know how many people are in that crowd, but I'm told by somebody who went, and I'll tell you who it is in a moment, that the atmosphere was absolutely fantastic. Robbie Williams at Nebworth. You'll never see the like of it again, like seeing, Freddie Mercury. On Early Breakfast, Thursday, 21st of May. It's another bank holiday coming up. Stay in. Somebody was saying, of course, they used to build all the convalescing places down by the seaside. Yeah, they never had coronavirus, though. And if that worked, people breathing in the sea air, only take a look at Florida, where they've had 46,000 cases and nearly 2,100 people dead. OK, so much for the sea air. I don't think it makes any difference at all. Matt says casinos are shut, aren't they? Yep. Yeah, everything's shut. Everything's shut at the moment, but don't worry, they will be opening up again very shortly. It's, that's the way it goes. Somebody says, anybody else having problems with the app? Yeah, there was a problem with the app the other day. They found a shilling to put in the meter, and I think it's practically working. And then Lewis says, I can't see the difference between sitting in the car queuing for a McDonald's than people standing for 2 hours to get into a garden centre. Can you not? How unusual. What, are you planting McDonald's now or something? I mean, do you not see... I mean, for a burger... Hello? A burger with a bit of cheese on it in a bun that bears no resemblance to a piece of bread, or chicken. 2 hours to queue for something to eat. Good God, you might as well have taken sandwiches. At least if you queue for a garden centre, and God knows who'd be doing that nowadays, because so many of them, there aren't queue. There's so many garden centres. If you don't like one, you just go to another one. It's as simple as that. And you walk away with something you put in your garden. It lasts you for months. The McDonald's you eat, and then a few hours later you go, oh, what was that all about then? That was what it is. That's the way it goes. I'm up every morning at 4 to tune in, says Gordon. Going to adopt a dog today and call him or her Scruffy. Oh, unfortunately, you're being in keeping with about the rest of the world. Most people pick up these sort of dogs from rescue homes and things like that, and they call them Scruffy. I mean, do you really think that the dogs go, I don't think I'm that scruffy? Equal rights for dogs, as far as I'm concerned. Steve, David Beckham could get a knighthood for his services to hair. Well, he wouldn't, because he hasn't got any hair, has he? It's sprayed on. That's why it looks so funny, actually. He must be absolutely kicking himself, really. Bill says, from Thunder Bay, I know that very well, north of Minnesota, I listen to you around midnight and perceive your ramblings as a kind of bedtime story or bizarre fairy tale. Yes, well, you would too. The country that, nobody wanted to stay in, isn't it, really, Canada? I mean, even an ex-member of our royal family didn't last too long there. Had to go away. I quite like the pictures of Canada, though. Very good. Steve, down here in the south west, I visit the seaside regularly because we don't have infected London types here. Are you serious? Most infected London types are buying those houses. That's what we're buying, because the locals can't afford to live there. That's what it is. That's why people in London who are working in the city, when they were working in the city, would buy a holiday home. They'd either buy... South of France, very popular. I know numerous people who've got South of France homes, but also the seaside resorts. Loads of people buy them. You go down to Brighton, the majority of those houses would be closed during the week. At the weekend, they're full of people from London, Chelsea and, Clam and places like that. They go down there to take the sea air and to have a walk along the seafront, go for a jog. I mean, just thank the Lord you don't bump into Caprice. She was pictured in the paper today with her photographer who took a picture of her. I mean, as if anybody's going to be interested in dreary old Caprice. She was a has-been years ago. Steve in Vegas says, Ron, I limited myself to $200 a day. Overall, it worked out, as I left after 7 days with $2,200. You see, that's it. That's a result. That's a result. I remember going into a pub years ago when you could put money in a fruit machine, won the jackpot, which was only £4. And what people would do is keep pumping the £4 in to get another jackpot. Don't work like that. I wish it did. Freddie played his last live gig with Queen at Nebworth. I was there. 120,000 people. Actually, strangely enough, Serena, who you just heard a moment ago, she was at Nebworth for the Robbie Williams thing. She said the atmosphere was incredible. The little bit she remembers. But, no, she said it was excellent. And people walked home. Nobody was, they walked along the side of the motorway, all sorts of things. There were thousands of people, and she walked home because she only lived just down the road, which was amazing. Steve, I saw an ambulance the other day. The driver had his mask hanging down off his face whilst talking to his colleague sitting next to him. Well, I mean, if I'm in my car, I take the mask down so I can breathe properly. But then I'm the only one in the car, so it doesn't make any difference. I love it. Also... everybody, if you're worrying about the app at the moment, the LBC app, it did go down the other day. I think it got basically overwhelmed with how many people were accessing all the different programmes. And it should be, I think it's probably up now. I think it is. That's what they were saying yesterday. So fingers crossed. Dan said... Oh, sorry, it wasn't Dan at all, actually. Former Brit, Canadian for 42 years, wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Oh, what, in Canada? Right. Yeah. When people say former Brits, Former Brits, Canadian for 42 years. Some people do that, don't they? Yes, the app is working. Whew, thank goodness for that. I couldn't bear the idea that I'm pumping out, all the... and so you're listening to me on it now? It is so exciting. Do I sound good? Am I funny? Am I sort of slightly witty? I love it, honestly. Steve, looks like there's never going to be a Lady Victoria Beckham. I do hope not. It's not going to work at all, is it? I mean, with a failed business, she had to be pushed into the furloughing thing. So, you cough up your own money, darling, having just flashed it to us that you've just spent 20 million on a flat. You can pay for it. You can pay for it. And, shame on you for not even realising it. Steve, I watched the DVD 84 Charing Cross Road, which is Anthony Hopkins and Anne Bancroft, where he owns a book. We are aware of it, It was filmed over here. And somebody says, I love listening to you. I've nearly finished creating my Japanese garden. Oh, right. That's quite good. But husband has been working in the COVID wards, tested negative for COVID. Can life get any better? Could you if you had chips and a sausage in batter? That would make your life complete, wouldn't it? I quite like Japanese gardens, but they're not as flowery as I would expect them to be. So I've ordered the hanging baskets. I've ordered eight hanging baskets this year, which are being currently looked after at the moment by the farm down at Chertsey, and Paul Cooper will sort those out for me, and then they'll bring them round, and then we sort of have the job of ferrying them to all the different people, which is good news. So I'll have 4 baskets, my next door neighbour will have 2 baskets, and then 2 for Darren, friend of mine, which is quite nice. It's quite nice. Miss Piggy is going to... Oh, what's this a picture of? Emmerdale stars Charlie Webb and Matthew Wolfenden celebrate his 40th birthday. Is there something the matter with these people who want to be in magazines? Somebody said to me, "Oh, would you like to be in..." No, thank you. Why would you want that loss of privacy? I don't quite get it, actually. Producer will be there straight away. Yeah. Take a picture of me and the girlfriend, and we'll be sitting here eating our food. I'll be cooking, not. There's also... do you know that if you go out... I joined the RAC. I've been a member for years. Years and years and years. And the only reason I joined it is so that if I get a flat tyre, they can come and change the flat tyre. If you think I'm doing anything like that, you can think again. But I think a lot of people think that if you join the RAC, you can have as many call-outs as you like. Well, you can't. On the very basic, it's something like 2 call-outs. That's it. In the year. You can't, I think people think you just keep calling them out and they come and sort your car out for it. I wish they did. I'm at the top of the scale, and I've got... I forget how many call-outs it is, probably 6, but I don't use it. But it is there. Because I saw a car going through Twickenham the other day. I thought, what a dreadful noise. He's driving on a flat tyre. Which, of course, as you can well imagine, eventually the thing comes off and you're running on the rims, so it's fairly dangerous. But my car's 2 tons. I couldn't lift it up on a jack if my life depended on it, whereas the RAC can come out, he puts the jack underneath, pushes a button, lifts the car up, all electric, off comes the wheel, puts the new one on. But many cars don't even have... spare tyres. New cars, a lot of them don't come with a spare tyre. It's an extra. Steve, the LBC app is working in Sydney, says Shane. In Sydney. I tried British strawberries from a prestigious supermarket, as you praised them yesterday. Sorry to say they weren't as nice as the Spanish. No, I'm sorry. Spanish, tasteless. Totally tasteless. Our one's delicious. From Kent at the moment. They're absolutely... Even the producer had one this month. They're quite... Bought him a box of strawberries. And they're very nice, aren't they? You like the grapes as well? You liking the grapes? Yeah, no, Spanish strawberries, and the Egyptian ones, bland. It depends what your taste buds are, aren't they? Depends what your taste buds are. Andrew in Yorkshire says the app's all fine now. I was thinking my phone was on the blink. Yeah, I know, you do get worried about it, I'm sorry, but at least we've sorted out. And on the news yesterday, a couple said they were from Manchester. They said Southend was better than Blackpool. Anywhere's better than Blackpool. What do you mean Southend's better than Blackpool? Everywhere's better than Blackpool. Blackpool is the dump of all dumps. Have you ever been? Don't ever... Listen, unless you've been there, you can't comment on it. It is absolutely atrocious. I don't know if it's the people, or the place looks run down, or dirty and shoddy. Outside one of the hotels on the seafront, baskets of flowers, plastic. I can't begin to tell you. Little lamps in the windows. Oh, dear, it was just dreadful. The big one No, we did go into their theme park. It was full of chavs. I mean, there were more chavs than you could shake a stick. I didn't know there were that many chavs in the entire West Riding of Lancashire. And so we were going to go on the big one, and I looked at it, and I looked at the people queuing. It was all girls chewing gum, looking around to see if they could find a boyfriend before they got to the front of the ride. And I thought, I'm not queuing. I do like a roller coaster. It has to be said. I'm good on a roller coaster, but I wasn't going to queue up there. Thank you very much indeed. So I didn't bother. We walked in, we walked round, walked out, which is the best thing to do, really. Here we go. Coronavirus, as thousands flock to the beach, stop a second wave. I mean, people sitting next to each other and everything. It is just unbelievable. Are we really that thick? Yep, these people are. On the move. Bus firms boost services and pubs I-party in July. And diners in Chelmsford. Chelmsford has got more McDonald's open than anywhere else. I don't know why. We have a where's our McDonald's? Oh, it's a drive-through. It's up at sort of Hampton. I've never used it. I've used the one at Waterloo Station, which is quite nice. So here they are. Mackie D back on the menu after 33 drive-throughs open. But and still people on the buses, commuters on a London double-decker with no masks on. Are they poor or something? Can they not afford the masks? Do you not think it would be beneficial? Because I'm telling you now, there's going to be a second wave of this, and all of a sudden, they say Poundland reopened 34 stores yesterday, taking the total trading to 49. But the trouble is, again, it's so big, you wander around, you don't have to stand next to anybody. You really don't, and they put things on the floor. We have a thing here in our lift, only one person in the lift. Coming into the building, you enter like an airlock, and then there are all these different markings on the ground, so you're 2 metres away. It's as simple as that. It really is as simple as that. There's a man in the paper today, you're going to like him. He's the man who's given away £2 billion. Not because he's very rich, it's because he's called Andy, and he hands over the lotto cheques. But, of course, it's a little bit different at the moment for lockdown. And so they've got somebody here who won 58 million. Ooh, so lovely. And he's been meeting winners for 14 years. 14 years. Must be nice, isn't it, to bring pleasure to somebody's life? It's a bit like working at LBC, actually. Bill in Accrington said, I've just worked out how to source your podcast, enjoying a little bit extra in the backdated shows. 7 years you can go back. 7 years. That's a lot of shows when you think there's one every day. In fact, in my case, 3 every day. 3, well, at least 2, and then at the weekend it's 3. Morning, Peter says, what will the farms do that supply strawberries to Wimbledon with all its strawberries this year, given that Wimbledon is off? Well, they just sell them elsewhere. I shouldn't imagine they've even picked the strawberries yet, although it does seem to be the same farm that supplies every year. It's a nice little earner, I should imagine, for sourcing strawberries. But they are at the moment, they're actually cheap, £2 a punnet. £2.50 a punnet, 2 for £4 or something like that. So that's not too bad. I forget the strawberries we bought the other day. How much were they? £4 or something? I don't know. But you get a number of strawberries in there. And now you can have the double cream. Yummy, yum, yum. Even better. Because you can have full fat cream, which is solved my life, actually. But do you think there's going to be loads of cheap strawberries, Steve? I don't think they're going any cheaper than they are at the moment. In fact, actually, it's a bit of a problem trying to get through as many strawberries as they can, because sales of strawberries are up 250%. Most of the supermarkets are reporting record sales of strawberries because the British strawberries are, I promise you, they're at their best. They are delicious, they're sweet, they're succulent. If they've come in from abroad, they're generally coming in refrigerated lorries to keep them as fresh as possible. That's why those ones that have come in from Spain, you take them home. If you leave them out, they'll have started going mushy by tomorrow because they come in. The British strawberries have only come from here. So much, much nicer. Much, much nicer. So, I mean, I don't think they'll actually go cheaper. I don't think you can go any much cheaper than that. But we like strawberries, don't we? I'm a big fan of strawberries. Not supposed to have too many of them. Colleague of mine, Steve, won $5 million on the UK lottery. It really changed him in that he became a recluse because he thought everyone was out to rip him off. Yeah, see, the trouble is you just have to keep it quiet. If I won the lottery, nobody'd know about it. Psh, not many. It doesn't matter, does it, really? It's a case of, you always get the jealous people, though. You always get the jealous people, the sort of the snowflakes, but they're sort of beyond snowflake. If you're beyond snowflake, it really means that you have no life whatsoever, and you'll be jealous of anybody who's doing so much better than yourself. And that's why they are the people that they are, which is sad, lonely. depressed. They go through the whole gamut of emotions, and then they take that out on other people. Which is sort of, good for them, because, we've had celebrities saying, oh, so-and-so's been targeting me. And I said, well, you just delete them. It takes but not even a nanosecond to go, click, gone. They vanish. They can carry on. Right? They don't know. Don't tell them, because they're too stupid to realise that. Too stupid. But it's hilarious to see them. We always check. I always have, if ever I get anything like that, but as far as I get to it so late, they've already been there. So literally, just I'm about to read something, click, it goes. And I've said to them, why have you done that? And they've said, oh, because they were silly. And I've gone, well, that's awful, because now they don't have any friends left. Now they've got nobody to write to. They'll have to try and find another outlet. And what does he do? He laughs. Ha, 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 he did. Because people are sort of snowflakes and beyond. But the trouble is, they are of limited intelligence. I mean, they can't help. It's not their fault. You have to appreciate the fact that some of them have a sickness. And the sickness is they don't like themselves, so they're definitely not going to like anybody else. They can't go out. They can't afford to do anything. It generally comes down to their money and their social circumstances. Because I've seen them being exposed on television programmes. And you know what sort of people they are. They're just, they're very lonely. So, in fact, really, we should sympathise with them. But the producer said no, and off they go into the land of just rolling fog. And there's nothing going on, and that's just between their ears. I love it. Steve, I couldn't find a shop selling masks. Are you serious? God, do you want to come around our way? Every shop's selling them. Even the greengrocer is selling masks. There's like those little corner shop type things. Everybody's got masks on. I go to Goods the Chemist. I bought 50 masks, and I put a different one on every day. And I shall probably go and buy another 50 if that's what's needed. I have no problem with things like that at all. Bill says there's a McDonald's near me. It's a drive past. I know. Of course, if you don't like McDonald's, you're not going to. Why would you want to sit there for 2 hours in a queue? I mean, just to you imagine? Of course, McDonald's must be absolutely laughing, because on the obviously nobody's going into the store. You have to do the drive-through where you sort of push a button and the window opens. Yes, 2 Big Macs, 2 large fries, 2 chocolate milkshakes, and a hot apple pie. Oh, add to that a quarter pounder with cheese and some chicken nuggets. How many? 16. Thank you. Go to the next window, and there it is. Inside, they're working their fingers to the bone. They can't actually get enough McDonald's. But I suppose if you're addicted to something, it's like, I've never seen queues at the Doner Kebab shop. You don't seem to have any queues at the Doner Kebab shop. They're just sort of, they were open, now they're not open. One that says, I'm allergic to strawberries. Not much good for you, Sheila, is it? They caused me to have anaphylaxis. Makes for an interesting day after being stabbed with an EpiPen. Imagine being allergic to strawberries. I think I'm allergic to... what am I allergic to? Well, apart from lamb, that's about it. And I only discovered that a few years back. Steve, why do the supermarkets sell strawberries in plastic punnets, not the old-style balsa wood punnets from years ago? Plastic was cheaper. So that's why they do it. So they come with a little, like a drip tray at the bottom in case the strawberries go mushy, and the little drip tray thing soaks it all up. But you're right, you used to get a little punnet, but of course, now they're selling so many. Have you ever tried slicing a strawberry in half and dropping it into a glass of Prosecco? No. If I'm going to eat strawberries, I'm not going to be dropping them into a glass of Prosecco anytime soon. I'm just going to be literally taking a swig of Prosecco, the gold bottle, and then a bite of the strawberry. Yum, yum, yum. Or failing that, some cheese on toast. That's nice. I could eat cheese on toast at this precise moment. The beaches at Blackpool are great, and there are over 13 miles of golden beaches from Lytham to Fleetwood, says Matt. You can keep it. It's obviously for you. It's not for us down south. We have our own class beaches, Southend and Brighton. We've got all these nice places where you can go to. You can go to loads of places, actually. Loads of different places. But that's it. Jane says, can we have a huge Union Jack on produce so we with bad eyesight know which to choose? I always check where it comes from. Marks and Spencer's, they'll always tell you who the farmer is. And we then check them out online. We actually check them out online just to make sure they exist. Because I didn't realise I used to buy Oakham chicken. Marks and Spencer's own brand Oakham chicken, until I realised that it was just a made-up name. There is no place of Oakham, and there is no thing as Oakham chicken. It's just a brand name that they put on. It's like, Steve's peanut butter or something like that. They just made it up, which was clever, isn't it? Because I bought into it because they said it was a better class chicken. And do you know what I've not had for ages? Chicken Kiev. Not had chicken Kiev. I'm determined before the year is out to get some chicken Kiev. They do sort of bog standard chicken Kiev, and then they do luxury chicken Kiev. But it's just, I still can't find the chicken Kiev balls, which you can pop in your mouth. They do them at Christmas time. They do little mini chicken Kievs, which I love. Absolutely love them. And they're just delicious. That gorgeous garlic butter is just too much. Do you know they're looking for a new Lib Dem leader? It's back on again. You know that Ed Davey's been holding the reins since Jo Swinson lost her seat in December's general election, months after she replaced Sir Vince Cable. And Ed Davey has been holding the reins. So, as I say, now they're looking for their third boss in less than a year. Ed Davey and I go back years. He used to come in to do a regular round table with me when we used to talk to the MPs. And Ed Davey was one of our favoured men. And then he gets a knighthood. Now he doesn't speak. So do you think Ed will enter the race? Yes, probably. Nominations end on July the 9th. Winner announced in, I think, August 26th, something like that. So you're all going to be buying barbecue stuff this weekend because here we go again. The British barbecue season is upon us. And so you can get Roundtree's fruit pastel lollies, £2.50 for 8. I mean, you can't make these things for that price when it's so cheap. They've got here medium white Baps. This is at Morrison's, 50p for a pack of 4. And a meat pack, which is sausages and beef burgers. 12 British pork sausages, the best, and 8 British quarter-pound steak burgers. £8 for that lot. I mean, it keeps kids happy, doesn't it? Give them a burger or sausage. I love stuff like that. As long as you put butter in the rolls, and then when you put the sausage in there, it melts the butter and it tastes even better. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Millions flee the killer cyclone. I told you about this the other day. This is in Bangladesh. Cyclone Amphan batters parts of Asia. And also the coronavirus pandemic is hindering relief efforts, with shelters struggling with social distancing measures. The wind and the rain have weakened, but it's still classified as a very severe cyclone. The last one they had, which was bad, was Cyclone Sidia, which killed 3,500 people in 2007. They go there. There is that place in there where they always have, it's hurricane season, and people go there to get married, and then somebody says, it's hurricane season. They go, oh no, is it? Yes, absolutely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. We take more Alan's early breakfast. I trust you are as bright-eyed and as bushy-tailed as you possibly can be. Although, over in America, they've got a big problem. A rabbit killer virus. It seems to be spreading through America. No symptoms, they just drop dead, which is not so good. This is the RHDV2. It's a virus type threatening wild rabbits, hares, and pikas, plus the 6.7 million animals kept as pets. Infected creatures often show no symptom before just dying, which is not so good, is it, really? But I remember when they had this, did they not have this in Australia years ago? But it was called myxomatosis. And it was literally spreading like wildfire. And it killed God knows how many animals. Mind you, they had those fires, didn't they, a short while ago? And that also killed an awful lot of animals as well. We found a Romanian crook here. An antique medal stolen from an elderly man in Britain were found when police searched a villain's car in Romania. Roy Bowden was resigned to never seeing again heirlooms that belonged to his forebears, including a silver Victorian naval decoration and an Egypt medal bar of 1881. 2 weeks after the burglary in Somerset, police in Romania pulled over Claudiu Popper and found him in his car because he was a thief. Another one of these little toe rags. He was one of a gang. Arrested because he went on the run, and arrested in a hotel in Scotland. We've just put him in prison for 3 years and 10 months. Fantastic. Should have been 10 years, but you can't have everything. Somebody says, you said the 22nd, it's the 21st today. No, we didn't say the 22nd. I'm sorry, Mr. Sims, you're obviously on another planet. Steve, Paul in Hampshire says Marks and Spencer's Chicken Kiev is the best gastropub. It's quite expensive. And then somebody says that the village of Oakham is beautiful in Rutland, surrounded by farms. Unfortunately, it doesn't produce chickens. Okay, the Marks and Spencer's chicken, the Oakham chicken, is made up. Okay, there might be a place called Oakham. There's also a place called Idiot. But, you know, they can't, so it doesn't come from there at all. So just thought I'd point you in the right direction. Lee and Welling got married in the hurricane season following a whirlwind romance. Thank you. Also, great show. Been in the garden, says David, taking the bird box down. Saw wasps going in it yesterday. Sprayed fly spray in and taped it up just for now. Pest control was going to charge 60 quid. Well, that's a very expensive one, David. We get it done for 27.50 because you don't want to antagonise wasps and things like that. And some of the wasps' nests are quite big and quite dangerous. So we all stay in. We've had 2 actually at the moment, and it's a case of, you know, spray it. And the ones that are going back in during the daytime then sort of die quite quickly, and then the ones overnight die quick. And it's literally within less than a day, it's actually gone. So somewhere there's a lot of dead wasps, but it's difficult trying to get in and out, isn't it? Really, of places where you've got wasps everywhere. Not so good. And Steve, I'm confused. Should we be wearing masks or not? Yes. We should be wearing masks. They've said wear masks. I don't understand why people would not want to wear masks. But I mean, you know, if you don't want to wear a mask, good. And as they say in the business, good luck. Good luck. Because you're playing Russian roulette. But if you want to play that, that's your business. I love the way I have to keep telling people after the government have laid down the law quite, you know, succinctly. You know, also the 2 metre thing. Why are people ignoring it? Why are they ignoring it? I don't understand either. James says, I'm playing Made in Japan by Deep Purple live. Best album ever. Well, it's for old people, isn't it, really, now? I think. And Steve, Clacton has a beautiful beach, says Steve. That's Bobby, who's in Clacton-on-Sea. Steve, I was thinking of your story about giving the cat a pill. My cat Dennis now has an overactive thyroid, so I've got to squirt medicine into his mouth twice a day. I've discovered a plastic Mac is a must because he's learnt to squirt it back. Yes, my friend was talking about giving cats tablets and they're sort of trying to make sure they've swallowed it. I said, have you read that, giving the cat the tablet? And she said, yes. She said, it's so funny. Jane says, face masks are super easy to sew. All you need is a square of cotton and some elastic. Yeah, or failing that, I mean, just get a scarf and wrap it round your face. Better than... Nobody's ever going to point and laugh at you. They daren't, because otherwise they would be... But I see people standing outside of, you know, supermarkets and everything else, and they're not wearing a mask. I wear it all the time, except indoors, obviously, or in the car. Do you know that 30% of British daffodils come here via the Dutch auctions? I should imagine so. Although not at the moment, are they? We have loads of daffodils. We're not short of anything at all. I don't think we are. Strawberries we seem to have a glut of, but then they tailed off the other week, and there are a few places that didn't have them. At the moment, they're trying to push us in the direction of British raspberries, which are particularly good. And also... So it's the Marks and Spencer's Chicken Kiev. They do 2 Chicken Kievs, as you know. They do a sort of a nice one, and then they do what's commonly known as the basic Chicken Kiev. And also, they're doing a thing... I don't know why they're doing this. This has got to be the stupidest thing ever. It'll go well on BBC local stations, though. What's your favourite sandwich filling? Call the vicar now. He'll tell you. So at number 10 is egg and cress. 9, chicken and stuffing. 8, chicken and bacon. 7, cheese and tomato. 6, ham and cheese. 5, tuna and mayonnaise. Cheese and pickles, number 4. Sausage, number 3. Egg mayonnaise, number 2. And number 1, bacon. Bacon. I mean, I ask you. Isn't that just sort of... You just fry some bacon off and then you put it in between 2 bits of bread, don't you? And then the bread goes all soggy and you drop it because it's too hot. So it's got to go in a bap. I quite like the idea of putting it in it. That'd be my idea, actually, of heaven. I bought 2 baguettes the other day and I completely forgot to use them. I found them this morning. They'd started hardening. They don't last 5 minutes now. The head of a drugs gang must pay £6 million after he was jailed over the seizure of £410 worth of cocaine from a van on a motorway. His name's Jamie Simpson. They were stopped in their transit van, of course, their transit van, by the police, and they found £20 million worth of cocaine hidden around the van. So he's gone to prison for 11 years. Police said he'd been ordered to pay £6 million, his share of profits from the haul. Oh dear, his gang was caught. I don't think they're anything like the Groovy Gang, are they? He's obviously got his own little gang. Poor old Jamie Simpson. The good news is, Jamie, you'll lose weight in prison. Just thought I'd mention that to you, because you're obviously going to be in there for some time. E-scooters to get a 12.5 mile limit on the road. Well, how are they going to do that? So they can go 12.5 miles an hour. How are they going to... What are they going to... Please stand there with a radar. Do me a favour. E-scooters are allowed only on private land at the moment, but thousands... You want to come down here? Up and down the roads here? You feel like stepping in front of them just to take them off the road. Also, British stores have warned Brazil they could boycott its products if a law comes in that could speed up destruction of the Amazon rainforest. Tesco, Sainsbury's, Asda, Morrison's, Waitrose, M&S, Lidl, Aldi and the Co-op are among more than 40 companies to sign a letter urging Brazil's Congress to reject the bill backed by President Jair Bolsonaro. So there you go. So we're not buying anything from Brazil now. Got to be nothing left, will there, really? Oh, look, Liam Gallagher on his bicycle. Yeah. Times they are hard for poor old Liam. He's 47 now. He was always a bit of a dipstick, wasn't he? And but his girlfriend didn't like his beard either. Trouble is, he just looks a bit naff now, doesn't he? We do like Penman Investigates. We're all in favour of anything that exposes the myth. He does the fishy and the fraudulent, and you should read him every week in the Mirror, because he's axing companies and naming and shaming companies that have probably ripped you off at some point. It's amazing here. You know, there's all sorts of people named and shamed. They're not even the good and the bad. These are just the bad. You know, companies who don't work, companies who rip people off. It's atrocious, really, really quite bad. And do you remember I told you that buffalo that attacked that farmer and his son on their farm, and the farmer died. The farmer died. The dad died in it, and the son was taken to hospital. The son has now died. He was only 19, and he was so badly gored by this buffalo that he lost his life as well. He'd been in, intensive care for a few weeks, but it was pointed out yesterday that he's lost his life. Terrible, really. I forgot to do my poem for today, which is nice. It comes from somebody called Louis MacNeice, which is lovely. And I've never heard of Louis MacNeice, who lived from 1907 to 1963. And this, the producer has selected this for its lovely title. It's called The Sunlight on the Garden. The sunlight on the garden hardens and grows cold. We cannot cage the minute within its nets of gold. When all is told, we cannot beg for pardon. Our freedom, as freelances, advances towards its end. The earth compels upon it sonnets, and birds descend. And soon, my friend, we shall have no time for dances. The sky was good for flying, defying the church bells, and every evil iron, siren, and what it tells. The earth compels. We are dying, Egypt, dying. And not expecting pardon, hardened in heart anew, but glad to have sat under thunder and rain with you, and grateful too for sunlight on the garden. Riveting. That's another cracking one, isn't it? Where does he get them from? Poems that never made it. Only heard on the Steve Allen Show. He thinks it's hilarious. He gives these things to me every day, and I scan it quickly, thinking we shall have fun with this later. And then sometimes I think, what would the Queen Mother say? And I think she'd probably say, let's have another gin and Dubonnet. I don't know where he gets it. Seriously, I don't know where he gets them from. If you've got any recommendations, please keep them to yourself. Okay? No. If you've got any recommendations, let us know. We'll ignore it as usual, but, you know, at least you've made a contribution. Dave says, my pet mouse Elvis mysteriously died last night. He was caught in a trap. Please, do not take the name of Elvis in vain. I was watching him on YouTube the other day. I was watching Elvis Presley, and it was a very, nice sort of show, but it was basically about the music, or depending on what state he was with the drugs, he just rambled for hours on end, but it was still Elvis Presley. Steve, M&S to a lovely, lightly dusted cod or haddock. Ooh, cod or haddock. Wow. I'm definitely going to go there. And, Steve, the greatest beach is Western Super Mud. Best in the West, says Dan. Yes, I'm not... Well, I think you find Southend was a bit muddy, wasn't it? Brighton Beach is all stones, so don't sit on the nude sign. What happened to prawn sandwiches? Previously number 1 in the charts. The Coronation Chicken. I thought that would have been number 1. I love Coronation Chicken. It's very bad for my numbers on the old diabetes, but, you know, we're still here, as they say. 18 minutes past 5, Thursday, 21st of May. Somebody says here, Steve, you defiantly said the 22nd. I mean, really, we're dealing with somebody who can't even spell now. I mean, what possible hope? And we have checked it. It said the 21st, but there you go. If you think it was defiantly, brilliant for you. Was it an education? Or was it one of those schools that was so good it was approved? Get me drift. Get me drift. Steve, it's a shame about the rabbits suddenly dying. My bald husband draws rabbits on his head. From a distance, they look like hares. You're barred. I refuse to have people of a lesser standard. It's just not good enough indeed. Steve, I got caught smuggling children's TV memorabilia through customs. I would have got away with it, but I dropped a clanger. Right, you're definitely barred. You're never going to appear on the programme ever again. And somebody else telling me that Western Supermare Mud is one of the best beaches. I'm not a sitting on beaches kind of person. Martin said Iceland sell turkey Kiev balls and blackjack ice lollies. Blackjack ice lollies? What's that? Black ice. I've looked for the turkey Kiev balls. I couldn't find them. Couldn't find them at all. I God knows I did look. I did. I mean, I'm one of those sort of people who sort of wanders around. But I'm telling you, you cannot beat the Iceland mashed potato. £1 a bag. You can put it, seriously, just thaw it out, put it in a saucepan, stir it around a little bit, add a little, you don't even add anything to it, apart from grated cheese. It's delicious. £1 for a bag of it. It's worth it. Well worth it. Well worth it. Here they are, all the long line of cars. You think they'd be queuing for a COVID test. No. They're queuing for McDonald's. For McDonald's. And they've reopened 15. Apparently, diners are being asked to pay using a contactless method if possible, and spending is capped at £25 a car. Because assuming that all these people are honest, you know, they don't want to risk losing any more than 25 quid. Plus, Rolls-Royce accused of shameful opportunism last night in announcing 9,000 job cuts after it furloughed thousands of staff. The Hairy Bikers are in a lot of papers today because they've got a new book out. I do like them, actually. They're so sweet. They've been in quite a few times. Also, Warblers, U2, split their vast wealth 4 ways. Not so the Rolling Stones. According to the latest Rich List, Mick Jagger is worth up 10 million to 285 million, while Keith Richards has a similar rise to 200. Valued at a meagre 155 million, confirming U2 ex-manager Paul McGuinness's observation that Jagger and Richards are the officers, while Watts and Ronnie Wood are the foot soldiers. Wow. There you go. That's how much money people have got. But as they say, you can't take it with you. I am. I'm definitely taking it with me. Definitely. Antarctica is turning green, which is not the most brilliant thing. The BBC need more friends in the north. And they pledged to make more shows targeting viewers in the North and the Midlands after criticism that most of their stuff was London-centric based. And they thought we didn't concentrate on enough in the North. I thought we did, actually. I thought we did. Miscarriages could raise the risk of diabetes. And, that's the kind of thing everybody's worrying about at the moment. And here he is. He's the man who claims that he's so close to Prince Harry, he's like another father to him. He's a 70-year-old music mogul with 5 marriages and numerous children. What must Charles think of Harry's father figure? Harry will obviously latch on to just about anybody at the moment. He needs friends like the rest of us need, a new McDonald's, I suppose. All a little bit embarrassing. Goats are as clever as dogs, and here it is, a telescope which has captured a picture. If you're interested in things like this, you're going to absolutely love it. It's a giant swirl of dust and gas. Dust and gas. And they say this is the first time the birth of a planet has been observed. It is 530 light years from Earth. That's one hell of a popular telescope. This was captured by the Southern Observatory's Very Large Telescope in Chile, and it's been pulled together there's the thousands of these exoplanets outside the solar system have been identified. It's where we came from. Or do you think, well, it depends which one you subscribe to, doesn't it, I suppose? Apparently Jagger and Richards, according to my friend Ian, have more money. The B-side he didn't know so much right, because he'd written the A-side. He'd just put the musical version, the instrumental version, on the B-side. So he got double bubble, which was very nice. Very nice indeed. Seems ages since he's gone, doesn't it, really? Everything up your lockdown shopping list by Marks and Spencer's. Online-only clothing and home sales. Online flower sales are up 411%. People are buying rice, pasta, frozen food, unprepared veg, salmon fillets, steaks, that's up 20%, but it's strawberries up 250%, and herbs and spices up 198%, and fruit and meat delivery boxes, they've sold 125,000. I've never done those. You can get those things. I think Jamie Oliver does boxes with cheeses in and stuff like that, which is quite, not for me though. I don't do. You can have boxes of vegetables delivered from local farm shops and things like that. Or failing that, I think one of the supermarkets does misshapen vegetables. Which is I did a very rude joke then. Actually, decided not to. So, having worked with Corey, and so topical. Steve says, Nige on Dartmoor. I cleared out all my old Dusty Springfield records from my bookcase the other day. Now I just don't know what to do with my shelf. I just don't know what to do with my shelf. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Oh dear, that's quite a good. I haven't heard that one before. Actually, Dale would appreciate that. And another one here. I'm gutted. I lost my job at the calendar factory. Only took a day off. Says Anthony. You're barred as well. And this one here. Wait a minute. We just have to check it. Actually. I was chatting a lady up the other day and she told me she was a sergeant in the police force. Anyway, Tina asked me if I wanted to spend the night at hers, which I gladly accepted. The next morning she offered me eggs, bacon, beans and sausages. I said to her, "Don't fry for me, Sergeant Tina." Right, you're out. You'll never appear on a radio station ever again. You're doomed. It's nice when we can, during this whole pandemic thing, if you don't laugh, you'd cry, wouldn't you? Seriously. So I quite liked that. So she offered me eggs, bacon, beans and sausages. Don't fry for me, Sergeant Tina. There was another very funny one, which was something to do with Sloane Square, and I can't remember what it was. It was a mispronunciation. Any of those sort of things we actually quite like, thank you very much indeed. But nothing's beaten so far the clearing your bookcase of Dusty Springfield records. Now you just don't know what to do with your shelf. Thank God we've got mad people who listen. Thank God we've got listeners. Other radio stations would kill for this, I tell you. Would kill. I got a lovely email in. I think it was an email, actually, yes. And this one was from, let's just call her Katie. And she says, "I only wish I had the words to express how much your show has meant to me since lockdown. I'm quite level-headed, and I've tried to take the recent situation in my stride, but at times I think about what's going on and get a bit freaked out. The one constant during this whole situation has been your show, and hearing you every day, just getting on with it. It is reassuring and comforting. My boyfriend Darren keeps saying there are 3 people in this relationship, and then laughs at your jokes about Joe Swash's hair." So, Katie, thank you very much indeed. Listen, I mean, it's very lovely that you listen, and we're very pleased that there's 3 in your relationship. Although that does go back, doesn't it, to the Princess Diana thing, where she sat there talking to Martin Bashir going, "There were 3 in our relationship." And I thought, yes. Unfortunately, the other one you didn't know too much about. Marilyn has seen Danny LaRue a few times in Panto in the 60s. Fun moments to treasure. Kerry played Danny in the miniseries Scylla. And I mentioned that I'm blind. I've seen Kerry Dupree several times in the one-man show, and he's shown me great kindness, but allowed me to having a touch tour. I think I was the first blind person to contact him, and I've been able to touch his gown, wigs, and bling jewellery. And when I went to see him as an ugly sister, he let me touch his false eyelashes. There you go. You can find him on YouTube. That's Kerry Dupree. Steve, I live alone, says Marilyn. You make me laugh most mornings. What do you mean most mornings I make you laugh? What do you mean most mornings? It's outrageous. I still chuckle about your experiences with chocolate paint. You really are a tonic. Yes, a tonic. Do you know, we must be of certain ages. I just don't know what to do with my shelf. Dum-da-da-dum. Another one here. Says it's bad joke hour on the Steve Allen Show. Good, says Mark. We don't call them bad jokes. We just call them your bard. It's as simple as that. Another one here. So I get these things here. I get the same jokes that come in time and time again, which is good. And I can't do anything about cats at the moment. I've got a dreadful experience with a cat that brought in a bird that was half alive. And our cat, when we used to have one at home, the next door neighbours used to have an aviary, and they used to have doves and things like that. And we only knew that one of them was missing when we went to the garage. And my father opened the door. It was a door that you slid round, and all these feathers appeared from under the car. The cat had been having a bit. I think it was stuffing a cushion or something like that. But it was a little bit traumatic for everybody concerned, because they sort of play with them and then they put their paw out. It's a game to them. But mind you, I've seen bigger cats doing it. You know, when you see a leopard sitting there and it's got a gazelle, little tiny baby gazelle. As long as the gazelle doesn't move, that's okay. It's when it moves that the leopard's going to strike, and lions I've seen doing exactly the same things. Horrid. Soccer boxer Tony Bellew, never heard of him, but he's on the recently appeared on Who Dares Wins. He said in an interview, never say never. He's now gone down the route of trying to develop a personality, and they say he's odds on to be the next I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Well, as nobody's ever heard of him, what would be the point? He's not a celebrity, he's a boxer. What is this bandied word? Bookie Coral have him at 4-5. Harry Aitkenhead, whoever that is, oh, he's obviously from there. He says, we think that Bellew's comments are inviting ITV to line him up for the next series and make it odds on to happen now. He'd certainly be a popular addition. He's nobody. I've never even heard of him. And I've heard of most people. Ridiculous, isn't it? So he's been in one reality show, and now he's in another one. Obviously, the boxing has given up on him. Mind you, ridiculous. Steve, I just don't know what to do with myself. We're now all jumping on the let's pick on the poor diabetic presenter bandwagon, which is your hair looks great, knowing damn well that it doesn't. I look like an upside-down tea cosy. I did try and cut a little bit more off it. Honestly, I tell you, I'm going to pay serious money to get my hair cut once my hairdresser Kasia has come back into the world. I don't like to think it's going on too much longer. But, Steve, what's the make some noise then? I can't tell you. It's in discussion at the moment. And what's the accent of the lady on your mobile phone? I forget which one we've got at the moment. We had Irish, didn't we? No, it's not Irish. No, I don't think so. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 15 degrees in London.
It is.
Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the afternoon.
Yeah, all right.
Today's high will be 26 degrees.
Yeah,
and
right.
the low will be 15.
Oh, for goodness sake, shut up. Yeah, Irish. So we had something else, then we got Irish. I thought we had South African, didn't we, at one point? And then the boys kindly changed it for me on the phone, which was very exciting. Still got to pay them back for that one. Have you ever tried Doritos coated chicken? I think not. That's like doing chicken in crisps, isn't it? You know, when you sort of crush up crisps and then you sort of put them on, you coat the chicken, you dip it in egg, and then you dip them in the crisps and then you fry them. I think that's how it works. I do like chicken, actually. I was talking about this the other day to my driver about chicken, and I said, and he's a big fan, well, I think his daughter is, of Nando's. And I said, yeah, I quite like Nando's, but it's so expensive. So expensive for just chicken, which is, cheap as chips, as they say. Oh, dear, another one. With all that's going on, I've recently taken a factory job. We make chess pieces. They want me to work overtime, but I can't stand the nights. Right, you're barred as well. Steve, have a look at the YouTube clip of George Michael rehearsing with Queen, days before the Freddie Mercury tribute. And David Bowie was watching on, applauding him at the end, what turned out the best performance of the entire concert. Yes, I mean, George was fantastic. He was troubled, as they say in the business, troubled. Also, what do you call a dog magician? A labracadabrador. Dear. I tried to donate blood yesterday. Never again. They asked too many questions. I don't know if that's a joke, actually, or not, or whether that's just something normal. Can't tell. And a 4-foot crocodile-like creature dubbed the Yorkshire Nipper has been spotted at a nature reserve. What do you mean a crocodile-like creature? It's either a crocodile or it isn't. I mean, what is it? A hamster masquerading with a huge set of jaws on the front of it, or a horse that's fallen into the water? Astonished wildlife snapper Lee Collins said he'd never witnessed anything like the fearsome-looking monster in his entire career. Sadly, he was unable to get a picture of the rare beast. He said, I'm 46 years old and I've been a bird watcher for... Oh, God, one of those. A twitcher. A twitcher. He says, never seen anything like this other than a crocodile or alligator. It walked like it was rigid. It moved slow but too fast to photograph. Is he another one who drinks, do you think? You always get these people, don't you? I think it's a hoax. Do you remember in 2017 there was a brief pandemonium set when a dog walker spotted a floating crocodile? Turned out to be a model. And do you remember there was some woman, she was an artist, and she'd made a tiger or something sitting in her garden. Armed police came in with helicopters. You never seen anything like it. And she said, no, it's a sculpture. I see that footballers are ramping up security and installing panic rooms. This is after Dele Alli's terrifying robbery ordeal. I love the way they're all a bit slow, aren't they? Poor old footballers, not blessed with the most brains in the country. And so Spurs midfielder Dele is believed to have beefed up security, but he had 2 watches stolen valued at $350,000. I can't help saying, you know, if you're foolish enough to spend that much money on 2 watches and you flash them off, somebody's going to be clever enough to take them away from you. Because that's all you've got to do is take 2 items. You've got $350,000. They're not going to sell them. They're going to keep them and wear them. Because unless you physically take it off somebody's wrist, you're not going to know, are you? And Steve, be patient with your hairdresser. Remember, hair today, gone tomorrow. Thank you. Steve, can we have a Zoom live show? No, you can't. Absolutely not. We don't do anything like that at all. And another one here. I'm sick of my mates. 3 times they said they'd go to a Whitesnake gig. They let me down every time, so here I go again on my own. Is that the one? Here I go. Is that one? I'm surprised I'm allowed to get away with these things, honestly. Even I'm embarrassed. How about, for your next show, Steve, a Steve Allen iPhone cover? That would be nice. A Steve Allen iPhone cover. I don't think it's going to be an iPhone cover. But you'll have to wait and see. Wait and see. Lewis Capaldi is on course for a special #1 anniversary for his debut LP. And Katy Perry, Damon Albarn, and Calvin Harris. Apparently, he's revealed how doctors once saved his life by restarting his heart. So there you go. There you go. But you will like this picture of this planet, which is being formed, and barking mad Robbie Williams. I mean, he has come up with the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever heard. He now says he believes that bonkers conspiracy theorist David Icke is right. Former BBC presenter Icke says the world is run by alien lizard people. I mean, you know, get some medical help, love. Get some medical help. And Robbie, who has previously claimed he believes in aliens, bizarrely thinks Icke's claim could be true. He says, I've met David quite a few times. I like him. I like his message. I like what he's got to say. Do you know, you are really getting more peculiar the older you get. You are getting worse and worse. But he says he trusts Icke more than the establishment. Well, that's good, dear, isn't it? That's lovely. He says, I know whose soul and whose spirit I identify with more. Does that mean he's right? I don't know. But if you put a gun to my head and says pick one, I'm not going to pick them, the establishment. He says, in the video to my song Radio, I grow a tail out of the back of me, and that was me saying, anybody else checking this? No, that's why you've not been in the charts for some time, dear. It's all finished. It's all finished. Go back to Nebworth. And Steve Allen tea cozies, which I thought was good. And wait a minute. What are you doing? No, I didn't get that one. When they take a blood test, says Paul, it's nearly an armful. Oh, that's the old gag from Hancock, isn't it? He said, a pint? A pint? That's an armful. I've never given blood. I don't think I'm allowed to give blood, actually. I have a sneaking feeling I don't give blood. But on the other hand, I don't take in blood as a transfusion anyway, so that's all quite good news, isn't it, I think? Sharon Osbourne says she fears for a rudderless man in LA as his wife chases fame. And it's very... Oh, that's right. You know who she's talking about. She's talking about... Harry. I mean, because at the moment, it's just not going at all well. They've been over there for what seems like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months, and so far nothing's happened. Steve. Bad grammar makes me cringe. My grandma makes me cringe too. It's an old one, but it's worth having. 2 cows in the field. One says moo, the other one says damn. I was going to say that. That appeals to the producer. Arise, Sir Tom, we applaud a hero. I think Waitrose are going to be using him in an advert. That's what I heard. I hope they're going to pay him. If they're going to use his image, I expect them to give him a nice sum of money for that. Because they're obviously sort of, using, his fame to boost business, which is quite good. An illegal image, this shows how easy it is to bypass the system. We've heard of people who've been denied access to this country and we deport them. And there was one a short while ago who got on the plane before he suddenly realised he was gay and he couldn't be deported. It's amazing, actually. But here's the latest one. This is one who was on a flight to Germany, but he refused to wear clothes on the enforced flight. So when he got there, Germany refused him entry. He then put his clothes back on again and returned on a plane to the UK. And apparently official inspectors called on the government yesterday to ensure that detainees were not returned in a degrading way. It just beggars belief, doesn't it? Sorry, I'm taking all my clothes off. Are you? Yeah. Well, that means Germany go, we don't want you. So he puts his clothes back on again and comes back to the country who's trying to get rid of him in the first place. It's like all these different people arriving on boats. There seem to be more than ever. But I do want this. I want this item. I don't have run-flat tyres on my car. But a Liverpool University chemist who has worked with a team from Australia's Flinders University, this guy called Dr. Tom Halsell, has come up with this new rubber which can seal its own punctures within a few minutes. It's recyclable, it's made cheaply from sulphur, cooking oil and a byproduct of petrol refining. If it gets punctured, a chemical called amine is applied to it. The rubber becomes sticky again, allowing it to bond with itself so completely it will not lose any of its strength. This could solve an awful lot of problems, couldn't it? You wouldn't have to sort of worry about changing your tyre, doing anything like that at all. You just sort of apply this sort of, obviously, little pot of whatever it is to it. And then, of course, you've got to find where the blooming thing is, haven't you, in the first place? That's the problem nowadays, because I can't do anything like that. I did once change my own tyre. It was a labour of love, because the jack that they give you with your car, frankly, couldn't lift up a paper bag. It really is that bad. And the car's 2 tons. It's very big. Oh, look, my favourite people from Gogglebox. This is Jenny Newby and Lee Riley. She used to be a landlord and he was a customer at the pub, and she lives in this sort of mobile home thing at the moment. And they've done a bit of artwork to raise some money for nurses, midwives and healthcare assistants. I like them. He looks at her sometimes like she's mad as a fruitcake. Who do I not like on there? I can't remember. I don't think I dislike anybody, actually. I seem to take to most of them. There's the brother and sister on there, aren't they? He works in a building society, I think. And they seem quite good. And who else is? I know there's a celebrity version coming up very, very shortly. So you can once again revel in the fact that celebrities sit there, and they've got poor old Ryland. Didn't put his husband on there. Instead, we're stuck with his mother again. 2 foul-mouthed people. I can't bet. Why do people... It's like watching... There's another family on there. They all swear. Fan favourites Giles and Mary are back for series 15. She's a listener. And, because she wrote about me in the Christmas edition of Tatler. Where have you been? And that's the brother and sister, isn't it? Pete and Sophie. He's not blessed with looks, is he? I don't know. Seriously, I don't want to be, And then you get the Sadiq family. They're back as well. The Plumbers. We don't seem to have seen too much of them, actually. Dave and Shirley. They're actually quite sweet. I don't mind them. John and Beryl. No, I don't know who they are. But they didn't join till 2018. Anne and Ken are new as well for 2020. Oh, Abby and Georgia. They've got dreadful potty mouths on them. Really. I don't like things like that. Paige and Sally. Oh, my God. Who on earth are they? Paige and Sally. The Malones. Well, this must be taken ages ago. The boys have grown. They've got these two enormous dogs that sit with them on the settee and dribble everywhere. They're apparently very, very sort of popular. One of them is a dancer. One of the boys is a dancer. I thought he looked a bit too butch to be a dancer, but there you go. And that's coming back again. But it's some of the new. It's very difficult to find the right people to actually go on the programme. But Mary, I think, is a delight. She tells him off every 5 minutes. Which is so sweet, and the couple in the caravan thing, that's very good. And a man walks into a builder's yard and orders 3,000 bricks to build a barbecue. Why do you need that many bricks for a barbecue, says the assistant. And the bloke says, I live on the 4th floor. You're barred. And no, I can't read some of these. My mate Gavin died yesterday. Took too many heartburn tablets. I can't believe Gav is gone. So there's a piece in the Telegraph today about Superdrug. They've been accused of playing on people's fears by charging £69 for a home antibody test for coronavirus. So they become the first high street retailer to launch a testing kit for use at home. However, concerns have been raised over the accuracy of the results. Those taking the Superdrug test would prick their finger at home with a lancet, collect a few drops of blood in a vial and send it to be tested at an accredited laboratory via prepaid post. However, Abbott, the manufacturer of the test, said it was not intended to be used in this way and it should be administered by a medical professional. So there you go. Yvonne Fauvargue, the MP who chairs a parliamentary panel, raised issue with the price. She said £70 with postage for a test which, not completely accurate, seems excessive. What they're doing, Superdrug, is playing on people's fears, and that's not right. However, a spokesman for Superdrug said the price is reflective of the cost price that we pay for the testing. I don't see how it can be that expensive. But they say that 97.5%, that's the claim. That's what they claim it is sort of that's what they've been told. It's only available online. You've got to wait for 14 days after having the symptoms before taking the test. Seems an awful lot of money to me, doesn't it? I just bought myself I bought one a little while ago. It's a thermometer. And it's sort of designed to go in your ear. Well, I think it's a design I'll stick it in my ear, and it's brilliant. You just do it, and I check it every day. 36.5, 36.8, whatever it is. It seems to be getting brilliant. And Steve, my friend's grandfather died the other day. The strange thing was that the grandfather clock in the hall stopped at exactly the same time. It fell on him. Steve, it's a 5-minute walk from my house to the pub, but it's a 45-minute walk back. The difference is staggering. Thank you. And that's quite clever, actually. That's quite clever, quite good. Somebody says, I never understand why barbecues and picnics. I mean, how do these outdoor scoffers brush their teeth after they've stuffed their faces? I'd rather eat at home and use the outdoors for exercise. Well, people take these barbecues away with them, don't they? They were selling one the other day on Ideal World, and it was sort of a barbecue, and it comes with its own carry bag. I thought, yeah, absolutely. But you've got to wait till the thing cools down. It must be absolutely burning hot. And it sort of works on very strange things. Also, did you know that Pete and Sophie from Gogglebox are niece and nephew of the Chuckle Brothers? Are they? Are they? Well, that I didn't know. I'm sure he works in a building society. I don't know what she does. But they seem to amuse themselves, actually, which is probably just the way it's supposed to be. Sandy and Sandra were always my favourites on Gogglebox. Yes, people did like them. Treat for you, Steve. Come to the other side of Staines, and it's a girl hairdresser will do the hair for you. Oh no, car wash open here. Well, our car wash is open as well. Our car wash is open as well, so I'm going to go and use our one just by Kingston Bridge. I think the Hampton Court car wash, that's open, so that's good. My car's not been cleaned for 9 weeks, and I know it doesn't seem like an essential, does it? Doesn't seem like an essential thing, but to be honest with you, if somewhere's open, who am I to deny them an income? You know, there's loads of these places must be suffering. There's a Steve Coogan story. Aha! Knowing me, knowing you, ABBA. He has furloughed the gardener and housekeeper at his £4 million country pile. He's left the taxpayer to stump up 80% of the pair's wages. They worked full-time at Coogan's estate in the south before the COVID crisis. Tory MP Andrew Bridgen said it's difficult to see how his earnings potential has been diminished. Well, that's just the way it goes. I mean, if it's legal and he can do it, well, then he can do it. It's as simple as that. Also, the picture from the air, they must have had a very expensive drone, and the mad rush to grab a Mackie D. I have to be honest, it does look delicious. Big queues, but they're sort of stopping you taking too much. They don't want you to spend any more than 25 quid. And so there's a queue of cars going all the way around the roundabout. And then people are ordering their Big Macs and their chicken fillets and all the rest of it. Plans to open some pubs in July. The amount of people I've spoken to go, I can't wait for the pubs to open. Seriously, I mean, it's very odd, isn't it? Because you sometimes, it fits into a routine that you do. Bring back Steph and Dom. Yeah, they lost the house. Do you remember? They lost their house, which was a shame. Steve, I was doing okay, groaning at the jokes. Would you ever do Celebrity Gogglebox? No. And if so, which fellow celebrity would you choose to be with? I wouldn't be considering doing it at all. I wouldn't be remotely interested in doing it. I don't know why people are even asking me these sort of things. I've always said, listen, I've had a little go at television. Very sweet, very nice, a lot of hard work. You get to put makeup on, it's very sweet. Everybody looks after you. But you lose your privacy. All of a sudden, you lose your privacy. So I decided, not for me, thank you very much indeed. Now, have I got this one? After my wife left me with the two boys, I had to take over the washing every day. The washing machine never broke down like it did when she was here. My boy said, hey, Dad, how come the washing machine doesn't break down for you? And I said, longer with core gone. I don't quite get that, actually. Longer with core... No, what's the wife called? Core or something. But no, that one didn't register. I had to read it through twice, actually. Steve, my favourite tour on Gogglebox, Stephen and his husband Daniel. His mother Pat used to be on it, yeah, because didn't Stephen, the camper one out of the two, have another bloke that he went out with? He's a hairdresser, Kel Surprise, and they have Dachshund dogs. But it's a bit... He's an old-fashioned campy hairdresser. Then he had one boyfriend on it, and he decided he didn't want to be on it anymore, so they then split up. Now he's got the new one. And they used his mother for a short while. So I think they're based in Brighton. I have a sneaking feeling they're based in Brighton. But he's definitely a hairdresser. Definitely. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Prince William has called for more help for emergency workers. Yes. And here we go. I knew I'd found it. John Lewis Chiefs have made national hero Captain Tom Moore a target for their coveted Christmas advert. Insiders say talks about including the War Veterans fundraising walk had taken place in recent weeks. So I hope they're paying him for... I would be horrified to think they weren't paying him. A source said Tom's fundraising touched the nation. Going forward, he'll remain a figurehead. So that's good. He did joke, actually, Tom, the other day, that he'd be rather a poor old weak soul by the time of his knighthood ceremony, and he hoped the Queen wouldn't be too heavy-handed with the sword. It's not going to be happening at the moment, is it? So I think probably next year, actually. Probably. Deb says, I had a flat tyre at Gatwick South Airport car park 10 years ago. Last job at Duty Free amidst heavy snow. Glad I was still an RAC member. I know, well, absolutely. Do you not, you always feel that sort of sigh of relief. I've had to call them out when I've actually been on air. We've had to send people out to go and sort out the car. I give them the car keys so they can actually sort of enter it as well. Plus. Oh, look, here's Heidi Klum having a hairdresser. It's her hairdresser here. And she was given highlights from Lorenzo Martin, who bizarrely wore an umbrella for social distancing. Very odd. She's an American-German model. And for some reason, she's sitting there in her underwear. You don't go and sit in your underwear if you're going to have to get your hair cut. Plus... you don't need Brittany, you have Britain. Patricia Yates, acting chief executive of Visit Britain, basically trying to say to you, listen, have you been to loads of places in this country? Enjoy everything that we've got to offer. We've got tons to offer, from the Lake District to the Pennines to the National Park to Snowdonia to Scotland to Wales to Ireland. We've got just loads of places to go to. Have you been to Edinburgh? Have you been to, there's loads of places you can go to. We just, people think you have to go abroad. You know why? Because we want to lie on a sun lounger. Sheffield. You could go to Sheffield. I mean, if you really want to go somewhere, go to Sheffield. That's what they say now, isn't it? They don't actually use Coventry. They go, you go to Sheffield. No, you go to Sheffield. That's what they say. Steve, you and Dale would have been hysterical on Gogglebox. Oh, he and I loved television. He'd often say, did you see, he'd spent most of his time in front of the television. Steve, I'd love to be your curtain-twitching neighbour. I'd be very entertained. You certainly would be. And Trevor says our local Burger King is closed and will not be reopening after lockdown lifted. We have a Burger King. Ours isn't open either. But since they're doing takeaway, does it make any difference? McDonald's seem to be sort of milking the publicity, saying, you know, it'll be worth the wait. I couldn't wait for 2 hours. Mind you wait for Christmas dinner for a few hours, don't you? I suppose there's no problem in sort of worrying about things like that. OK, listen, that music indicates that we're heading towards the news at 6 o'clock this Thursday morning, the 21st of May. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And again, no lifeguards on the beach. The RNLI are saying, you know, you take your life in your hands. You go out on these inflatables. There's nobody manning the lifeboats, OK? So don't do it. 21st of May, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Yesterday was the hottest. 82 degrees, just what we needed. So there were huge crowds at the beaches. And my producer's not sleeping very well in the heat. I have no trouble. I climb into bed, I'm out for the count. And I've got no idea how that happens or how it works. You know, I mean, I've got a fan in the bedroom, but it's not on at the moment, so I don't use that. No, it's not. I was absolutely fine. But mind you, see, I'm quite clever. I keep the curtains drawn. So in other words, I'm keeping the heat out. And they're fairly thick curtains. Fairly thick curtains. Well, they were when they were in the hotel. And that seems to work, actually. So my place, in fact, I'm quite lucky, actually. My place in the winter keeps nice and warm. And in the summer, it's reasonably cool. I've got a fan in the sitting room as well, which just sort of, it's like a tower fan, which just wanders backwards and forwards. But a friend of mine bought one of these Dyson things, which like cost an arm and a leg. It was like 300 quid. And this one cleans the air in the room. He said he's never slept so well. But it's £300. It's like an awful lot of money. There are different versions. You go to Amazon and get air cleansing things, you know, from about probably 40, 80 quid, something like that. But that's if you can't see. I tended to find just a fan, if it did get particularly hot years ago, and it never got that hot, a fan just wafting backwards and forwards was actually quite nice. And then you'd wake up in the middle of the morning, freezing cold, because your arm had fallen outside the duvet. So that wasn't much fun at all. The RNLI, I'll tell you again, they've warned over seaside dangers. The lifeguards have been stood down over the lockdown. So, you know, if you get yourself into trouble out there, you're by yourself. People have been told. In fact, people were told the other day, don't go to Southend. Please don't come to Southend. They don't want you. Don't go to Blackpool. What do people do? Go. They go. And you think, well, you know, they're not taking any notice, are they, at all? So what's the point? You try and do your best. You try and tell people the right thing to do. Prince William says feeding picky children is a battle of wills. I mean, I seriously can't believe he's actually telling us. I mean, we were laughing about it before the programme, that sort of William going, OK, we've only got a tin of beans in the cupboard. Do you think that they've ever suffered any food shortages at all in the royal family? Do you think the Queen's going sort of to Philip, no toast for you in the morning? You know, we've run out of bread. I mean, they probably bake their own bread. Well, they don't, but I mean, all the servants do. I don't quite understand what the problem is. Here's reality star Maura Higgins going for a walk with her photographer. And, as I say, she was in lockdown in Chigwell. Best place for her, actually. And she's going out there. The trouble is, it isn't until you see these people going out that you realise that their hair is so fake. It looks as though it's been stapled onto her head. It looks absolutely dreadful. So she's had to wear a cap round it. It's only when she's all done up for the photos that you get anything at all. But otherwise, you'd have no idea who she was. No idea. Oh, they're putting in a mosque in Piccadilly Circus. Where? I've got no idea. But apparently it's in bits of the Trocadero building. The Aziz Foundation, an education charity for British Muslims, said the new mosque would help provide prayer space in a location where there was a significant shortage in places of worship for Muslims in the area. The spokesman for the charity says many individuals have to pray in hallways, stairways, and even on the street. I've never seen that, and I live here. Well, I work here. Never seen that at all. But it is quite a big building, the Trocadero. Finding love in lockdown is an impossible task, but Jade Thirlwell is giving it a good go, which, of course, is just as equally as tedious as Oti Mabuse, who's done a story for The Sun today on how I'm spicing up my love life. I mean, honestly, how embarrassing. We'd be more interested now you're spicing up your personality. Not interested in your love life, thank you very much indeed. Also, who's this a picture of? Good luck. Rita Ora. Oh, another picture of Rita Ora wearing a bikini that was obviously made for somebody of a different size. Even you must be bored with seeing pictures of yourself every day. I know we are. And Jane says, I've got a book that says, enjoy the small things in life. The morning rain, a cup of tea, playing with a puppy. What's on your list? Bottle of Prosecco. I don't know, actually. I mean, a book that says enjoy the small things in life. I don't really have small things. I don't know what small things in life would be. I can't think of anything. I suppose maybe if you had a pussycat or, kitten or something like that, that would be it. But I mean, day to day, I think it's only for people who sort of can't decide what they want in life, whereas I'm quite content with everything in life, whether it sort of works for me or it doesn't work for me is neither here nor there. I say you just muddle through, don't you? Does your friend's Dyson cool the air too? I don't think so. I think what it does, it cleans the air, it purifies the air. It's got a filter, and the filter lasts for a year, but they're 50 quid. Because they were selling them, I think, on QVC a short while ago, but he bought his £300. He said it's a good investment because he's getting a night's sleep. Whether or not it would help the producer sleep, I've got no idea. I mean, it'd be lovely to think you could just sort of hit him over the head with a mallet or something and that would sort of knock him out and just leave him there. So nothing would be on my bucket list, Jane. Steve, I'm very concerned about the huge crowds at the beaches. Well, they're... what can you do? They've told people, that people on that beach, many of them, could have been contagious. How do you know you've not picked something up? They don't have symptoms that they can show you. They're sitting on a beach. If they're asleep on the beach, I'd worry, because that means they could be fatigued. Martin in Carlisle says, you and Moyles would be great on Gogglebox. What? We know you said that. We know you said it. Don't jump on the bandwagon. Martin's just said it. He's more important in Carlisle than you are sitting here trying to work out how you're going to get the money for a Dyson fan. I mean, come on. Lord above. You'd be better off with a Dyson hairdryer. If your hair gets much longer, you might as well start coming in rollers, looking like somebody out of Coronation Street. By gum, it's tough up north, isn't it? I'll go and get our whippet out, take it for a walk. Go up to Chippy. Do you want anything in Chippy? It's in the Chippy. Goodness sake, honestly. But, no, I can see it. Do you blow-dry your hair? Do you? No, of course not really. It's hardly bother, is it? I mean, how do you look like Corey? Jump in a puddle, pull yourself through a hedge. When you've achieved that look. Yes, imagine. You could have hair like Rain Spencer. Or Acid Rain, as she was known. What have we got here? Every dog has his play. They've got all sorts of things for dogs now. Treats for dogs. Because I was watching somebody the other day. And where was I? I was watching it. I might have been standing at a bus stop, and he was... no, I wasn't. I was going home in the car, and he was training his dog to sit when it got to the pavement edge. And when it sat, it was only a little dog, he gave it a treat. And then the dog trotted over the road, and then it stopped. And then he sort of dragged it onto the pavement the other side, gave it a treat. And then there was another dog that some woman was dragging through Twickenham. But for some reason, by Costa Coffee, it decided to just stop dead and then roll over on its back to have its tummy tickled. And we were all sitting there looking at it thinking, is that normal? Do dogs normally lie on their back on the pavement? Definitely not that good. Here's a singer, Jason Derulo. I think I've heard of him, I'm pretty certain. But he's eating a corn on the cob, but he's fixed it to the end of a drill. So he pulls the drill and it turns it so that he can eat it. Doesn't really... I mean, I wouldn't actually try it. It looks like it's taken out his front teeth. They're quite dangerous, these. Can't you just hold a corn on the cob? I do like corn. I mentioned that. Isn't that funny? I mentioned that the other day. We've now got a picture of PC Jamie Larman. We didn't have a picture in some of the other papers. He's in the Sun this morning. He's young and he's out the police force, 20. And the reason being, he stole 7 fry-ups from the canteen in his first week. He helped himself despite knowing he was meant to pay for the grub, and they took him to a misconduct hearing. You would have thought they'd just sort of said, well, you want to pay for the meals, you're not entitled to them. But no, he's been dropped. And they've said here, to compound this, there is evidence he behaved similarly as a PCSO. He's obviously an idiot. He has no place at... Thank you. He has no...
Hello.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Goodness sake, honestly, blooming phone. Nobody was talking to you, were they? So to compound it, there is evidence that he behaved similarly as a PCSO. He's got no place in Thames Valley Police. If he was still serving, I'd have dismissed him without notice. Yesterday, one of his relatives says it's pathetic he's not like that. He's never been in trouble in his life. Well, he is now. He's nicked. He's thieving. I mean, I admit, it's only 7 breakfasts, so he's now banned from applying for a job in any police force in Britain. Again, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? Because all he had was eggs, bacon, hash browns, sausages, beans, and black pudding. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? But because he pinched it, PC, formerly Jamie Larman, is out. I mean, it's just ridiculous. He quit after he was challenged about stealing the breakfast. He'd also been warned last year when he was caught nicking food before a trip. Is there something the matter with him? Has he got some sort of deficiency in the brain department? How he ever made it up to copper, I'll never know. But they decided, out. You've been told about this before, and here you are doing it again. 7 fry-ups in your first week. Why would you do that? He said he did it to build rapport with his colleagues. God, blimey, who's going to employ Jamie Larman now? He's obviously a bit light-fingered. You know, so to do something once you can understand and you get told off. You don't then go back and do it again, do you? Have you ever met one of my childhood heroes, says Del, Timmy Mallet? I don't think so. Have you visited the virtual Chelsea Flower Show? No, I haven't. I have been to Chelsea Flower Show on numerous occasions, but I prefer the other one. I prefer the Hampton Court Flower Show because it's bigger. There's more to do. I can't bear crowds. And also the marquees are so hot down on the embankment for Chelsea. It's nice to go to, but it gets absolutely packed solid. Everybody dresses up and they sit there eating very expensive strawberries, and which is nice. But I'm going there to see what new innovations there are in gardening. I like looking at fountains. I love looking at the bonsai. I love looking at all sorts of things. But that's why there's more room at Hampton Court, which was lovely. Steve, I wish Babs was well enough to do Celebrity Gogglebox with you, Paul O'Grady and Biggins. Oh, Lord, can you imagine what that would be like? That would be something else. Steve, the Dyson TP04 fan both purifies and cools the air and has a remote control. Sounds great, but, says Chris in Chelsea, it is £500. So I think that's so expensive. They're selling a hairdresser. They're selling a hairdryer. It's like £300 for a hairdryer. And they go, and it looks, and I've never seen, it doesn't seem to make any difference to me. I mean, I've got a hairdryer. Stop it. And, because I towel dry my hair to give me that tousled, rugged look. You know, I could advertise Yorkie bars without even sitting in the lorry. After Joe and Rosie reveal their weekly session, Joe and Rosie, this is Joe Wicks telling, this is the one with the funny voice, telling us all about his relationship with the Page 3 girl who he's married, which is very sweet. Why did we want to tell you these things? I'm really not remotely interested. And so they've got loads of different people. And, including a makeup artist, and there's one here, the bloke who's called Stephen, he's a mechanic. He didn't realise that she didn't realise that he had such a dirty mind until we moved in together. Oh dear. The mum of 2, Emma Baxter, a personal trainer, and her partner, Luke Gore, a sales assistant, says their sex life has gone into overdrive. Oh, how depressing. Who wants to hear about things like that at this time of the morning? I'd much rather hear about, have you got some peanut butter you can put on the toast? Oh, that's what I can have today. Because I had to buy some. Every day I keep forgetting to buy peanut butter. So today, I'm going to go to Waitrose, buy a couple of little baguettes, put some butter in and some peanut butter and go yum, yum, yum. And that's going to be my little treat. Then I'm going to empty these 3 remaining things. I've got to do a couple of invoices and VAT, but that'll hold for tomorrow, I suspect. It'll have to. I'm still waiting for these plants. I don't know whether they're going to arrive or whether they're not, but they've got my money. Also, somebody telling me a very bad joke, which is not even repeatable on this programme. Somebody says Steve Allen armbands. Yes, I don't think, actually, that we'd be using armbands very often. But Steve, Boris Johnson combed his hair for his last Instagram post. Why is it rare to see his hair in an ordered state? Thank you. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't think he does anything with his hair at all. I think it just goes outside and it goes everywhere. Which I'm a bit like that. I mean, Mayor's soundbite. You're guessing could be I could advertise Yorkie bars without even sitting in the lorry. You think that could be it? We've never got it right yet. Seriously, in all the time we've been doing the Eddie Mayer sound, we've got no idea which one, but we've never picked anything at all, which is a shame. Steve, and first day back at work since the 20th of March to help finances, not looking forward to being at risk or exposed, says Dell in Ickenham. But he said, but at least we're not hit by the virus. For that, you should be eternally grateful. Did Dale ever have a facelift? Oh, that was well documented. He had a facelift. He went to Switzerland to get his nose done. He decided to have it done, and they then persuaded him for some reason to have a facelift. And as you know, when they do facelifts, they cut underneath the ear and then they pull it back. So the cut is not seen where they've actually sort of cut to take away the bit of the skin, and it goes behind the ear. Unfortunately, the only downside of that is if you're a man, and in Dale's case, he could sort of practically grow a beard in a day. He had very heavy growth. His hair started growing behind his ears. So he had to start shaving behind his ears as well, because that's where they so in other words, if you sort of shave your neck and they pull that skin to one side, you're going to need to shave wherever it goes, because you don't stop growing hair. So he had to do that. But he came back, and I went round to see him, I think, the day after he came back. And he said, come round for a coffee. So I went round for a coffee. And he opened the door with a mask on, similar to my mask that I wear, only slightly bigger. And when he took it off, it looked like he'd been in a car crash. I've never seen... seriously, I didn't realise, but of course you're literally cutting the flesh and you're moving it around all over the place. So the bruising was phenomenal around the eyes, everywhere. It was almost as if somebody had driven over him in a steamroller. I said to him, does it hurt? He went, no, but he had all this cream to put on to try and heal the process. But, you know, it was then when I saw that, I thought to myself, there is no way that I'm ever going to want to have a facelift. It was too frightening. I've seen it done on the television loads of times, but he always wanted it done. Always wanted it done. Dev says the house chalet boats along the riverbank of Hampton Court are my dream. They are nice, aren't they? Some of them are huge. Some of them are absolutely huge. And what they've done is they've taken a barge, an old metal barge, and they built the house up on top of it. So you get like 3 or 4 stories on there. It must be absolutely lovely. But, you know, at least if it springs a leak, you're going to be fine as long as you're on the top deck, because the river's not that deep. Have you ever had peanut butter and chicken sandwich? No, not peanut butter and chicken. No, peanut butter just by itself, I'm quite fine with, or with Marmite, I suppose. Also, I adore huge alliums, Steve. They look like purple snowballs on a stick. They do. Ian the Skip says, Steve, not all lorry drivers. Lost it now. Eat Yorkie bars. Some of us like Waitrose New York cheesecake slices. Now you've taken it to a different level. You like this one? This is for the producer. I've just got over my addiction, Steve, to chocolate, marshmallows and nuts. I'm not going to lie, it was a rocky road. You get that? Yeah. You don't like Rocky Road. There you go. Died on that one, I'm afraid. No point. I don't mind Rocky Road. I think, you know, there's a certain sort of thing. I have them occasionally. What do you not like about it? Is just a bit of a mess? Oh, okay, right. Very fussy, honestly. To put up with this every day. It's not all straightforward, is it? You know, just when you thought it was straightforward, you mentioned something and he practically poo-poos it. You know, he's sort of, it's just a mess, isn't it? Yeah, that's why it's called a rocky road. The clue is in the title, but as I say, in one ear, out the other. But it doesn't matter, which is okay, I learned to do it. Graham Norton has landed a prime role in Will Ferrell's movie Eurovision, but he won't require acting classes. I do recommend you go to Serbia winning it some years ago with a lovely song. I can't remember what the name of the song was, but Serbia won it with this little girl on there and 4 girls standing around the back of her. And it was really good. She won. Serbia won Eurovision with this song. The other one is Johnny Blue. Blue, Johnny Blue. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Which was Germany, but traditionally we never gave Germany any marks for Eurovision. I think it was the war. And they never gave us any marks, even though Germany had some really good songs. Chart toppers Bananarama are set to release a memoir telling the classic story of the highs and lows of fame. Yes. Did you ever sing live? No. Could you ever sing live? No. They say it's been an amazing adventure. Oh. So the book's called Really Saying Something. But of course, that wasn't their hit at all. It was somebody else's. He was Really Saying Something was a Tamla Motown record. Dum, 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 dum. Yes, I remember. Who did that? He was Really Saying Something. Was it the Velvelettes? Producer will find out now. He was Really Saying Something. Tamla Motown. I think it was the Velvelettes. Velvets. I'm pretty certain. I'm generally quite good on my music. If I get this wrong, I shall just throw myself outside. There you go. He was really saying something. The Velvets. Thank you so much indeed. Here all week. Seats at all prices. I'm quite good at remembering these things. I'm very good at beat the intros. I was always very popular at things like that. I'm not hopeful, Steve, for the Palladium Panto this year. Like you, I go every year. Oh, I know. None of them are looking promising. I think what you might have to do is, because once we get through Christmas, which is going to be different for a lot of people this year. Also, bearing in mind, a lot of people might not be able to afford to go to pantomime because it's very expensive. And I think you'll find that the Palladium is about the most expensive pantomime that you can get. I'm going to talk tomorrow on the programme at 6:45. She'll be hating me, I can tell you, about the entertainment industry with Michelle Collins. She's going to drop in on us. Well, not physically drop in on us, but we'll have a chat to her on the phone at 7:15 tomorrow morning to talk about entertainment and how it's affecting a lot of people. You know, all those people who rely, and there's loads of people who just literally rely on doing pantomime every year. That gives them enough money, they can scrape through. Well, if they don't have that this year, there's going to be a lot of hardship. You know, because I have a vested interest in the Magic Circle and because I know a lot of people in show business, it's affecting a lot of people. It really is affecting a lot of people, so much so that they might never recover from it. So I think what we'll have to do is get through Christmas this year and then see what happens. And by this time next year, I think we should be okay. That's provided we haven't had the relapse and it doesn't go downhill again. We don't want it to go downhill. But unless we learn not to go to these public places like beaches, I mean, why you'd want to take kids to beaches and put them at risk, I've got no idea. But in Wales, they've just increased the fine for breaking the deadlock, £2,000. Well, judging by the look of some of these people, they don't look as though they've got £2,000. Where are they going to find that from? You know, can I pay it off? Yeah, over 25 years, probably. Terrible, really. And another one here. Steve, Recoronation Street, an irritating saying is, do you want to come round for your tea? It's dinner, for heaven's sake. It's Coronation Street. They do whatever they want to do. I always think it's quite funny because I love the characters in there, but when you meet them, they're the same. They're not different. I've met quite a few of the characters over the years, and they are all the same. Steve, I phoned my wife earlier to see if she wanted me to pick up fish and chips on the way home from work. She just sighed. I think she regrets me letting them name our kids. Fish and chips. That'll be good. Steve, you should try hot buttered toast, Marmite, with ground almonds sprinkled on top. Oh, no. I don't do almonds. I'm not really an almond person, but I do like hot buttered toast because it's like ice cold milk, isn't it? Ice cold milk and hot buttered toast sound as though they go together. And I bought some ice cold milk the other day and it's particularly delicious. I had a couple of slurps of that and then thought I need some peanut butter on toast, but I didn't have any bread. Because I only buy a little tiny loaf, because I'm only going to have about 4 slices out of it. But with peanut butter on the top, yum, yum, yum. Delicious. Right. Morning, 8 minutes to 7. Very nearly 8 minutes to 7. Ralph points out that the bus driver cabs are not sealed. The holes in the screen are not always plugged, and there's a gap in the bottom of the screen. They were never given PPE. That's why they were dying. Well, I don't understand how they're going to all of a sudden change this and have people going past the drivers again, unless they're going to reinstall the things they've just spent a fortune taking out from the middle of the bus. So you don't go on the front of the bus, you still go in the middle. But the amount of people who don't bother paying, I mean, there's you know, that was the reason it was probably taken out in the first place, because it was an easy thing to fiddle. People just got on the bus and sat down. The bus driver's not going to get involved. So I can't see how they're going to let people go back past them. If I was a bus driver, I wouldn't want to do that. No, you need to protect us more. And you're right, there are holes in the thing. And there is the gap at the bottom of the screen, because that's where you used to put the money in. So that gap is still there. Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, are the parents on the beach the parents who don't want their children to go back to school? Idiots, says Claire. Well, I mean, I cannot believe... I mean, if you think about it logically, you know, I think we're going to have a resurgence of this, because all these people who've been out there hanging around, parents are literally taking their kids out and pushing them into coronavirus. What other reason could there be for it? Why are they taking them out to places where there are loads of people who could be infected and they don't know about it? I mean, that would be madness, wouldn't it? And then they're going to fine them in Welsh Wales, £2,000, £1,900, something like that. Well, these people don't look as though they've got 5 pence to rub together. I live in Cornwall, Steve, and I'm absolutely stunned at the amount of idiots that flocked to the beaches yesterday. Car parks were rammed and the streets were gridlocked. As the saying goes, the universe is made up of protons, neutrons, electrons and morons. Thank you, Rachel. And somebody says, I think it's the IQ of the idiots, Steve, that needs to be tested. There should be a rollout programme for that. Do these fools want to spread the virus everywhere, says Alan? Yes. They obviously think that if you sit on sand, it kind of exempts you from collecting coronavirus. Well, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Way too dangerous. Anybody sensible doesn't go anywhere near anywhere where there are crowds. You're not doing it now. Why would you 1 minute be sort of socially distancing yourself in a supermarket, standing outside, and the next minute sitting on an overcrowded beach? I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm not sure, whether the police can cope with things like that. Probably not. Must be overwhelmed by rank stupidity. You feel like saying to them, go home. Go home. There are people on this beach who have coronavirus. You don't know which ones they are, do you? Why are you taking a risk? It's you. You're sitting there. You've got coronavirus. Why are you sitting next to that family? It's Russian roulette. The trouble is, you can't see the gun and you can't see the bullets. But it's there. Front pages of the papers. First of all, he'll be delighted today. The greedy policeman who stole food from the canteen of his first week at work. He's basically resigned because he's an idiot. And then it turns out he's been told off about this before, stealing. He's an idiot. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, originally, when I first read the story, I thought that poor old PC Jamie Larman was being picked on. But it turns out he's done this before. He's thieved. So, he was caught by another officer. He was told, I know I'm not qualifying for this. And yet he happily took these things, and he's done it before, fully aware, not entitled, and it was not a mistake as he suggested. So, idiot Jamie Larman now has to toddle out there, and they go, oh, not you, the idiot policeman. Thank you, no. Sun this morning, Oti Mabusi, how I'm spicing up my love life. Stop it now. We don't care. Spicing up your love life. Alan Partridge star Steve Coogan has furloughed the gardener and the housekeeper at his house. Wayne Rooney plans to turn the grounds of his new country pile into a golfer's paradise. That'll be exciting, won't it? Very exciting. But they think the house, when it's all finished, should be worth about 20 million, which is good. Just about probably what they're going to be spending on the court case between her and Rebecca Vardy. That'll be one to go for. The people queuing to get McDonald's, huge queues for a Big Mac. Well, actually, I had no idea. I thought it was a person called Big Mac, and it turns out it's a couple of beef patties and some cheese and a squeezy sauce, which people like. I mean, they must be delighted, McDonald's, getting things back to normal. But you can't park there. You've just got to drive through. Captain Tom could be in the line for the frame for the John Lewis ad at Christmas. Make sure you get paid the regular rate, sir. 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Say the Daily Express, just what lockdown Britain's needed, hottest day of the year, and here they all are on the beach in Southend, literally piled in like the idiots that they are. But there you go, so good luck to all of you down there. I hope it turns out okay for you. I mean, some people go down to the beach, they take their own tents with them. They set up a tent on the beach, which I suppose is sort of socially sort of isolating yourself a little bit. The Sussex hotspot, Brighton, saw loads of people, though they didn't seem to be too bad. But it's the RNLI saying, don't go to the seaside. There's no lifeguards on the beach. If you get into trouble, you're getting into trouble, OK? They've told you. We've told you. Families in Dovedale splashing in the water. Children playing in the water. Hello, what's going on? What is going on? How much more do you have to say to people? How much more do you have to say? Now it turns out, after diabetics the other day, 1.2 million lung disease patients are now more vulnerable. Schools plan hit by councils and unions, and Boris says we'll be world beaters on track and trace, which has got to be good news. Airlines are exaggerating the pandemic's impact to cut jobs. The pilots' union has warned. The Mail, they've got the picture here at Southend-on-Sea. I mean, you couldn't get more people on the beach if you tried. But as I say, good luck everybody down there. Good luck down there. The people of Southend must be thinking, you must be barking mad. The Daily Mirror. Again, it's nobody can believe the amount of people on the beach at Southend, as if people weren't dying, as if they weren't dying at all. It's unbelievable. The Telegraph, it's got the same picture, only this time it's at Bournemouth Beach. People tried to sort of socially distance, but they're not quite managing it very well indeed. The Guardian, NHS and care staff to be offered virus antibody tests within days. And down at Bournemouth, lots of people sitting on a beach. And because we've got the bank holiday on Monday, we're going to be back with that again. Thank you for your company. Bless you all. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Susanna Reid said she's desperate to go to the tip. Probably just to get away from Mr. Morgan. Ellie Goulding reveals she can't remember the last time she ate bread. That's a fact. Prince William jokes about his cooking. Hey, Wills, come on, pay me enough. I'll come down and do you a chicken Penang. Imagine a book on how to beat the tax man. What a godsend that would be for so many people. I can think of loads of names that would fit into that one, but I wouldn't be one of them. And also, scientists are working on a pill to keep us skinny no matter what we eat. And then in brackets, did I make this one up? No. I don't do joke story. I'm not doing fake news. I only do proper news. Proper news on the programme. You do your best. Oh, I have to correct a listener. It's always nice when you have to correct somebody who kind of misses the whole thing. And I think his name's Alan. I can't remember, but he was one of those sort of pedantic people who didn't quite understand what we were talking about the other day when we talked about Oakham. He didn't understand. I mean, I should have done it slowly, obviously, for sort of people who can't keep up with the pace of the programme. What we were saying, and Alan missed it completely, was that Oakham, which is the name of Marks and Spencer's chicken, their premium grade chicken, does not come from anywhere near Oakham. They just made it up to put on the thing. So he thought we were talking about Oakham, the village. Bless his heart. That's how wrong you have to be on this programme. So I thought we have to put him right. We weren't interested in the village at all. We know where it is. It's in Rutland. But we were talking about the Oakham. I'm sorry you didn't understand that, actually, Alan. You were the only one who didn't. Everybody else managed to get that one fairly easily. Because obviously you don't have a Marks and Spencer's where you are. Because we have a Marks and Spencer and they do Oakham chicken. But it's got nothing to do with Oakham. It doesn't come from any farms around Oakham. They don't farm chickens around Oakham. It's nothing at all to do with that. They just thought, oh, Oakham, that sounds quite nice. It's like, whenever you see something on eggs, farm fresh, that could mean anything. They go, oh, all of our chickens are reared in barns. Yeah, but they don't go outside. They just get reared in barns. And they go from little tiny chicks. I've seen them doing it on the internet. I was watching it the other day on YouTube. Chicks, thousands and thousands of them, and they fatten them up really quickly. Really quickly. It's like it's like sort of birth to egg to table in a matter of weeks. I mean, and to be honest with you, they don't look as they've got much meat on these things. By the time they've been stripped of all their feathers and everything, it looks quite ghastly. I'm not surprised I might be considering going vegetarian. No, I'm only considering it. Okay, I thought about it and I'm not. Okay, it solves that. But I couldn't kill anything. I'm not one of these sort of people that can do stuff like that. I just like the idea that I could if I wanted to. Yesterday, I forgot to go and get the things I want. I was going to get some baguettes, but I didn't get baguettes. This morning, I've got to get cotton buds. So I'm going out to the supermarket. I should be going to Waitrose. And I should be whizzing round there. It's my usual high speed. Honestly, if I put rollerblades on, I couldn't get round faster. I'm really, really good at getting around a supermarket because I remember where everything is, except occasionally in Marks and Spencer's and probably in your store, they move things around. It's to amuse them. And so you go there and you go, I'll pick up some steak and vegetables. Right, where's the steak gone? Oh, it's just down there. And you think, oh, my God, fathers, it is madness, it really is. But I suppose it keeps them entertained as we whiz in. But, I mean, there's hardly anybody ever in the supermarkets. If I go later, if I go at 9 o'clock this morning, which I will not be going at 9, I will be 7:35, I shall be in Waitrose. I'll be whizzing round quick as possible, love it, and it'll be fantastic. I might even find some Oakham chicken. Perhaps I'll send some to Alan. Honestly, when I read it, it was almost like... what did he put at the end? He thought he was being really clever, so you're always right or something. And I thought, you've obviously missed the point completely. I felt a bit sorry for him, but then I assumed he was fairly elderly. Happy birthday today to Naomi Campbell. And happy heavenly birthdays to George Best and Dale. It's Dale's birthday today, 65. So if he's sitting on his cloud looking down this morning, he'll be going, Steve, and I'll be going, Dale. Would he want us to make a fuss? He wouldn't want us to make a fuss, but he'd be delighted to be remembered. Because, as I say, we were having this conversation about a year before he died, when, for some reason, he obviously knew that he wasn't particularly well, and he was sort of saying about, do you think people will turn up to my funeral? And I said, yeah, I would think so. I said, why do you think they wouldn't? I don't know, he said. I'd want a lot of people to go. And, of course, a lot of people did go. A lot of people went to the service. And it was lovely. He'd be thrilled by that. So if you believe in an afterlife, if you believe in the fact that we're all sitting on clouds, you know, and we're in the land of milk and honey, although to be honest with you, it sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Milk and honey together. Then he'll be looking down there going, I don't know. I think it was brought on by all sorts of things. He never managed to stop smoking. I mean, he really didn't, even though he went on various programmes and tried to stop smoking. It just didn't work. He would get through as many cigarettes as I did before. But yet, strange enough, he didn't get angina. He didn't get angina. I thought he would have had angina and everything else because he was carrying a bit of weight. He tried to look after his weight, but because he couldn't cook, well, not a case of couldn't cook, he didn't want to cook and he had no inclination of cooking. So everything he bought was already done. And so he would go to delis and stuff like that and sort of walk away with loads of little parcels and things like that. But I don't think he ever turned the oven on. I don't think there was anything ever cooked in the oven. I don't remember sitting in the kitchen thinking, oh, you can smell cookery. Yet you open the fridge and there'd be like a ton of delicatessen stuff. But never cooked. Never cooked. I mean, and you know, when he went out to eat, that would be the first time he'd have something that was actually cooked. Anyway, happy birthday to George Best, Naomi Campbell and Dale Winton. I'm trying to think of a joke that goes along with Naomi Campbell, George Best and Dale Winton. I couldn't think of one at the moment. I shall think of one a little bit later on. Blooming roasting tonight, Steve. Couldn't sleep. Been waiting for you to come on the edge. Did you say those Dyson fans are worth getting? I didn't say they were worth getting. I said they were very expensive. Very expensive. Producer was sort of going, yeah, because did you sleep better last night or something? A tip by Rachel Venables. Hang yourself outside the window or something. Put ice on your wrists. Where did she get that old wives' tale from? Cools you down. What, you go to bed with an ice cube? So you just get an ice cube and rub it over your wrist? And it cools down your blood. What an old wives' tale, eh? What a pile of crock of what's it? Goodness sake, honestly. You wait till I speak to Rachel Venables telling my staff, you know, to put ice cubes on there. So that's ridiculous. Why would that... I mean, only if you had it sort of permanently strapped to your hand, I would have thought. So I shall be checking all about this later on. You wait till I talk to her. I tell you she won't get away with this one. But it is the bank holiday weekend, so technically you've got, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So it's like 4 days. But there again, we've been having 4 days for the last 9 weeks. So it doesn't actually make any difference. I don't mind if it rains. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm quite happy if it rains. I'm going to finish off doing the pots this morning. I was lazy yesterday. I thought, I can't be bothered. I seriously couldn't. What did I do yesterday? I'm trying to think, actually. I don't think I did anything particularly exciting. I didn't get any sort of parcels turning up. I'm waiting. Do you remember I bought the drone? Well, the drone arrived very light. I couldn't work out what it was. It's only like 45 grams or something. And I'm waiting for the extra batteries, but they haven't arrived yet. So I'm hoping that I might have to contact them again. Excuse me. I did also have another part of the order where I bought 2 batteries. Where are they? Why they can't put it all in together, I've got no idea. Debbie McGee has revealed she hated magic when she first met Paul Daniels. It's odd that, isn't it? But people used to say, you know, it's like people don't like clowns. You know, there is a name for people who don't like clowns, but to not like magic. But there again, you see, I'm sort of magic nut. I bought something the other day, actually. I bought it from a magic shop. And I looked at it, and, you know, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, have I bought this before? I couldn't remember if I bought it before. It's a very nice effect. And I thought, what do I put it? Anyway, so when I went in to collect it, I said, I couldn't remember if I bought it. He said, well, I checked in the files. He said, you hadn't bought one before. But then I get home, and I think, I'm looking at the top of the box going, I have a feeling I did. And I went through a few, there it was. I bought two, which was a bit of a shame, really. But it doesn't matter. I don't mind. I'll probably find somebody to give it to. Steve, I have a Dyson fan. Couldn't be without it. Yeah, well, don't tell him that, because it's too expensive for him. It's about £300. He can't afford £300. Seriously, that's an awful lot of money. I mean, he's living, you know, comfortably. He can afford to sort of live, but he can't afford a Dyson fan. They're £300. You've got a paper one. You can get one of those nice paper fans. We used to make them at school, you know, when you folded the paper backwards and forwards, then you went like that. But apparently it's very, very wrong to wave a fan on yourself, because I remember sitting in a theatre once and going, because I used to get so hot in theatres, like that. And, in fact, actually, I remember leaving a theatre once because I started sweating profusely before I was sort of diagnosed as diabetic. And And somebody said, if you fan yourself, the moment you stop yourself, your temperature goes right up again. It's like, what do we do when it's hot? We have an ice cream. And why does that not cool you down? Well, it does for about 2 minutes. And then, unfortunately, because it's shocked your body into dropping, it then goes up again. So the thing you should have when you're hot is a cup of tea. Cup of tea, cup of coffee, something like that. But he doesn't do stuff like that. He'd rather get an ice cube and put it on his wrist before he goes to bed. Okay. Well, I mean, they always say before you go to bed, A, don't eat. Secondly, make sure you're tired when you... It's no good going to bed thinking, oh, I hope I sleep. Because it doesn't work like that. When I climb into bed, I'm tired. And I go to sleep almost... In fact, if you probably filmed me, please God don't, I would think you would probably notice that I'm out within about a minute. I can't see it being any longer than that. I'm very good at falling asleep. Very, very good at... I might go to sleep this morning. I might just sit in here and just fall asleep. I've slept on floor. I can sleep on floors. I can sleep anywhere. I used to sleep in the back of cars. I used to sleep on trains. And you wake up on a train and you're leaning into the window and you've dribbled and the person sitting opposite you is just staring at you like, oh my God. And you think, what if I've been snoring? And then you always worry about that, don't you? See, if I've been snoring, the whole carriage would be looking at me. Or failing that if you're sick. That used to happen on a Friday on the train on a regular basis. People staggering out of the city who'd had a skinful. And then they'd arrive at Waterloo Station, go to get a Casey burger, and they'd be sitting there with it dribbling all down their chin, and you think, oh my God, they're not going to survive 2 minutes on this one. The moment the train takes off, we're all going to suffer. And we did. And we did. Susanna hits back at Piers Morgan in a row over a car. She says my bodywork is flawless because he's saying her car... went into his car and she said, no, my bodywork is flawless, so that's not. I've got advice for dog walkers and what was the other one that I have as well, actually? Oh, B&Q to stop selling weed killer alleged to cause terminal cancer. They've got something like 16,000 cases against this particular company in America. The father's horror at a venomous spider in some fruit. Lobsters. Did you know that lobsters yell if they feel threatened? I don't know how they'd know that. Did you ever see that thing years ago where it showed them walking along the bottom of the ocean? They all link arms with each other and they all walk along in a crocodile. Lobsters. It's quite... Am I talking to myself here? It's very educational, isn't it? That's how lobsters do. They sort of cling onto each other and they all walked across the ocean floor. It was on a David Attenborough programme. And then I saw one of those fishing programs where they go out looking for giant lobsters, and I feel sorry for the lobsters because they're lulled into this sort of cage effect, a lobster pot, and they then get caught, and then of course you think you're not going to last, are you? You're not going to live very long because somebody's going to eat you. Won't be me. Won't be me. I'm very good. Paul in Nottingham says, I have a Dyson hot and cold fan. It's keeping me cool and it's worth every penny. It's over £300, isn't it? Connie in Minnesota says, I run cold water on my wrist to cool down. Steve, any chance Corey could read the poem of the day? No, absolutely not. Actually, you'll like the little poem today. It's quite a cute one. I don't know where he gets it from. He probably sat at home and made it up himself, actually, after he'd had a couple of sherbets. So. Prince Charles hails the healing power of gardens, and you can keep tomatoes in the fridge. It makes no difference to their taste. And frozen vegetables are better than fresh. They apparently keep more of the nutrients. They did that on a television programme. I remember thinking, well, that's a bit bizarre. I would always buy fresh. I mean, I have had frozen vegetables in the past, but I'm not a fan of it. I prefer fresh vegetables. And that's the way we should keep it, as far as I'm concerned. 17 minutes past 4.
This is LBC.
This is an important update from the government about coronavirus. We all need to stay alert so we can control the virus and reduce the risk of infection. Staying alert means you must stay at home as much as possible. Work from home if you can. Limit contact with others. Keep your distance if you go out. And wash your hands regularly. Do not leave home if you or anyone in your household has symptoms. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
We're all in uncharted territory looking for ways to support our communities. At Dell Technologies, we're making sure small businesses have the right tech solutions. Dell Technologies advisors are here for you, helping small businesses stay connected and productive while working remotely with Windows 10 Pro and Microsoft Teams. We're standing by you every step of the way. Call us today on 0800 169 1745. That's 0800 169 1745.
Hello, I'm Esther Ranson, founder of Childline. Lidl are supporting the NSPCC by pledging to raise £2 million for Childline over the next 2 years. Visit Lidl online to see how else they're giving hope to children during this pandemic with their Rainbow Trail campaign and to get involved with your children.
The law around organ donation in England has changed to allow more people to pass on more organs to save more lives. Unless you choose to opt out or in an excluded group, all adults will be considered as a possible organ donor when they die. Organ donation remains your choice. Whatever you decide, please register your decision and ensure you tell your friends and family. To find out more, or for the choice to opt out, visit organdonation.nhs.uk.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7.
Former Universities Minister and politician Joe Johnson. How do you think the government has fared over the last 8, 9, 10 weeks?
And the two big things that I think the government has done really well. The first is, I think, putting in place the biggest welfare program that this nation has ever seen in the form of the furlough scheme. And then the second thing is in ensuring that our health system was able to cope with this extraordinary pandemic.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
With Xero. Get your business digital ready with Xero accounting software.
LBC. Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, the 22nd of May. It's lovely to have your company. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen until 7. The woman, her son bought her a lottery ticket, £90 lottery ticket, and it was to win a Picasso, and she won it. It's worth £900,000. I'd have that one up for sale immediately, I think. Can you imagine? You'd never get insurance on your place, would you? And what's hanging on the wall? A Picasso. Oh, my God. And what sort of security do you have? Nothing. We just got a nail in the wall and hung it on there. Julie Walters says she feels like a different person after recovering from bowel cancer. And I love children now. They live in a very simplistic world. They think an average home costs £1,000, a loaf of bread is a £5, and their parents earn $1 million. I remember only a short while ago, Rhiannon Sugden, who's just known for selling stories on famous people. She's not particularly interesting in any way, shape or form, but she was burgled a short while. She wasn't. It was the old man, I think, was burgled. But anyway, she was there. And so to get over it, because it was really traumatic, as you can well imagine, she decided to get her boobs out again. Fantastic, isn't it? The way some people survive nowadays. Big Brother star Craig Phillips think we should support the builders and the England's ace girlfriend, who flies in on a private plane, little private plane, to Biggin Hill, and she's she wants to go through customs, because she doesn't have to go through customs, and she went, I haven't got anything to declare. She did have. She had a stun gun. She had a taser thing, and a kosh. And when they opened the case and found them, she burst into tears. She knew what she was doing. Of course she did. That's why she was saying, no, nothing to declare. What, you think the stun guns are quite normal to have, dear? She said, oh, I got it because of all these burglaries in all these footballers' houses and everything else like that. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure somebody with a handgun and you with a taser, that's going to make a lot of difference, isn't it? Plus the small-town traders hit very hard. And adders, they're on the increase. You will find them early in the morning. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do not throw yourself out the window. Just leave it there. Goodness sake, honestly. It's fresh air. See, if you open that has now destroyed your air conditioning. Because all of a sudden the air conditioning is... I mean, if I had an open window in here, my air conditioning wouldn't work. And I wouldn't be sitting in sub-zero conditions. But I like sitting in a freezer with the rest of Captain Birdseye's products. It's very exciting, thank you very much indeed. But no, if you open the window, what's the matter? Well, you've got a jumper on, for goodness sake. What did you come in here in the middle of summer with a jumper? At least I'm wearing a short-sleeve shirt, and you're wearing a jumper. So you're not wearing your coat. Are you going to wear this throughout the entire summer? You're going to wear a jumper... Oh, you're not going to take it off, please, God. Oh, he's taking his jumper off now. It's like dealing with a small, petulant child. It really is. It's very difficult. Don't throw it on the floor. That's not nice, is it? Honestly, just fold it neatly. No, don't put it round your shoulders. It looks ridiculous. You look like an ageing pop star. Just need a pair of sunglasses on. Anyway, so what are we going to do this morning? Well, we go through the papers. As I say, we might have good news for you, might have better news for you. Also, oh yes, adders. They come out in the sunshine to warm their bodies up. Unfortunately, they are our most deadly snake. They will strike. And dogs are generally the ones that fare the worst. If your dog gets bitten by an adder, and there is every chance... I mean, if you go through... See, years ago, we never thought about things like this, but me being terrified of snakes, I can't tell the difference between an adder and a grass snake. I really can't. Even though they say, oh, a grass snake looks like this, and an adder... Listen, when I'm confronted by something like that, that's getting ready, it's coiled up and ready to strike, when they strike at dogs, they go for the face. Don't ask me why. And, of course, the dogs, you've got to get them to the vet as quick as possible. Because otherwise, you know, once this gets into the bloodstream, dogs can die very quickly. It's not the only thing that dogs can die of. I've got another thing you need to worry about. But thank you for putting up a picture of an adder for me. Well, that to me looks like an adder. It is an adder, yes. Show me a picture of a grass snake. I don't think... See, the trouble is adders look evil. Mind you, I think all snakes look evil. I've never known anybody... You can't be friendly with a snake, can you? Oh, cute little thing. You know why? They're deaf. There's no point in talking to it. It's not going to make any difference at all. But go too near it, and it will strike out. That's an adder as well, isn't it? That's a grass snake, is it? Oh my God! It's sort of got a kinder face. Given the trouble is, you know, you're not going to be sort of... Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it when they move. They frighten the life out of me. I'm really terrified of things like that. And then, I mean, have you seen the ones that sort of strike at sort of like an antelope with horns on, and then they literally dislocate their bottom jaw and they can swallow an antelope whole? Have you not seen that? Yeah, go onto the internet, type in snake swallowing antelope. There was a story a short while ago, wasn't there, of some poor woman in America? No, it wasn't. It was Australia. She came back to discover a huge snake had started eating her dog in the bedroom. It was disappearing. Yeah, you will find... There you go. Look at their size. There's one there, look. You see them because they expand their bodies. So what they do is they sort of crush them, and then they literally put them in there. And the juices inside the snake's body... sort of break everything down. It's horrible, isn't it? I don't like them at all. I wish I did, actually. I'd quite like to get... A friend of mine used to have a snake. He used to walk around the hippodrome with a snake round his neck. But, of course, it didn't bother snakes because being as deaf as a post, they didn't know that they were banging out Gloria Gaynor at sort of 500 decibels. I would love you to switch the studio cameras on so we can see you and Corey at work. It's not very exciting, I promise you. It's really... Steve Allen's soundbite was the best one ever yesterday, I'm told. It won't be anything that we remember from the programme. It really won't. Have you got it? Is it how many seconds is it? 1 second? Well, I'm sorry, I'm not getting my fair amount of time on that Eddie Mayer programme. So this is 1 second of yesterday. Bing, 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 bing. What was that from? Bing, 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 bing. I don't remember. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. You know, bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Was it what? Aliens? No, it wasn't aliens. Definitely not. Bing, 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 bing. I don't know what it was. Oh, you remember? No, you remember. Oh, it was the social distancing thing. Yes, it was. It was the thing that sends that bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. That's right. It was the social distancing thing. That's right. This was the thing. I went to my chemist yesterday to go and buy some more masks and pick up my prescription. And I was telling him about it. I was telling Mr. Shah about this thing. And I was hoping he was then going to say, oh, I'll get one in for you. But I don't think they sell them in chemists. I'll probably have to order it from the company. We couldn't remember the name of the company either. I'm also trying to find out the name. And I thought my friend Stuart from Sandy's would be able to help me with the name of our postman. Because I was talking to him yesterday and I can't remember his blooming name. We have a postman in Twickenham. We have a few postmen. We have postmen and postwomen. And some of them drive vans, some of them drive trucks. But we have this one postman who goes up and down the high street with a cart. And he always wears shorts. And I'm blowed if I can remember his blooming name. Drives me crackers. So I wrote to Stuart yesterday saying, can you tell me, because I thought he's bound to know, but of course he didn't know. And then I thought I'd better write to Paul Cooper, but I didn't get around to writing to Paul Cooper or John to say, what's the name of the postman? Because, you know, you see somebody every day, but you never get round to sort of finding out somebody's name, which is much to my embarrassment, I'm afraid. Also, there's a loving husband who wrote a poem for his wife every day for 20 years. God, you can imagine how mad she must have gone. How mad she must have gone. A poem every day. My brother writes poetry. He's very good, actually. Also, a whole feature on rich Brits with incredible American homes like Meghan and Harry. The difference is these Brits own their homes. Harry and Meghan take freebies. Okay, well, yes, of course, we'd love to move into your house, and then we can maybe be your friend. We don't know yet. We'll see what you give us. But, of course, the one thing that Harry's got to do now is register over there, because you can't just go and work in America, as you please. You've got to register. He'll have to sign on with the Social Security people. They will want to see all sorts of documentation. He'll have to queue up with everybody else. He's nobody special over there. They couldn't give a forex about Prince Harry. It doesn't mean anything to them. Admittedly, there's a few sort of brown noses over there. I'm eating my breakfast, says Richard. Can we stop talking about hungry snakes? Ooh, have you checked under the table? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Me. That snake comes up, and I've seen them. I've seen them where they do the snake thing, the snake charmers thing, and they sort of blow their little pipes, and the snake sort of rears. It's always a cobra. A hooded cobra. They frighten the life out of me. I'll say anything that's got a little tongue that pokes out. You know what it's doing? It's testing the atmosphere. It's deciding whether it's going to eat you. That's what it's doing. Dreadful things. But if you go to moors or grasslands or, parks where that's where they'll be. Generally around rocks. They like sunning themselves on rocks. You don't want to go too close to them. But of course, kids have got no fear of stuff like that. But there are a lot of them around at the moment. Obviously, the weather has been conducive for them sort of producing like rabbits or like adders. Lots and lots of adders. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? Add 4. And Ian says, was the friend at the Hippodrome, Kevin John? Yep. Absolutely, Kevin John. And we used to go around to his flat, and he used to have this huge snake in this vivarium. It used to frighten the life out of me. I used to perform there for him back in the 80s when he was booking All the Talent. Yes. I don't even know where he is now. I've got no idea. I've not been in contact with Kevin for an awful long time, but he used to walk around with this huge snake. I bet you anything. Every time I mention people on this programme, somebody would go, oh, I can tell you exactly where they are now. Amazing. But that was a long time. That was when we used to go to the Hippodrome. That was years ago. Good Lord. that could be 30 plus years ago. We used to use it like a pub, like a bar. It was great fun, actually. Great fun. So, if anybody knows where he is, we will do that. Dion says, I've always had this thing. I will sleep when my body tells me and eat when my body tells me. Yes. We're never going to get... oh, look, there's another snake there. Oh, my God, fathers. It's in one of those markets. Haven't they decided to stop? Look at this. Oh, look, there's mice and rats all over the floor in this market. Dear, selling bats is difficult at the moment, says this woman storeholder, as people are scared. I'm not surprised. But these places just look unhygienic, don't they? They don't look as though they're exactly, wash your hands, as if that's going to make any difference. Bit frightening, isn't it? Yeah, just open meat on display, just sitting on counters. Filthy, blood-stained cat. Girl in heaven. Blood everywhere. Nobody washes anything down. It's just disgusting. And then sort of chickens crammed together in a cage, little realising they're going to be eaten for tea. I find it absolutely unbelievable. People sort of... Look, a dog's licking off the boards. Oh, what a disgusting market this is. Why would you ever want to buy any of this? Well, people don't, do they? Some people do. But they've got a Professor Stanley Fennick, who's an infectious disease specialist, talking about it. And you look how dirty these places... over here, we are immaculate. Look, blood all over the floor, dirty, filthy carcasses everywhere. Kind of puts you off eating, doesn't it, really? And you wonder why these people are dropping dead. Look, flies crawling all over the meat. God, makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? I'm surprised it hasn't got any worse. But there is that headline on the front of one of the papers, which was the one that I liked. I think it was on the front of the... come here. Yeah, it was on the front of the Daily Mail today. Some people are on the beach. They think it's all over. It isn't. 1 in 6 people in London. Highest rates. 1 in 6 people. And they've also got, I think in the rest of the country, it's 1 in 20 people. 1 in 20 people have either had coronavirus or who have it at the moment. It's not great, is it? These places. Mind you, when we lived in Hong Kong, the fish market at Wan Chai, we never saw any markets like this one, but we saw the fish markets where they had sort of fresh fish, you could sort of pick them out of the tanks and all the rest of it. But you did see people with riding bicycles with a bamboo pole over their shoulder with like 20 or 30 chickens tied upside down on the end of each pole. They were alive. But this food market sells all sorts of things. I mean, literally, things that you can't even imagine people would eat. Look, guinea pigs. Oh, actually, I've heard of people eating guinea pigs before, actually. But now they're actually spraying the thing down. You've been to that market? In Wan Chai? Why do you have to eclipse everything I say? It's like one-upmanship, isn't it? Yes, I've been to the moon. I've been to Venus. I've been to Mars. Yeah, when did you go there? Last week. Yeah, just flew up there in my spacecraft. Just have to do it. You've been to the fish market at Wan Chai. Yeah, well, you're working there, were you? Were you working there? We owned the fish market in Wan Chai, all right? Look at these animals that are going to be... Oh, it's horrible. It really is. Poor things. Makes you want to go sort of, vegetarian, doesn't it, really? All these sort of animals which can be eaten by people. I don't like it at all, actually. Don't know why I'm watching it. It's only because it's sitting in the studio, just in case something important comes along. And I think this is fairly important. So the fish markets at Wan Chai we used to go to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we know. I went to Mars only last night. I flew up there, just had a quick look around, see if they've opened the McDonald's. And they hadn't, apparently, because nobody's got any cars up there. I don't like the look of that. What's she cooking? There's a woman cooking something here. It's obviously some sort of bird. It doesn't look as though it hasn't exactly got much meat on it. Oh, dear me. Honestly, why are we watching this programme? Why am I making myself ill this morning? This is dreadful. I can understand people I could never work in a butcher's. We have a butcher's in Twickenham. I find it bad enough, actually, looking at people cutting. But by that time, it doesn't resemble anything. These animals on this Sky report resemble the animal. It's horrible, isn't it? Horrid, horrid, horrid. Anyway, enough of that. So apparently, toss another haggis on the barbecue. The Scottish people can actually have people round, which is good, so I suppose. And then over in Sydney... Pubs and clubs can open on the 1st of June in Sydney. 50 people will be allowed in. 50 people will be allowed in. You see, I think over here, if you've got a pub and it's got a garden, I think that's okay. And I think it should be really waitress service. It should be a case of, that you can't go in the pub. They will serve you through the doorway, or failing that outside. So the Barmy Arms, for example, in Twickenham has got outside bars and you can sit at the tables, but you don't want to sit with other people at the tables. But they all need these sort of things. Steve, Shane says, kangaroos are dangerous. I was scratched in the 1960s. Yes, I've heard of kangaroos give you a really nasty kick, can't they? Dev says, working at Gatwick years ago, a female colleague of mine had a pet snake. And used... Oh, no. So, my friend Kevin used to have this snake, but it was enormous. He used to feed it on dead chicks. Dead chicks. I mean, that's obviously what snakes eat, I suppose. Do you know that crab sticks don't actually contain crab? Yes, I have. And so they now have to label them crab-flavoured sticks. Oh, right. Oh, interesting. I've walked through the market in Shanghai, dozens of bat wings pickled in a jar and the wingless bodies lined up like dead rats. I've seen them. I've seen them on the television. It's odd, isn't it, when sort of people eat just about anything, and you think, why are people eating just about anything? And I suppose it's because perhaps it's cheap. Perhaps if you can't afford steak, you go for bat, or you go for something else. Why the viper knows? Because the adder handkerchief. That was from Tim in Heathrow Villages, poor soul. He's obviously on his medication, which has worn off a little bit. And Jane says, thank you for being here every morning. At the moment, going through a very difficult time. I've got a daughter who's been diagnosed with a brain tumour. The last few weeks have been hard. Nightmare. Nighttime, the worst, of course. The worst, always. And knowing you're my first port of call in the morning kind of sets me up, which is good news. And thank you. I'm glad that we're here every morning for you. Steve, Ian again from Las Vegas. Sorry to say he passed away. Well, Kevin did. Oh, my Lord. He said, can't remember exactly where, though. Not sure from what, but he lived life to the fullest. I went to his flat, too, and he'd have the snake out in the living room. I said to him, if that snake gets out, I'm leaving. I'm definitely leaving. But, we had there was a party at the flat. We had some people in from Fleet Street. You think he passed away? Good Lord. I don't like to hear about things like that. It's ruined my day. Ruin my day. Please wish my hubby Richard a happy birthday. He should be celebrating with his brother in Huddersfield today, but I'm sure a cheery mention from you would go down a treat. Thank you kindly, says Joe in Brisbane, Australia. So there you go. Should be celebrating, but is not. Is not. Huddersfield. Huddersfield's very famous. You know why it's famous? The Huddersfield Choral Society. I've got their albums. I'm surprised you haven't heard of that. Huddersfield's famous for the Huddersfield Choral Society. They do Christmas carols. They do hymns. They're very famous. They're very good. I always wanted a DVD, but they don't seem to have any DVDs of the Huddersfield Choral Society. But I discovered them years and years ago. But mind you, this morning I was watching Christmas from the Mormon Tabernacle Choir again. It's very odd taste. Very odd taste. But this afternoon we're having a little drinky poos on the patio, just me and Lynn again. We'll be distancing until we finish the bottle, then we'll try and find our front doors. That'll be the interesting thing. But it's going to be quite nice. I might buy a packet of crisps, push the boat out, you know. Always, because you always need, if you're having a drink, don't you, and you chat, you need a packet of crisps to go through plain. I don't do posh flavour. I can't do plain. What do you do? Because there's so many. In my day, there was just roast chicken, smoky bacon, cheese and onion, salt and vinegar, or plain, and that was it. Nowadays, there's everything from hedgehog to, sort of wildebeest, bat flavour, car crash. Nando's flavoured... Oh, you're not a Nando's fan, are you? Overpriced chicken. It's so expensive. A whole chicken in there is like 16 quid. You can get the whole chicken in Marks and Spencer's for less than a £5. And it's cooked. And it's cooked with a good Nando's chicken. That's got to be the one. She likes Nando's chicken. We're not going to argue at this time of the morning. I've only been in there a few times. I've had the wings, and frankly, they nearly took the roof of my mouth off. But I think I'd obviously ordered the wrong ones. I think I'd ordered the very spicy wings, which I probably shouldn't have done. Steve. When my dad was in the RAF, went to Singapore instead of Hong Kong. I can't remember much about it, but I do remember Cyprus. Oh, why would you remember Cyprus? Why would you remember Cyprus? I don't think I've ever been, actually, to Cyprus. I'm pretty certain. Wait a minute, I'm trying to think, actually, Cyprus, have I been there? No. We've talked to people in Cyprus, as you know, over the years, but I don't think I've ever been there. I've been to Gibraltar. We went to the Rock of Gibraltar. That was quite nice, but that was where the cruise ship took us there. What else do we have here? Actually, Prince Charles hailing the healing power of gardens at the Chelsea Flower Show. My driver this morning, he does roses. And he's obviously very successful. Me, I haven't got anything in at the moment, but it will be shortly. The baskets, as I say, at the end of the month. And then there's a few other little bits and pieces, which is lovely. Plus. Happy birthday to Lynn Barber and Andy... no, it's not Andy Taupin, is it? It's Bernie Taupin. You know, lyricist for Elton John. He's 70 today. 70. So many happy returns to him. Also, I've got details for dog walkers. This new disease kills 4 out of 5 pets it infects. It's called Alabama rot. And it's over here. I'll tell you where. Plus, the B&Q, we're going to stop selling this weed killer, alleged to cause terminal cancer. In fact, so worried are people, there are 16,000 cases against the company in America. It's running into billions. Plus, EasyJet could soon be flying with full passengers. I mean, if you want to risk it, because that's what I say to people now. It is. I couldn't work out the other day, like the front page of the Daily Mail, some people are on the beach, they think it's all over. It isn't. It's a case of, if you went up to somebody on the beach, you know, sitting there playing with the children and all being nice, making sandcastles, sticking flags in, and you said, can I just tell you something? This couple here have the coronavirus. Would you still be sitting there going, hi? Or would you be packing up your stuff and getting the hell off the beach as quick as possible? I would have thought you'd be getting off the beach. Why would you want to risk your children's lives? Why would you want to do it? It frightens me that people think that it's gone away. I mean, yesterday we had 200 deaths in hospital from coronavirus. All right, it's a lot less than it was. Still 200 people dead. That's what you've got to worry about. This is totally indiscriminate. It doesn't matter whether you're a billionaire or whether you're the poorest person in the road. It can strike anybody, and it seems any age. We've had babies dying, elderly people dying, people with diabetes who are at the high risk end. It's happening. If you sit on a beach with people, can you honestly swear that all those people on that beach are clear of coronavirus? No, of course you can't. And there's a very good chance you'll pick it up from them as well. You won't pick it up from the sand. You'll pick it up when they brush past you. You know, it's like playing with that loaded pistol. But at least the good news is, with Russian roulette, there's only the one bullet in the pistol. Coronavirus gun, all the bullets are in. OK, it's as simple as that. There's no way out of it. Steve, when the pub's open, we can all wear burqas. Well, do you know what the mayor is thinking? He's thinking of making it compulsory to go on buses, but only with a mask on. No mask, no going on the bus. You don't think he owns a mask-making company, do you, by any chance? I mean, because how are you going to enforce that? Is the bus driver going to say, where's your mask? And they're going to go, and he's going to turn off the engine and sit there until they get off the bus. They're not going to take people on, but that time it's too late. They've already been on the bus. If they were infected, they're going to infect everybody else. So, as I say, just be careful. But that's why we don't want it to come back, thank you very much indeed. 191 people dead the other day. And I'd rather see that down to sort of single figures. That would be the miracle of the century. But while people are sitting on beaches and running about in the water and, it's all funny, it's all this kind of thing, yeah. I wonder how many people in 2 weeks' time would be sitting there going, well, we didn't know we were going to get the virus. Careful, 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 careful. Steve, I can buy a full bird in Asda for £4.50. The bird is roasted and I put the Nando's sauce over it myself. Yes, you can buy the Nando's sauce, can't you? You can buy all this sort of thing, I think. It's £4.50 for a bird in Asda. I was told that was the going rate. And, no, £4.50 is quite reasonable, isn't it? It's quite... For something that's been cooked as well. Make up your own jokes. Also, a third of Britons name their cars. I mean, who in their right mind calls their car a name? Do you know what the most popular name is? Betty. Betty the car. I mean, how embarrassing. You've got a really butch car and you called it Betty. It's just not working, is it, really? Which celebs have got the nicest garden? I'll tell you about that one, because that's quite interesting, actually. Some people have got lovely gardens, my sort of garden. And then, of course, you've got people who don't have a nice sort of garden. 9 minutes to 5, so it's your weekend. This is where we kickstart the weekend for you, and you get the bank holiday on the Monday. But where you're going to go, God alone knows. Probably go and sit in a park again, but, of course, you won't be doing that because the weather is going to turn and get bad. And now I noticed in the paper today that down at Newquay in Cornwall, the police have launched dawn raids on camper vans, caravans and tents of people in hotspots and order them home. It's really proving a nightmare. People flouting the rules were given the early morning wake-up amid growing anger at the selfishness of visitors. Officers took direct action against campers. They were sent packing. Although police are powerless to stop people travelling to the seaside, under the government guidelines, they can ensure they don't stay, which is good news. Officers in Newquay were among those on dawn patrol. There was also... I mean, I'm sure that this is not what police were joining the services for. You know, other to deal with domestic disputes. Now you're dealing with a bunch of bozos who turn up in caravans. I mean, some of them stayed blatantly overnight in tents. And the locals were absolutely up in arms. Don't bring anything down here, thank you very much indeed. Janice Thirlwell-Price says there are no facilities open, so no toilets for 10 miles, which leads to the dangers of human waste in and around the footpaths that local people use. So if you've got one of these camper vans or a caravan, they don't want you, thank you very much indeed. They don't want you. Go and sit in your driveway, because they really don't want you. So what they're doing, they're sending people home again. You can go to the seaside, go and have a little walk along, but you're not staying. They'll have you for it. In Wales, the fine is now about, I think, £1,900. But as I say, I mean, most of the people there wouldn't be buying, something like that. They haven't got 1,900 quid, have they, in the first place? But it's these people in these estates who seem to be having parties and out on the road, drinking and sort of laughing and everything else. And I'm thinking, you're going to be the next. You're going to be the next. And Julie says, we bought our daughter her first car. She called it Debbie. Most embarrassing. Yes, I'll give you the list of names which are the most popular. Betty, of course, being the top name. I feel like I'm doing that programme which Les Dennis does. Well, you had the top answer there, Betty. And do you want to have another go? Oh, Claude? Oh, dear. OK, do you want to have a go? I mean, some of the people on that programme are so dumb. They really are. OK, do you want to think another name? Wilberforce? OK. Allen family, think, because we're coming to you in a minute. OK, Violet. OK, Allen family, what are you coming up with? Winston. If Winston's up there, you then take the money. Oh, the money stays with you. Believe it or not, thick family number one. You've got the money. Fantastic. I love it. Can you feed beef burgers to swans, says Roy? I wouldn't. No, I definitely wouldn't. I don't know what you're supposed to feed swans. Biscuits, I thought, and stuff like that. But I don't think beef burgers. Why would you cook beef burgers? Oh, you mean raw beef burgers? I bought beef burgers the other day. I don't know why I bought them, actually. I'm not really a fan of beef burgers, but I bought some hot dogs, but they were sort of big, the Herter, big, thick ones, which are quite nice, because I haven't managed to get to Costco, which I will probably get to at some point. Didn't Basil Fawlty's Steve name his car? I seem to remember he called it something whilst beating it with branches, says Bill. I don't know. Vaguely, I don't know, did it have a name or did he just beat it? I don't think it had a name. I'm pretty certain it didn't have a name. We shall find out, of course. Steve, masks are mandatory now in Mallorca. That's streets, supermarkets, bars, restaurants, says Helen, but you can take them off if you're having lunch with people. I assume a fine will be presented if you don't stick to the law. Well, I should imagine you can take them off if you're eating. But have you seen the other mask? You have a little bulb thing, and you squeeze it, and the mouth bit opens so you can feed yourself. Looks like it's going to be very messy, but they do that, actually. So just be careful. Here you go. Basil Fawlty's, although the car did not appear often, it became famous after Gourmet Night. No, it didn't have a name. It didn't have a name, I'm afraid. It was just an Austin 1100 Countryman. You know when he gave the car a damn good thrashing? Those were the days, honestly. Oh, dear, couldn't beat it. And that sorted out the men from the boys, absolutely. And that was way back in the 1970s. I don't think I've ever named a car. I've never named a car, but if ever I go down the motorway, you know when you're sort of pootling down the motorway and you see somebody in by the side of the road and they've got a flat tyre, I used to laugh. I go, ha, 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 ha. You know, you've obviously driven over a nail or something like that. But now I'm always, oh, you poor souls. Having to sort out a flat tyre. That is, dreadful. Jason says, agree with you, re-travelling. Have a word with your mate, Nick Ferrari. He wants everything opened up, and Boris is fun. Well, I think Boris is fun, but I don't want everything opened up. I know that people are missing things being... We had a phone shop opened in Twickenham the other day. It was actually open for business. I wasn't aware that people are just allowed to open willy-nilly, but I could be wrong on that. And, Steve, would you make pig smoke, says Jackson. Oh, absolutely. No hesitation in that. Actually, the funny thing is, because I haven't smoked for many a year now, I'm never sanctimonious about it because I was just one of the lucky ones that was able to stop eventually. It took me ages to actually get round to stopping smoking. I just tried to convince myself if I carried on smoking, I was going to die. And believe it or not, you can actually sort of change your perception on smoking. I see people smoking all the time. Not as many as I used to see, but I definitely do see people smoking. I'm always checking on whether any of my team smoke, because Corey doesn't smoke. No. Do we smoke? No. 2 non-smokers. Does Thomas? Oh, we weren't sure about that. That didn't look. Yeah. Oh, only when you have a drink, and she has a drink every day. Does Thomas smoke? I don't think Thomas smokes, does he? No. No. Does Luke smoke? No, we don't think so. We're being quite good at it. You're terrible, then. If you're drinking when you're smoking, we're really good. And we're the boys, because we're the groovy gang. And we don't smoke. I was a heavy smoker. Very, very heavy smoker. I used to enjoy it, actually. I mean, I really did. But, now there's no menthol cigarettes anymore. All these avenues of pleasure being taken away from us. What next? No KFC? No Burger King? Our Burger King's not open in Twickenham. We're still waiting for the McDonald's to open. Well, some people are. I'm not one. I'm not particularly bothered, actually. It can go either way. Rich, our friend Rich, who was right the other day. We were talking about when we get paid, and I said we get paid Monday. So it's bank holiday. He said I think we get paid Friday. I went, no, we definitely get paid Monday. And then he sort of confirmed that we did get paid Monday, and then and then today we got paid. We got paid today, which was lovely. But he loves the beach. Ryu loves the beach. I wouldn't dream of taking him at the moment. Looking at the photos of Southend, Brighton, is terrifying. Common sense isn't common. You would not risk anything. Can you imagine if you actually took your child or children or somebody else's children to the beach, and then something dreadful happened? You'd be cursing yourself for the rest of your life. Terrible. So, put it this way, you don't need to worry, because at the age at the moment, if they haven't been to the beach, you can sort of do that a bit later. Or failing that, a little paddling pool in the back garden is always a good thing to get. You can order paddling pools are dirt cheap, And if you've got little kids, they can sit in them. You could probably get a sand pit as well. In fact, actually, now that you've got your money, you can go mad, can't you? You could buy a sand pit and a paddling pool, but I reckon, being the clever man that he is, he's probably already got the paddling pool. You remember my fatal mistake with the paddling pool when we had a duck giving birth. Steve says, Shane, I gave up smoking years ago, but I can't give up the beer. Yeah, isn't that funny? I mean, I could quite easily not drink. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. And the smoking thing, occasionally I think, it'd be nice to have a cigarette. And then I think, no, don't risk it. When you're in Costco, Steve, you've got to try the vegan burgers. I'm not a vegan, but they're amazing. £20 for 10. Not cheap, but they're fantastic, says Dominic the Milky. All right, Milky's everywhere, Kevin et al. Well, we've gone mad in the studio now. We've gone so creative. We're now doing, soap. We're making our own soap and everything else. It's like candles. I remember watching a woman once. She worked in a department store, and she came in at Christmas time, and you would buy a candle and she would carve it in front of it. She would sort of pour molten wax onto it and then carve it. And it was quite beautiful, actually. Quite beautiful. And then I made the mistake some years ago of buying a Christmas candle. It was a bauble, but it was made out of solid wax, and it was one that you can sort of almost look through the middle of it. And it was beautiful, and I thought, that's quite nice, I'll have that. So I lit it. And unfortunately, after an hour, the entire middle of the candle collapsed, and I had wax all over the place. And you know what it's like when you get wax all over the place. Not so good. Not so good. Steve says, Francisco, my mother told me when I was 3 years old in India, we sleep with the doors open because it was very hot. And one day when I was sleeping, there was a cobra on my stomach. I will never know. I was fast asleep. It's probably the warmth of your body, I should imagine. That's what people are sort of like nowadays, isn't it? You've got a warm body, and that's what the snakes are attracted to. I can't bear them. I really can't. They frighten the life out of me. They really do. But out of all the things, that would be top of my list. Bob in Bracknell says the people who went to the beaches are the same people complaining about the schools reopening. Quite ironic, really. Well, if they're not careful, they won't need to worry about the schools reopening again. Bill says, Rodney, Nicholas Lyndhurst was a member of the Groovy Gang. Did you watch it? No. Of course we saw it. Almost everybody's seen the Groovy Gang. He went there because they'd entered a picture for him in a competition, but he was supposed to be 15. And so when they saw him, he was like 6'3" tall. And so when they go on holiday, he goes with Del, and Del's going, yeah, and they go, come on, Rodney, come and join the Groovy Gang. And of course he had to pretend to be 15, but just for the sake of the free holiday. Noah says, hope you're well. I imagine you'd love to meet Princess Margaret. Oh, God, no. Definitely not. Definitely. The old soak, honestly. She was there. She was terrible. She was absolutely terrible. The reason she kicked off her heels and she behaved badly is because she knew there was no chance of ever going to become queen. She was always going to be so... She used to throw parties. She collected shells. She smoked. She went out with all sorts of people. She had relationships she really was sort of naughty girl. But apparently the nightmare was that if you got invited for dinner at Kensington Palace, and after a while, excuse me, you sort of thought, I think I'll leave. You can't leave. You could never leave unless she left first. So she would have to leave and go, I'm going to bed now, goodbye. And then you could all leave after that. You couldn't leave until she left. And so she used to stay up all the time. See Brighton so-called beach, worst in the whole universe. Well, it's stones, isn't it? It's stones, the whole thing. Which actually I don't mind. I don't sort of mind stones on a beach. I do like proper sand on a beach, but you don't get that so often. Southend is a bit mud, isn't it? A bit mud, but then, some seaside town. I'd love to live in a seaside town. I've always said that. Not too far away from friends and people I know. And then people could come down, and I could have a fish and chip shop. And we could sell ice cream next door. I've always fancied that idea, a bit like a town called Alice. And it would be sort of, I don't know, it'd be Brighton or anything like that. Because you'd see an ever-changing, group of people as they come down. People going down for sort of summer and staying there on holidays. And as you sit there on your deck chair with a cup of tea in one hand and a chip sarnie, there they are, those pesky bloomin' seagulls. and you're sitting there. We lost my granny to a seagull. Well, in fact, it was about 6 of them carried her off. And to be honest with you, it didn't actually make the slightest difference. We've just, bye, enjoy the trip. They're quite big, though. We see seagulls around here. I mean, some of them have got like a 6-foot wingspan. You know, a couple of those, you could carry off a pigeon. In fact, actually, they have turned quite carnivorous. Quite carnivorous. There's a candle store, says my friend Ian, up the road from me. You can book a candle-making class. They recommend it for taking people on dates. What, making a candle? Well, that would be a date to forget, wouldn't it? Okay, so come round to my place. Let's make a candle. I just don't see it happening, actually. Henry's moaning already. Couldn't hear the seagulls because of how loud the air conditioning is. You cannot, I defy anybody. There's no air conditioning. There is no air conditioning. I tell you, I cannot hear... Wait a minute. Nothing. Absolutely. Can you hear air conditioning next door? You can't. I can't hear it. Nothing at all. Oh, there's not, for goodness sake. There's probably a stomach rumbling. It's ridiculous. It's certainly not the air conditioning. Henry's always like this. I think he's got tinnitus. I think that's what he's got. I think he's sitting out there and he's determined to make us feel guilty about it. But the air conditioning isn't even on. It's not blowing anything. There's no blowing or sucking in here, Henry. Let me tell you. But I do have a poem for you, which is quite nice, actually. This one is from Anonymous, which, as I say, we're never too sure when you get the anonymous ones where they've come from, and he never divulges. He likes to keep it fairly quiet. It's called A Lovely Hand. Last night, I held a lovely hand. It was so small and neat. I thought my heart with joy would burst. So wild was every beat. No other hand unto my heart could greater pleasure bring than the one so dear I held last night. 4 aces and a king. Brilliant. God, it's so short. No, seriously, that was a rib ticker. Imagine when you go round to Corey's place for tea and he goes, right, can you all bring a poem? Oh, God. You can imagine. Before we have pudding, we're all going to do a poem. Okay. I shan't be going round there any time. Steve, my husband loves your taste in films. He watched Lion last night, said it was very good. Oh, good. Did you see yesterday? I was watching the television, and I do have it on DVD, but you tend to watch the films back on the telly again. And this was Dirk Bogarde in Victim. And it was quite ahead of its time, actually. It was about a gay, partly gay barrister, and the fact that there was somebody who was blackmailing. Because in those... and it was all filmed round here. They filmed it in the pub, the Salisbury, all the little bits that they filmed this film Victim, because the Salisbury was a very well-known gay bar in London, but the landlord who ran it, strangely enough in the film Victim, was very homophobic, not unsimilar to a landlord who got rid of all the gay people out of it years ago. It didn't stop people going in there, but they certainly didn't make it sort of pleasant an experience. But anyway, all of that to one side. It's a nice Victorian pub to go into, full of mirrors and everything else. Perhaps I should take the producer in there and leave him there, see if he makes friends. And probably won't. And so Victim was all about this man who had a bookshop, but he was being blackmailed and it turned out it was the woman who worked in the bookshop. She was the evil old bag, and she finally got arrested and everything else. And he was at danger, Dirk Bogarde's character, of sort of ruining his career, because it was just one of those terrible... It's a very good film, very good. And Henry says, I'm just excited for my kippers this morning. Honestly. He needs to go... I mean, I can't say anything, can I? I've tried to be nice about it, but I've said... When he said he had kippers, I can't think of anything worse. It just doesn't feel... for me, breakfast would be, sausage, hash brown, beans, piece of bacon, something like that. Fish in the morning, I know... Well, people have kedgeree, don't they? They have kedgeree. I don't know what that is. That could be kippers as well. I've got no idea what kedgeree is. Steve, and the connection between a town called Alice and a seaside town is... Oh, you didn't know? Oh, come on, I've just explained it to you. Either you don't know the story of a town called Alice, or you don't understand. I mean, I shouldn't have to explain to you, should I? And by the way, bizarre is not spelt like that. Just thought I'd tell you. Obviously, you left school a bit early. The town called Alice... She wanted to have a town like Alice, because it had all the shops. So she owned the swimming pool, she owned the ice cream parlour, she owned the clothing shop, she owned everything. She literally built a town like Alice. That's why I would live, in a seaside town, and I would be like that chef who's got all these places. I would have, a little cafe that did afternoon tea for people who wanted to sit down and stare outside. That'd be quite nice. And I would like the fish and chip shop, and I would like the ice cream parlour next door. Unfortunately, this particular environment, no chance of any of those. Steve, the temperature, says Carl, says 19 degrees outside. Hot, hot, hot. I don't know what the temperature is today. Wait a minute, let's find out. Let's find out, we can ask. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 19 degrees in London.
Oh, right.
Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 21 degrees. And the low will be 15.
So that's okay. So 21 degrees, double it, 42 and add 30, 72 degrees, give or take. So 19 at the moment. I was waiting for rain. Actually, I'm trying to find out when it's going to be, cloudy from 9 to 12, and then you get part sunshine. Wait a minute. Hey Siri, what's the weather like tomorrow?
It will be windy in London tomorrow.
Oh, brilliant.
The high will be 19 degrees, and the low will be 11.
Chance of rain tomorrow, 10%. 10%. I need a little bit of rain. It sort of cleans the air, doesn't it? Certainly cleans the car. And so there we go. So chip sarnie with tomato sauce could do serious damage to one now. I bought some Thousand Island dressing the other day, and that was very nice. Very nice. And Steve, did you watch the documentary with Tony Slattery last night? No. I didn't want to watch it. I knew Tony when he was what they call straight. He hadn't got himself into all these drugs and everything else that he got himself into, and he did do swings and roundabouts. To be honest with you, I don't know how he survived. I really don't know how he survived, but I just didn't want to watch that because it doesn't interest me. Unless you're interested in something or it affects you or a member of your family, then that's sort of different. But I don't want to get myself depressed watching a programme about somebody that I don't know. He's been on the programme loads and loads of times, but it just didn't interest me. But listen, if it helps him, then that works, doesn't it? That's his therapy. I'm still amazed that his partner's still with him. I mean, he's put up with goodness knows everything. And, they seem okay. He's got to shave the beard off, though. The beard's got to go, Tony, as you know. Somebody else telling me there's a thing going around here. Did you ever manage to get the Marmite out the back of the cupboard, says Tara? No. Although somebody told me you can do it with a hairdryer, just sort of aim that at the bottom of the jar, but I'm so worried in case it sort of just gives up completely. And other one here. Is Siri paid for their appearances? Says Noah. You begin to sound like Nick Abbott with your mathematics. Oh, right. Oh, I think I'm much better with mathematics than Nick Abbott is. Nick Abbott listens to me because I'm his sort of therapy. I think that's what it is. And the Siri voice, I now don't know how we actually change the voices again. Perhaps we should get Henry to do it. He could sort of talk through a mouthful of kippers. Kippers, honestly. Obviously a very posh family. Kippers for breakfast. Have you ever heard anything like it? It's like being at public school. What are you having today? Kippers. We used to have haddock. I grew to hate haddock. Now I quite like haddock fish fingers because it's actually a fish that you can taste. And how about devilled kidneys for breakfast, says Trevor? I think not. Steve, kedgeree is overboiled rice with yellow lentils. Is it kedgeree? Find me kedgeree. Show me what kedgeree is. I don't think I've had it. It's like I don't eat black pudding. If I wanted to do that, I'd cut myself and just sort of suck the blood. I don't fancy black pudding. Or white pudding, even worse. There's kedgeree. Oh, that does look quite nice. Smoked cod kedgeree. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? So what is it? A traditional... There you go down. Traditional kedgeree recipe, where it says related searches. There you go. Oh, that's helpful. It just shows you another load of pictures. So here we go. Classic recipe. So we're using... we're using vegetable oil, finely chopped onion, ground coriander, teaspoon of turmeric, some curry powder, long grain rice, 6 eggs, some undyed smoked haddock. Ah, that's why you see. It looks delightful, doesn't it? I've never been in a restaurant yet that does kedgeree. Perhaps I'll have to hunt them. Perhaps when Joe Allen's opens up. So preparation is 15 minutes, cooking it 30 minutes. It said it's easy, serve 6. That was by John Turode, that one, by the way. Always give credit where credit is due. It's an outback town like Alice Springs. Couldn't be further from a seaside town. 5:20. So somebody says because it's a breakfast dish. All the restaurants I eat at do breakfast. They do breakfast. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, on our last holiday in Tenerife, just before lockdown, the missus and I had Prosecco with breakfast every morning, says Tony. Certainly devilled my kidneys after a week. You see, I mean, I would think that'd be quite normal. Glass of champagne with breakfast. I love the way people say, would you like some champagne with that, Steve? And I go, do you know, I think I will, actually. And definitely. It goes down very well, actually. Very, very well. Great idea on the hairdryer for the Marmite removal. Yes, I mean, it's absolutely perfect. Steve, I'd imagine the first person you'd like to meet after lockdown is Bill Bailey. Not particularly. I mean, he's one of my favourite comedians. But, no, I mean, I'm just waiting for the first interviews to start coming back in again. And a lot of people telling me about devilled kidneys. Sounds horrible, actually. I don't like the sound of that at all. Steve, it's an outback town like Alice Springs. Couldn't be further from a seaside. No, you're obviously missing it again. You can't explain to somebody who hasn't got half a brain cell engaged. No, it's because of all the shops. She owns all the shops. She owns the shops. It's amazing when you have to explain things, isn't it? And sort of slow pace for some people who are sort of, you know, would have been called the stupid yet slightly savable people at school. You can get a Frankie Howard voice for Siri. Yeah, but you don't want a Frankie Howard voice. You want Frankie Howard. If I'd thought about it when I knew him, that might have been a lot easier. There's a little town here, and it's called Hallworth. This is where the Bronte sisters wrote their classics, and it's got things. And they've done one little street here, you know. And the people, they've got a sweet shop, a pub, a coffee shop owner, B&B owners, and the gift shop, cafe and pottery studio. And they're all standing outside. It's a great little article, actually. Whoever thought of it, it's brilliant. It's good. So it must be somebody who wrote it, who must live in the area. But as one of the men says, he says, we've had zero income and bills. Alan Breeze and his wife Wendy run Mrs. Baton's sweet shop on Main Street since 2011. He says, we still have bills of around $2,000 a month. They're not taking a salary. You know why? Because they've been saving their money. So they can afford. They say, you know, we've always saved for a rainy day. We won't starve, but we'll be lucky to make a profit this year. But I think that's going to be the same for an awful lot of other people. People are going to have to sort of make profits probably next year, if indeed they survive. There's a few places round our way, the shops have closed, they ain't coming back, because they can't afford to do it. I felt sorry for one place. It was going to be another little cafe. It's been quite a number of cafes for sort of various people and been very successful too. They used to quite do a nice cooked breakfast. But it's sort of when somebody else bought it, or rents it, or whatever they do, and then the moment they were just about to open, they had the counters put in and everything else, along comes coronavirus. So since then, they've been closed. But I'm assuming the landlord will still want the rent. The gift shop proprietors, Diane and Ian Park, sell gifts and clothes at a shop called Wave of Nostalgia. Since lockdown, the Gran of 760 has been selling more of her homemade items on the store's website. She says, when we reopen, I'm going to trust people to be sensible. I've never worried we can't carry on. So taking's now vastly reduced. Yes, I mean, they have to... You've really got to... I mean, I know some people have got, websites where you can buy stuff online, and I think that's going to be the way forward. I think a lot of people are going to be buying stuff online now, and it's a case of, can people survive during this? And so when they emerge the other end, when we start getting, hopefully, back out of lockdown and more shops open, I still think you're going to have to do social distancing. Beep, 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 beep. You know, that one. And, Steve, in Salisbury in the 90s, there was a cafe shop that was open for yummy breakfast only. Each visit, I'd always have kedgeree. My favourite. And Woody the Post says, called into Iceland in Twickenham yesterday to get some frozen mashed potato on your recommendation. Tonight, it's bangers and mash. The mashed potato is delicious. You don't even need to add butter. Normally, if I'm doing something that's got mashed potato, instant mashed potato, but this is frozen mashed potato, and it comes in like bullet. I mean, it's really delicious. It's really delicious. But I had it, and I would normally add a big knob of butter and a bit of cream or something like that. Well, on this Iceland mashed potato, you don't need to add anything at all. It's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. So there you go, Woody. That's definitely the one for you. Ballan's does a lovely breakfast. Yes, we used to go there all the time. Dale and I went. Birthday or no birthdays. We used to go to Ballan because we knew Prady Ballan, who owned all of them, who died some years ago. Steve, by the way, I passed a number of GCE O-levels before I was expelled. Marvellous. See, I never got expelled. I was too perfect at school. I just decided to leave without any qualifications. So, not done too bad, as they say. The Marmite jar has a flat section on the side, so when it's nearly empty, stand it on this flat bit, says Mike. Listen, I've got some flash Marmite, some limited... I've got my own Marmite. Steve Allen Marmite. I've got my own Marmite. I bought it ages ago. I bought about 6 jars. I've given them to special people. Because Marmite lasts for years. You buy a jar of Marmite, you'll have it in 10 years' time. You could use it for brickwork and everything else. Nobody ever puts a lot... It's not like putting jam on or peanut butter. You just do a little thin... Because you don't want it... I've seen people here literally troweling on Marmite onto their toast. But, there's something nice about Marmite on toast. Something... Or in gravy. Oh, right. Is that a working class thing? How does that work? You put Marmite in gravy. It's a Jamie Oliver idea. Of course it would be, wouldn't it? Because he's obviously your mentor and the person that you look up to for making all your dishes. So today we're having a roast and Jamie Oliver's gravy. You wait till I see him. Steve, I've just looked outside. Well done you. And he said, it's raining. Oop, here. He is in Birkenhead, where it rains for most of the year, I think. And Steve, Nigel, used to be at boarding school, used to have that yellow haddock. Hated it. Have a nice day. I actually liked it. Later on, at the time, we didn't like it, but we were so grateful. The only time we got anything decent for breakfast at boarding school was Sunday morning when we got coffee, a jug of coffee. It was tea during the week, or water, and bread rolls. Crispy bread rolls. We used to live for Sundays. Sundays, a bread roll, that was about the biggest treat ever. And yet when I was at home, I think my mother just used to do egg on toast or something for breakfast. Somebody says there's no such thing as too much Marmite. Oh, there so is. There so is. You've got to put a thin layer of it on. It's just got to, or as the producer says, add it to gravy. Must be a nightmare. Vegan gravy. Oh, wow. Look at that. What's actually in it? It's got everything. Oh, it's got Marmite in it. It's because Marmite's vegan. So it's okay. Tomato puree, red wine vinegar, vegetable stock, blackcurrant jam. Good heavens above. Have you ever heard of so many things? Onions, carrots, celery. To be honest with you, I'll just go and buy it. What's the point of making gravy? Who wants to make gravy? They make it for you in all the supermarkets, and they put it in a little plastic thing, and then they seal it, and you go and buy it, and you heat it up. It's not complicated. The idea of poncing around in the kitchen, going, oh, do we have any Marmite, dear? Have you got some tomato vinegar gravy? I don't know. You got something that we can stick in the saucepan? Yes, your mother's coming round for tea. And, the very idea of sort of cooking stuff, it's supposed to be a joint thing in the kitchen, and people just get on each other's nerves. Seriously, they do. You go in the kitchen, leave it alone. I'll do it. You see them when they're doing this can't cook, won't cook, somebody else will cook for you in the kitchen. And they've got people in there. And the amount of times I've seen husband and wife teams who argue in the kitchen, it's hilarious to watch. It really is. They go, just leave it. Leave it. I told you to keep stirring it. Look, now it's gone lumpy. Have to throw that away, won't we? More waste. Raffle, I received a life supply of Marmite. 1 jar. Because it lasts forever. Seriously, it's almost... Yeah. And Sandy says, have you tried the new peanut butter and Marmite spread? Yes, I like it. And it's a bit wet for me. I wanted it a bit harder. Just a little bit. The producer tried, made him feel sick. But there again, he's not very good. I like the idea that the managing director of Iceland's coming in, just when I've bigged up the mashed potato. I forget who told me about it. And in fact, for a while, it's sold out. little bit difficult, and then eventually it came back in again. Have you tried the curry powder yet? No, perhaps this weekend. Yeah, perhaps this weekend you can watch. As you're making your flash gravy and everything else, perhaps you can add a little bit of curry powder to it. That'll be very nice, wouldn't it? That was another one from Iceland. They've got all sorts of good ideas. In fact, actually, I brought in some little lollies for them today. Some little lollies, little Chupa Chups, but they're miniature ones. So they don't give them to little children. They'd probably swallow the whole blooming thing, actually. But he was very excited by that. That's his entire weekend sorted out. His entire weekend. Have you only just offered her one after all this? You are so mean, honestly. You are so tight. What do you mean you just forgot? How can you forget? You didn't arrive in with Chupa Chups. You've now ended up with Chupa Chups, and you go, I forgot. I know what he's like. Seriously. You wait till I give him a bill at the end of the year for all the food he's had. Yeah, Chupa Chups. I better offer him. Would you like a lolly? You know, begrudgingly, he'll be doing that. So mean, aren't you, honestly? You must go home and your girlfriend says to you every day, oh, what have you bought today in the shop? And you'll go, today I bought Chupa Chups and strawberries. You wait till I see her next time round. It's terrible. Steve, cheese and Marmite sandwiches. Yeah, they do that as a panini in Starbucks, which is very nice. And another one here, says Jane. Just wanted to warn you about a nasty phone call scam. Got a hoax call yesterday, pretending to be from government tax, saying a fraudulent claim had been made in my name, and if I didn't instantly return the call by pressing the number 1, I'd be arrested by the police officers. Do you know, I can't believe that they're still doing that old one. That's a great one, isn't it, really? But as we all know, nobody ever falls for things like that. Between the scam emails and the scam call, you see, what you need, Jane, is an answer phone. They won't leave a message. But also, the banks never phone you up. They'll never phone you up and ask for anything. And Inland Revenue will never phone up. And they're working to a script. Listen to their accents. You'll better work out quite quickly where they're coming from. Seriously. But, some people, they had one. Do you remember? Find it on YouTube. You'll find it easy, Jane. And it's a police officer in America who's been targeted by one of these kind of people saying, we have 2 outstanding debts for you and we have to pass it on to the police. They come round and investigate, blah, 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 blah. And so, of course, the police officer, knowing this is a hoax call, goes through with the whole thing. Well, would you like to give me, he says, your insurance number? And she said, no, if you know who I am, you'll know my insurance number. Yes, but I just need you to verify the insurance number I have here. And she goes, well, you tell me what you've got. Well, listen, I'll come back to that. But and they're working to a script. They will never, ever say that your account, because you remember I had a producer once. His mother got caught. She was, unfortunately, she picked up the telephone only to find somebody saying, oh, hello, this is the bank. We've seen some activity on your account and somebody's been trying to access it to remove funds. And so she was going, oh, right, what do I do? And he said, well, listen, just to verify that we are the bank, call us back and we will run through the procedures. And so, of course, what she did, she hung up. Then she picked up the phone and she dialed the bank number. Unfortunately, the person on the other end, the person who just tried to scam her, hadn't hung up. They were still waiting, so they put their hand over the bottom of the receiver. And then they just go, hello, so-and-so bank, whatever. And she goes, oh, hello, somebody just phoned me from your fraud department. Oh, yes, hold on a sec, I'll just put you on to them. And so they then hand the phone to somebody else in the same office in this unnamed country. And they go, yes, somebody's tried to access your account. What we need to do is transfer your money into another safe account so that there's nothing for that. And people have handed over their personal details. The bank will never phone you. They might write to you, but they will never phone you and say, can you pass on a password? So never, ever, ever, ever hand over. Why would you want to hand over a password? It's like all the chuggers on the street. Mercifully, during coronavirus, we haven't seen any chuggers, thank the Lord, because they annoy me. Hello, would you like to save gay whales? No, I wouldn't. Not remotely interested in saving gay whales, thank you very much indeed. But they're all theatre students. That's why they're all bouncy first. When they turn up, they all look like Misery. Within 10 minutes, they're bouncing, hello, and they walk backwards. They've learned the art of walking backwards, or trying to con you out of your money. We don't want any money from you. Just give us your phone number. And I've known people hand over credit card details. I mean, seriously, would you like me, if I phoned you up and said, oh, by the way, it's Steve here, can you give me your credit card number? What for? Or just, well, because you hand it out to people, I thought I could be handed out as well and I can take some money out of your account. I'm amazed that people stand on the street. I mean, you'd have to be desperate for a conversation to talk to some of these chuggers who at best look dirty, at worst look as though they're about to sort of rip you off. You know, I mean, do you know how much they all get paid? How much they get paid, chuggers? Have you done chugging? You used to do chugging? You've got a hell of a story. It wasn't a proper company. Do you know how much the chuggers get paid? About 10 to 15 quid an hour. They do now. Not obviously in your day when you were doing it, because you were cheap and cheerful. But 10 to 15 quid an hour. And the idea is that they're looking to sign people up, or they want your phone number or something like that. But people were handing over credit card details. I couldn't believe it. You'd have to be pretty dumb, wouldn't you? But there again, people sit on beaches with coronavirus still rampant in the country. So nothing surprises me anymore. I am beyond surprise. Thank you. And now we've discovered that the blooming producer used to do it. Hello. Dear me. If you put the peanut butter Marmite in the fridge, it stiffens up. Oh. Well, there you go. Also, the curry powder is by Mayflower and comes in hot, medium or mild. Lovely on chips. Does it? We've only got the medium. Only got the medium. I'm not sure I could do hot. I really don't think. Is Vegemite the Australian version of Marmite? I believe so. A version of the poem you read this morning is used in the Benny Hill show, where Benny plays Sir John Bossum, the East End poet. Oh, right. And David says, Chuppa Chup logo designed by Salvador Dali. Well, there you go. Thank you, David in Brentwood. My wife, says Dan, added honey to Marmite on toast. It is yummy. Marmite on toast. M&S Marmite cheese twists are lovely. That sounds quite nice. I could go for that. And somebody says, Steve, we should give applause to the NHS every day because nurses and doctors treating sick people every day. Oh, we'll be exhausted, Connie, if we're doing that every single day. That's why we do it Thursdays. That's why I don't. Because, unfortunately, I'm asleep when they do things like that. So, obviously, in my dreams, I'm kind of doing it. But, but it's, we always, I don't know why we're all of a sudden just now thanking the NHS. I've always thanked the NHS. That's the whole idea. Because they're brilliant. So here is the KFC story. A mum has won compensation, 800 quid, after she said no to a date from a KFC colleague and was forced out of her job. Asked out for a drink, Simona Simalit told the male co-worker she already had a boyfriend. There was tension for nearly a year, and police were called after a fight and reports that Simona had been assaulted. The Lithuanian-born mum of one left her job in Newport, South Wales, after bosses didn't act on her harassment claims. And a Cardiff Employment Tribunal ruled that KFC failed to protect her from harassment and ordered compensation. The co-worker, who the panel said had made unwanted physical contact and violated her dignity, also resigned. That's the one you'd like to know about, isn't it? I'm glad she got 800 quid. It's not very much compensation for obviously the boss in the KFC, because many of them are franchises. So God knows what some of the people are like. But in this particular one, they didn't do anything to help her. They weren't bothered. Just get on with your job. They think they can treat people like that. You can't. So they had to cough up 800 quid. But I want to know who the co-worker is who was harassing her. That's who I want to know. That's the one we want splashing all over the papers to find out. Because you don't want that person to ever work again. Thank you very much indeed. Because they've done it once, they'll do it again. And they've probably done it before too. This is, do you know Librans are the least likely star sign to believe in astrology? 15% do so, but Geminis are most likely with 32%. So, I mean, I was always told they were just repeated. Doesn't make any difference. How do you feel about bread sauce? I don't. I can't stand it. We always have it at Christmas time. It sits there, this sort of bowl of sick, and you're supposed to, oh no, thank you very, no, definitely not. No, definitely. And Isabel says, I thought they'd be okay on the beach because the temperature's above 60, not 100% sure. The temperature's got absolutely nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all. You could sit there, but otherwise, if the temperature had something to do with it, why are boiling hot countries suffering with coronavirus as well? It's got nothing to do with it. Somebody said the other day, of course, if you're by the seaside, then you don't feel this. What? It's mad lunatics like that who get people into trouble and they contract coronavirus. Some pubs near me in leafy Hertfordshire, says Ollie, are already open for takeaway drinks and drive-through. Are people this stupid? Yes, I've heard about this. There's quite a lot of pubs. They open, so you can do a takeaway. Well, why would you want to go to a pub for a takeaway when, presumably, you can go to a supermarket? Although the producer, surprisingly, has never encountered the salad section in the supermarket. You know the thing that sells like tomatoes and cucumbers and spring onions and lettuce. He's never encountered. He's never seen that at all. Total blindness. He goes in there. He's only focused chocolate. Food, chocolate. Wine. Lots of cases of wine, but completely bypasses the salad bar. You know, the only healthy bit in the entire department store, and he misses it. Because when I said you can buy a stir-fry, Jamie Oliver does one, and you can buy it, it's already cut in a bag, and you just empty it into a saucepan, stick in some prawns, and then put some hoisin sauce over the top. Yummy. And he thought about it for a little while, like 10 minutes, and then he said, can you get that in supermarkets? I'm like, no, you get it from the Moon, where I was the other day. I love it. Russ the Postie in Southend, still in shorts. Well, he should be in this weather. I've delivered along the seafront for years and every day since the lockdown, but I thought I'd walked into the film of Benidorm the other day. So if you see pictures of Southend seafront crowds, I was the one that was working and had a shirt on. I love it. We had somebody walking through Twickenham with their shirt off the other day. Very common. And, nobody walks around with their shirt off. Really. I mean, you just don't do that. It just looks unnecessary. It's like people who can't afford to buy a pair of shorts, so they cut a pair of old jeans down, which looks even worse because it's all raggedy and, oh, dear me, honestly. Absolutely appalling. Heatwave, goodbye. Britain set for a grim weekend. 60-mile-an-hour gales. Fantastic. I'm all up for that one. Also... the dog owner story. I'll tell you about the dog owner story because we got a lot of dog owners who listen to LBC and to this programme in particular. So this is something you might not have heard of called Alabama Rot. Okay, Alabama Rot. I'll tell you about that. Because it's Friday and we like Friday. Mind you, we like every day of the week. We do not have a bad day of the week. We have good days, and this coming Monday, it's bank holiday. Please don't go out. Mind you, when you get people like Ian who says sunlight will kill it. Unfortunately not, Sweet Pea. I mean, you can't be that dim, surely. If sunlight, kills the coronavirus, how come people in very hot countries where it's fairly sunny are still dying of it? And the sea breeze disperses it. Yep, so it infects even more people. I mean, surely you can't be that dim. You have to sort of understand how these things happen. So sunlight has got nothing to do with it at all. It's totally indiscriminate. Totally. Steve... As you know, I'm an Aussie, says Shane. I couldn't walk around Sydney without a shirt. I mean, I never understand why people do that. Anyway, go to Southend. There's loads of people walking around with no shirts on. Chavs. And it's just, I mean, why? Why would you, I mean, you don't find women walking about with just their... Oh, you do, actually, yes. I've just realised. You're probably in Southend as well at the same time. People walking around half naked, sort of cut down shorts and things like that. Mind you, some of the ones I've seen around London are dreadful. It's like, do you remember the fashion used to be some years ago? It's gone out now. First of all, those rubber shoes, which are called, whatever they're called. I can't remember, but everybody started buying these rubber shoes everywhere, which I couldn't quite get to grips with. And then they started wearing jeans with rips in. So you were exposing sort of flesh. And I saw a woman, must have been about 6 months ago, and she had sort of, they were exactly the same on either leg. So there was about 10 of these sort of deliberately done rips, which I think is probably how you buy these things. And I remember looking at it and thinking, it looks ridiculous. It really does. I mean, you've got to... It's some of the people you see on the television. What is this programme where they get 3 blokes or 3 girls to go and pick 3 outfits? They each pick an outfit and they go on the television and the girl will go, oh, right. And so the blokes have got no idea at all. I mean, there's some unbelievably stupid people they find for these programmes. And they then go out and they spend money and they go, oh, she'll like this. Because what they're doing is they're buying something they would like to see her in. So it doesn't quite work, and then they go, oh, I've got that, and I feel a bit sorry for some of these people, but they're so desperate to be on television. So desperate. Have you tried the M&S all butter fruity flapjack cookies? I think not. I'm a diabetic. I'd never do anything like that at all. I do other things, but I wouldn't do fruity flapjack. I'm not really into fruity flapjack cookies. Not really. If I was having something this much, I'd like this morning? I could just eat some, I don't know, those sort of orange things. I like sort of puff things, cheddar, whatever they're called, cheesy Wotsits. They're nice. So I could do those. Go to Costco, you get a box of them. I mean, that's fantastic. But the trouble is your fingers turn orange because of the artificial colouring on there. Still good stuff, isn't it? Could you please say happy 70th to my beautiful husband? Love him very, very much, says Wendy. Does he not have a name? I mean, what do we just call him indoors or something like that? So, how to spot the Englishman abroad, Steve? Either no shirt and big stomach or football shirt and small brain. I know. Yes. We know all about that, actually. It's the football shirts, isn't it? You see them abroad. I'm sure they only take the one shirt with them, many of them. You know, Man United. Mind you, I discovered my driver yesterday, Wayne. He supports Liverpool. So I express my sympathies to him and hope that everything gets better soon. Not that I know anything about it, but interesting. And, Ian's a trained biologist. Go away, you silly person. You're a very silly person. Oh, honestly. You do get them, don't you? You get those who think that they've read something on the internet and immediately, you know, I'm a trained biologist. How marvellous. Well, I tell you, we need you in the NHS, don't we? Like a hole in the head, I'm afraid. Also, somebody else talking about Marmite roasties, which I've never heard of, actually. Makes a nice change in a roast dinner. Marmite, roast potatoes with Marmite on. How does that work? That seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Shame that Marmite doesn't come in powder form, because then you could probably put it on potatoes. Would be a lot easier, wouldn't it, really? Thelma said that from Beckenham. So I do not know about it. Don't forget, in the next part of the programme, we'll talk to LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables, and at 6:45, we'll have a chat to Michelle Collins, star of Stage and Screen, to talk about the damage which is happening in the entertainment industry. A lot of people suffering really badly because nothing's being filmed, nothing is being made. I think they've literally got a few weeks left on some of the soaps, and that's the big problem. There's a lot of people. The theatres aren't open. You know, people would be getting ready now to do summer season. How are they going to do that? How are they going to do that? They're not. What about Panto? Most people look forward. You know, if you haven't had a lot of work throughout the year, they go, but don't worry, at least there's Panto. Well, there isn't. There isn't. We don't think there's going to be pantomime this year. I just don't know what that's how that's going to work out. I've got friends who do pantomime every year. You know, some of the biggest pantos in the land, and they're going to be suffering quite badly because, unfortunately, who on earth? You know, imagine if somebody had actually told you, you know, a year ago, oh, don't worry, we're going to close down all the theatres in the land and all the television programmes. And so there'll be a few, and we'll have to socially yeah, right. You know, we can do anything. We can do anything. We can sort all these problems out. We go sit on a beach, the sunshine kills it. Don't worry. And the sea breeze, honestly. Nothing worse than stupid and uninformed people. Another one, his name is Franco. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise we'd never find out people's birthdays, would we? So he's, they were 34 years married, 44 years together. Oh, yes. We've heard about that sort of thing, Wendy. Thank you very much indeed. So Franco, there you go. It's your day today. It's your day. And should anybody else celebrating a birthday? There you go. This is the World Health Organisation. Ian, pin your ears back and try and take some intelligence in. You can catch COVID-19 no matter how sunny or hot the weather is. Okay, simple as that. Okay, that's from the World Health people. But of course, you probably know better, don't you? I love it, honestly. I love it when you know, who was it used to say on that thing? I love it when a plan comes together. I think it was the A-Team. You're not eating the Chupa Chups, are you? For breakfast. For breakfast? Well, look, it's 5 to 6 in the morning and you're sucking a lollipop. No, in fact, in your case, you don't suck the lollipops, you bite them. You're like that advert on the television, the biting going on, and it's M&M's, isn't it, or something like that. You're doing it with a Chup. Can't believe you're eating a Chupa Chup for breakfast. Good Lord, you're going to spoil your appetite, aren't you, when you get home, you know, and the girlfriend's cooked you sausage, bacon, egg, kedgeree, you know, all sorts of exciting, and you're going to go, oh, I couldn't manage anything at all. I've had a Chupa Chup. It's not going to go down very well, is it? I'd be happier if you actually sort of ate, you know, Iceland's mashed potato. How many have you eaten? How many Chupa Chups have you? Just the... I can't... Oh, look, we've seen your shirt now. That's interesting, isn't it? We've never actually seen the shirt before. It's mainly covered by your jumper. Sonny, you look quite slim this morning. Which, of course, is not true. It's because my eyesight's fading. Also, Nicole's still helping me. This is James Arthur. Because he had everything, and then it all went pear-shaped. And I don't know where he is at the moment. He's had the house, the pool room. He says, I was hundreds of thousands of pounds in debt. I was doing gigs to pay the rent every other Saturday and to get myself out of the red. He said, I made an awful lot of money after the X Factor, but the management at the time didn't claim their commission, so they let it rack up to a lot. And by the time I was dropped and a couple of years had gone by, it had accumulated. He says it's that and the lifestyle, I guess. You get into a tax bracket where you just can't afford it. Well, that's the trouble, you see. That's the ignorance of the business. That was Jade Goody's fault When she died, it turned out she hadn't paid tax for ages. She didn't realise. No idea. Gale force winds, says Sheila, have arrived in Arbroath. I was woken by my bedroom window slamming and Oh, it sounds like a horror film, Sheila. Doesn't it? You know. Oh, dear. I've seen films like that. Very bad. Paul says it's bad enough young women wearing ripped jeans, but then you see a middle-aged woman with the same type of unreal trousers. Unreal. I agree. I think there are certain things that you can wear when you get to a certain age, and that ain't one of them. You know, that ain't one of them, I think. But I like the idea of the bedroom window slamming a bit. Well, close it. Sound like you're in an Alfred Hitchcock film. Liz in New Cross, M&S Cheese Tasters, their version of Whatsits, my absolute favourite crisp-type snack I can recommend. Actually, I tell you what they used to like here. Luke used to eat it here. Little mini poppadoms. Especially if you get some of their dips. You get some nice dips that go with the poppadoms. They're very nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Ian, go away. You're a bore. You're a bore to everybody, including yourself, I should imagine. Painful blood tests could be over for many thanks to a new tool to measure haemoglobin using a smartphone. Instead of drawing blood, a picture of a person's eyelids is taken with a specially adapted phone camera. It's got a hyperspectral imager to measure haemoglobin, blood's oxygen carrying capacity. So again, it's in America, so we have to wait. You know, we have to wait for it. The study leader, Professor Young Kim from Indiana's University, said it paves the way for bedside or remote testing. Fantastic. Oh, music. That means that the news is coming up. The news is at 6 o'clock. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6. It's the start of the weekend, but the weather's going to turn. So normally for the bank holiday we get a bit of sunshine. I think this one's going to be rain and getting a bit nippy. But there we go. We're used to that, aren't we? I mean, every season, I think in about a month you can get in this country. So if we have snow, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But still okay to put plants out now. I think we can still put plants out. I mean, the garden centre, you're going to have to queue for the garden centre. God, that'll be a miracle, won't it? When you don't have to queue for the garden centre, or you don't have to queue for anything. It'd be quite nice not to see queues, but I suspect it's going to be with us for a little while. A campaigner will meet with football chiefs to help them secretly provide support to 7 secretly gay football players. Good Lord, only 7. Only 7. Amal Fashnu, niece of Justin Fashnu, will meet with the Professional Footballers Association. She's battling to put an end to homophobia in the game. You remember that Justin, her uncle, killed himself after becoming the first professional player to come out. So they reckon there are 7. 2 players Amal is supporting are Premier League stars who don't feel able to go public, fearing a backlash from the fans, which is probably what they would get. So what happens is, if there are gay footballers, they tend to sort of retire, then they come out. The funny thing is, it seems to be more acceptable for some inexplicable reason for sort of, if it's a gay rugby player, people don't seem too bothered about that, do they? A gay rugby player seems quite acceptable because that's always seen as a middle-class kind of sport. It's like, okay, you know, go out and play rugger, you know, because they do it at public school. And so that's why it appears to me to be more acceptable. But gay footballers, good Lord above, honestly. I mean, are there any openly gay footballers at the moment? Have I missed out? Are there any? I couldn't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm quite sure, you know, by the law of averages, that there must be quite a few of them out there who couldn't come out. Probably some who got married or they've got girlfriends who sort of cover for them. But, I mean, it doesn't take much to find people, but the papers seem to be obsessed with finding gay... I mean, The Sun seems to be obsessed with sort of outing people who aren't gay. I mean, like, you know, we're still questioning why Philip Schofield was forced out when there was no need for him to come out at all. But I think he was forced out by a newspaper. Steve, you have subliminally made me make Marmite and peanut butter. Marmite and peanut butter, says Phil in Bournemouth. Right. Well, you buy a jar of it. It's all quite nice, actually. All quite nice. But I wouldn't like to imagine what the fat content is of stuff like that. I really wouldn't like to think about it. Britons are urged to photograph their local war memorial to help fill gaps in the Imperial War Museum's digital records. There's something that you can do. That's a nice thing to do. And I still like the picture of the 3 sheep Orphaned lambs they were. They don't normally, have orphaned lambs because they actually sort of move them to another sheep. But these particular ones, called Prince, Dewdrop and George, share the same Somerset field with a pony. The Welsh pony is Heidi, and Heidi's become surrogate mother. I mean, what she's doing is quite rare, extremely rare, I would have thought. I've never heard of it before. So the sheep now hang around with... They must be thinking she doesn't look at all like us. They look at all like us. But it's quite pleasing, isn't it, really? I think it's a nice thing to see. I think so, anyway, I don't know. I've always wanted a Welsh hill pony, because they always look quite sturdy little things, don't they? Also, Ariana Grande, in all the papers today, because how quickly we forget. She's talked about the Manchester Arena bombing, which still haunts her. This is 3 years on. She said in an online message, "Not a day goes by that it doesn't affect you, and all of us still. I'll be thinking of you all this week and weekend." She said, "My heart, thoughts and prayers are with you." She just finished her set when, you remember, that bomb went off, killing the person who planted it and 22 others. More than 1,000 people were injured in the attack. Ariana was later diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, but returned to the city 13 days after the attack to play at One Love Manchester. Helped organise the concert, which raised $17 million for victims, their families and the local community. I mean, really, we forget, don't we? We just sort of take these things for granted. Oh, don't worry, they're all fine. They're all fine. But no, 3 years ago, that happened. And, never a day goes by. There wouldn't be, would there? Never a day goes by without people, remembering those that they actually lost. The rich Brits in the paper today with the incredible American homes. So you've got Adele. This is very nice. It's an £8.5 million mansion, which looks very pretty. Also, Robbie Williams has got a beach house in Malibu. I mean, how often they go over there, God knows, because they can't fly anywhere at the moment. And so Robbie Williams is a luxurious beach house. It looks quite nice. He also owns a beach house in Malibu, and he's got this one here in Beverly Hills. But they've got a beach mansion worth £16 million. Simon Cowell has got a £20 million palm-lined ocean view Malibu mansion. I mean, you've got to be in Malibu. It's the place to be, actually. Chris Martin has got a £4.25 million California ranch. James Corden has got a nice one. The American houses are so much bigger than ours. I mean, I've seen flats where they've got literally staircases to die for. Absolutely. Jason and Rosie. That's Rosie Huntington Whiteley and Jason as well. And this is lovely. They haven't told how much. We don't know how much it is actually, but it's quite nice. A lot of wood. And then they've said, because everybody's talking about the mansion for Harry and Meghan, you think, yeah, the difference is all these people I've just mentioned, they own them. Harry and Meghan don't own anything at all. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. At the moment, they're on freebie. And he's going to have to apply for a licence over there, but he'll have to pass an American test. They don't just give you a licence. So you have to pass the test, and every time you come out of the country and go back in again, you have to reapply. That's how it works, unless you're going to make your home permanently over there, in which case he'll have to apply for residency. He'll have to get a work permit so that he can work, because so far they haven't done diddly squat, have they? Happy birthday to Adrian, who's in Pontypool. Louise says, "We listen to you every day from different homes. Are you self-isolating?" Maggie in Weston-super-Mare says, "Garden centre tip. Go when it's raining and late in the day." I did it yesterday. I was practically the only customer. I know. We sort of... I mean, there's a picture of Amir Khan. Is he the boxer? He's hugging some bloke who went... And you think, are you mad? Hugging some bloke. Perhaps he hasn't understood. Steve, I planted seeds in my hanging baskets in February. They seem to be growing great, maybe because they're on my balcony. No ground frost. Still lose things. Actually, you can still lose things. But that sounds quite good, so it's good. And Dell says, "I've just filled the car up in Colchester. The unleaded petrol is down to 99.9. 99.9. It's about the cheapest it's ever been, actually. I heard somebody say the other day, I think I used to have... sort of go out and get some tins and everything else and start stockpiling petrol. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Not so good. Did you ever hear of a radio presenter called Scotty McClue? I don't think so, no. Or did I? I can't remember. Somebody will remind me and go, of course you know who that person is. It's because so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. But he used to have a catchphrase. Oh, I hate people with catchphrases. I never do. Mine is, good morning. That would be the catchphrase. You know, it'll catch on. The whole country will be doing it very, very shortly. Joey Essex, you know, not the brightest penny in the box, and sort of done this programme, which is sort of so-called celebs, but it's faded old has-beens, actually all the ones I've ever seen, and they have to do different bits and pieces. And Helen Skelton wants Catherine Tilsley to sign up for next year's celebrity spin-off. Oh, not Catherine Tilsley again, thank you. The one who's so desperate for publicity, she'll sell anything down the river. Also, most contestants describe SAS Who Dares Wins as a life-changing experience. It's a television programme, okay? But for musician Locksmith... Who's that? It's really altered his world forever. The rudimental DJ was inspired by his time on the celebrity version to reconnect with his dad, who left the family when he was a boy. Is that what it takes now, these reality shows, with people you've never heard of? So it was all down to DS Mark Billy Billingham touching a nerve during one of the interrogation scenes. I'm so glad I never saw that programme. It sounds horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Plus, Holby City's Nick Jackman has hinted his character is set to kill again. Lovely. Just put you... Oh, isn't it exciting? So, what will you be doing with your character? Maybe buying a house? No, killing again. Oh, wow, that's really cool, isn't it? Just when you thought it was a programme about hospital people, it turns out to be something completely different. Completely different. Still to come, the Game Changer tests for 10 million Brits. And... these are going to get underway next week. This is looking promising. But not if you go and sit on beaches, you know, even in hot countries or anywhere else. Okay, ain't going to make the slightest difference. Also, no limits on passengers for EasyJet. They reckon they could fly full when the service resumes next month. I mean, would you want to get on a... I don't know if people want to get on planes. If they're going to say, listen, you'll be sitting next to somebody on the plane and they start coughing and sneezing all over the place, what you can do, excuse me, hello, can I move seat? I don't want to sit next to this person. I wouldn't want to do it. I mean, I understand the fact it's actually sort of cheap to fly EasyJet. They're known as a budget airline. But even so, I wouldn't want to be doing it. I really wouldn't. Oh, by the way, Joseph in Bethlehem... Yes, there really is somebody called Joseph in Bethlehem. Reminds me that it's only 217 days until Christmas. Get that tree ready now. Get the tree ready now. Another one here. Planes back to normal in Richmond, says Astrid. Gonna have to shut the windows. Don't know whether to be pleased or not. Well, there's still only 6,000 people flying a day from Heathrow. So, I don't know, you know, whether it should be any... I mean, I didn't notice anything yesterday. I know that there's an early morning flight, isn't there? I think there's a 5 o'clock flight out and a couple of flights in, but it's nowhere near as busy as it used to be. Nowhere near as busy. Which chef's secret to a bacon butty packs the perfect punch? So they've asked all the chefs, different people, everybody from Jamie Oliver to Simon Rimmer to Heston Blumenthal, James Martin to Raymond Blanc. And, I mean, which one's the winner? I don't know, because I'd have to read every single one of them. But Jamie Oliver keeps it simple. White bloomer, 3 rashers of smoked back bacon, olive oil and brown sauce. And instead of using butter, he soaks his bread in fat before assembling. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? We mustn't talk about food. To come, LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables, and we got a bone to pick with her this morning. And at about 7:15, Michelle Collins, star of Stage and Screen, talking about the damage which is running rampant through the entertainment industry. Just when you think that they're going to start going back filming, they then go, well, we're not too sure if we want to do this yet. Can we do it with social distancing? It's very difficult. There are all branches of the entertainment industry. Singers, people who'd be working on cruises, you know, entertainers who'd be doing children's parties, apart from all the actors and the actresses. Filmmaking has come to a complete standstill. They're not making soaps anymore. You can't even do these panel programmes on the television because people can't socially distance. You might have to have panel shows with big plastic sheets between all of them. And you tend to forget that, you know, if you're a member of Equity, the chances are there's about 99% are unemployed at any one time. During this, it's even worse because people don't save the money. I've spoken to actors and actresses over the years. You know, they've just got a job and they said, this is my first job in 6 months. So you can imagine somebody just signs you up to do a film and then along comes coronavirus and everything is immediately put on standby. And you don't know what to do. Connie says, is it true from Saturday we have to scan our Oyster cards again? Does that mean no more free bus journeys? No, it doesn't mean that at all. No, absolutely not. So I can put you right on that one. It's, I don't know when they're bringing it in, but they're going to have to... The bus drivers, I didn't think, had agreed to have people going back past them. What's the point of that? They're not protected. There are holes in this plastic screen, unless they're going to sort of cover them over or something. But, no, you will get free bus journeys. Of course you will, if you've got a Freedom Pass. That's the whole idea. That's why it's called a Freedom Pass. So it's free. But in fact, what it means is you won't be allowed to travel peak times. But I don't know when they're bringing that in. I didn't think they'd sorted the buses out yet. It's all right on the trains. You can do that because you don't have to sort of be with somebody and you've done it going through the barrier. On the buses, it's slightly more difficult because the touch-in is by the driver. They've taken out the ones in the middle of the bus, mainly because people were fiddling it. I've lost track of the amount of times that, I'd be on the bus with Thomas in the morning and we'd watch people getting on, mainly in the Strand, who just didn't bother touching in at all. And you think, you're a crook. And I've seen, on the TfL programme, on the telly, I've seen people jumping the barriers. Jumping the barriers so that they don't have to pay. And people sort of pursue it. And you think, oh, dear. They should put these people out on the front pages of the papers. Name and shame. That's what we need to do. Definitely. Maggie says, comb with blade combo available on Amazon. Oh, I've got enough things to do. I've got enough electrical devices. Thank you very much indeed. But it's not helping. It's not helping. I don't know where we're going, actually. Do you remember John Cross, who used to regularly write poems out on LBC in the 70s and 80s? He was my great-uncle. And just learning more about him now, says Gillian. See? You learn things all the time. Yes, we used to have Dizzy. Dizzy used to write to me. She was fairly old at the time, but she would turn up at Gough Square with another poem. She'd stand there in the pouring rain, listening on the radio to us broadcasting from inside the building. Seriously. Dizzy. And I wrote a eulogy for her at her funeral because she was a big LBC fan. Really big LBC fan. See, quite common for highly strung racehorses to have a stable companion, which could be a cat, dog, chicken, goat or sheep, says Dallas. To keep the horse calm when it's running in the big race, the companion animal has to travel to the racecourse. This is a horse who is feeding. He's letting these sheep suckle. They're not just friends. The sheep are feeding from this pony. Yeah, seriously, yes, they're sort of, as if it was a horse. They are. I've never heard of a horse feeding sheep before, but there you go. Life changes, doesn't it? The feud between Sharon Osbourne and her brother has exploded into public again, with her accusing him of being cruel about her weight. Sharon, 67, said of David Arden, I used to get fat-shamed by my brother, used to get his friends to join in. It sticks with you that at times I was bigger than others. Oh, she was completely different. Completely different. But she says, my weight has gone up and down, and that's everybody's up and down. That's why there's no such thing as sort of level pegging, apart from a very few lucky people. But the rest of it, it's up and down like yo-yos. But she's not spoken to him for 13 years. They fell out, I think, in 2007. Their dad was Don Arden, who handled bands like Black Sabbath, ELO, and the Small Faces. And she's given David around £500,000 in cash help over the years. She says, I think he looks at me and my family all successful and it eats away at him. So she's helped him out. She says, it seems all he wants is our money. She said she's even advised her kids, please do not talk to him. Don't want anything to do with him. Here's the people now from Corrie as they prepare for a return. They're working on 6 new episodes. I mean, this is good news. How they're going to manage it, I've got no idea. But, in fact, a lot of people have been saying it's very difficult. So a show spokesman has said, this is for the BBC, they're going to resume filming by the end of June. OK, she's got another month yet, but all 3 soaps are likely to be off-air a short while as they run out of episodes. Will you see it when they film? Will you see it in their faces? They're going, I don't want to be too close. Don't want to be too close. But they say July and August will have little or no output before all are hopefully back again in September. I was thinking this morning, are we going to have Christmas this year? Do you think that there is a chance that we might have sort of halted it, for any length of time? I don't really mind what it is, so that we get Christmas, or are we still going to be going, well, you can't go round to other people's houses for Christmas dinner, so you'll have to, and you think, well, for a lot of people, that means you'll be spending Christmas by yourself, which is not a nice prospect. I mean, do you think we can do something in the 6-7 months that we've got before the festive season. I haven't actually had a confirmation directly about pantomime not happening, but I've a feeling if this thing doesn't get better, and we're still losing people are still dying of coronavirus. Don't ever think that they're not. They are. And it's a case of, do we open up the theatres and go, well, do you want to risk it? Because that's what it's going to be, isn't it? And nobody's going to want to risk it, I don't think. Nobody's going to want to risk it. So we'll have to wait and see. But you hear it first on LBC. You'll definitely hear it. Steve, in less than a month, the nights start drawing in, ready for the run-up to Crimbo, says Simon. Oh, no, it can't be a month. Listen, I've got 4 months of hanging baskets to look forward to at the moment. And believe you me, I will be getting 4 months of hanging baskets. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, there's a picture of these lambs being fed. The horse, Heidi, has even started producing milk for them. So these lambs, they're sort of, that's it. And the horse just sort of stands there while they feed. A letter by Winston Churchill. I'm always fascinated who buys these things. In which he commended the bravery of an RAF pilot in the wake of the Farnborough airshow disaster. Sold for £8,125. The message praised squadron leader Neville Duke of 615 Squadron for taking to the skies hours after a crash killed 31 people back in 1952. Despite the tragedy, the airshow continued. One of those who died was his close friend, John Derry, who'd been flying a prototype de Havilland DH aircraft, which disintegrated in midair and crashed into the crowd. Churchill wrote, "It was characteristic of you and of 615 Squadron to go up as you did yesterday after the shocking accident." Letter was sold online by Sotheby's. Who would buy that? I wonder what's, I suppose, aficionado of what... There's a bloke on the television who sort of pops up every so often. It's obviously a regular program, and he goes and buys military stuff. He'll buy uniforms, tanks, guns, weapons, all sorts of things. And he seems to go to France to buy stuff. He's sort of like Jack the Lad type. He's a bit like that, a bit of wheeler dealer. And I'm quite taken by it because I'm amazed at how much of this military stuff is still around. You go to some place and they've got sort of tanks lying around all over in the car park, some of which they use for filming, some of which they just sit there, and then somebody will come and they take them out for parts and stuff like that. They were doing a thing the other day. It was this wheeler dealers, I think, where they go and buy a cheap car. This was they repeated the one, which was of the guy buying. He was going to buy a Rolls Royce, but he looked, he didn't like it, so he bought a Bentley, and it was a Mulsanne. And by the time because the engine was practically brand new, they'd done it all. They sold it for $8,000 in the end. I mean, it was a brand new car practically. They recolonized all the seats inside, which is you rub them down and then they get painted with this elastic paint, which everybody gets. If you want to change the colour of your seats, somebody can do it for about 250 quid. And they gave the whole car a respray. Different colour. It looks sensational. They changed the lights at the front, the grille. I changed the grille on one of mine once to make the car look newer than it was, and it was on a turbo, I think. And you bought this grille at the front, about 150, 200 quid, and that then changed it. It's like putting a brake light in the back window. That signifies a certain year for cars. And I thought the car looked sensational. And somebody went, "Oh, I'll have a think about it." And you thought, "No, you're not going to buy it." Because if you're an aficionado of the marque, you will buy one of these cars. But this one was brilliant.